Have you ever harbored a secret? Upon entering school, I was fortunate enough to sit beside the most popular girl in class, and by chance, I stumbled upon a secret of our newly appointed homeroom teacher. The peculiar girl I encountered at the internet CF marked the inception of every individual's story. Every fragment they hesitated to share wove together an unforgettable tapestry of youth. One evening after classes, my cousin called, requesting my assistance at her shop. She owned a modest yet clean and affordable inn on the outskirts of the county, a favored haunt for couples and clandestine affairs. Initially, I had little interest in this unexpected task, but my cousin threatened to reveal a certain incident from my past if I refused, which frightened me into compliance. I nearly knelt before my phone, pledging to return home, change into my uniform, and hurry over. As for that incident, I felt it was purely a case of unfortunate circumstances. While visiting my cousin, I happened upon some intimate garments on the balcony floor. Just as I was about to pick them up, she walked in, leading to my unfortunate reputation as an uncontrollable youth in her eyes. Our once sibling-like relationship had deteriorated. I became her subordinate, masked by the title of cousin. Upon arriving at her inn, she informed me she would be out dining with friends and needed me to oversee the shop for a few hours. With no grounds to resist, I agreed, hoping she would return promptly. After she left, I found myself bored at the front desk, aimlessly fiddling with the computer mouse. Here I was, a vibrant youth, reduced to watching over an inn, while others indulged in romantic escapades. Was there a more dismal task in the world? Just as I was on the verge of dozing off, a voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, I would like to check out." The voice was sweet yet oddly familiar. When I looked up, I was taken aback. Wasn't that our new homeroom teacher from just a few days ago? She seemed to recognize me too, her eyes cautiously surveying my face, though she appeared momentarily unable to place me. It was understandable. She was a fresh graduate assigned to our class, having replaced our previous teacher who had gone on maternity leave. Given her recent arrival, it was unlikely my face had made a lasting impression. Yet, I recognized her instantly. The moment she stepped into our classroom, all the boys had simultaneously found a new muse finally. A teacher who was not only young but strikingly beautiful, with skin as fair as a porcelain doll and legs that could only be described as ethereal. However, my astonishment seemed to put her on guard, prompting her to repeat, "I would like to check out." Regaining my composure, I stammered, "Oh, checking out? You'll need to go upstairs to inspect for any damages." This was the standard procedure, though my mind raced with questions about her presence here. Could it be that the goddess had found someone to protect her? As I stood, glancing at her, I noticed she still wore the floral dress from earlier that day, but something was amiss. She had traded her long stockings for bare legs. Had something transpired that I was unaware of? I hesitated to contemplate further. While I couldn't claim to have feelings for her, the thought of such an exquisite being involved with someone else sparked a sense of envy within me. She carried a large bag, suggesting she had arrived alone. But I hadn't seen her at school that afternoon, leading me to wonder what could possibly bring her to a hotel. Was she there to watch television? Or perhaps her bag concealed some form of entertainment? Lost in my thoughts, I followed her upstairs, relishing the view of her legs as we ascended. It was a sight to behold. One could only marvel at how such beauty could be crafted by the hands of the divine. Suddenly, she halted at a room on the third floor, pointing and saying, "This is it." Her gaze lingered on me, as if trying to decipher where she had seen me before. Feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, I averted my eyes and peered into the room. To my surprise, it was impeccably tidy, devoid of any signs of occupancy. I found myself perplexed. Was she genuinely here to watch television? What kind of boredom would drive someone to such lengths? Standing at the threshold, she remained outside the room. After a thorough inspection and finding nothing amiss, I stepped out, escorting her downstairs while retrieving her check-in records. Indeed, it was registered under her name alone, and it was a room rented by the hour. Despite my swirling doubts, I returned her deposit. She accepted the money with a serious demeanor, counting it meticulously before flashing me a smile as she exited. I must admit, when she smiled, she appeared less like a teacher and more like an older sister from next door, a delightful sight. I lingered at the entrance, lost in thought, until I sighed and shook my head, resigning myself to the absurdity of the situation. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, my cousin returned, clearly having enjoyed herself. With a sense of relief, I hurried home alone. Due to my parents' frequent business trips, I often found myself alone, and there is a certain loneliness that accompanies a young man in solitude. Thankfully, my hands provided companionship, allowing me to entertain myself. To clarify, I refer to playing on the computer, not any other activities. Let's not delve into misunderstandings. Upon returning home, I pondered the day's events, but could not arrive at any conclusions. Eventually, I resorted to playing a game before surrendering to sleep. The following morning, as I cycled to school, I was unexpectedly confronted by the local ruffian and his gang. The leader, known as Wei Gu, was actually named Yang Wei. His father held a modest reputation in our county, though I often wondered what possessed him to bestow such a ridiculous name upon his son. Yang Wei wielded his father's influence like a weapon, commanding a certain degree of respect from teachers who often turned a blind eye to his antics. As an ordinary student, I had no desire to even engage with him. To my astonishment, he produced a love letter from his pocket and handed it to me. I was taken aback. This was my first love letter, and I never expected it to come from a boy, particularly one like him. Just as tears threatened to spill at this unexpected moment of affection, Yang Wei instructed, "Deliver this to Lin Xiaoman." I was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to receive the love letter from his hand. Lin Xiaoman is my desk mate, simultaneously the class beauty and the top student. I often wonder what the homeroom teacher was thinking when assigning me to share a desk with her. While it is undoubtedly a delightful experience to be seated next to a beauty, I had yet to exchange a single word with her and had rarely even heard her speak. Most of the time, Lin Xiaoman was engrossed in her books, her very existence seemingly dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. This did not diminish her status in the eyes of the boys in class, rather. The strict homeroom teacher was an object of their ridicule, while Lin Xiaoman was the object of their affection. In truth, sharing a desk with the class beauty can be quite burdensome. Not only must one endure the envious glances of others, but every action must be executed with utmost caution. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman possesses a rather easygoing disposition. Although I had never conversed with her, sitting beside her allowed me to sense her uniqueness. Her figure is quite striking, often styled in a ponytail, and her face is exquisitely flawless, complemented by the delightful scent of her shampoo wafting through the air. I was not at all surprised by Yang Wei's decision to write her a love letter. It is often said that even the mightiest of heroes struggle in the presence of beauty, and it appears that this delinquent is no exception. Despite his usual intimidating demeanor, Yang Wei was utterly impotent in front of Lin Xiaoman, lacking even the courage to deliver the love letter himself. After accepting the letter from him, I chose not to say much. I had no desire to provoke someone like him. To me, it was a simple task slipping the letter into Lin Xiaoman's desk when she was not around. However, upon entering the classroom, I was met with the sight of Lin Xiaoman already seated at her desk, just as I had anticipated. She is a boarding student, while I am a day student. Typically, boarding students arrive at school quite late, but she is anything but typical. Whenever she notices my arrival, she gently shifts her chair forward, allowing me to pass behind her. I must admit, every time I slide into my seat, I brush against her back, a sensation I can only describe as exhilarating. I might very well be the first boy in class to experience such proximity to Lin Xiaoman. Although most of the time we are separated by clothing, summer attire is often thin enough to make such barriers negligible. Today, I carried Yang Wei's love letter in my pocket, biding my time to fulfill a task that had nothing to do with me. At this thought, I could almost feel Yang Wei's gaze upon me, likely filled with longing as he pinned his hopes on my actions. Despite his usual lack of troublemaking, his lecherous demeanor left little room for admiration. Moreover, he often surrounds himself with a group of so-called followers, giving the impression of a cult-like organization within our class, with its leader ominously named Wei Gu, a nod to an aphrodisiac. Unfortunately, as class commenced, Lin Xiaoman showed no intention of vacating her seat, and soon the homeroom teacher arrived. The homeroom teacher, surnamed Chun and affectionately called Teacher Chun Yuyao by most girls due to her youthful appearance, was dressed in a refreshing outfit that drew murmurs from the boys as she entered. They all knew that a special lesson was about to begin, and their spirits lifted, while I lowered my head, feeling a twinge of anxiety that she might recognize me. My seat was relatively concealed, and given our class size of nearly 60 students, the homeroom teacher did not immediately spot me. Nevertheless, her language class is undoubtedly the most popular in the school, although I suspect that most students are not genuinely attentive to her teachings. When the bell rang, signaling a break, I noticed Lin Xiaoman shifting in her seat, seemingly preparing to leave. I sensed the opportune moment had arrived and instinctively reached into my pocket, casting furtive glances at Lin Xiaoman. To my surprise, she suddenly turned to glance at me, her gaze quickly shifting to the slight bulge in my pocket. Heaven knows that what I held was merely the love letter and not something more private. Yet, judging by the peculiar expression on her face, it was clear she had misconstrued the situation. After a brief moment, Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow and headed toward the door. Seeing her retreating figure, I cursed under my breath and hurriedly retrieved the letter from my pocket, slipping it into her desk. Once I completed this act, I turned to steal a glance at Yang Wei, who had witnessed the entire exchange. He nodded at me with satisfaction, signaling that I had executed my task well. I let out a cold chuckle, internally reasoning that no matter how lacking Lin Xiaoman's taste might be, she was unlikely to be attracted to Yang Wei. His name alone suggests something unsavory, and his appearance is merely a step away from being grotesque. If it weren't for his wealthy father operating behind the scenes, I suspect the school would have expelled him long ago. Not long after I placed the love letter, Lin Xiaoman returned quietly to her seat. From what I gathered, she appeared to have no friends. It seemed that few wished to befriend someone so absorbed in her studies, and girls were particularly reluctant to associate with someone more beautiful than themselves. With Lin Xiaoman possessing both traits, solitude was her fate. However, she seemed accustomed to this lifestyle. I surmised that aside from her studies, she held little interest in anything else. Of course, many boys yearn to befriend her, and even more aspire to have her as their girlfriend. Yet, the reality is that many boys lose their bravado in her presence, resembling defeated roosters. Yang Wei is the quintessential example. Despite his ostentatious demeanor in class, he becomes a sycophant when confronted with Lin Xiaoman. Conversely, I managed to maintain a semblance of composure around her. While I do not deny her beauty, she is not the saintly figure I envision in my heart. Though the homeroom teacher is somewhat appealing to me, my true goddess is a girl I have never met. She is the school's announcer, reading delightful essays over the loudspeaker during lunchtime. What captivates me is her enchanting, melodious voice. I believe all boys are aware of what it means to be a back shadow killer, and I fear that this announcer may be a voice killer. Thus, I have refrained from inquiring about her identity. I relish her voice and find joy in it, unwilling to tarnish this enjoyment. At this moment, Lin Xiaoman settled into her seat and soon noticed the peculiar item in her desk. She examined the love letter with curiosity before slipping it between the pages of a textbook. I sensed she was no stranger to such things, and I remained uncertain whether she would even bother to read its contents. Nevertheless, this matter had little to do with me. I was merely a carrier pigeon. Even amidst conflict between nations, the messenger is spared. What I never anticipated was that the love letter would find its way into the hands of the new homeroom teacher the following day. Yang Wei, that pathetic creature, had been too cowardly to even write his name. After a generous tip-off from the girls in the back, the letter was misconstrued as one penned by me for Lin Xiaoman. Throughout the day, Lin Xiaoman did not cast a single glance in my direction, and the class monitor summoned me, instructing me to report to the homeroom teacher's office after school. Faced with this sudden and unwelcome news, I was left speechless, feeling an odd sense of being an unwitting father. What exacerbated the situation was that the class monitor, being a notorious chatterbox, inevitably spread the news. In no time, rumors began to circulate, and the classmates engaged in hushed discussions about my alleged confession of affection to Lin Xiaoman, derisively labeling me as a toad yearning for a swan. The few individuals privy to the truth, including Yang Wei and his band of ruffians, fell silent, for such matters are hardly ones of glory. Despite my protests of innocence, many who had contemplated writing love letters to Lin Xiaoman laid down their pens, likely sharing my disbelief that she would deliver my note to the homeroom teacher. My discomfort was palpable even if this was not a misunderstanding. We had shared a desk, and a simple love letter hardly warranted such grave repercussions. To my dismay, Lin Xiaoman hurriedly left the classroom after the bell rang, leaving me to wallow in solitude. As my classmates trickled out, I gathered my belongings and made my way toward the administration building, a place seldom frequented by ordinary students, as it typically housed individuals of distinction. With the school day concluded, the building was devoid of teachers, and I ascended to the third floor, arriving at the office of the assistant homeroom teacher. After a gentle knock, her melodious voice beckoned me inside. Taking a deep breath, I entered the office, relieved to find it unoccupied aside from her. Her attire remained refreshingly cool, provoking a thought about whether other teachers could maintain focus in such an atmosphere. She was engrossed in something, her head bowed, until she noticed my presence and looked up, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes as she appraised me from head to toe. It seemed she recalled our previous encounter. Although I had not been in uniform that day, it was unlikely she could forget someone she had seen merely a day prior. She pointed at me, incredulity evident in her voice. "You are Lu Ming?" Inwardly I thought, indeed, it is I. But instead, I merely nodded, feigning composure. Clearly still taken aback, She appeared to recollect that her own recent escapade to a hotel was hardly praiseworthy, quickly masking her expression and awkwardly inquiring, "How could you write a love letter to a girl?" My immediate reaction was to wonder if I should have been writing to a boy instead. However, I quickly gathered myself, exclaiming in protest, "That letter was not penned by me." I must admit, the atmosphere became rather peculiar in her presence. Had this been a scene from a certain genre of films, I would have anticipated an entirely different encounter. Perhaps it was the proximity that allowed me to catch a whiff of her fragrance. In response to my exclamation, she seemed unfazed, placing her pen down and gazing at me with a discerning look. "If it wasn't you, then who? Some classmates claim they saw you placing the letter on Lin Chowman's desk." As she spoke, she opened her drawer, revealing the very letter in question, innocently staring back at me. I was taken aback by the weight of the evidence against me, coupled with the sudden realization that I could not implicate Yang Wei in this matter. Otherwise, retribution would surely follow. Faced with this dilemma, I wore a pained expression and fell silent. Mistaking my silence for acquiescence, the assistant homeroom teacher shifted to a lecture mode, saying, "You are still a student, and having such feelings is entirely normal, yet your studies must take precedence. Let's not even discuss the potential ramifications this could have on your future. Have you considered the impact of your actions on the class and that girl?" Although her tone bore a hint of reproach, it lacked the harshness one might expect, instead evoking a sense of satisfaction. I was uncertain whether this was my latent submissive nature awakening, but the assistant homeroom teacher remained oblivious to my inner turmoil, continuing her concerned admonishments. Suddenly, a male teacher entered the office, catching both of us off guard. This bespectacled instructor, upon seeing us, was momentarily startled but quickly adjusted his glasses and approached. "Chen Laosher, the principal requested your presence. It seems urgent." Taken aback by his words, the assistant homeroom teacher glanced at me, hesitating before responding. "All right, I'll go now." Turning toward me, she instructed, "You write a self-reflection here. You may leave only after I return and review it." I hadn't anticipated having to demonstrate my poor handwriting, but I refrained from voicing my objections, merely nodding in compliance. With that, she rose and followed the bespectacled teacher out of the office. As I admired her splendid figure, I found myself pondering whether she had a boyfriend, suspecting that the principal's motives were far from benevolent. Lost in thought, I settled into her chair, still warm from her presentia, remnant of her body heat lingering. The sensation was undeniably tantalizing. However, I lacked the audacity to engage in anything inappropriate within a teacher's office. Once seated, I prepared to draft my reflection, but my gaze inadvertently fell upon a small white smartphone resting nearby. It appeared to be a relatively new iPhone. Casting a glance around, I couldn't resist the urge to pick it up. Surely, this belonged to the assistant homeroom teacher. She must have forgotten it while heading upstairs. As I pondered this, I swiped across the screen, and to my surprise, it illuminated instantly. Though I typically use a robust Nokia, I was aware that most smartphones possess lock screens. To my astonishment, the assistant homeroom teacher's phone was unlocked, granting me access to the home screen with a mere swipe. This unexpected turn of events sent my heart racing, and I found myself frozen, captivated by the device in my hand. Everyone knows that a phone is a deeply personal item. With no one around and the teacher's phone wide open, was this not a subtle invitation from fate to delve into her world? My heart raced as I glanced toward the door, aware that the principal often droned on, likely keeping the assistant homeroom teacher occupied for some time. Emboldened by this realization, I began to explore her phone, my curiosity overpowering any sense of guilt. Initially, I intended to check her messages for anything scandalous. But as my finger hovered over the photo album, I hesitated. Chapter 3. Moving though it may seem that Xiao Yunyao is not particularly fond of taking selfies, one might reasonably assume there are some photographs within her album. At this moment, I could not help but swallow hard, filled with anticipation as I opened her photo gallery. Soon, a plethora of images appeared before me. I was taken aback by the sheer number of photos. It was quite a surprise. However, before my astonishment could fully dissipate, the content of the photographs left me utterly speechless. Were it not for my rationality, I would have doubted my own eyesight. The images were filled with an array of stunning selfies. Although her face was obscured, those exquisite legs unmistakably belonged to our class teacher. With this realization, I continued to scroll down for quite some time, captivated by the sight of Xiao Yunyao alone, each picture more visually appealing than the last. My breath quickened, excitement coursing through me. Many of the photos featured her in lovely attire, radiating charm, particularly those beautiful legs, which conjured vivid images of her graceful poise as she took those selfies. In the throes of my enthusiasm, I suddenly halted at one particular photo. I stared at the background for an extended moment, feeling an unsettling familiarity. After a brief contemplation, it dawned on me, wasn't that the hotel where my cousin stayed? The distinct little red flowers on the bedspread were unmistakably her quirky style. No other establishment in our county would likely use such decor. This revelation brought to mind the encounter I had with teacher Xiao Yunyao at the hotel 2 days prior. It turned out she hadn't been there for amusement, but rather to capture these selfies. Yet another question arose in my mind. Why was she taking these photos? Could she not capture them at home? Driven by this curiosity, I scrolled further down and, to my astonishment, discovered a small line of numbers in the lower right corner of one image. I widened my eyes and recalled the zoom feature on my iPhone. Using my fingers, I enlarged the image and was astonished to find a QQ number inscribed in the corner. This revelation filled me with both excitement and trepidation. Could this possibly be teacher Xiao Yinyao's QQ number? With this thought, I quickly jotted it down on a nearby piece of paper and tucked it into my school uniform pocket. After securing it, a wave of delight washed over me, though I remained puzzled about the significance of her QQ number beneath such images. It all seemed shrouded in mystery. At that moment, I lamented my old Nokia's inability to transfer these photos for future admiration. Reluctantly, I cast one last, longing glance before returning the phone to its original spot, ensuring it appeared untouched. In truth, I wished to linger a bit longer, but an instinctive feeling told me that our class teacher would return momentarily. Just as I anticipated, the moment I placed the phone back, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door opening behind me. I hastily feigned composure, realizing that in my moment of indulgence, I had neglected to write a single word of my reflection. Entering the room was none other than teacher Xiao Yunyao, who appeared quite cheerful as she approached me and inquired, "Have you finished your reflection?" Upon noticing the blank sheet of paper before me, her expression shifted to one of surprise as she added, "Not done yet? Do you not recognize your own mistakes?" Upon hearing her peculiar logic, I quickly defended myself, saying, "No, teacher, I understand my mistake. It's just, I don't know how to reflect." Perhaps sensing my earnestness, Xiao Yunyao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is your home far from the school?" Unable to contain myself, I replied, "Not far." However, as the words left my mouth, regret washed over me. It seemed I was on a path to writing reflections all night long. To my surprise, Xiao Yunyao smiled and said, "Then, you need not write a reflection. To help you recognize your mistakes, I shall have you assist me with my move instead." I was taken aback at being thrust into the role of a laborer and queried, "Moving?" She nodded and explained, "The principal just informed me that I've been allocated a dormitory at the school, but I have too many belongings to move alone. Since you're not in a hurry, could you help me?" Realizing she had likely noticed my sturdy build, I was astonished that my years of physical labor would finally be put to use. At a loss for reasons to decline, I nodded, "All right." Seeing my acquiescence, Xiao Yunyao sighed in relief, gesturing for me to rise. She picked up her phone and bag and said, "Let's go then." Following her out the door, we arrived at the girls' dormitory behind the school. She had just arrived, and the faculty dormitory had no vacancies, so she had been temporarily sharing space with the students for 2 days. I could only speculate about the principal's intentions as he arranged for her to move into a 2-bedroom apartment in a nearby community, believing it to be a special accommodation for her. This was my first time entering a girls' dormitory. While nothing overly scandalous caught my eye, the sight of various undergarments hanging about stirred my heart for quite some time. This was no mere moving day. It felt like a personal boon bestowed upon me. To showcase my strength before the young ladies, I single-handedly carried a multitude of Xiao Yunyao's belongings downstairs. Upon exiting the dormitory, I suddenly found myself drained of energy, placing the items on the ground to catch my breath. At that moment, teacher Xiao Yunyao descended the stairs, clutching her pillow and bedsheets, looking at me and asking, "So, is it heavy?" I was unsure what she had packed in her suitcase. I was already fatigued, yet I feigned composure and replied, "Not heavy." Her smile in response signaled that we should proceed. Once we arrived at her new apartment, I was nearly exhausted, unable to speak. She noticed my fatigue and encouraged, "It's just on the 2nd floor. Once you drop off the items, you can start organizing." Thankfully, it was only the 2nd floor. I mustered my strength and carried all her belongings upstairs. The apartment was modest in size yet clean, making it a suitable living space for one person. Most importantly, it was furnished, offering her a level of comfort far superior to that of her colleagues residing in the faculty dormitory. Observing her satisfaction with the place, I set her items down, and she gestured towards the sofa, indicating I could take a moment to rest. Without a second thought, I shifted my body and sat down on the sofa, only to see her expression suddenly change as she glanced around, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She quickly spotted the bathroom and, without looking at me, entered and shut the door. I remained silent, lost in thought as I gazed in the direction of the bathroom. Although separated by a door, I could faintly discern her silhouette through the frosted glass. Fortunately, I consider myself a well-mannered student. Had it been someone else with less integrity, they might have barged in. However, to my surprise, teacher Xiao Yunyao remained inside for quite some time without any intention of emerging. As I contemplated whether to take my leave during this opportunity, a voice suddenly called from within. "Lu Ming, are you there?" I leaned closer, my heart filled with confusion as I replied, "Yes, I'm here. What is up?" I wondered if she needed assistance with something personal. Just as I suspected, after a moment of silence, her voice emerged once more. Have you seen a red bag?" I turned my head and spotted a red bag on the sofa. I called out towards the bathroom door. "The red bag?" Unexpectedly, after my question, there was a moment of silence before her voice finally emerged. Yes. Can you please bring it to me?" Chen Yao's words caused my cheeks to flush, as I suddenly realized the situation. I hadn't anticipated that the arrival of the class teacher's relative meant that I was to retrieve something from her bag, which must contain some particular item. I had intended to refrain from indulging for a few days, but it seemed today had compelled me to take action. At that moment, I hesitated to respond, silently making my way to her bag and lifting it before returning to the restroom door. Chapter 4. Unexpectedly entering the space. I found myself in a quandary, standing at the entrance, contemplating for a while before finally asking, how should I give it to you? I wouldn't mind delivering it directly or even helping her change, but I surmised that such scenarios were confined to my imagination. After a brief silence, her voice floated back. "Just wait a moment, I'll crack the door open a bit, and you can hand it to me." I acknowledged with a sound, contemplating the absurdity of a student passing a bag to a female teacher at the restroom door. Before long, I heard a sound from within, followed by the door creaking open slightly. Unable to resist, I peered inside. To my surprise, the gap was neither too wide nor too narrow, just enough to glimpse the mirror hanging inside the restroom, which reflected the image of Chen Yuyao. Although she stood at the door, she was entirely bare from the waist down. At that moment, through the mirror, I beheld a vision akin to paradise. I nearly blinded myself with awe, momentarily forgetting to pass the bag through the gap. Perhaps hearing my involuntary exclamation, Chen Yuyao extended her hand through the door, softly asking, "Did you get it? Please give it to me." Regaining my composure, I glanced greedily at the mirror for a few seconds before finally extending the bag. After receiving it, teacher Xiao Yao promptly closed the door, leaving me standing dazed at the entrance, my mind replaying the earlier scene. It wasn't until the restroom door unexpectedly swung open again that I hastily stepped back, only to see teacher Xiao Yao emerge. Upon seeing me, a flush crept across her face, and she feigned calmness as she asked, "You moved everything, right? Nothing left behind?" I nodded, pondering whether I should take my leave, as my hands were itching uncontrollably. To my surprise, after my nod, the class teacher hesitated before looking at me and inquiring, "If no one is home, what will you eat tonight? How about you join me for dinner? Afterward, you can head back." Upon hearing her suggestion, my thoughts were consumed with the urgency of my situation. I was far from having an appetite, as my palms were already tingling with anticipation. Consequently, I quickly shook my head and replied, "No, it's fine. I'll just grab something to eat on my way back." Upon hearing my response, teacher Xiao Yao shook her head and said, "Even if you buy something, you still need to eat. Since you helped move so many things, let me treat you. Besides, I haven't finished educating you yet. Don't think that writing a love letter to a girl is all there is to it." I was at a loss for words and could only nod, saying, "Well, okay then, let's just eat something nearby." Fortunately, Chen Yuyao appeared quite youthful, and if one were unaware, they would hardly perceive her as a teacher, thus alleviating any pressure in dining with her. Seeing my acquiescence, a satisfied smile graced her face as she tidied up a bit before leading me out. As the school was nearby, there were plenty of street food vendors, and she seemed unperturbed by our student-teacher dynamic, entering a bustling eatery with me. This was my first time dining out with a class teacher, and what a stroke of luck it was that she was quite the beauty. Upon entering, she attracted almost everyone's gaze, halting various activities as many turned to observe us. She appeared accustomed to such attention, guiding me to a corner table. Once I was seated across from her, she smiled and asked, "Have you eaten here before? Is it good?" I thought such inquiries should have been made prior to entering. But I nodded and replied, "Yes, I've been here. Their rice noodles are quite good." Upon hearing this, teacher Xiao Yao promptly ordered 2 servings of rice noodles and began surveying the establishment. I felt somewhat awkward sitting opposite her, so after a moment's thought, I took the initiative to ask, "Teacher Chun, where are you from?" I wanted to divert the conversation away from the topic of love letters. So I was taken aback when she paused for a moment before glancing to the side and then back at me, saying, "Me? I'm from Hangzhou." After a brief pause, she added in a lower voice, "When we're outside, let's not call me teacher. It sounds strange, and I'm not much older than you. Just call me Sister Xiaoyao." I hadn't anticipated such a swift transition from teacher to sister, leaving me slightly disoriented. Yet I complied, responding, "Sister Xiaoyao, Hangzhou must be beautiful, right?" Though she was merely a substitute teacher, establishing a rapport could be beneficial. Perhaps it would aid me during exams. Upon hearing my question, Xiaoyao nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Yes, it's quite beautiful." I was pleasantly surprised by her candidness, so I probed further then, "What brought you here to teach?" At my inquiry, her expression turned somewhat complex, but she quickly regained composure and pointed at me, saying, "By the way, when did it become your turn to ask me questions? I haven't finished addressing you yet. Why are you so precocious, writing love letters to girls?" Caught off guard by her reaction, I feigned innocence, signaling her to lower her voice. However, upon seeing my expression, she became more animated, continuing, "Do you know that girl is the top student in your class? I reviewed your grades, and you're only average. Why are you preoccupied with such matters instead of focusing on your studies?" At that moment, I nearly kneeled in protest. But realizing I could not explain myself, I swallowed hard and appeared remorseful, stating, "Teacher, I understand my mistake. I won't do it again." In that instant, I comprehended the sentiment of Do-E from long ago. All that was missing was a snowfall outside to complement my plight. Perhaps, swayed by my earnest performance, Chen Yuyao seemed inclined to grant me mercy, saying, "All right then, as long as you recognize your mistake. At your age, your thoughts should be focused on studying. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the future." I promptly vowed to study diligently and contribute to my country in the future. She nodded approvingly, observing the 2 bowls of rice noodles the proprietor brought to our table, saying, "All right, let us eat quickly, and after you finish, return home early. Don't be late for class tomorrow." I complied immediately, hastily finishing my rice noodles before following her out of the eatery. Once outside, she busied herself with packing her belongings while I returned to school, pushing my bike homeward. Upon entering my house, I felt a wave of anxiety, hoping that the class monitor would relay the love letter incident to others. Just then, I reached into my pocket and unexpectedly pulled out the note. Staring at the QQ number written on it, I found myself momentarily stunned before regaining my senses and racing to the computer. Upon logging into QQ, I immediately accessed the search bar and input the saved QQ number. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a secondary account, with the profile picture indicating that the user was online. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately added her as a friend. To my surprise, the verification message was approved swiftly, and before I had the chance to respond, a message from her appeared in the bottom right corner. "Hello." I did not expect such enthusiasm from her, and I found myself questioning whether this was indeed Teacher Ziya. I replied with a simple hello. To my astonishment, she responded shortly after with, "How may I assist you?" This left me bewildered. Could it be that Teacher Ziya was engaging in online chatting as a side gig? Was she posting those pictures to attract customers? I found it hard to believe, yet the QQ name was indeed Xiaoyu, making it difficult to dismiss the notion that this might be her alternate account. Confused, I decided to send another message. "WH. What service?" Almost immediately, her avatar dimmed, leaving me perplexed. I waited at my computer for quite some time, but she did not reply. A sense of worry crept in. Had she figured something out? However, my QQ account was known to very few. She surely could not recognize me. Could she? With that thought in mind, I instinctively opened her profile, only to discover that it required a password, and the security question was my name. I paused for a moment, entered Chen Yuyo, and to my surprise, the password was correct, and I was granted access. Chapter 5. Impersonation. Chatting. I was elated and eagerly clicked through her profile. Without hesitation, I opened her album. What I found left me momentarily stunned. I sat there, frozen in my chair. The album was filled with enticing selfies. Although I had seen many of them on her phone, some were entirely new to me. Gazing at her alluring figure and beautiful images, I was enveloped by a sense of happiness. Fortune must have smiled upon me, allowing me to indulge in such eye candy. I then opened her journal, hoping to uncover more secrets. However, there was only one entry, consisting solely of the word frustration. I surmised this was likely her alternate account. After scanning through without discovering any further clues, I closed her profile. I tentatively inquired if she was available, but my messages fell into silence, unanswered. I exited QQ and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My curiosity was insatiable. Having learned this intriguing secret about my homeroom teacher, I felt compelled to uncover the truth. Yet, after pondering for a lengthy while, I could not arrive at a conclusion, and fatigue eventually overtook me, leading me into slumber. The following day, as I arrived at the school gate, I was unexpectedly stopped by Yang Weijuan's group. I was taken aback that he still had the audacity to confront me, so I remained silent. Yang Wei, with a swagger typical of a leader, inquired, "What did the homeroom teacher talk to you about yesterday?" I did not anticipate his interest in the matter and promptly replied, "Nothing much. She just asked me to write a self-reflection, promising I would no longer write love letters to girls." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei leaned in closer, a serious expression on his face, and asked, You didn't mention me, did you?" I shook my head, knowing he was genuinely concerned about this issue. He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but quickly scolded, "Damn it, I spent ages writing that love letter, and now it's attributed to you." After that outburst, he seemed to recall something and asked, "How did that love letter end up in the homeroom teacher's hands?" I thought to myself, how would I know? But I replied, "I don't know. Lin Xiaoman probably gave it to her." To my surprise, one of Yang Wei's lackeys chimed in, "Thank goodness, Weiga, you're so clever. You didn't deliver the love letter yourself, or it would have been a dead giveaway." After he spoke, Yang Wei playfully ruffled the lackey's hair and remarked, "You don't need to tell me that. This girl is quite ruthless. I thought she was just shy." He then scratched his head and looked at me, saying, "You need to keep this to yourself. Don't let it slip, understood?" I inwardly cursed him, but nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, he led his group back through the school gate. Once they had walked away, I mounted my bike and entered the campus. Upon arriving in class, I noticed Lin Xiaoman already seated at her desk. As I stepped inside, I felt several unusual gazes upon me. A few girls were whispering and pointing in my direction. I assumed it wasn't praise, so I pretended to be oblivious and made my way to my seat. As I passed by Lin Xiaoman, an impish thought crossed my mind, and I couldn't resist giving her a gentle nudge. Fortunately, she appeared oblivious to anything amiss, while I felt a secret thrill, enjoying a fleeting sense of revenge. The day dragged on, dull as ever, save for the fleeting excitement of seeing teacher Zuya. Watching her teach from the podium, I imagined she might be using the 7 degrees of space I had gifted her just yesterday, filling me with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. After school, with nothing to occupy my time, I decided to visit an internet CAF. Though I had a computer at home, I preferred the atmosphere of the CAF. I particularly enjoyed playing Dungeon Fighter Online, as it often attracted the attention of elementary school students, a rather delightful experience. Upon arriving at the CAF, I noticed an unusual lack of elementary students. As I habitually logged into QQ, a message notification flashed in the bottom right corner. I double-clicked it to find it was from Yuyo. One message simply stated, "Are you there?" while the other asked, "Are you online?" I felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, "I am." Shortly after, her avatar flickered again, indicating she was online. Her response read, "I had some things to attend to yesterday, just got my internet set up today, so I couldn't respond sooner." Seeing this message confirmed, it was indeed Teacher Yuyo. A rush of complex emotions washed over me, excitement mingled with a hint of regret. However, I quickly recalled the unfinished conversation from the previous day and typed, "So about the service you mentioned yesterday, what is it?" As I sent the message, my heart raced, and I felt a surge of nervous anticipation. To my surprise, she replied with a question mark, followed by, "Did you not see my number online?" Given her response, I hurriedly replied, "Yes, I saw it online." It seemed my suspicion was correct. She had indeed posted those selfies online. Not long after, she responded again, "So, aren't you one of the customers looking to buy socks?" Her question caught me off guard, and I sat there momentarily stunned. It dawned on me that Teacher Zuya was selling socks online. No wonder her selfies featured her in socks, obscuring her legs. She was leveraging her natural assets to earn some extra income. Feeling somewhat disheartened, I could not help but reply, "So, you sell socks?" After sending that message, Zaya responded with a puzzled expression and then asked, "So, sir, would you like to purchase some socks?" Initially feeling deflated by her inquiry, I pondered the purpose of buying such items. Yet, an unexpected thought flashed through my mind, causing my breath to quicken. After contemplating for a while, I found myself typing a rather inappropriate message in response. I would like to buy used socks. Do you sell those?" To my surprise, Zaya promptly replied, "We're used socks." I was aware that she was oblivious, so I hastily transformed into an educator, explaining, "It's the socks you've worn. Are you selling them?" As I typed those words, I felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet the thought of how teacher Yu Yao would react upon reading my message filled me with a thrill. Indeed, after sending it, there was no response for quite some time. Just as I began to ponder whether I had gone too far, a new message appeared. "Yes, I will sell them, but only if you're willing to pay. However, since there aren't many, the price will be a bit steep." Upon reading her words, I muttered a shocked exclamation under my breath, realizing she was genuinely willing to sell. Even if she did, I had no means to purchase them. The price was one issue, but where would I even send them? This thought caused a wave of panic, prompting me to ask, "Are you really selling them? I want the ones you've worn, not any fakes." I had hoped she would reconsider, but to my surprise, she firmly replied, "Yes, they're definitely the ones I have worn." At this point, I was at a loss, staring blankly at the screen. However, a sudden idea struck me, and I swiftly typed, "So, do you allow inspection?" As expected, Yu Yao responded, "How would one inspect them?" I couldn't help but smirk at my computer screen and replied, "Do you have a webcam? If so, I would like to see you wearing them before deciding to purchase." As I sent this message, I felt a surge of confidence. Surely, she wouldn't easily acquiesce to such an unreasonable request. To make my pretense more convincing, I added, "Don't misunderstand. It's just that your pictures always seem somewhat unreal. I worry they might be fabricated images from the internet, so I wanted to verify through video. If you don't agree, that's fine too." Chapter 6. The Beauty at the Internet CF. I initially intended to dissuade her, but to my astonishment, after a brief silence, she replied, "I have a video, but what if you watch it and decide not to buy?" Her hesitation was evident, so I mustered the courage to respond, "Well, that's hard to say. If you satisfy me, I will naturally make the purchase. After all, one always needs to inspect before buying." I feigned nonchalance, hoping to provoke her suspicion. To my surprise, after a moment of silence, she replied, "All right, but you can't see my face. I can only show you wearing the stockings." In that moment, I gasped in disbelief, wondering how she could agree so readily. Did she not fear that I would feast my eyes on her and then block her? My mind briefly conjured an image of Chun Yu Yao, her face radiating innocence. After a moment of internal struggle, desire overtook me, and I looked around before typing, "All right, if you're ready, just start the video." She quickly responded with a simple "okay," and then fell silent. I assumed she was changing clothes, so I stood up and glanced around. Noticing an empty computer in a corner with no one nearby, I quickly switched machines. After all, this was not the kind of activity one could engage in openly, and hiding in a corner seemed more prudent. Besides, if things escalated, it might not be a bad idea to be in a secluded spot. At that moment, my heart raced with anxiety. It was my first time engaging in such behavior, especially with my charming class instructor. After switching computers, I waited a short while until Yu Yao's avatar lit up again. Ready to start the video? I grinned at my screen, thinking, "Bring it on." After responding, I covered my webcam and initiated the video call. To my surprise, as the video opened, I found Chun Yu Yao staring at the camera with a cute expression, her hands fidgeting slightly. Seeing her in real time made me gasp in amazement. How could she say she wouldn't show her face when I'd seen it right away? As I pondered this, she seemed to realize the camera was on and hastily adjusted it, her beautiful face disappearing from view. I couldn't help but chuckle. Thankfully, I was somewhat prepared for this. If someone else were in my position, witnessing such a beauty on video, they might forget about purchasing socks entirely and instead wish to win her heart. At that moment, she sent a message. "Did you see it?" I quickly replied, indicating that I had, and urged her to begin. It was my first time directing someone to do such a thing, and Yu Yao complied readily. She soon started putting on her clothing on the other end of the video. Although her short skirt didn't reveal much, Her fair legs were undeniably captivating. Even though I'd seen her in person, she appeared even more enchanting on screen. As she donned the stockings, she asked, "Is this all right? Can it prove that I wore them?" Feeling emboldened, I replied, "Yes. Stand up and turn around so I can have a good look." Normally, I would have acted composed in class, especially with Lin Xiaoman sitting beside me. But I could not let this opportunity slip away. Sure enough, after I sent my message, she paused for a moment before standing up and gradually turning around. At that moment, I was at a loss for words. Had this been at home, I would have lost all restraint. Thankfully, I was able to control myself in the internet CAF. Growing bolder, I requested that Yu Yao try on a few more pairs, assuring her that I would make a purchase soon. My words seemed to alleviate her concerns, and after some contemplation, she obliged. Just as I was reveling in the moment and contemplating whether I should record it, someone suddenly sat down beside me. This startled me, and I instinctively shut off the video, turning to glance at the person next to me. As I turned, I thought to myself, who would be so inconsiderate to sit next to me when there are so many empty computers? However, when I turned my head, I was taken aback. Next to me sat a beautiful girl with long hair, gazing at me with wide, innocent eyes. I must admit, in that instant, I was somewhat captivated. Her hair was long and straight, framing a face so flawless it resembled unblemished jade, and her long eyelashes quivered slightly. Even having sat next to Lin Xiaoman for some time, I had never been so awestruck. The girl before me made me blush, and all my earlier annoyance vanished in an instant. For some reason, this girl did not turn on her computer. Instead, she simply stared at me with her two expressive eyes, as if she knew me. Believing I had no chance of knowing such a beauty, I felt my cheeks flush and grew increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Noticing she remained silent, I eventually regained my composure, turning back to my computer screen. The tantalizing video had already been closed, and my chat box was filled with a flurry of messages from Yu Yao, all inquiring about my well-being. I was too embarrassed to continue the video call, hastily typing a response, "Hold on, I have something to take care of." After sending that message, I stole a glance at the beauty beside me, who continued to sit there, her eyes surveying me intently, yet she had not turned on her machine. This left me in a state of excitement, pondering whether this might be a stroke of good fortune. But it seemed rather improbable, didn't it? I may appear rather ordinary, lacking the allure typically associated with dashing and affluent individuals who could easily captivate a stunning beauty. Yet, why is this enchanting girl staring intently at me? The more I ponder, the more I sense something amiss, compelling me to turn my head and glance at her once more. Upon noticing my gaze, the lovely girl tilted her head slightly, our eyes meeting, yet she remained silent. I found myself entranced, almost convinced that she was subtly smiling at me. Just then, she broke the silence. "Hey, you're sitting in my spot." "Huh?" For reasons unbeknownst to me, her voice was surprisingly melodious, resonating with an unusual comfort. Observing my perplexed expression, she raised her hand and pointed at me, saying, "That spot is one I often occupy." Only then did I snap back to reality, glancing down before looking back at her as I stammered. "You mean the spot is where you usually sit?" This was my first conversation with such an enchanting girl, causing my voice to tremble slightly. Indeed, upon hearing my words, she nodded with a smile, affirming, yes, that's right." After a brief pause, she continued, "So, could you possibly let me have it?" Before I could respond, seemingly worried that I might refuse, she gestured to her current seat and added, "You could sit here instead. If you don't occupy that spot, it will feel quite uncomfortable for me. So you wouldn't deny me, would you?" Caught off guard by her insistence, I found myself momentarily speechless, unable to muster a reply. Honestly, as someone who doesn't sweat the small stuff, I was indifferent to where I sat. I merely sought a discreet place to converse with Yao Yao without drawing attention. Now, with this charming girl insisting on a seat swap, I realized that even if I declined, having her sit beside me would hinder my intentions. Ultimately, I decided it was best to acquiesce. Reluctantly, I cast a lingering glance at the chat box with Yao Yao, quickly typed a message saying I'd get back to her later, then logged off QQ. Turning to the lovely girl beside me, I conceded, "Oh well, if you insist, let us switch." Upon my agreement, a look of delight spread across her face as she stood up and powered on the computer in front of her. With a smile, she remarked, "Thank you. It's clear you're a good person." I hadn't anticipated receiving such a compliment on our first meeting, and I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that beautiful girls seemed to relish handing out praise. Curiosity piqued, I wondered what could compel a girl to visit an internet CAF at such a late hour. I took a moment to observe her more closely. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with ordinary jeans and light blue canvas shoes. She seemed to resemble me in appearance. Could she possibly be a fellow student? Our school is known for harboring hidden talents, and it wouldn't be surprising to encounter a few beauties. If she were indeed a classmate, she was likely a day student, as most boarders would be occupied with evening study sessions at this hour. Lost in thought, I stood up and exchanged seats with her. She settled into her new position, beaming with joy, before turning back to me with a polite smile. Her smile was incredibly sweet, causing my face to flush and my heart to race. Although I occupied the seat next to her, I found myself at a loss for what to do next. Engaging in a passionate video chat was out of the question. I couldn't contradict her kind assessment of me so quickly. Thus, in a moment of boredom, I absent-mindedly clicked around the desktop and habitually opened my favorite game. Having navigated the gaming world for years, I was fairly competent, and my equipment was decent enough to often attract the attention of younger players in the CAF. That feeling was exhilarating, almost regal. Unfortunately, the absence of younger players tonight meant I couldn't showcase my prowess in front of the lovely girl. Just as I entered the game, I sensed her gaze upon me once more. I paused my actions and turned to look at her. She was staring at my screen, momentarily dazed before her eyes shifted back to me, asking, "What are you doing?" Internally, I sighed in exasperation. Surely, anyone could see I was playing a game. Nevertheless, I maintained a facade of calmness, replying, I'm playing a game dungeon." She likely had no idea what dungeon entailed. My heart raced inexplicably, sensing an oddity about her. In my years of experience, few girls had ever initiated conversation with me. Was this a stroke of divine favor? Having such a charming girl approach me tonight? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded as if she grasped at least part of my explanation, then continued, "So, you always come to the internet CAF to play games?" I nodded, thinking to myself that, had she not interrupted earlier, I might have spent the evening immersed in my game. After my acknowledgement, she fell silent, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before turning her attention to a movie. Sitting beside her, I found myself enveloped in a faint, intoxicating scent that left me slightly dazed. Stealing glances at her, I noted her unwavering focus on the film, her expression earnest and absorbed. What truly captivated me were her eyes, beautiful and mesmerizing phoenix eyes. I couldn't quite fathom why, but I found immense joy in this moment. Enveloped by the presence of a lovely girl while indulging in my game, it felt as though my mundane days had suddenly transformed into something extraordinary. After a considerable amount of time had passed, I glanced at the clock, realizing it was getting late and I needed to head home. Honestly, I was reluctant to leave, yet I knew I couldn't linger any longer. After a mental tug-of-war, I finally stood up, summoning every ounce of courage to tell the girl beside me, I'm leaving now." To my surprise, she was wearing headphones and hadn't heard my timid declaration. Feeling a tad embarrassed, I shook my head helplessly and began to turn away. Just as I did, I heard her voice ring out behind me, "Huh?" I turned around to see her removing her headphones, a curious look on her face as she asked, "Are you leaving?" A wave of delight washed over me as I nodded. "Yes, it's quite late, aren't you leaving?" She shook her head and replied, "I'm staying until I finish watching." With that, she waved her hand at me, smiling, "Be careful on your way home, good person." My heart swelled with sweetness as I nodded and turned back. However, just as I did, her voice called out once more, "By the way, what is your name?" I turned back to see her gazing at me. Her lips pursed slightly as she said, "I'm Wang Jiazi. And you?" I was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to inquire about my name. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained my composure and stammered, "I'm Lu Ming." Upon hearing my name, Wang Jiazi covered her mouth with a smile. But soon, a shy expression crossed her face as she waved her hand apologetically. I shrugged and calmly remarked, "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to the reactions people have upon hearing my name." At that moment, Wang Jiazi smiled softly and, regaining her composure, replied, "No, actually, it's quite a lovely name." After a brief pause, her expression suddenly darkened, and she murmured, "Besides, if you know my name, it will make it easier to meet again, right?" In that instant, as I gazed at her, an inexplicable heaviness settled in my heart. Yet, she soon lifted her head, flashed a smile at me, and waved gently, signaling goodbye. I sighed, nodded in response, and turned to leave the internet CAF. As I stepped outside, a gust of cold wind greeted me. I mounted my bicycle, pondering her earlier words. Would we meet again? If we were to cross paths once more? It would surely be a delightful occurrence. With this thought, I self-deprecatingly shook my head and pedaled homeward. Upon my return, I logged on to QQ and discovered a message from Xiao Yu Yao, the last of which read, "Did you finish it and decide not to buy it?" Although my reflexes were a bit sluggish, her ability to deduce my initial intentions indicated she wasn't as naive as one might think. Naturally, I couldn't admit it, so I hastily replied, "Are you there? I had a bit of a situation at home, but I'm free now." After sending the message, I waited for a considerable time without a reply, leading me to believe she was offline. I turned off the computer and lay down to sleep. That night, I slept soundly, resulting in my hurried entrance into class the following morning, just as the bell rang. Upon entering, I felt the weight of my classmates' curious gazes. Over the past couple of days, I had unwittingly become somewhat of a celebrity in class. Thankfully, our first lesson was mathematics, taught by an elderly teacher who always appeared on the verge of sacrificing himself for education, making one feel he might collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, he kindly nodded for me to return to my seat. As I approached my desk, I noticed Lin Chowman frowning, seemingly displeased. This irked me slightly. I hadn't shown any signs of discontent, yet she wore a frown. To alleviate my annoyance, I subtly nudged her back with the small prince as I settled into my seat, seeking a momentary sense of satisfaction. Fortunately, the second class was taught by our homeroom teacher. As I looked at her at the lectern, memories of last night's playful teasing about video chatting flooded my mind, filling me with both excitement and amusement. If she were to discover that a student had impersonated a buyer seeking to purchase her worn stockings, it would likely transcend mere admonishment. Thankfully, my ruse was flawlessly executed, and I was confident she would remain oblivious. With this thought in mind, I resolved to continue my playful deception that evening. However, to my surprise, as I pushed my bicycle out of the back garage after school, a group of individuals intercepted me. Chapter 8. Forgetting to remove the video, these individuals were strangers to me, yet they bore expressions akin to that of sworn enemies, blocking my path like robbers intent on theft. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, staring at them in silence. One stepped forward, pointed at me, and inquired, "Are you looming?" Unsure how to respond, I sensed an ominous undertone. When I remained silent, the individual adopted a menacing demeanor and demanded, "I know it's you. Did you write a love letter to Lin Chowman?" Upon hearing this, I mentally cursed, realizing that my identity was already known, and swiftly deduced that my secret had reached even those outside my class. It appeared I had underestimated the loose lips of the class monitor. I wondered if she had posted notices at the school gate. While I had never met these individuals, their demeanor suggested they were part of Lin Chowman's entourage. They likely felt resentment since they dared not confess their own affections for her, but were vexed by my boldness in writing her a love letter. Although I longed to reveal that it was Yang Wei who had penned the letter, I recognized that doing so might merely shift the confrontation to him the following day. Furthermore, I was acutely aware of my lack of fighting prowess. I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against them. However, I was confident in my ability to escape. So I feigned silence and prepared to abandon my beloved bicycle, prioritizing my own safety. Unexpectedly, one of the assailants seemed to sense my intentions and stepped closer, gripping my arm and insisting, "Speak up. Are you mute?" He continued, "You won't get away." I glanced down at his hand, clutching my wrist, thinking to myself, "What on earth are you doing?" I didn't want onlookers to misconstrue the situation as anything other than a confrontation. I managed to break free and asked, "What is this about? Why do you care?" Upon hearing my response, a lackey interjected angrily, "Look at yourself. Do you really think you can pursue the girl that Hauke likes?" He raised his hand, appearing ready to strike. My instincts were on high alert, prepared for a hasty retreat. Having been an upstanding individual for so long, I never expected to encounter such absurdity today. Moreover, anyone familiar with the underworld knows that Hauke is no one to be trifled with. Just as the tension peaked, a voice called out from behind, "Looming?" This voice caused the group to pause momentarily. Instinctively, I turned around, only to be taken aback. There stood our homeroom teacher, Chun Yuang, approaching from a short distance away. The group, realizing her presence, instinctively stepped back. Although she had only been at our school for a brief time, Chun Yuang had already gained a reputation, and it was clear they recognized her authority. Instantly, their demeanor shifted from thuggish to benign, adopting expressions reminiscent of benevolent monks. As she reached us, Chun Yuang glanced at me, then scrutinized the group before asking, "Lu Ming, why are you still here after school?" Though I wanted to point out that I was being accosted, I considered my response carefully and replied, "Teacher Chun, I'm just about to head home. I ran into some friends and was chatting." I purposely addressed her as teacher to ensure they understood her authority. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged complex glances and fell silent. They certainly weren't bold enough to act against someone in front of a teacher, especially one as attractive as she was. Relieved, I thought I had narrowly escaped. I couldn't ascertain whether Xiao Yu Yao had noticed something amiss and intervened, or if it was merely coincidence that she had called out to me. She urged me to head home quickly before turning away. Seizing the opportunity, I pushed my bicycle alongside her, using her presence as a shield against the lingering group. Once we had distanced ourselves, the group appeared frustrated, their expressions filled with resentment as they watched me leave. I silently cursed them as I rode out of the school gate. After exiting, I pedaled furiously, heading straight home. There is no place safer than home. Once I returned, everything would seem less daunting. Our school was notorious for its chaos, with fights and altercations occurring almost daily. Yet, I consider myself fortunate, having avoided such incidents thus far. I knew that if a confrontation arose, I would undoubtedly be on the receiving end of the blows. I never anticipated that delivering a love letter to Yang Wei would not only make me the subject of ridicule among my classmates, but also attract attention from students in other classes who sought to challenge me to a fight. It seems that in this day and age, one must be cautious with the use of carrier pigeons, for the repercussions can be endless. At this moment, a thought struck me, prompting me to hastily log onto QQ. Having recently been saved by the little homeroom teacher, I figured it would be fitting to repay her kindness by offering a few billion lives through video. To my surprise, as soon as I logged in, her avatar began to flash in the lower right corner. I quickly clicked on it, discovering a message from Yu Yao asking if I was available. Recalling that I didn't have her class in the afternoon, I realized that she was enjoying a leisurely day as a homeroom teacher, returning home whenever she had no classes. Given that the community I helped her move to was nearby, she could easily return in a matter of minutes if needed. I promptly replied, affirming my presence, while simultaneously unzipping my pants, preparing for whatever might unfold. No sooner had I sent my message than another one arrived. "What happened yesterday? Are you still considering those stockings?" Naturally, I could not explain the events of the previous day, so I vaguely implied that I was in a rush and hadn't had a chance to examine them properly, assuring her I would definitely purchase them today. Unexpectedly, after a night's reflection, it seemed that the astute Yao was somewhat reluctant, stating, "That one do. If you keep looking without buying, I'll be at a loss." I anticipated her seeing through my ruse. Flustered, I typed back, "That is not how I am. Once I find the right pair, I'll buy them immediately." I spoke with utmost sincerity, almost convincing myself. It appeared that my resolute demeanor made her hesitate. As she replied, "Really?" Without a moment's pause, I typed back, "Really?" Regardless of the outcome, I resolved to take a look first, if necessary. I could splurge on a pair using a false address. After all, one must invest in the future, or else one risks losing everything. Fortunately, my two-word affirmation seemed to sway her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "All right then, but you must make a decision after looking, and we can only video chat for a short while. I have other matters to attend to." I understood that her other matters likely involved mingling with her students, as most homeroom teachers made an appearance during evening study sessions to prevent any rebellious behavior. Given that the third evening study session wouldn't end until at least 9:30, I had ample time to indulge my eyes. I eagerly agreed, contemplating whether I should truly purchase a pair. If I did, she would likely be less inclined to refuse such requests in the future. However, as a man of stature, the notion of buying stockings felt somewhat undignified, particularly if they were sheer. If word got out, my pride would surely be shattered. Just as these thoughts occupied my mind, the video window suddenly popped up. Without a second thought, I clicked to accept. Almost instantly, the screen displayed a scene akin to the previous day's enticing spectacle. Those beautiful legs, though devoid of stockings. I stared at the video, momentarily frozen, before a chill ran down my spine. I had forgotten to adjust the camera angle. Chapter 9. The Initial Conversation. Terrified, I swiftly repositioned the camera, my fingers moving with remarkable speed. Once the camera was adjusted, my heart raced as I scrutinized the video for any signs of her reaction. Thankfully, it seemed Yao was preoccupied with her stockings, oblivious to my blunder. Taking a deep breath, I feigned calmness and typed, "Are you ready?" After a brief wait, her response came through, "I'm ready. Which pair do you want to see?" Realizing the implication of her question, I understood why she was showing off her bare thighs. She wanted me to choose. Having seen her black stockings yesterday, I decided to opt for a pair of black fishnets today. To be honest, I was not particularly fond of fishnets, but Yao's legs did not disappoint. They looked exquisite when adorned with the netting. At that moment, I completely forgot my earlier trepidation, directing her to pose in various ways as I intermittently typed commands. To my surprise, she complied effortlessly. It struck me as peculiar. The Yao on the screen was entirely different from the one I encountered in the classroom, just as she showcased several pairs of stockings. I was on the brink of losing control when suddenly she froze, her movements stiffening. Furrowing my brow, I quickly turned around, intending to direct my gaze toward her alluring form. However, in the next instant, the video abruptly cut off, followed by a flurry of messages. "Who are you?" This unexpected inquiry left me speechless. Trembling, I typed a question mark in response. As I pressed enter, a sense of unease washed over me, as if misfortune was imminent. Soon enough, another message appeared. "Who are you? How did you access my space?" Her words sent a jolt of fear through me. I recalled the day I added her on QQ. I had successfully cracked her space as password and indulged in her photo albums. The security question had been her name. My heart raced at the thought that she might have discovered my intrusion. This realization implied that I knew her and was aware of her true identity. The chill running down my back caused my confidence to falter, and I hastily concealed my excitement. Meanwhile, Yao's agitation grew as she bombarded me with questions about my identity and how I had added her on QQ. I felt a wave of panic as I read her incessant messages. Yet, determined to maintain my facade, I replied, "What space? What are you talking about?" When it came to feigning ignorance, I fancied myself an Oscar-worthy actor. I was resolute in my denial, believing she had no means to counter my claims. To my surprise, she shot back, "Stop pretending. Just tell me who you are." I hadn't expected Yao to see through my ruse so quickly. My heart sank, and I nervously added her to my blacklist. Watching her avatar vanish from my QQ list offered a moment of relief, though I soon regretted my impulsiveness. Such an action made it clear that I had something to hide. However, I reassured myself that she likely wouldn't remember my QQ number. Just as I finished that thought, a notification appeared in the lower right corner of my screen. My heart raced as I clicked to reveal that it was none other than Yao herself, who had evidently taken note of my QQ number. I felt a wave of despair, realizing my underestimation of her intelligence. Her seemingly innocent demeanor concealed a sharp mind. Gritting my teeth, I refrained from adding her back and instead shut down QQ, closing my computer in haste. Afterward, I found myself in a state of turmoil. I was not one to shy away from confrontation. After all, I had been caught pilfering my cousin's stockings without so much as blushing. Yet now I was inexplicably anxious. But then again, she was my homeroom teacher. To tease a teacher and engage in such behavior, surely she wouldn't let me off lightly if she found out. As I pondered more, an unsettling feeling began to grow within me, and I could only silently pray that Xiaoyu Yao was not akin to Conan, lest she uncover any discrepancies through my QQ account. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I succumbed to a night of troubled slumber, during which I found myself summoned to the podium by Xiaoyu Yao, who publicly exposed my misdeeds. My classmates transformed into champions of justice, clamoring for my execution at Noongate. Surprisingly, it was Lin Xiaoman who interceded on my behalf, only to suggest that my punishment need not be severe. Castration would suffice. The nightmarish dream concluded abruptly with the severance of my little prince, and to my dismay, the blade wielded in the dream belonged to Lin Xiaoman. What was even more bewildering was the inexplicable thrill I felt at that moment, as I was restrained and my trousers forcibly removed, while Lin Xiaoman held my little prince in her grasp. Upon waking, drenched in a cold sweat, my instinct was to check on my little prince, and upon confirming its presence, I sighed in relief, wiping the perspiration from my brow before rising from bed. This episode left me distracted on my way to school, nearly causing me to become a tragic casualty beneath a truck. Upon arriving at class, I believed I had come early, only to find Lin Xiaoman already seated at her desk. She seemed to notice my arrival, glancing my way briefly before returning her attention to her book. The memory of her wielding a knife in my dream left me feeling quite peculiar. However, as I approached her, she instinctively shifted her position forward, and I obliged her silent invitation by taking a seat beside her. Once settled, I couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Xiaoman, who was deeply engrossed in her English book, her demeanor earnest and studious. As a mediocre student, I admired her robotic dedication to learning. Even reading a novel at such an early hour would struggle to capture my attention. Just then, Lin Xiaoman seemed to sense my gaze. She turned her head to look at me and, with a delicate lick of her lips, appeared as if she wished to speak. This unexpected moment filled me with apprehension. Having sat beside her for some time without uttering a word, it felt as if she had something important to convey. Yet after a prolonged stare, she lowered her head again, saying nothing. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. My anticipation had been in vain. I turned my head back, only to be interrupted by a timid voice beside me. That letter. You didn't write it, did you? I was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I had not expected her to initiate a conversation, let alone pose such a question. After a few moments of stunned silence, I stammered, What do you mean? For reasons unknown, I felt nervous, my gaze avoiding hers. She shifted slightly, lowering her voice as she replied, I saw your handwriting. The letter didn't look like yours. Lin Xiaoman's words were soft, as if they caressed the heart. I bit my lip, unsure how to respond. If she had indeed seen the allure of my cursive script, it was no surprise she could tell that the neatly penned love letter by Yang Wei was not mine. Chapter 10. A chance encounter again, however. Should she inquire about the true author of the letter, would I confess to being merely a messenger for Yang Wei? After a moment of contemplation, I feigned calmness and nodded, indicating she was correct. In all my years, I had never penned a love letter, and her continued misunderstanding brought me little benefit. Upon my acknowledgement, Lin Xiaoman fell silent once more. After a brief pause, she gazed at me again and said, The letter wasn't submitted to the homeroom teacher by me. I accidentally dropped it from my book, and someone picked it up and delivered it. She paused and added softly, I'm really sorry for the misunderstanding it caused you. Her apology was so soft, it almost melted my heart. Taken aback, my eyes widened in surprise as I recalled the whispers of my classmates when I entered the classroom that morning, along with Lin Xiaoman's meaningful gaze at that moment. It dawned on me that she had likely realized I was the scapegoat, which explained her earlier demeanor. Perhaps she had been acting strangely these past few days in an attempt to apologize for the situation. It was the first time a girl had ever apologized to me, especially for something of this nature. In truth, I, as a man, was not particularly troubled by it. The homeroom teacher had not punished me, and the gossip of classmates was nothing new. However, now that Lin Xiaoman had taken the initiative to address me, I felt compelled to respond with grace. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, I shrugged and replied casually, Oh, there's no need to apologize. It's not a big deal. To my surprise, Lin Xiaoman seemed genuinely taken aback. She blinked and asked, Really? You're not angry? I nodded and said, No, it's nothing serious, as long as you understand what happened. Despite my reassurances, Lin Xiaoman still appeared skeptical, and she quietly inquired, So, the homeroom teacher didn't do anything to you? She must have known about my summons to the teacher's office, prompting her to ask. I wanted to tell her that the real issue was not with the homeroom teacher, but with me. Yet just then, I noticed Yang Wei and his group of companions entering the classroom. Fearing what might unfold if Yang Wei saw me conversing with Lin Xiaoman, I quickly shook my head and feigned interest in my book, lapsing into silence. Sensing my sudden change in demeanor, Lin Xiaoman glanced around, noticing the increasing number of students in the room, and returned to her book without further comment. Observing her actions, I felt a flicker of joy. Conversing with a beautiful girl was always a delightful experience, allowing me to momentarily forget the bizarre dream from the previous night. However, my moment of contentment was short-lived. The ringing of the first class bell heralded the entrance of Xiaoyu Yao, who seemed hurried and flustered. Upon seeing the homeroom teacher, the memories of last night flooded back, and I instinctively lowered my head, unable to meet her gaze. Strangely, Xiaoyu Yao appeared somewhat disheveled, her usual vigor lacking as she delivered her lesson with a distracted air. Thankfully, most students were not truly listening to her lecture, but rather observing her, thus no one voiced any concern. Nevertheless, her demeanor unsettled me, filling me with a sense of guilt. I regretted having led her into such an uncomfortable situation. After all, selling her used stockings was already a sensitive matter, and now a familiar face knew of her predicament. It was only natural for me to feel apprehensive. The entire day was steeped in an intricate web of emotions, and Lin Xiaoman did not utter a single word to me. Meanwhile, the incident involving Xiaoyu Yao remained undisclosed. As the school bell rang in the afternoon, I hastily made my exit, eager to avoid any untoward encounters akin to yesterday's ordeal with a group of delinquents. Once outside the school gates, a sense of emptiness enveloped me. My parents often ventured out, returning only once a month, leaving me to grapple with solitude at home. After contemplating for a while, I succumbed to the allure of the internet CAF. Upon entering the CAF, I instinctively glanced towards the corner where I had previously encountered her, only to find it unoccupied. This slight disappointment prompted me to settle into my usual spot. Fortunately, the CAF was bustling with younger patrons, and shortly after logging onto my little red wings, a throng of elementary school students gathered around me, basking in the glow of my newfound attention. However, amidst this revelry, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, compelling me to turn around. To my surprise, Wang Jiechi stood behind me, her face adorned with a radiant smile. As I turned to acknowledge her, she greeted me cheerfully, remarking, "Hi, it seems we truly meet again." She was dressed as she had been before, albeit with her hair styled in a ponytail, enhancing her striking appearance. Momentarily entranced, I stared at her, finally snapping out of my reverie to nod awkwardly and stammer, you're here to surf the net again?" Wang Jiechi chuckled and shook her head playfully, retorting, "Of course. Who comes to an internet CAF to study?" With a glance at the surrounding students, she added with a smile, "I never would have guessed you'd be so popular with the kids." Her words flushed my cheeks with embarrassment. I wished to shoo away the little ones surrounding me, yet feared their ire might lead to a future lack of admiration. Thus, I forced a smile and remained silent. Noticing my reticence, Wang Jiechi tilted her head and pointed to a computer in the opposite corner, declaring, "I'm going to play over there, king of the kids." Before I could respond, she confidently strode towards the computer. Watching her retreating figure stirred a tumult of emotions within me. I had indeed harbored a desire to encounter her again at the CF, yet I never anticipated her approaching me first. My curiosity piqued further. What could a girl as charming as her be doing in an internet CF? Was she even a student at our school? Though my mind was rife with questions, I lacked the courage to pursue them. As I observed her settle in front of the computer, donning headphones, it became apparent that her purpose for visiting the CAF was likely to watch movies. At that moment, my desire to showcase my gaming prowess to the little ones dissipated, and as they lost interest in my antics, they dispersed. I feigned calmness while my gaze frequently darted toward her. From my vantage point, I could only see her profile, yet it was exquisite enough to captivate me. While I had often admired Lin Xiaoman's profile, I had to concede that Wang Jiechi's was far more enchanting. A thought crossed my mind. If one day they were to walk side by side through the campus, how many boys would be left utterly mesmerized? Regrettably, I remained oblivious to whether she was a student at our school or even where she lived. With that thought lingering, I exited the game and logged on to QQ. Typically, I preferred not to log in while gaming, but upon doing so, a flurry of verification messages greeted me, causing my heart to race as I recalled yesterday's events. I quickly opened them, discovering several friend requests, one of which was from Xiaoyu Yao's QQ account. Chapter 11. Lin Xiaoman's note. I had not anticipated her persistence. Hesitant to decline, I opted to ignore it and added the others instead. In truth, I had few acquaintances on QQ, seldom engaging in conversations, as my hands were usually occupied with gaming or my own pursuits. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, many individuals seemed eager to connect with me today. After confirming a few requests, one person promptly greeted me, "Hello." Upon instinctively checking their profile and discovering they were female, I replied with a simple hello. As a young man of sound mind, I had no desire to engage in conversation with anyone of dubious character. Shortly after my response, she inquired, "Can we chat?" With nothing better to occupy my time, I replied affirmatively. After sending my response, I casually clicked on her profile, only to be taken aback when I found her QQ space locked behind a password, the security question being my name. A wave of panic washed over me as I clumsily typed in Shenyuang. To my astonishment, I gained access. My mind raced. This was clearly her main account. A clever ruse to extract information under the pretense of casual conversation. Moments later, she sent another message asking, "So, where are you from?" My heart raced as I pondered my response. I soon devised a plan. If she believed I was unaware of her true intentions, I could manipulate the situation to my advantage. Thus, I replied, "I'm from Beijing." Given our proximity to the capital, I deemed this impersonation harmless enough. As anticipated, there was a pause before she replied, "Really?" It was evident she was skeptical, likely due to her unfamiliarity with anyone from Beijing. I chuckled to myself. replying, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? What about you? Where are you from?" After a moment, Xiaoyu Yao replied, "I'm from Jiangsu." "What's your name?" Surprised by her honesty, I felt a pang of guilt, but rationalized that I was merely protecting myself. After some contemplation, I responded, "I'm Zhangming. What about you?" I was unsure why that name came to mind, but I hoped Xiaoyu Yao Wunti connected to me. Yet, in the next moment, I nearly gasped in disbelief. Her response was a simple yet shocking revelation. "You're Lu Ming, right?" I was taken aback by her deduction. My mind raced with disbelief. Could it truly be that a mere letter difference had led her to my identity? This was a display of reasoning that far surpassed my expectations. As I pondered this, I took a deep breath to steady myself and nervously typed back, "Who is Lu Ming?" "I'm Zhang Ming." After sending that message, my heart raced with anticipation, dreading her forthcoming reply. However, to my surprise, as soon as I sent that message, Xiaoyu Yao's profile picture instantly dimmed. While I was unaware of what had transpired, I noticed that her profile remained dark for quite some time, and she did not respond to me again. I was left pondering whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Could it be that Xiaoyu Yao had already traced my family's store address and was on her way to my home to skin me alive? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through me, and I mustered the courage to ask her a few more times if she was around. When she still did not reply, I reluctantly logged off. At that moment, I felt utterly despondent, devoid of any desire. I could only blame myself for being too clever. Had I recognized that it was Xiaoyu Yao's main QQ account and blocked her immediately, I would not have exposed myself. It seems the saying, "If you don't court disaster, you won't encounter," it is indeed a profound truth. Just as I was engrossed in these thoughts, Wang Jiazi, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly stood up. My gaze was inevitably drawn to her, and upon standing, she removed her headphones and noticed me looking at her. Our eyes met, and she tilted her head slightly, revealing a subtle smile. After a moment, she moved her lips and asked, "Would you like some water?" I was taken aback by her unexpected question, momentarily startled, but quickly regained my composure and shook my head, replying, I don't drink." Here my response. She shook her head and proceeded towards the net cafe counter. However, not long after, she approached me, extending a bottle of nutrient drink towards me while saying, "Here, for you." I stared at the bottle in her hand, wide-eyed, momentarily bewildered. When I hesitated to take it, Wang Jiazi innocently blinked and asked, "What is wrong? Didn't you say you weren't drinking water? Not even nutrient drink?" Caught off guard by her peculiar logic, I frowned, but eventually took the bottle from her trembling hand, softly muttering, thank you. As a D-grade student, I seldom indulged in such beverages. There was also another reason for my reluctance. The drink's pale color and viscous texture often reminded me of certain bodily fluids, leaving me with an uneasy feeling. Nevertheless, this was the first time a beautiful girl had offered me a drink, which excited me somewhat. I couldn't help but sneak a glance at Wang Jiazi's alluring red lips. The thought of that enticing mouth soon touching some of the white liquid increased my excitement even further. After I accepted the drink, Wang Jiazi smiled again. People often say that beautiful women smile without showing their teeth, but her smile revealed two lovely little canine teeth. For a moment, I was mesmerized by her smile. At that instant, she glanced at my screen and curiously asked, "Aren't you playing any games? You seem to be just staring blankly at the computer." Her question snapped me back to reality, and I shook my head in response, explaining, no. Sometimes when I come to the internet cafe, I just don't know what to do. Just then, a thought struck me, and I turned to her, inquiring, "What about you? Why do you come to the internet cafe alone?" As a solitary man battling feelings of emptiness and loneliness, visiting the internet cafe made sense to me. But why would a lovely girl like her come alone? Was she not afraid of encountering any ill-intentioned individuals on her way home at night? As I pondered this, I noticed Wang Jiazi shaking her head, leaning closer to me with a serious expression, and said, "Well, that's my secret." Her face was so close to mine that I could smell a faint fragrance. After saying this, she quickly straightened up and waved her hand, signaling that she was returning to her seat. I was momentarily overwhelmed by her lingering scent, to the point where I forgot to say anything. By the time I gathered my thoughts, she was already back in her corner, donning her headphones again. I glanced at her profile and then at the nutrient drink in my hand. After much contemplation, I ultimately set it aside without opening it. After spending some more time in the internet cafe, I eventually decided to head home. As I left, Wang Jiazi was still engrossed in whatever she was watching. I mustered my courage and waved goodbye, and upon noticing me, she removed her headphones, smiled, and softly said, "Be careful on your way home." Her voice was melodious, warming my heart. Once home, I placed a bottle of nutrient drink beside my computer desk. I wasn't quite sure why, but it felt somewhat significant to me. Rest assured, I did not bring it back with the intention of using it for inappropriate purposes. My cravings had not yet reached that level of depravity. After a long night of restless sleep, I awoke in the morning with an unexpected impulse to skip school. I was still uncertain about the situation with our class monitor and wondered if she had prepared a whip, ready to publicly humiliate me. However, reason prevailed, reminding me that not attending would only further indicate a problem. Upon arriving at school, I found the classroom sparsely populated. As I entered, I immediately spotted Lin Xiaoman in her seat. I was accustomed to her early bird routine, so I walked over. To my surprise, as I approached, she instinctively shifted forward and turned to me, quietly saying, "Good morning." Her sudden greeting startled me. I had grown accustomed to her silence lately, so I was taken aback by her unexpected friendliness and momentarily lost my composure. I noticed my dumbfounded expression caught her attention, and she quickly turned away, her cheeks faintly flushed. Realizing this, I snapped back to reality, quickly responding, "Good morning," before shuffling past her in my own seat. Although we had conversed the day before, talking to her still felt a bit peculiar. It seemed likely that she had spoken to me only because fewer students were present that morning. As anticipated, once more classmates arrived, she fell silent again. The third period was our class monitors, and I felt a mix of anxiety and unease. However, unexpectedly, during the second period, I felt Lin Xiaoman gently poke my arm. I turned to her and saw her slightly shifting in her seat, discreetly handing me a note from beneath the desk. This left both me and my companion stunned. I glanced at her. Though her gaze remained fixed on the blackboard, I could sense something unusual in her expression. After a brief pause, I reached out to take the note from her hand. Upon opening it, I found a brief message. "Can you do me a favor?" Seeing those words left me utterly perplexed. Lin Xiaoman was not only strikingly beautiful, but also consistently at the top of our class. What could she possibly need my help with? I considered that my only redeeming quality was my sturdy arms. Did she want me to act as a laborer and help her move something? After a moment of hesitation, I focused and wrote back, "What favor?" Before passing the note back to her, Lin Xiaoman took a glance at my response, quickly penned a few more words, and returned the note to me. As I read it, my heart sank. The note read, "After school, can you take me out of the school?" Staring at those words, I found myself at a loss for how to respond. To say that she is a boarding student, according to the school's regulations, she is not allowed to leave the campus after school hours. However, the elderly gatekeeper, nearly at the end of his life, is half a foot in the grave, and his eyesight is almost gone. As a result, many boarding students take advantage of this and sneak out of the school with the day students for a bit of revelry. When Lin Xiaoman suddenly made this request, was she implying that I should escort her out after school? I hadn't anticipated that she sought my company not for labor, but as a chauffeur, which left me in a quandary. For others, this would be a trivial matter. Yet, with her, the situation became considerably more complicated. After all, she is the belle of the class, ranking among the top in our year. To escort her out of the school would undoubtedly draw attention. Moreover, if someone like Yang Wei were to see me accompanying Lin Xiaoman out, he would surely retaliate against me. At that moment, I couldn't help but worry for my own safety. However, I glanced at Lin Xiaoman, who, though not looking at me, seemed to imply that she had no one else to turn to. Although I lacked friends in class, Lin Xiaoman's situation was far worse. The girls in our class treated her like a rival. It was no wonder that someone had handed that love letter to the class teacher. With this in mind, I hesitated before returning a note asking, "Is it all right to leave the campus? Where do you want to go?" I was genuinely curious about her intentions, as I knew she wouldn't venture outside for mere amusement. Soon, Lin Xiaoman replied, confirming my suspicion. She wished to visit a bookstore outside to purchase some study materials. If I were a teacher, I would have been moved to tears upon reading her words. How devoted she is to her studies. Compared to her, I, a mediocre student, felt like a remnant of society. After some contemplation, I responded, saying, "It's possible, but I can only take you out a little later after school. I aim to avoid the throngs of students, especially familiar faces." Lin Xiaoman likely interpreted my words as agreement, for she quickly replied, "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Seeing her show no objections, I refrained from further correspondence, for it would not do for Lu Jia to flaunt his handwriting carelessly. I couldn't quite determine whether my compliance with her request was a good or bad decision. Nonetheless, Simply escorting her out of the school seemed harmless enough. Even if someone were to see us, it shouldn't be a significant concern. After all, how could I possibly be that unfortunate? After a moment of self-reassurance, I felt considerably better. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher gestured for everyone to take a break. When the third class began, the class teacher rushed in with a flurry. Upon seeing Xiao Yuyo, I was immediately reminded of the events from last night, causing me to shrink back, lowering my head to avoid her gaze. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I felt as though she directed her eyes toward me from the podium, making my scalp tingle. I was anxious, fearing her voice might call my name. However, after a moment of bowing my head, I suddenly realized something and mustered the courage to raise it. The more I displayed nervousness, the more it would indicate my guilt. Yesterday, Xiao Yuyo likely just made a comment based on a similar character in my name. If I acted timidly today, she might truly discern something amiss. With that thought, I swallowed hard and adopted a blank expression, staring vacantly at her. Fortunately, it seemed that the class teacher did not deliberately focus on me, allowing my heart to settle. The class proceeded without incident, although I sensed a slight awkwardness in her demeanor. As soon as the bell rang, she hurriedly exited the classroom without offering the usual farewell to everyone. With her departure, I let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if I had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. It appeared that I had worried unnecessarily. Xiao Yio likely wasn't astute enough to suspect me. Later, during lunch, I bought a few bread rolls and sat in the classroom, listening to the campus broadcast. If there are many delightful moments in life, then, for me, this was the most cherished time of my day. My little broadcasting goddess read prose with her elegant voice, while I savored my favorite bread in solitude. If I were to describe how to surpass such blissful moments, I could only imagine enjoying her voice while relishing my bread and indulging in a little daydream. Of course, as a paragon of virtue, I had never engaged in such behavior within a classroom. The rest of the afternoon passed uneventfully, but as the final class approached, I felt a sudden wave of anxiety. For some reason, I had a foreboding sense that something would go awry when I took Lin Xiaoman out. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman appeared completely unbothered, as if she had no concerns at all. Truth be told, her expression was often neutral, save for the occasional frown when faced with a difficult problem. I surmised that only I noticed this detail, for not everyone could appreciate the privilege of sharing a desk with her. When the bell finally rang, the students transformed into sprinters, rushing out of the classroom. Only Lin Xiaoman and I remained seated, leisurely taking our time while others hurried past. In mere minutes, the classroom was empty, leaving just the two of us. I couldn't quite explain why, but the solitude created a peculiar atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman turned to me and softly inquired, "Can we go now?" Her voice was gentle and cautious. I hesitated, considering my response before saying, "Let us wait a little longer. There are still many people leaving the campus." After hearing my words, Lin Xiaoman nodded, yet she seemed unconvinced, asking, "If there are fewer people later, will we still be able to get out?" I understood her concern about being stopped by the gatekeeper, so I waved my hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll definitely get out. The old man at the gate can hardly tell if you're a boy or a girl, let alone distinguish between day and boarding students. Besides, once we reach the gate, I'll ride quickly. Even if he recognizes us, he won't be able to catch up. We'll be fine once we're outside." Although my leg muscles were no match for my robust arms, I was confident in my cycling speed. Furthermore, I estimated that Lin Xiaoman weighed around 80 pounds, which was practically negligible. Seeing my confident demeanor, Lin Xiaoman seemed to smile slightly, then softly affirmed with an falling silent thereafter. To be honest, I had never witnessed her smile. That fleeting expression felt almost ethereal, leaving me uncertain if it was real or merely a figment of my imagination. As the sun began to set outside, its warm light filtered through the glass, casting a tranquil glow that rendered the classroom still. After a little while, I stood up and said to her, "Let us go." Lin Xiaoman rose with me, nodding as we made our way out of the classroom. Just as I suspected, most students were preoccupied in the cafeteria, and we encountered no familiar faces along the way. I instructed Lin Xiaoman to wait near the school gate while I retrieved my bicycle from the parking area. It was my first time taking a girl on my bike, and I felt it was a fortunate turn of events. As I approached the main entrance, I spotted Lin Xiaoman standing quietly beneath a tree. I rode up beside her, glanced towards the entrance, and then turned to her, saying, "Get on. Let us hurry and get you out of here." Lin Xiaoman nodded, took a look at my bike, then circled to my back and gently sat down. As she mounted, Her hand brushed against my clothing. Though the gesture was light, it did not escape my notice. A sudden wave of inexplicable excitement surged within me, but I took a deep breath and said, "Hold on tight," as I pedaled towards the exit. The departure went smoothly. Just as I had anticipated, the gatekeeper sat motionless in his chair as if lifeless. With Lin Xiaoman behind me, I accelerated and sped out of the school gate. However, to my utter astonishment, not 20 meters beyond the gate, I spotted Yang Wei standing by the roadside with a large group of people engaged in conversation. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with Xiao Yueying. Seeing Yang Wei so suddenly nearly startled me. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no." Before I had the chance to contemplate further, I swiftly turned around and rode back into the school with Lin Xiaoman. My abrupt action startled her. She softly gasped and tightened her grip on my clothing. Upon returning to campus, I quickly veered to the side and, after steadying the bike, took several deep breaths to calm myself. Thank goodness for my quick thinking. Otherwise, if Yang Wei had seen me with his goddess, the situation would have become far more complicated. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman dismounted from the bike, tugging at her clothing while looking at me with a puzzled expression, asking, "What's wrong? Why do we come back to school?" Taken aback by her question, I quickly recalled something and explained I just saw the homeroom teacher outside, and I was afraid she would spot you, so I turned back. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman's eyes widened slightly, and she nodded in apparent belief, saying, "Really? That was close. When I saw you turn back, I thought something was wrong." I had long sensed that Lin Xiaoman was easily deceived, so I replied, "Well then, shall we wait a little longer? The afternoon is lengthy, and we can come back before evening study, right?" Lin Xiaoman nodded without further comment. We waited there for a while, and later, as I ventured out to take a look, I noticed that Yang Wei and his group seemed to have dispersed. I then returned to escort her out of the school once more. After riding a few dozen meters outside the gate, I stopped and turned to her, saying, "All right, it's safe now. There are hardly any students on the road." Upon hearing my words, Lin Xiaoman dismounted and looked around before quietly saying to me, "Thank you." The three words made my face flush with embarrassment. I shook my head and quickly replied, "It's nothing, don't mention it." I fancied myself a model citizen, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Hearing my response, Lin Xiaoman scrutinized me and then said, "Well then, you should head home. You've already spent so much time." I acknowledged with a hum, preparing to ride away, but then suddenly remembered something and turned to her, asking, how are you getting to the bookstore?" Lin Xiaoman seemed unprepared for my question. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "I'll walk there. It shouldn't be too far," knowing that she was likely trying to save on taxi fare. After all, girls tend to be frugal. Except when it comes to buying clothes. I pondered for a moment. Embracing the principle of doing good to the end, I said, "Why don't I just take you there? It's on my way." My suggestion surprised Lin Xiaoman. She lowered her head and mumbled, "It's really fine. No need to go out of your way." Before she could finish, I interrupted, "Come on, it's truly on my way." I spoke sincerely, as I suspected we wouldn't encounter any familiar faces again, which allowed me to be bold with her. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoman agreed. In truth, riding a bicycle with a beautiful girl had long been one of my many dreams. To put it succinctly, my ultimate aspiration was simply to ride alongside a lovely lady. My claim of it being on my way wasn't entirely accurate. Strictly speaking, the bookstore was merely along the route to the internet CF. It felt somewhat sinful that, as a student, I had passed by the only bookstore in the county daily without ever stepping inside. Now, delivering Lin Xiaoman there would serve as a form of atonement. However, to my astonishment, just as I dropped Lin Xiaoman off at the bookstore, our homeroom teacher unexpectedly emerged from the entrance, holding several books. In an instant, our eyes met, and the air grew thick with tension. I don't know how long it lasted, but Xiao Yueying was the first to regain her composure. With wide eyes, she looked at Lin Xiaoman and me in surprise, exclaiming, "What are you two doing together?" I was at a loss for words, blinking innocently, thinking to myself whether she would believe it was a mere coincidence if I said so. However, before I could speak, another figure appeared behind Xiao Yueying. Initially, encountering our homeroom teacher here made me feel as though I had been caught in a compromising situation. Yet, the sight of the bespectacled teacher, who emerged behind her, left me momentarily speechless. I stared at the bespectacled man, feeling as though I had seen him somewhere before. After a brief moment of recollection, it dawned on me. Wasn't he the teacher who had called Xiao Yueying to the principal's office just a few days ago? What could he possibly be doing with her? Glancing at his somewhat sleazy appearance, I quickly pieced it together. This teacher, not much older than I, was likely one of the many admirers vying for Xiao Yueying's attention. It was easy to deduce that he must have concocted some excuse about purchasing study materials to lure her out of the classroom. Perhaps he intended to take her to a restaurant, with the ultimate goal of leading her to a hotel. To my misfortune, I had finally come to the library, only to be spotted by the very person who could question my motives for being with Lin Xiaoman. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, I heard the bespectacled teacher, eager for attention, ask Xiao Yueying, "What is going on? Is there a problem?" His demeanor revealed that he was more than willing to capitalize on any situation that might allow him to impress her. Xiao Yueying paused for a moment before casually responding, "Oh, it's nothing. I just ran into 2 students from class." It appeared that she intentionally omitted mentioning Lin Xiaoman's status as a dormitory student. After all, it wouldn't be beneficial for a teacher from another class to know. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman remained remarkably calm. She glanced at Xiao Yueying and then said, "Teacher Chun, I wanted to buy a couple of study materials at the library, and Lu Ming mentioned that he was going that way, so he offered to take me." Lin Xiaoman spoke the truth. Heaven knows I was merely her chauffeur, having done nothing else. Moreover, since everything was for the sake of learning, surely Xiao Yueying wouldn't object, right? Thankfully, we were caught in front of the library. Had it been anywhere else, it might have been more difficult to explain. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's words, Xiao Yueying's expression relaxed. Good students enjoy VIP treatment. Had I uttered the same words, Xiao Yueying would have undoubtedly been far less inclined to believe me. At that moment, the bespectacled boy beside her displayed a look of disappointment, as if he longed for armed assailants to emerge and engage him in a fierce struggle, wishing to showcase his prowess before Xiao Yuyao. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher assessed both Lin Xiaoman and me, her gaze towards me oddly evasive. Shortly thereafter, she parted her lips and addressed us. "Well then, once you're done watching, return to school promptly." Perhaps she sensed that Lin Xiaoman and I did not appear to be entangled in any scandalous affair. It was possible that she felt a touch of awkwardness if I had inadvertently caught her with a bespectacled boy. After her statement, Lin Xiaoman responded with a simple acknowledging her words. With the absence of any pressing matters, the bespectacled boy grew impatient. He gestured towards a nearby car and said to Xiao Yuyao, "Shall we go? There's still ample time before evening study. Let me treat you to a meal." I followed the direction of his finger, though I regrettably failed to recognize the car's make. It did, however, appear to be quite decent. Xiao Yuyao maintained a neutral expression upon hearing his invitation, neither accepting nor declining. She glanced at Lin Xiaoman and me once more before clutching her books and heading towards the car. Once the two had departed, I exhaled a sigh of relief. But upon turning my head, I noticed Lin Xiaoman frowning slightly. Chapter 14. The Beauty of the Art Class. Her furrowed brow reminded me of our earlier conversation just outside the school gates when I mentioned seeing the homeroom teacher. Now, the teacher was arriving in the company of the bespectacled boy, which indirectly implied that I had deceived her earlier. A wave of unease washed over me as I anxiously regarded Lin Xiaoman, who remained silent, only turning to me and softly inquiring, "So should I head in?" For reasons unbeknownst to me, her words carried a hint of mischief, yet I nodded in affirmation and replied, "Go ahead. I'll be heading back too." After a brief pause, I added, "Be careful on your way back." After all, she was a charming young lady, and our county was rife with ruffians prowling after dark. Caught off guard by my unexpectedly concerned words, Lin Xiaoman's face flushed with a hint of shyness, though it quickly vanished. She proceeded to the library, a fitting locale for a diligent student, while I mounted my bike and ventured to a place more suited for a wayward youth, the internet café. The café was sparsely populated, likely due to most patrons being at home for dinner. I presumed few could relate to my situation of being left unattended by parents on business trips. Although my parents were seldom around, I never doubted my belonging, for I understood their work was intended to provide me with a better life. I swiped my card and settled into my usual spot, but hesitated when powering up the computer. Involuntarily, I glanced across to the corner, which was devoid of patrons. After some contemplation, I made my way to the opposite side and took a seat beside the machine in the corner. I was uncertain of my motivations. All I knew was that upon sitting, my heart raced slightly, as if I were engaging in some forbidden act. I lingered there for a while, until I sensed a warm gaze resting upon my cheek. Turning my head, I beheld Wang Jiazi, clad in her sky-blue canvas shoes, her long, straight black hair cascading around her. She stood there, head tilted in surprise, gazing at me. At that moment, my heartbeat seemed to slow. I was unaware of the expression on my face, but I could feel my cheeks flush as if they had ballooned threefold. Wang Jiazi soon approached, her presence accompanied by a delicate fragrance. She seated herself at the machine in the corner and cheerfully asked, "Lu Ming, why are you here?" Feigning composure, I replied, "Though I acknowledge my name lacks charm, it is certainly more appealing than Child King. Isn't it?" She stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling as she responded, "But am I wrong? It's curious. Where are all the kids that usually surround you?" I shrugged. "Well, I've hidden away here, Haven Ti. The elementary school kids, Haven T, spotted me." Wang Jiazi responded with an O, before inquiring, "You're here to avoid the elementary school kids? Don't you enjoy their company?" I yearned to admit that their presence was rather delightful. However, to maintain my facade, I shook my head. Elementary school kids can be quite noisy at times. Thankfully, the café was devoid of any such children, or I truly feared they might attempt to press my head against the keyboard. Wang Jiazi maintained her radiant smile, which was particularly enchanting, especially her phoenix eyes. As she continued to smile at me, I felt a rush of embarrassment, my face reddening. To cover my discomfort, I stood abruptly and casually asked, I'm going to buy a drink. Would you like anything?" She appeared surprised, but seemed to recall yesterday's events. Blinking her eyes and nodding, "Oh." Let me think. After a moment, her eyes brightened as she said, "Just give me a bottle of mineral water." I was taken aback that a mere bottle of water would suffice, so I asked, "Is water really all you want?" She nodded, "Yes, just water. You'll save money." Isn't that touching? Her words struck me as peculiar, reminiscent of the familiarity she had exhibited since our first meeting. Hesitating for a moment, I replied, "You don't need to save me money. I'm not destitute just yet." Wang Jiazi chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm just joking. Really, water is fine." Seeing her insistence, I didn't press further. Initially, I had hoped for a beverage to quench my hunger, but I acquiesced and purchased a bottle of water. Upon my return, I handed it to her. As she accepted it, she flashed me a lovely smile and said, "Thank you, Lu Ming." Surprised by her formality, I looked at her and asked, "Classmate, you know I'm a student?" To my astonishment, her expression turned quizzical as she fluttered her eyelashes and asked softly, "What do you mean? Aren't you a student?" Nodding vigorously, I confirmed, then inquired how she had deduced this. Wang Jiazi smirked and surveyed me. "Well, you look like a student. What year are you in?" I hadn't anticipated her perceptiveness, so I nodded and replied, "I'm in the first year of high school." Then, recalling a lingering question, I asked, "What about you? Are you a student?" As soon as I posed the question, Wang Jiazi nodded and replied, "Of course. Do I not look like a student? I'm also in the first year at Yizhong." Hearing this, excitement surged within me. I couldn't believe that she was in the same grade in school as I was. Yet I wondered why I had never encountered her before. Looking at her in disbelief, I asked, "Really? Which class are you in? How come I've never seen you?" Wang Jiazi smiled and shook her head. "With so many students at school, how could you possibly meet everyone? I am from class 12. Upon hearing her words, a sudden realization hit me, and I couldn't help but exclaim in my mind. When I enrolled, I was in class 12, where most of the first-year classes were located in this building, with only the physical education and arts classes, namely classes 19 and 20, situated in another building. Class 19 comprised a group of athletes, predominantly robust boys with muscular arms and legs, while Class 20 was a blend of music and fine arts. It is well known that the arts class is filled with beautiful girls, and among the few boys, most exhibit a somewhat effeminate demeanor. I had long heard of a particularly peculiar girl in Class 20 who was strikingly beautiful, often compared to Lin Xiaoman. Reflecting on it now, it must be Wang Jiazi. I never anticipated encountering a beauty from the arts class while online. I quickly suppressed my nervousness and, with a slight tremor in my voice, asked, "Are you from the arts class? What do you study?" To my surprise, before I could finish my question, Wang Jiazi suddenly handed back the bottle of water I had just given her. Momentarily taken aback, I stared at her in confusion. Noticing my bewilderment, she shook the bottle in her hand and said, "Could you help me open it? The cap is too tight." Suddenly enlightened, I flexed my arm muscles, took the bottle from her, and effortlessly twisted off the cap before returning it. After carefully taking a small sip and wiping her red lips with her hand, she replied, "I study both music and fine arts." I was astonished to learn that she was a versatile student. My expression conveyed my surprise as I continued, "Then, Why are you often out here on the internet? Don't you have evening study sessions? Wang Jiaji looked at me with her bright eyes and responded, our evening study sessions aren't too strict. It doesn't matter if we attend or not. Moreover, pausing for a moment, a proud smile graced her face as she added, I perform well academically, so my homeroom teacher hardly oversees me. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I had just sent a diligent student to the library, and here I was, encountering another good student at the internet CAF. Were these diligent students attempting to take over the CAF as well? Just then, Wang Jiaji seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, which class are you in? You're a day student, right? Sensing something was off in her tone, I quickly replied, Class 12. I'm a day student. You must be a boarder? Wang Jiaji nodded, but then shook her head, saying, not exactly. My home's in the county, but most of the time, I stay at school. I suddenly realized why she always appeared so unhurried when I left, seemingly enjoying her time. So, she didn't attend evening study sessions and return to sleep only after they concluded? Chapter 15, The Uncle at that moment. I found it amusing that she was a half-day, half-boarding student. I couldn't fathom how she managed to excel in her studies while frequently coming to the internet CAF at night. Did heaven bestow special favors upon beautiful girls? Just as I was lost in my thoughts, she spoke again, by the way, that day. I noticed you were playing a game that looked pretty good. How about you teach me? Her words snapped me back to reality. I gazed at her, unable to contain my response. What? She shook her head and continued. Weren't you sitting here playing a game that day? You teach me, and I'll join you. How does that sound? Honestly, her last phrase, I'll join you, resonated with me. I nodded without hesitation, indicating my agreement. Whether accompanying a beautiful girl in play or playing with a beautiful girl, it is undoubtedly one of a young man's favorite pastimes. Seeing my enthusiastic agreement, Wang Jiaji beamed at me and said, Really? That's wonderful. There haven't been any good movies recently. Playing games sounds fun. Her words made me realize that she was merely seeking to pass the time. As I guided her through launching the game, I tentatively inquired, Have you played any other games before? Although my game, City of the Fallen Line, isn't particularly intricate, it does require a certain level of skill. After I asked, Wang Jiaji shook her head, but quickly nodded and assured me, Don't worry, I learned quickly. I was taken aback by her confidence. I chuckled softly and explained that her login credentials were the same as her QQ account. Just then, an idea flashed through my mind, and I couldn't help but steal a glance at her computer screen, wondering what her QQ number was. To my dismay, Wang Jiaji's fingers moved with remarkable speed. Before I could discern anything, she had already entered her account and swiftly clicked to enter the game. I silently cursed myself for underestimating her. I thought my reflexes were exceptional, but I had clearly met my match. Was it possible that she practiced her skills alone? Then it dawned on me that she was an art student, so it made sense for her to possess nimble fingers. Feeling somewhat reassured, I was caught off guard when Wang Jiaji suddenly asked, By the way, what is your QQ number? Should I add you? Her inquiry brought a surge of joy to my heart, and I nearly exclaimed with excitement. However, maintaining my composure, I nodded slightly and provided my QQ number. Shortly after, I received a verification message in the lower right corner. Upon opening it, I found her QQ account to be quite ordinary, and her level appeared to be rather low. As I pondered whether this might be her secondary account, I heard her voice again. I'm in. What now? I glanced at her screen, paused for a moment, and pointed out there is an option to create a character below. Take a look, choose a character you like, come up with a name, and click Create. To my surprise, she looked perplexed and quietly asked, What does that mean? This left me somewhat exasperated. Hadn't she just claimed she learned quickly? But knowing that many girls are often unfamiliar with games, I leaned over, took her mouse, and clicked while explaining, just like this. See these characters? Choose one you like. Then think of a nice name. As I spoke, a delightful fragrance wafted into my nostrils. Turning my head, I realized how close I was to Wang Jiaji, her face mere inches from mine. Fortunately, she seemed oblivious, focusing intently on the screen as if trying to grasp my instructions. After a brief moment, she turned to me and asked, Oh, which character did you choose? Caught off guard by her question, I pointed to the character known as the Demon Sword Master and replied, I chose this one. You can pick any. They're all quite powerful. After considering my suggestion for a while, Wang Jiaji shook her head and pointed at the screen, saying, How about this one? Isn't this quite impressive? Following the direction of her finger, I noticed it pointed at a nearby older male character. I was taken aback by her rather peculiar taste, and I couldn't help but exclaim in my mind. I turned to her and stammered, But Isn't there a female character next to it? Why choose this one? Wang Jiazi, with a look of indifference, blinked at me and asked, is there a problem with choosing a male character? He looks rather dashing, doesn't he? I couldn't fathom how she found the lecherous old man appealing, yet I struggled to accept the bizarre premise of a young beauty playing as an older man. Thus, after much persuasion, she reluctantly opted for a female gunslinger. Unfortunately, this female character was heartlessly abandoned by Wang Jiazi at level 3, and ultimately, she reverted back to selecting an older male character, contentedly resuming her game. To my surprise, she even dubbed her character Little White Wings in a rather affectionate manner. I felt a bit awkward to comment further and silently acquiesced. For over an hour, I tirelessly explained the game mechanics to her. Yet, no matter how I articulated my points, she always appeared to be only half understanding, leaving me utterly exhausted, my mind reduced to a single expletive. Eventually, I abandoned my explanations and decided to guide her through the leveling process directly. At last, when she broke through the level 10 barrier, Wang Jiazi stretched and remarked, all right, I'm done playing. I'm a bit tired. At that moment, I was utterly worn out and could barely muster a response. It became evident that bringing a girl along to play games was not particularly advantageous, especially in a game that required extensive map traversal. Throughout our gaming session, the phrase I repeated most often was, hurry up, the door is this way. Just as I thought I had been liberated, I was taken aback when Wang Jiazi not only logged off the game, but also exited the computer. I glanced at her, and she turned to me, her face breaking into a smile as she said, my eyes are getting a bit sore. Would you like to go out for a stroll? I was caught off guard by her sudden invitation, staring at her in astonishment and muttering, huh, what? Upon hearing my response, Wang Jiazi stood up and reiterated, are you deaf? I asked if you wanted to go out for a walk. If not, I'll go by myself. To prove that I was not hard of hearing, I quickly stood up and stammered, yeah, let's go for a stroll since staying online isn't that interesting. As I spoke, I dared not meet her gaze. It was the first time a girl had invited me out, and I was momentarily taken aback. Thankfully, upon hearing my response, a smile returned to Wang Jiazi's face as she waved her hand and declared, then let's go. She turned and walked towards the exit of the internet CAF. I hastily logged off and hurried after her. Once outside, I found Wang Jiazi standing under a street lamp, evidently waiting for me. I couldn't quite explain why, but the dim light cast upon her made her figure appear especially solitary at that moment. However, as soon as I emerged, she turned to me and asked, do you have a bike? I guess that gray one over there is yours. She pointed in that direction, and to my astonishment, I realized she was indeed correct. I walked over, pushed my bike, and inquired, how did you know? Just a lucky guess? Wang Jiazi chuckled and shook her head, saying, not a guess, just intuition, girl-less intuition. Inwardly, I pondered the notion of such intuition in women. Was it a skill they possessed? Yet, I refrained from further commentary and merely asked, so, where shall we wander? To be honest, I seldom strolled outside at night, as I didn't have the luxury of idleness. At that moment, it seemed Wang Jiazi was fixated on my bike. After a moment, she looked up at me and said, I don't know, but since you have a bike, why not take me around? Her suggestion caught me off guard, and I began to wonder if her invitation to stroll was merely a guise for me to act as her chauffeur. Nonetheless, my car and I were more than willing to serve a beauty, so I contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Admittedly, our county was not particularly large, but given it was summer, there were still quite a few people out and about in the evening. I mounted my bike, striking a cool pose as I waited for Wang Jiazi to hop on. Although my bicycle was hardly a luxury, it was a pleasant change to have two lovely ladies grace my ride today. As I anticipated, Wang Jiazi did not climb on as Lin Xiaoman had, gently holding my waist. Instead, she jumped on from the side, tugging at my shirt and exclaimed, let us go. I paused for a moment before pedaling vigorously. Truth be told, Wang Jiazi was as light as a feather, her weight almost negligible. As I rode forward, I suddenly realized how peculiar it was that I had only just met this girl, with our encounters being few and far between. Yet, why did it feel as if there was no sense of unfamiliarity between us? As a mere mortal, conversing with a young beauty was a rare opportunity. But why did she seem so unguarded around me? Was she simply this way with everyone? Lost in thought, I couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Thankful I was not a kidnapper, otherwise I could have easily taken her away without a second thought. As I pondered, I glanced around at the bustling streets, knowing we were approaching the only square in our county. This square was particularly favored by middle-aged women, and it was only a few hundred meters away when I could already hear the music of their square dancing. Ironically, these women danced with more fervor than I ever did in school, undeterred by rain or shine. I suspected even Thor himself could not halt their enthusiasm. After a moment's hesitation, I inquired, "Shall we go watch the square dancers?" No sooner had I spoken than I heard Wang Jiazi's voice from behind. "No, it's too noisy there. Let us go somewhere quieter." I thought to myself that she probably didn't realize that asking to go to a quieter place at this late hour, with just the two of us, might be tempting fate. My little prince had only ever known his 5 fingers, yet she seemed unconcerned about the potential dangers of being alone with me. Just as I was contemplating this, I heard Wang Jiazi excitedly say, "Oh, isn't there a river behind the school? Why don't you take me there?" I felt a tad exasperated and asked, "Huh? Why do you want to go there? Are you looking to donate some of your blood to the mosquitoes?" Although I was aware that women could bleed endlessly without perishing, I was not so fortunate. Realizing this, Wang Jiazi appeared somewhat disheartened, responding, "Oh, well, it seems there aren't many good places left to go." Suddenly, I felt a strange discomfort in my heart, but soon I had a brilliant idea. I swallowed hard and suggested, "All right, let's go there for a bit. After all, it's almost time for evening classes to end, and you'll be returning to school tonight, right?" Upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi gave a soft but still seemed puzzled as she asked, "Isn't there a lot of mosquitoes there? Aren't you afraid of being bitten?" I chuckled softly, pedaling toward the school while saying, "Don't worry, you'll see when we get there." After I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi fell silent, and I rode her straight to the small river behind the school. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a river. It was merely a patch of water unearthed by some construction crew digging in the area. Since then, it had transformed into a romantic haven for couples during winter. And in summer, many brave lovers risked mosquito bites to enjoy each other's company there. Naturally, the river was also the source of numerous ghost stories, as the school was notorious for them. It was said that many students had spotted a figure in red drifting across the water surface at night. I was somewhat skeptical about such tales. What intrigued me more was how people could see anything on the dark river at night. As we approached the riverbank, a palpable humidity enveloped us. Unfortunately, the street lights in the area were long out of service, casting a dismal darkness. I paused for a moment, and I sensed Wang Jiazi dismounting the bike. She took a few steps forward, then hurried back, exclaiming, "There are so many mosquitoes. What should we do?" I smiled and pointed to the rear rack, indicating that she should hop back on. Wang Jiazi looked at me with a puzzled expression, but complied and climbed back on. Once she was settled, I swiftly pedaled along the river's edge. Even though we can't linger by the river, at least we're enjoying a ride by it, right? "I bet the mosquitoes can't keep up with our speed," I remarked. Her laughter rang out behind me, and I realized that due to my brisk pace, her small hands had gently grasped the sides of my shirt. Her laughter filled me with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In a bid to display my boundless stamina, I rode back and forth along the small path, unable to stop. She remained behind me, her laughter echoing beautifully in the night. Finally, just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, the sound of a school bell in the distance jolted us both back to reality. I stopped, pulled out my old Nokia to check the time, and discovered that the last evening class had just concluded. Wang Jiazi's voice came from behind me. "Oh, class is over?" I nodded and replied, "All right, I'll drop you off at the school gate. I should head home now." To my surprise, upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi jumped off the bike. I turned to see her looking at me, tilting her head with a smile as she said, "I had a great time just now, although your method was a bit primitive. It was quite nice." Her words made me blush, and I ran my fingers through my hair, at a loss for words. Noticing my silence, Wang Jiazi paused before continuing. "Now that class has ended, there are quite a few students heading out. Let's walk back together." I nodded in agreement, pushing my bike alongside her as we made our way to the school gate. In truth, there were still many day students attending evening classes, though I wasn't one of them. Today was one of those rare occasions when I returned home later than usual. Despite my parents being away, I usually didn't stay out too late while gaming at the internet CAF. As we walked, I stole glances at Wang Jiazi beside me. The evening breeze danced through her long hair, and her face glowed softly in the night. Unexpectedly, while I was momentarily lost in thought, a ringtone pierced the air. She stopped, rummaging through her pocket to retrieve a white phone. I caught a glimpse and realized it was an expensive model, a bitter taste forming in my mouth. Wang Jiazi stared at the screen for a moment, then nonchalantly tucked the phone back into her pocket. Her indifference puzzled me, prompting me to ask, "Who was it? Is it okay not to answer?" Immediately, I regretted my inquiry, as we weren't close enough for such personal questions. To my surprise, she turned to me, tilting her head and blinking slowly. After a brief pause, she enunciated, "It's fine. It's my boyfriend." Chapter 17. Misunderstandings. Though her tone seemed casual, the words struck me like a heavy blow, leaving me stiff with shock. I gazed at her, her expression unreadable, as if she hadn't considered the weight of her admission. After a moment's hesitation, I feigned calmness and asked, You have a boyfriend?" For reasons I couldn't pinpoint, my voice trembled, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. Wang Jiazi regarded me for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I do." Her response was straightforward and clear. Upon hearing it, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over me, swiftly followed by self-mockery. Of course, a girl as lovely as her would have suitors. Having a boyfriend was to be expected, certainly better than having a robotic companion. With a sigh, I calmly replied, "All right," and resumed pushing my bike toward the school gate. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Although we walked side by side, neither of us spoke. The brief distance felt endless, and by the time we reached the school gate, the flow of day students had dwindled to a trickle. I halted, looking at her softly. You should head back now? I need to go home." Wang Jiazi nodded in response. She raised her hand to wave goodbye, saying, "Okay, bye." The bright lights at the gate obscured my view of her expression. Before I could respond, she had already turned and walked inside. I watched her retreating figure, her form swiftly vanishing from sight. In that moment, an inexplicable emptiness settled in my heart, as if something precious had been taken away. After a while, I sighed, mounted my bike, and hurried home. My mind felt foggy during the ride, and once I arrived, I sensed a peculiar unease, akin to having indulged excessively. I hastily consumed a light meal and then lay down, surrendering to sleep early. The following morning, I awoke unusually early. A student rising at dawn is rarely a good sign, especially when I realized I had nothing to occupy my time other than school. With this thought in mind, I left the house and made my way towards school. Upon arriving in class, I was astonished to find the room completely empty. I never imagined I would arrive before Lin Xiaoman. I mused that if any classmates saw me, they would likely think I was diligently studying and striving for excellence. Admittedly, I had one part of me that was always striving upward each morning, but my early arrival today was not for academic purposes. I settled into my seat, bored, and took out my old Nokia to play some games. Although I had grown tired of the games on my phone, I preferred over the alternative, so I opted for the former. To my surprise, shortly after I sat down, someone entered from the doorway. I looked up to see Lin Xiaoman. She noticed me too, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly approached, sitting beside me and cautiously saying, "Good morning. Why are you here so early today?" It no longer feels as unfamiliar as before. I gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to her question. It seemed that even I was unaware of why I had arrived so early today. After pondering for a moment, I answered truthfully, "I woke up early today." This reason seemed rather peculiar, and Lin Xiaoman stared at me for a while before nodding in acknowledgement. I then asked her, "Do you come this early every morning?" Although I knew she often arrived early, I had not anticipated it would be this early. Lin Xiaoman responded with a quiet hum, and then added softly, "My English isn't very good, so I come every morning to memorize vocabulary." Upon hearing her words, my initial reaction was that a student like me, who barely managed a score of 40 in English, should kneel before someone who scored over 110. However, I quickly shrugged it off and replied, "That is quite good. It's easier to memorize things in the morning." After all, in the eyes of diligent students, anything less than a perfect score is deemed inadequate. It was no wonder Lin Xiaoman, being the top of the class, worked harder than others. After hearing my words, Lin Xiaoman glanced at the phone in my hand. Her lips moved as if she had something to say, but ultimately withheld it. After a moment, as if recalling something, she looked at me again and said, "By the way, thank you for yesterday." I gestured with my hand, indicating that she need not be polite. I had done much, just took her to a bookstore, after which we were caught by the homeroom teacher. We exchanged a few more words before she resumed her vocabulary study, while I succumbed to the consequences of my early rising, feeling drowsy and resting my head on the desk. The day passed quietly. Our petite homeroom teacher wore her usual black stockings and short skirt during class, invigorating everyone. She did not mention the events of the previous day, and I couldn't help but wonder if that bespectacled teacher had done anything to her. However, it seemed that Xiao Yao was not the type to be easily swayed, and given that the teacher had a rather undesirable demeanor, it was unlikely she would take a liking to him. With these thoughts in mind, I endured until the end of school. As I rode my bicycle out of the school gates, I was unexpectedly stopped by Yang Wei and a few others. I looked at him, pondering whether I was about to become a messenger again. However, to my surprise, Yang Wei appeared displeased and, with a somewhat menacing tone, asked, "Tell me, didn't you take Lin Xiaoman out of school yesterday?" I hadn't anticipated this sudden inquiry, and I felt a surge of anxiety as I recalled seeing him when I took Lin Xiaoman out. Yet, he and T seemed to notice us at that moment. Was it possible that someone nearby had seen us and informed him? With this thought swirling in my mind, I stared at him, unsure of how to respond. Seeing my silence, Yang Wei grew impatient, stepping closer and demanding, "Are you mute? Where did you take her?" I thought to myself, "You're the one who asked mute." But I eventually managed to say she mentioned wanting to go to the bookstore to buy a couple of books, so I took her out after school. To my astonishment, as soon as I finished speaking, Yang Wei suddenly grabbed my shirt, cursing, "Who do you think you're fooling? Lin Xiaoman didn't attend evening study last night. Someone told me they saw you bringing a girl back after evening study. Now tell me, where did you take her last night?" Yang Wei's actions and words completely caught me off guard. It was rush hour after school, and I felt the stares of onlookers directed at me from all directions. This sensation was incredibly uncomfortable. My cheeks flushed with heat, and I instinctively recoiled, nervously exclaiming, "What? She didn't attend evening study?" I dropped her off at the bookstore and left. I had no idea where she went afterward. My thoughts were in disarray. How could Lin Xiaoman have not attended evening study yesterday? Did she go somewhere else after I left the bookstore? At that moment, it was evident that Yang Wei did not believe my words. The crowd around him seemed to have bolstered his confidence. He clenched his teeth, pointed a finger at my nose, and menacingly said, still not telling the truth, "Are you? I think you're asking for." Before he could finish, he raised his hand, aiming a slap at my face. Although I hadn't expected Yang Wei to suddenly resort to violence, seeing his hand approaching my face spurred me into action. I swiftly dodged to the side, instinctively raising my hand to shield myself. Yang Wei, caught off guard by my resistance, was momentarily stunned as his hand struck my arm instead. He quickly regained his composure, cursing, and prepared to take another swing at me. If it hadn't been for the crowd, I might have tolerated his blows, but with so many witnesses present, I couldn't simply disregard my dignity. In that moment, I seized his raised hand and shouted, "I truly didn't deceive you. You can ask Lin Xiaoman." As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. This scoundrel had the audacity to confront me here, but likely lacked the courage to approach Lin Xiaoman. My statement might have struck a nerve, possibly inciting further anger. True to my thoughts, Yang Wei appeared momentarily taken aback, his hands trapped in mine. While the onlookers might have believed we were engaged in some kind of intimate struggle at the school gate. However, one of his lackeys quickly snapped back to reality and, without hesitation, kicked me in the calf. I hadn't anticipated a second assailant, and the sudden blow sent me stumbling back several steps. Yang Wei, now fully aware of the situation, stepped closer, pointing at my face, and demanded, "Do I need to ask her? If you weren't with her, why did someone tell me they saw you bringing a girl back last night? Where did she go during evening study?" Chapter 18. Days of disappointment. Hearing his question left me momentarily vexed. I glanced at the person behind him who had just kicked me, then back at Yang Wei, and replied, "I don't know. The girl I brought back last night was my friend. I dropped Lin Xiaoman off at the library and left. I truly don't know where she went afterward." I was genuinely telling the truth, yet Yang Wei continued to wear a skeptical expression. It seemed once someone had made up their mind about something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Fortunately, Yang Wei appeared to sense that something was amiss, and he asked me, "Your friend? Which class is she from? Is she also a boarding student?" I was too flustered to think clearly and impulsively responded, "She is from class 20 and also a boarder." Upon hearing class 20, Yang Wei seemed to remember something. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before fixing his gaze on me again and inquiring, "Class 20? The art class?" A jolt of realization shot through me. Revealing this information felt inappropriate. Yet, having already spoken, I had no choice but to affirm yes. Upon confirming, Yang Wei raised his voice, angrily questioning, "How come I didn't know you knew any girls from the art class?" I was utterly speechless, internally cursing his sister while wondering how he could possibly know all my affairs. However, I maintained a facade of innocence and quietly replied, "She's just an ordinary friend." How about this? I'll ask Lin Xiaoman tomorrow where she went during evening study and let you know. By this point, the crowd of onlookers had significantly thinned, likely believing the situation was no longer exciting enough to warrant their attention, and they began dispersing. Upon hearing my words, Yang Wei immediately became intrigued. He was undoubtedly more curious than I was about where Lin Xiaoman had disappeared to during evening study sessions. Now that I had volunteered to inquire, ostensibly to prove my innocence, he seemed somewhat satisfied. However, judging by his demeanor, he was not entirely convinced of my honesty. He pondered for a moment before pointing at me and declared, "All right, go ahead and ask. Make sure to inform me of the outcome before school ends tomorrow. If I find out you were deceiving me today, do not expect my leniency." His tone suggested that he had just bestowed upon me a considerable favor. Yet I felt a sense of relief at his words. I nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Sure, I will ask her tomorrow and let you know immediately afterward." At that moment, I recalled my parting with Lin Xiaoman the previous day. To my astonishment, she had skipped evening study entirely, and I wondered where she had gone. Curiously, she conversed with me today as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaware that her absence had inadvertently caused me trouble. Yang Wei nodded in agreement, and, adopting an air of triumph, turned away, gesturing for his entourage to depart. I couldn't help but fixate on the individual who had unexpectedly kicked me. He looked vaguely familiar, yet I was certain he was not from our class, leaving me puzzled about his origins. As Yang Wei and his companions made their exit, I hastily remounted my bicycle and rode across the street. Admittedly, I felt quite embarrassed about the earlier incident, but our school was not particularly strict. Yang Wei had some standing due to his father's reputation in our grade, yet there were many concealed bosses in the upper classes. I had heard rumors of a notorious trio in the senior year, notorious not for basketball, but for brawling. Fights were a common sight after school, but today I had unwittingly become the focal point. Fortunately, I was not subjected to a mob attack. I recalled witnessing a student being pulled from his vehicle and beaten as he exited the school, yet he had managed to escape amidst the chaos. The reason I was wary of Yang Wei was simple. I wished to avoid trouble, or rather, to spare my parents from it. Our family maintained a modest standard of living, and my parents had high expectations for me. After their disappointments during my primary and middle school years, their hopes had dwindled to a desire for my mere survival, unscathed. In a one-on-one confrontation, I believed I could easily overpower Yang Wei. However, I lamented the necessity of respecting authority. One must be aware of whose dog one is kicking. I sought to avoid conflict, adhering to the philosophy that it was better to err on the side of caution. In hindsight, I regretted not declining Lin Xiaoman's request yesterday. I would have to inquire about her absence in class tomorrow, as it was indeed peculiar for a model student to skip evening study. Lost in thought, I had unconsciously ridden quite a distance and snapped back to reality, realizing I was heading towards the internet CF. I quickly pulled over, feeling a sense of confusion as I gazed down the road ahead. Suddenly, the words "It's all right, he is my boyfriend," uttered by Wang Jiasi the previous night, echoed in my mind. A chill ran through me, and the spot where I'd been kicked began to throb. With a sigh, I turned my bicycle towards home. Upon arriving, the house was as eerily quiet as always. I checked the date. My parents would soon be back. Initially, I felt a twinge of fear while home alone, but I had grown accustomed to the solitude. In truth, it is habit that can be the most daunting. I powered on my computer and logged into QQ. To my surprise, shortly after logging in, I noticed a familiar avatar flashing in the lower right corner. I clicked on it, astonished to find a message from Xiao Yuyao, simply asking, "Are you there?" Feeling somewhat despondent, I hastily replied, "Here." Unexpectedly, as soon as I sent the message, her avatar dimmed again. I was perplexed by her behavior, so I aimlessly browsed the forum. I still felt inclined to check her alternate account for photos, but lacked the enthusiasm today, feeling rather indifferent. Just then, another message notification popped up in the corner. I clicked on it, anticipating it to be Xiao Yuyao again, but instead, it was Wang Jiasi asking, "Aren't you coming to the internet CAF today?" I paused for a moment, glancing at her profile, realizing it was indeed Wang Jiasi. I had forgotten about adding her QQ yesterday, and her message caught me off guard. After hesitating, I typed a simple and sent it. I couldn't muster up more words, nor did I wish to. Almost instantly, Wang Jiasi replied, "Oh, I see. I was hoping you'd take me along to play games." A mischievous thought crossed my mind, and and I reflexively typed back, "Why not have her boyfriend accompany you?" However, I stared at the words for a moment before deleting them and rephrasing, "Maybe next time. I'm feeling a bit tired today." Not long after sending that message, Wang Jiaxi replied, "What's wrong? You seem a bit down today." I was taken aback that she had picked up on my mood from just those two simple exchanges. Surprised, I typed back, "Nothing. Just a bit tired. I woke up too early this morning." Her response was swift. "What time did you wake up? Is it earlier than us? We still have morning exercises to attend." I paused at her words and replied, "Well, you chose to board. Those living on campus have to endure a bit more hardship." Wang Jiaxi quickly countered, "I'll let you in on a little secret. I actually don't do morning exercises." Her confession piqued my curiosity, prompting me to ask, "Why? Why don't you do morning exercises?" After a moment, Wang Jiaxi replied, "It's because I perform well academically, so the homeroom teacher lets me off." I couldn't help but mutter an expletive under my breath, relieved that I was not subjected to morning exercises either. Just then, before I could respond, Wang Jiaxi sent another message. "By the way, can I discuss something with you?" This caught me off guard, and my mind inadvertently recalled the note Lin Xiaoman had slipped me the previous morning. Although the words were different, they bore a striking resemblance in their implications. It seemed that both were somehow related to me. After a brief hesitation, I typed back, "What is it?" Not long after, Wang Jiaxi replied, "I won't give you a nickname. What do you think?" I was taken aback by her proposition, pondering what kind of nickname she had in mind. I was still lost in thought when she continued, "I noticed you seem to dislike people calling you by your name, so I thought I could come up with a nickname for you. To be honest, since people began using online aliases, my name, Lu Ming, had unintentionally become a source of ridicule for many. While I was luckier than Yang Wei in this regard, many classmates would laugh upon learning my name, even if their laughter was not malicious." Wang Jiaxi's suggestion left me momentarily speechless as I stared blankly at my computer screen. After a brief moment, I regained my composure and gently typed a few words in response. "What nickname?" Presumably, upon seeing my inquiry, Wang Jiaxi thought I was acquiescing and promptly replied, "How about Xiaomingzi?" I paused for a moment, then replied, "Not good. It sounds like a little eunuch." Wang Jiaxi sent a smiling emoji in return and quickly added, "Then, how about Xiaoming? This way, it doesn't sound like a eunuch, right?" And thus, it was decided with great joy. Seeing her so resolute, I couldn't help but ponder what was happening. Was it necessary for her to make such a unilateral decision so swiftly? Yet, inexplicably, I found myself murmuring Xiaoming to myself. Although it felt somewhat odd, it surprisingly rolled off the tongue quite nicely. Moreover, I began to fantasize about the scene of Wang Jiaxi uttering those three words. I had an inkling that her voice would be melodious and familiar. Given that a beautiful girl had bestowed this nickname upon me, I surmised that even if I disagreed, she would likely continue to call me that. Hesitating for a moment, I finally typed, "Well, it's up to you." After sending the message, Wang Jiaxi quickly replied with a playful heh, followed by Xiaoming. "I'm off to watch a movie." Before I could respond, her avatar dimmed. I was unsure if she had logged off or simply gone invisible. After sending a brief MM and receiving no further replies, I decided to shut down my computer and lay down on my bed. I must admit, Wang Jiaxi's vivacious personality is quite endearing. Though at times I find her peculiar, she is more often than not charming. Alas, she already has a boyfriend. Otherwise, I might have imagined a different scenario between us. With this thought, I sighed, my mind drifting to her white iPhone juxtaposed against my bulky Nokia. Perhaps this symbolizes a certain disparity? In this world, there are beautiful things that seem within reach, yet remain profoundly distant. I rubbed my eyes, feeling a gradual gloom settle in my heart. The following day at school, I deliberately arrived quite late, not wishing to encounter Yang Wei at the entrance. This fellow always congregated a crowd at the school gate, as if desperate for everyone to recognize him as a delinquent. By the time I entered the classroom, class was nearly starting, and to my surprise, I found Xiaoyu Yao already standing at the podium. I had anticipated that the first class would be hers. Upon seeing her, I felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. But strangely, Xiaoyu Yao seemed to deliberately turn her head aside, avoiding my gaze. As I approached my seat, Lin Xiaoman shifted over to make space for me. I promptly retaliated with a playful jab, seeking a bit of recompense for the kick I received the previous day. Once seated, I glanced at Lin Xiaoman. Her expression was as usual, leading me to question the veracity of Yang Wei's words. How could Lin Xiaoman possibly skip evening study sessions? Moreover, even if she had, Xiaoyu Yao hadn't mentioned her absence. After all, she was the top student. Surely Xiaoyu Yao would have noticed if she were missing. The more I pondered, the more perplexed I became. The class bell rang, and Xiaoyu Yao commenced her lecture. I found myself staring at Lin Xiaoman's profile, suddenly struck by an idea. I discreetly tore a piece of paper from my notebook and scribbled, "Did you skip evening study 2 days ago?" I gently nudged Lin Xiaoman's arm with my elbow. Her skin was cool and supple against my touch. She quickly sensed my gesture, turning her head to glance at me. Seizing the moment, I subtly passed her the note. In this age of instant messaging, it was amusing that only Lin Xiaoman and I resorted to such antiquated methods of communication. She paused for a moment, then reached out to take the note. After reading it, she quickly picked up her pen and scribbled a few words before passing it back to me. The note simply read, "How did you know?" I hesitated to reveal that I had received the information alongside that kick, so I swiftly passed another note asking, "Where did you go?" To my surprise, it turned out she had indeed skipped evening study. Now, if I couldn't discover where she had been, I would surely face more kicks after school. Upon receiving my note, Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow in a rare display of concern, swiftly jotting something down before returning the note. "Just some matters." "What do you ask?" Taken aback by her response, I pondered for a moment before asking, "Oh, just curious. It's nothing serious, right?" At that moment, I suddenly suspected that Lin Xiaoman's mention of going to the library to gather materials was merely a ruse, and her true intentions might have unfolded during evening study. She likely had her reasons for not disclosing the truth, and even if I pressed her, she might not share it. As I contemplated this, Lin Xiaoman handed me another note, which simply read, "Nothing." I stared at the note, momentarily at a loss for words, just as I was about to muster the courage to inquire about her whereabouts. Suddenly, I felt a piercing gaze upon me. I looked up to find Xiaoyu Yao staring directly at me from the podium, halting her lecture, causing several classmates to turn their heads in my direction. My heart raced, and instinctively, I crumpled the note into a ball and clenched it tightly in my fist. Fortunately, Xiaoyu Yao only scrutinized me for a moment before resuming her lecture as if nothing had happened. Stealing a glance at Lin Xiaoman, I noticed her expression had also become somewhat unnatural. I couldn't help but wonder if Xiaoyu Yao had witnessed our note passing. I sighed, deciding it would be best not to pursue the matter any further. I could always concoct an excuse for Yang Wei. After all, he likely wouldn't dare to verify anything with Lin Xiaoman. With this thought, I felt a slight relief and settled into a state of compliance. Thus, we continued until the afternoon, when our third period was physical education. Our PE teacher was rather lax. Each time, he would gather us briefly before dismissing the class for free activities, earning our admiration. Other classes weren't as fortunate, often forced to run laps and do exercises before being set free. Boys naturally relished PE class, just as girls generally did not. However, due to the fierce sun, many students chose to sit on the steps of the platform once released, taking refuge under the shade of tall phoenix trees behind. I was among those students. Although my basketball skills were decent, Yang Wei was equally adept. The issue was that he always brought along his sycophants, all of whom were equally inept, often treating the basketball as if it were football. I had once played basketball with Yang Wei during PE, and his six-step layup nearly extinguished my passion for the sport. Moreover, despite his lackluster skills, Yang Wei insisted on playing shirtless, flaunting his bony physique, sometimes seeming to wish he could shed his pants as well, as if to prove he was indeed not impotent. Though Yang Wei was seemingly absent from the court today, the sun was particularly harsh, prompting me to seek solace in the shade of the platform alone, savoring the delightful moments of PE. Little did I expect that shortly after sitting down, a voice suddenly called out from behind me, "Xiao Xiaoming, what are you doing here?" Surprised, I turned to see Wang Jiazi, who had somehow appeared behind me, tilting her head in curiosity. Chapter 20. The troublesome playground. I was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Wang Jiazi. I instinctively rose to my feet, my gaze fixed upon her as I stammered, "Ah? You, how come you're here?" Wang Jiazi smiled at me, gesturing for me to sit down. She then descended a step and settled beside me, saying, "Before asking others questions, shouldn't you first answer theirs? We are here for physical education class, so there is nothing odd about that, right?" Her response left me a bit incredulous, prompting me to inquire further. "Does your arts class even have physical education? How come I've never seen you before?" At this, she furrowed her brow, her expression one of displeasure as she retorted, "Hey, what do you mean by asking if our arts class has physical education? Why would we have it? Besides, you didn't even know me before, so how could you possibly notice if you've seen me or not? While her argument seemed somewhat valid, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. True, I hadn't previously known her, but there weren't many classes participating in today as physical education, and a striking beauty like her was hard to overlook. After a moment of contemplation, I ventured, I thought you would be painting or singing this afternoon. I didn't realize you had such classes. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi nodded, then adopted a lecturing tone, saying, Xiao Ming, you're really clueless. You must not have gotten into a good high school. Her words caught me off guard, and I quickly defended myself. Come on, only the latter part of that statement is true. Look at you. You don't even run in the morning exercises. You must often skip physical education classes. To my surprise, Wang Jiazi appeared somewhat embarrassed, sticking her tongue out at me. I was momentarily puzzled that I had guessed correctly. However, before I could speak again, she boldly declared, So what if I do? Who told me to? I interrupted her mid-sentence. I know. You mean who cares if your studies are good and the homeroom teacher doesn't keep tabs on you? Hearing my words, Wang Jiazi huffed softly and nodded. You finally showed some intelligence. That's exactly it. After saying this, she blinked her eyes and lowered her voice. It's rare to find today as sunshine so pleasant. So I ventured out, and I didn't expect to run into you here. Xiao Ming, are you just basking in the sun? Her statement struck me as peculiar, as if it concealed a note of melancholy. Nonetheless, I pointed towards the distance and replied, Those people are basking in the sun. I am merely enjoying the shade. Her lips curled into a slight smile at my response, but soon she moved her mouth and quietly asked Xiao Ming, Do you know why I spotted you so easily? Initially, I hadn't perceived any issue, but her question piqued my curiosity. After all, the playground was vast. How could this little one have seen me? Just as I was about to ask her why, an unwelcome voice interrupted from the side. Lu Ming. A chill ran down my spine as I turned toward the voice. Indeed, there was Yang Wei striding towards me, flanked by 2 lackeys. I cursed inwardly, realizing why I hadn't seen him on the basketball court. He must have succumbed to the sun today. He couldn't have chosen a worse time to appear, especially with Wang Jiazi right beside me. Wang Jiazi also glanced at Yang Wei, her face betraying a hint of confusion. As Yang Wei approached, he opened his mouth to say, I've been looking for you everywhere. You've been dodging me. Did you ask Lin Xiaoman about? Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Wei abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he stared at Wang Jiazi, rendered speechless. Seeing the lecherous glint in Yang Wei's gaze, I inwardly cursed my luck. He practically drooled over her. Even his 2 lackeys were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixated on Wang Jiazi. Wang Jiazi tilted her head slightly, still looking bewildered. I quickly stood up and positioned myself in front of her. Speaking up, I asked Lin Xiaoman. She said she went to her relative's house and would return after the evening study session. Though I knew I could easily concoct a lie to deceive Yang Wei with my acting skills, it was clear his attention had shifted elsewhere. He was likely preoccupied with the fact that such a stunning girl was beside me. Nonetheless, he snapped back to focus upon hearing my words, his gaze darting as he leaned closer and barked. When did you ask? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been searching the whole playground for you, thinking you slipped away. Yang Wei's words made my stomach churn, and I frowned at him. Although I wasn't particularly close to Yang Wei, I was well acquainted with his character. He was undoubtedly putting on airs, hoping to draw Wang Jiazi's attention by acting superior. Even knowing this, I had no choice but to respond calmly. I asked this morning. I intended to tell you after school. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei grumbled another curse under his breath before craning his neck to glance behind me, then continued, Who is that girl? Which class is she in? His inquiry sent a shiver down my spine, and before I could respond, Yang Wei suddenly adopted a look of realization, pointing at me. Oh, right. She is the girl from the arts class? Damn, she is so beautiful. Yang Wei's expression was lewd and lascivious, inciting an overwhelming urge to punch him. I couldn't help but think that Wang Jiazi would surely overhear this, and I dreaded to think of her reaction. Just then, to my astonishment, I heard Wang Jiazi's voice from behind me. Xiao Ming, let us go. Let us buy a bottle of water at the supermarket. I turned to see Wang Jiazi already standing, gently brushing her pants. At that moment, one of Yang Wei's lackeys approached, grinning and saying, Hey, beautiful. Don't rush off. Chat with our Wei Ge for a bit, or at least leave us your phone number. Yang Wei nodded in approval at this remark, playfully swatting the lackey's head in reward. However, to my surprise, Wang Jiazi remained unfazed. She glanced at Yang Wei, then at the one who had just spoken, and simply uttered a word so simple it was almost comical. Pa. Wang Jiazi's disdainful expression left me momentarily stunned, and even Yang Wei, who had been grinning lewdly, was taken aback. Yet his expression quickly darkened, and he glared fiercely at Wang Jiazi. Meanwhile, the lackey stepped forward, pointing at Wang Jiazi, his face flushed with indignation. What did you say? Asking for your number is a compliment. Don't think just because you're... Before he could finish, Wang Jiazi interrupted. I said, Pa, if you're deaf, then don't waste others' time talking. Afterward, she shot me a glance, signaling, let us go. I swallowed hard, still not fully grasping the situation, when I heard the little ruffian angrily curse, you son of a. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jiazi had already approached him, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound left us momentarily stunned. With reddened eyes and gritted teeth, she muttered softly, you're not allowed to speak about my mother. At that moment, the ruffian regained his composure and, with a fierce expression, raised his hand to retaliate against Wang Jiazi. Although I was taken aback by his audacity to strike a girl, as I saw his hand poised to hit her, I swiftly demonstrated my remarkable reflexes, grabbing her arm and pulling her back just in time to evade the blow. The ruffian, surprised to have missed, glanced at me in astonishment before erupting in anger. You bastard. You want to get hit too? Without thinking much, I continued to pull Wang Jiazi behind me and retorted, what are you doing? Why are you hitting a girl? Unexpectedly, Yang Wei suddenly advanced towards me. Without uttering a word, he kicked me sharply in the leg while bellowing, who told you to protect her? If I don't hit a girl, then I'll hit you. I hadn't anticipated that Yang Wei would engage in such a verbal sparring match with me, and in my haste to dodge, he managed to land a kick on my thigh. Fortunately, he didn't strike me in a more sensitive area. I staggered back a step, releasing Wang Jiazi's arm and signaling her to leave first. My motivation was not solely to protect her. I was also concerned about the potential humiliation of being outnumbered in a fight. To my surprise, after kicking me, Yang Wei halted, looked at Wang Jiazi, and then back at me, warning, let me tell you next time, don't play the hero, or I'll make you regret it. His words ignited a surge of irritation within me. Yet I clenched my teeth and suppressed it, pondering why he had suddenly stopped, which was unusual for his character. Fortunately, Yang Wei turned and waved his hand, leading his two lackeys away. As they departed, I quickly turned back only to find Wang Jiazi's face etched with sorrow. She lowered her head, her eyes unusually red, as if tears were poised to spill over at the slightest provocation. Witnessing her distress left me breathless with an inexplicable heaviness in my chest. I glanced behind her and was taken aback to see Lin Xiaoman standing at the foot of the stairs, her gaze directed towards us. Upon seeing her, I suddenly understood why Yang Wei had refrained from further violence. He must have noticed her presence. Lin Xiaoman was not far from us, and I wondered if she had witnessed the entire incident. However, she lowered her head and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, I momentarily lost my train of thought, turning my attention back to Wang Jiazi, who still wore a gloomy expression, her eyes devoid of luster. At a loss for words, I finally mustered the courage to say, don't take that kind of person's words to heart. Although I said this, I wished that everyone could be as adaptable as I was in such situations. As I feared, my words had little effect. Wang Jiazi remained silent, not even glancing my way. Overwhelmed by guilt, I felt responsible for her encountering Yang Wei. After all, it was quite tragic for a girl to be confronted by such a brute. Biting my lip, I tentatively suggested, well, it's not worth getting angry over someone like that. Didn't you say you wanted something to drink? Let us go to the supermarket. I'll treat you to some snacks. I spoke cautiously, afraid that a misstep would make her cry. To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi lifted her head, her expression serious as she asked, really? You're going to treat me to snacks? I was taken aback by her rapid change in demeanor. Momentarily speechless, noticing my silence, Wang Jiazi rubbed her eyes and continued, well, I heard you, so it's no use if you backtrack. Her words jolted me, and I quickly nodded, assuring her I won't backtrack. I really will treat you to snacks. After saying this, Wang Jiazi finally offered a slight smile, waving her hand and declaring, let us go then. I'm going to eat you out of house and home. Her comment made me worryingly pat the 50 yuan note in my pocket, knowing I would soon have to part with it. Truth be told, I would rather endure her demands than witness her tears. It's curious how men generally cannot bear to see women cry, yet women are often prone to tears. The essay saying that women are made of water. I firmly believe that 80% of that is tears, and the remaining 20%, well, we all know what that might be. Following Wang Jiazi to the supermarket, she was indeed true to her word, eagerly reaching for snacks. I dared not stop her, silently lamenting while trailing behind her. After she had gathered an impressive haul of snacks, she suddenly turned to me and asked, "By the way, do you have enough money?" I assessed the items in her hands. Although they appeared numerous, they were mostly priced at 1 or 2 yuan. I nodded, indicating that she could take more. However, Wang Jiazi sighed and said, "Let us just get these. I wouldn't want you to cry." Her tone was so nonchalant, as if she hadn't just been on the verge of tears herself. I nodded and pressed, "It's all right, if there is anything else you want, just grab it. Otherwise, we might miss our chance." Seizing the opportunity to treat a lovely girl to snacks, I aimed to be generous. Yet, Wang Jiazi still shook her head, saying, "No thanks. Eating too much will make me gain weight. I'll let you off this time." Seeing that she really had no desire to take anything else, I led her to the front to pay. The cashiers were two pretty young ladies, but they paled in comparison to Wang Jiazi. As we exited the supermarket, she beamed with satisfaction, cradling her bounty of snacks. In a benevolent gesture, she retrieved a small bread roll from her stash and offered it to me, saying, "Here, this is for you." I intended to accept it, but her phrasing made me feel as if I were a mere courtier receiving a gift from royalty. So I shook my head and replied, "I don't want it. You keep it." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi's face reflected disappointment, and she returned the bread to her collection. We then made our way to the playground, settling down at the same spot as before. Once seated, Wang Jiazi grew quieter, engrossed in her snacks. Watching her, I recalled that some people tend to binge on food when they're upset. I had thought it merely a myth. But Wang Jiazi was proving this adage true. Moreover, despite her seemingly delicate and easily toppled demeanor, she consumed her food with remarkable vigor. This revelation led me to a realization. Next time I encounter such a situation, it might be prudent to observe her tears, lest I find myself on the brink of financial ruin. After a while, the teacher began calling the students to assemble. I gestured to her, indicating it was time to gather, but unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi shook her head and said, "In the next class, we will be drawing from life. So we remain here on the playground. You may head back." Acknowledging her words with a nod, I took a few steps towards the podium, only to turn back and reassure her, "Don't dwell on what just happened. Please don't be upset." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi smiled at me and waved her hand, signaling me to leave quickly. I turned and jogged towards the assembly area, while Wang Jiazi watched me fade into the distance with a gentle sigh. The final class was a study period, and with the absence of a teacher, the classroom transformed into a lively chatterbox. Most of my classmates were deeply engrossed in conversation, while I found myself unable to partake in their merriment. Not only was Lin Xiaoman unlikely to engage with me, but the notion of disruptive students hindering the diligent ones was, without doubt, a grave offense. The individuals seated in front and behind me were strangers, leaving me to idly peruse a purchased extracurricular book. It is indeed a rarity for students to buy books nowadays. Most prefer to read on their phones. Alas, my outdated Nokia could not afford me the luxury of enjoying novels on a mobile device. Just when the class was nearing its end, a sudden hush fell over the room. This silence could only signify one thing. The homeroom teacher had arrived. As I pondered this, the young homeroom teacher entered, and the classroom fell silent as if struck dumb. To my astonishment, she approached me without uttering a word. Before I could process the situation, Xiao Yuyao stood before me, glancing between me and Lin Xiaoman before stating, "You two, come to my office after school." Chapter 22. Lin Xiaoman's Deception. Xiao Yuyao hurriedly delivered her message and then rushed off. The moment she left, the classroom erupted in speculation. In this day and age, when a boy walks with another boy, it implies camaraderie, while a boy and a girl summoned by the homeroom teacher to her office surely suggests something more scandalous. I was utterly perplexed by Xiao Yuyao's intentions, and Lin Xiaoman appeared equally bewildered, as if she too was uncertain of the matter at hand. At that moment, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Though I did not turn to look, I could sense Yang Wei's piercing gaze directed at me from behind. This commotion surely led him to believe that something was amiss between Lin Xiaoman and me. Yet the truth was that there was nothing between us at all. Hesitating for a moment, I lowered my voice and asked Lin Xiaoman, "What is going on? Why did the homeroom teacher call us?" She shook her head and whispered back, I don't know either." Her uncertainty left me utterly confounded. I feared we had unwittingly become embroiled in something beyond our comprehension, as I speculated on what Xiao Yuyao might want from us. However, dwelling on it was futile. We would have to wait until after school to uncover the truth. As the school day concluded, my classmates quickly dispersed. Yang Wei shot me a glare as he exited the classroom with his entourage. I deliberately avoided his gaze and, after a moment, turned to Lin Xiaoman, saying, "Shall we head to the office?" She nodded and stood up. This marked my second summons to the office, but thankfully, I had companionship this time, and with Lin Xiaoman being the top student in our class, I felt reassured that it could not be anything too grave. I knocked on the office door and heard Xiao Yuyao's voice from within. "Come in." I entered first, followed by Lin Xiaoman. The office was sparsely furnished, with only the young homeroom teacher seated at her desk. Despite the gravity of the moment, I found my gaze inadvertently drawn to her alluring black stockings. As I stealthily admired her legs, Xiao Yuyao addressed us, "You have arrived." Her observation was rather superfluous, yet she gestured towards 2 chairs, inviting us to take a seat. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to shift, evoking scenarios often depicted in films. An empty office, a teacher clad in black stockings, and 2 beautiful students. I felt an unsettling tension enveloping me. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoman and I complied and took our seats. Facing 2 captivating women left me feeling somewhat ill at ease. Although one was a classmate and the other a teacher, the distinction in their attire did little to diminish their allure. Once we were seated, Xiao Yuyao scrutinized us and inquired, "Do you know why I called you both here?" My immediate thought was to express my frustration at her tantalizing question. Yet I quickly shook my head, signaling my ignorance. Lin Xiaoman mirrored my gesture, indicating her lack of understanding. Seeing us both shake our heads, Xiao Yuyao sighed in disappointment and turned her attention to Lin Xiaoman, slowly speaking, "The night I encountered you both, you did not attend evening study sessions. I also inquired with the girls in your dormitory, and they confirmed you did not return that night." At this juncture, Xiao Yuyao paused, then shifted her gaze to me, asking, "Were you 2 together that evening?" The moment her words left her lips, Lin Xiaoman's complexion drained of color, and I widened my eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Xiaoman not only skipped evening study, but also failed to return to the dormitory that night? My mind raced back to Yang Wei's words from that evening, when he assumed I had escorted Lin Xiaoman back to school. Did he truly remain unaware that Lin Xiaoman had not returned to her dormitory? I looked at Lin Xiaoman in disbelief. Her expression chilled me to the bone. It seemed Xiao Yuyao's words held a grain of truth. Lin Xiaoman, being an honest girl, wore her emotions on her sleeve. In her silence, her head bowed slightly, avoiding Xiao Yuyao's gaze. Seeing her in such a state, Xiao Yuyao sighed softly and turned her attention to me, asking Lu Ming, "What do you have to say about that night?" Upon hearing her question, I felt a wave of distress wash over me, wishing to kneel and exclaim my innocence. I had no part in this affair. I could swear on my life that after I dropped her off at the library, I spent the night at an internet CAF, entirely unaware of Lin Xiaoman's whereabouts. Yet, glancing at Lin Xiaoman, who remained silent, I stammered, I don't know." My response drew a skeptical frown from Xiao Yuyao, who regarded me with disbelief and asked, "How could you not know? Were you not together that night?" As I was about to respond to her question, Lin Xiaoman unexpectedly raised her head and interjected, "We were together that night. I was at Lu Ming's house." Her words struck me like a bolt of lightning, causing me to swallow the words I had on the tip of my tongue. And I could not help but utter a stunned huh. Xiao Yuyao, equally astonished, gazed at Lin Xiaoman with her mouth slightly agape and wide eyes. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman appeared flustered, yet she continued, "Teacher, my parents know Lu Ming's parents. After we went to the library that day, we went to their house for dinner and insisted I stay the night, and I happened to return late for evening study, so I stayed over." After pausing briefly, she added, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I realize I was wrong." The sincerity in her tone made it seem genuine. I stood by, speechless, thinking it was bad enough she dragged me into this, but now my parents were innocently implicated as well. But why did she say that? Glancing at Xiao Yuyao, I noticed her expression was slightly bewildered, yet after a moment's silence, she nodded and said, "I understand. Next time, you must inform the teacher in advance. It's fortunate we didn't find you during the evening inspection, Otherwise, if the school finds out, it wouldn't be so simple. At this point, Xiao Yao suddenly glanced at me and continued, moreover, it's quite unsafe for you to leave the school without permission. If something were to happen, the teacher wouldn't be able to explain to your parents. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoman nodded repeatedly, murmuring, I understand. It won't happen again. Xiao Yao, seeing Lin Xiaoman's remorseful attitude, sighed softly and refrained from saying more. However, she suddenly turned to me, who had been quietly observing, and exclaimed, Lu Ming, you too? How could you not inform the teacher about this? And when I asked you earlier, you said you didn't know. Were you afraid I'd scold you? The class teacher's words made me internally exhale in frustration, realizing what it meant to be in a tight spot. I had no choice but to lower my head, feigning contrition. Noticing my demeanor, Xiao Yao shook her head and said, It's fine. Nothing serious happened. Just don't let this occur again. As long as you understand your mistake. After a brief pause, she waved her hand, signaling us to leave. I was surprised that Xiao Yao let us off so easily, and a sense of relief washed over me. However, that relief quickly dissipated as I recognized that I hadn't done anything wrong. I had been wronged in this situation. Just then, Lin Xiaoman stood up and quietly told Xiao Yao, Teacher, we'll take our leave now, and walked toward the door. I quickly followed her out. Once outside the office, I let out a long sigh, while Lin Xiaoman kept her head down, clearly uncomfortable. After exiting the office building together, she suddenly stopped at the entrance. I looked at her and saw her gently biting her lower lip before finally lifting her gaze to meet mine, saying, I'm sorry. Chapter 23. My goddess, I must admit, her apology, coupled with her expression, made my heart melt. Why do people often say that beautiful women deserve forgiveness for their mistakes? Because indeed, beautiful women should be forgiven for their faults. Those who refuse to forgive are merely missing out. Moreover, Lin Xiaoman hadn't truly done anything wrong. Although I was unsure why she had said what she did to the class teacher, I assumed she had her reasons. Perhaps she didn't want to disclose her actual whereabouts to Xiao Yao, and thus enlisted my help to shield her. With this thought, I waved my hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, It's nothing really. You needn't apologize to me. Strangely, I felt a bit shy. It seemed odd to act so magnanimous in front of a beauty. Yet, despite my thoughts, Lin Xiaoman still bore a look of guilt, her eyes shifting away from mine as she softly said, But I got you into trouble with the teacher. And you were scolded. I chuckled at her words, maintaining a light-hearted tone. It's nothing. It wasn't that serious. The teacher isn't intimidating. She just cares. So it wasn't really a scolding. Seeing that Lin Xiaoman still furrowed her brow, I quickly added, All right, I should head back. You should hurry and eat too. You have evening study to attend. Let us just forget about this. Upon hearing my words, Lin Xiaoman glanced at me, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment, she nodded and replied, Okay, then, see you tomorrow. I nodded in return and turned to head towards the parking area. As I pushed my bike out of the school gate, my mind lingered on Lin Xiaoman's earlier demeanor. Having shared a desk with her for a time, I had only noticed her beauty and academic prowess, but now, having grown closer, I realized her personality was quite endearing. It was no wonder so many regarded her as a goddess. The admiration was certainly justified. I couldn't help but wonder where she had gone that night. Even if I asked her, I knew she would probably keep it a secret from me. After all, everyone harbors secrets, though women tend to have a few more. With that thought in mind, I quickened my pace, stopping at the fork in the road leading to the internet CAF or home. Nevertheless, I decided to ride towards the CAF. Upon my arrival, I was surprised to find Wang Jiaxi already seated in the corner. It seemed my visit to the office had delayed me, yet she appeared to have arrived quite early today. I approached her quietly. She was so engrossed in her computer screen, wearing headphones, that she didn't notice me at all. As I leaned in to see her screen, I was astonished to discover she was playing her game involving an older man. Soon, Wang Jiaxi must have sensed my presence. She turned to me, a smile spreading across her face as she removed her headphones. Xiao Ming, when did you arrive? I chuckled at her question, responding with mock seriousness. I've been standing here for over half an hour, and you didn't even notice. To my surprise, Wang Jiaxi immediately adopted a disbelieving expression and retorted, Who are you trying to fool? You must have been here for less than 2 minutes. I hadn't anticipated her to be so accurate, prompting me to shake my head as I settled down beside her, asking, Why did you come so early today? Wang Jiaxi shook her head, responding in a peculiar tone. It's not that I came early, maybe you just arrived late, but I saw you. My curiosity piqued, I inquired, Saw what? After a brief silence, Wang Jiaxi fixed her gaze on me and said, I saw you, walking with a particularly beautiful girl. Her words caught me off guard, and I quickly realized she must be referring to Lin Xiaoman. Had she seen us on our way to the office just now? As I contemplated this, before I could utter a word, Wang Jiaxi suddenly leaned closer to me, lowering her voice significantly as she inquired, Hey, Xiaoming, is that girl your girlfriend? My cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I was taken aback by her question. After swallowing hard, I shook my head and replied, No. How could that be? She is my desk mate. We were called to the office by the homeroom teacher after school. After a brief pause, I added softly, I don't have a girlfriend. There was a twinge of sadness as I spoke, and my hands trembled slightly, as if protesting my neglect of them. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiaxi's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed with surprise, Ah, so you sit at the same desk as such a beautiful girl? You're quite lucky. After saying this, her eyes darted around before locking onto mine again. So, do you like her? I instinctively recoiled, shaking my head vigorously to indicate she shouldn't make such assumptions. However, seeing my reaction only made Wang Jiaxi smile wider as she continued to press. With such a lovely girl sitting next to you every day, you don't like her? I found myself defeated by her logic. While waving my hands dismissively, I retorted, Well, you're sitting next to me right now. By your reasoning, I should like you too. Clearly taken aback by my response, Wang Jiaxi paused for a moment, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face before she responded, I see. For some reason, her expression dimmed, and her face, which had been so close to mine, gradually withdrew. Sensing the shift in her mood made my heart feel a bit awkward, and I wondered if I had said something wrong. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jiaxi finally looked at me again and asked, So, Xiaoming, do you have someone you like? Suddenly confronted with this question, I was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Honestly, as someone who was quite ordinary, the concept of liking someone was foreign to me. After contemplating for a moment, I shook my head and replied, No, not really. To my surprise, Wang Jiaxi didn't believe me at all. She shook her head vigorously and said, Impossible. You've never liked anyone? Don't boys usually have some kind of goddess in their hearts? Hearing her words, I glanced at her and waved my hand, stating, Really, I haven't. I may have a goddess, but that has nothing to do with liking. Wang Jiaxi looked confused and asked, What do you mean? Who is your goddess? I continued to shake my head, signaling that it was not something I wanted to discuss. After all, being a fan of stockings or Lolas was one thing, but being a voice admirer was rather peculiar. However, noticing my reluctance only piqued Wang Jiaxi's curiosity further. She leaned in closer, her expression slightly irritated as she insisted. Come on, just tell me. I won't tell anyone. Who is your goddess? I looked at her helplessly, thinking, even if I told you, you and know her. But Wang Jiaxi seemed unconvinced, insisting, If you don't tell me, how will I know if I don't know her? Faced with her persistence, I could only smile wryly and eventually said, You truly wouldn't know her, as I don't know her either. I don't even know her name. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiaxi looked at me in confusion and asked, What do you mean? Can you clarify? Given that things had escalated to this point, I took a deep breath and said, You know that girl who reads essays over the intercom during lunch at our school? I've always thought her voice was particularly pleasant, so I've taken her as my goddess. But I've never seen her, nor do I know her name. So it's not really about liking or anything. As I spoke, my voice gradually faded, for I noticed an odd expression on Wang Jiaxi's face. Her cheeks appeared slightly flushed, and her gaze seemed to drift off into a daze. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly snapped back to reality, blinked at me, and slowly uttered 2 words, Pervert. Chapter 24. The Guilty Boy. Although I had prepared myself for a mockery, I never anticipated that she would actually call me a pervert. My heart swelled with indignation as I defended myself. That's not fair. I haven't done anything to her. Is secretly admiring someone a perversion? At that moment, Wang Jiaxi's cheeks were still slightly flushed, but she shot me a sidelong glance and remarked, You've never even seen her, yet you call her your goddess. What if she is actually very ugly? Would you still think of her as your goddess? To demonstrate my depth, I straightened my posture and replied, So what if she is ugly? I admire her voice. Her appearance has nothing to do with it. To my surprise, Wang Jiaxi immediately shook her head and challenged, Come on. If you really think that way, how could you not know her name? You've probably been too scared to find out what she looks like, fearing that it might ruin your fantasy, right? I hadn't expected her to hit the nail on the head, and I felt a twinge of panic. However, I couldn't easily admit to such a thing. I merely fidgeted with my sweaty palms and replied, "Don't say such nonsense." "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Wang Jiazi promptly shook her head, stating that I was not, but rather. I found myself at a loss for words, shrugging in silence. But seeing that I had fallen silent again, Wang Jiazi remained quiet for a moment before suddenly asking softly, Xiao Xiaoming, let me ask you, if that announcer happens to be quite attractive, would you like her?" Honestly, Wang Jiazi's question caught me off guard. It was something I had considered before. I had imagined that a girl with such a lovely voice would likely not be unattractive. Yet for some reason, I had always hesitated to validate that thought, knowing that some fantasies are better left unshattered. I shook my head and told Wang Jiazi, "Well, it's hard to say. If she looks average, then maybe. But if she is too beautiful, I definitely wouldn't be able to like her." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi looked puzzled and asked why. I let out a self-deprecating sigh and answered honestly, "If she is beautiful, what is the point of me liking her? She would never look my way, and I'd only end up feeling embarrassed." My words silenced Wang Jiazi, and she remained quiet for a while before mumbling, "Xiao Xiaoming, why do you have no confidence at all?" I waved my hand to indicate that this wasn't about confidence. It was about reality. I was acutely aware of my ordinariness, so I rarely fantasized about extraordinary things. In this world, there are always tales of Cinderella and her prince. Yet stories of farmers marrying princesses are tragically scarce. It's essential to live with self-awareness. Upon seeing me gesture, a hint of helplessness crossed Wang Jiazi's face. After a moment, she shook her head and seemed to mutter something under her breath. The words were so faint that I could barely hear them. Curiously, I asked, "What did you say?" She shot me a glance and raised her voice slightly, sounding somewhat displeased as she said, "I said you're an idiot. Did you hear that?" I found myself at a loss for words. After taking a deep breath, I shifted the topic and said, "All right, where are you? Let me take you to level up." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi glanced at her screen before quickly turning her head away. However, just as she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly froze. I found her dazed expression rather peculiar and instinctively followed her gaze. To my surprise, not far from us stood a boy, looking in my direction. He was slightly taller than I, and rather good-looking, yet there was something odd about him. It appeared that he had a tattoo on his arm, though from this distance I couldn't discern its design. At that moment, the boy suddenly moved and began walking toward us. As he approached, I was finally able to see the tattoo on his arm. To my astonishment, it bore 3 large characters. "I am guilty." This revelation left me momentarily stunned. In all my years, I had never encountered someone with such a distinctive tattoo. Unexpectedly, as soon as he halted, Wang Jiazi stood up and confronted him, saying, "What are you doing here?" Clearly, she recognized this tattooed boy. He paused for a moment, casting a somewhat fierce glance in my direction before replying to her. "I came to find you. Who is he?" While saying this, he pointed at me, his tone laced with hostility. I had been transfixed by the tattoo on his arm, but his gesture brought me back to reality, and I couldn't help but think, could this person possibly be Wang Jiazi's boyfriend? He certainly didn't seem like a good person. How could Wang Jiazi be with someone like him? Is it true that the notion of bad boys attract women is indeed a reality? However, I was taken aback when Wang Jiazi seemed to share my sentiments. As she first glanced at me, without responding to the tattooed boy, then turned to him and retorted, "Didn't I tell you not to come here looking for me? Hurry back home. I'll return to school shortly." Her words seemed to embarrass the tattooed boy, but he quickly softened his tone, replying, "I'm just worried about you going back to school alone so late. I'll stay here and keep you company for a while, and then I'll walk you back." After saying this, he glanced at me. Although his gaze was peculiar, he remained silent. I was not oblivious to the underlying hostility directed at me. It was evident that I was an unwelcome presence, and his irritation at my presence was understandable. Despite their brief exchange, I could sense the tension between them. Wang Jiazi appeared impatient, and it was clear that he had sought her out despite her previous warning. People are often like that, and the term bastard seems to roll off the tongue so easily because, inherently, people can be quite despicable. Although I didn't know Wang Jiazi well, I firmly believed she would soon send him away. Indeed, she did not disappoint my expectations. With a slightly distressed expression, she said, "Do you not understand what I'm saying? I don't need you to accompany me. Just go home." As she spoke, she rose to her feet, clearly intending to leave. The tattooed boy, startled, furrowed his brow and took a small step back, exclaiming, "Wait. It's really not safe for you to go back alone." However, Before he could finish, Wang Jiazi retorted, "Who said I was alone? Can't you see there's someone sitting here?" She gestured toward me, insisting, "You should leave. If you don't, we'll just go." I was taken aback by how quickly she had dragged me into this confrontation, leaving me uncertain about how to react in front of the tattooed boy. His expression darkened further at her words, and I could sense his resentment directed toward me, as if he wished to unleash his frustrations upon me. Thankfully, Wang Jiazi's words seemed to have left him with no recourse. After staring at me for a moment, he shook his head in resignation and silently turned away. As he departed, I let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Wang Jiazi, only to find her face reflecting a sense of ease as she settled back down. Hesitantly, I ventured to ask, "Who was that person?" My heart raced, hoping she wouldn't confirm my worst fears, that he truly was her boyfriend. To my dismay, she replied without hesitation, "My boyfriend." A chill ran down my spine, as though I had just received a resounding slap from a stranger, leaving me speechless. Wang Jiazi quickly noticed my reaction and, after a moment's pause, seemed to remember something, innocently blinking at me and adding, "He's my male friend. Don't misunderstand." Her words startled me once again, and after several seconds of contemplation, I finally understood her implication. It was the first time in my life I recognized the significance of punctuation. Did she mean boyfriend in the sense of a male friend? Holding my breath, I anxiously inquired, "You mean, he is not your boyfriend, but just a male friend?" Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi nodded affirmatively, and I felt a heavy weight lift from my chest, granting me a newfound sense of relief. However, another thought struck me, prompting me to ask then, "Was he the one who called you that night?" I had suspected that Wang Jiazi's taste couldn't be that peculiar. The tattooed boy certainly didn't seem like a trustworthy individual, especially given his own admission of guilt. As I pondered this, I anxiously awaited her response, fearing she might tell me otherwise. Thankfully, she nodded again, confirming, "Yes, he was the one who called that night." After a brief pause, she murmured, "I didn't think you'd remember." At that moment, I was too preoccupied with my thoughts to fully grasp the depth of her words. It was evident that understanding girls, especially beautiful ones, required a different kind of reasoning. After a brief hesitation, I pressed on, "How do you know someone like him?" Realizing my question could have been phrased better, I quickly amended it. How did you meet him?" Fortunately, Wang Jiazi appeared indifferent to my inquiry. With a somewhat exasperated shake of her head, she replied, "He is from the sports class. I don't know how he got my number, but he just kept pestering me. A few days ago, he somehow found out I wasn't attending evening classes and kept asking me about it. Eventually, I got annoyed and told him I was out using the internet. I asked him not to come looking for me, but he showed up anyway." Wang Jiazi's explanation enlightened me. The sports class was adjacent to her art class, so it was no surprise that the tattooed boy had taken an interest in her and sought out her number to pursue her. S. demeanor clearly indicated her lack of affection for him. Although our school environment tends to be chaotic, most girls prefer boys with a sunny disposition. The tattooed boy, by contrast, exuded an aura of darkness, making it entirely reasonable for her to disapprove of him. This led me to recall the phone call she had ignored that evening. Perhaps he was aware that she wasn't attending evening study sessions and had reached out to her. It seemed she had no desire to engage with him, hence her decision not to answer. This realization illuminated my thoughts, confirming my suspicions. However, I soon devised a plan and feigned nonchalance as I asked, "I suspect he must be fond of you, right? By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" I specified boyfriend to differentiate from mere friends. Although I was uncertain why I felt compelled to ask, I sensed an awkwardness within me that needed clarification. Despite my indirect approach, displayed a hint of surprise on her face. After a brief pause, she replied, "A boyfriend? I don't have one. Besides, a guy like him would likely be attracted to pretty girls." Hearing her state that she was single brought an inexplicable surge of joy within me. I couldn't quite articulate why I felt this way. Perhaps it was akin to the allure of a beautifully crafted cake, visually enticing and delightful to behold, even if one could only admire it from a distance. At this moment, I glanced at her and, half-jokingly, remarked, "So, are you implying that you're attractive?" My words momentarily stunned, whose surprising showed no embarrassment. Instead, she leaned closer, lowering her voice as she asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" As her voice reached my ears, a sweet fragrance enveloped me, causing my cheeks to flush and rendering me momentarily speechless. Undeniably, possessed striking beauty, delicate features, and porcelain-like skin, exuding sweetness and charm. In the days of our acquaintance, aside from my initial scrutiny, I had been acutely aware of her presence, yet often fell shy when stealing glances at her. I had not anticipated her direct inquiry today, especially with her proximity inviting a closer examination. I observed her expectant gaze, as if awaiting my response. After swallowing hard and diverting my eyes, I nodded and confessed, "You're beautiful." The moment those words escaped my lips, I felt my face heat up, as if it had ballooned in size. I had always believed my composure was unshakable, yet here I was feeling bashful. However, when I glanced at, I was taken aback to find her cheeks even redder than mine. Her lips parted slightly, her expression caught in astonishment. But she quickly regained her composure, seemingly aware of my gaze, and playfully retorted, "Well, that's your opinion. I didn't force you to say it." After a brief pause, she continued, "In any case, I really dislike that guy." The moment she expressed her disdain for the tattooed boy, I could not help but interject, "Oh, then, why not just ignore him?" Shook her head in resignation, running her fingers through her hair as she explained, "If only it were that simple. He keeps pestering me no matter what. However, it's not entirely negative. He seems intimidating enough that many who used to bother me have backed off since they learned about him." Upon hearing her words, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was evident that the tattooed boy was not to be trifled with, given that had just dragged me into this mess. I worried about potential repercussions from him. Yet, as if reading my thoughts, she reassured me, "But he behaves quite well around me, so you needn't worry. He won't do anything to you." Seemed oblivious to the weight of her words on me, leaving me feeling awkward and silent as I lower my gaze. After all, she had witnessed my timid demeanor before earlier that day. In that moment, I lamented my lack of a more imposing physique. If only I were built like Stallone, I would not hesitate to confront anyone who dared to cross me. Just then, broke the silence, saying, "By the way, you'll need to escort me back to school soon." I lifted my head, puzzled by her request. She noticed my expression and blinked at me earnestly. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? I heard there are many unsavory characters around tonight." Her words jolted me back to reality. I waved my hands dismissively, saying, "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just curious. How do you usually get here after school?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I take a taxi." I chuckled inwardly, realizing that her affluent lifestyle allowed her to spend money on taxis that could buy several bicycles. Looking at her, I joked, "Well, why not just take a taxi back to school tonight? After all, you're wealthy enough to support the taxi drivers." Upon hearing my remark, shot me an exasperated look, replying, "Are you foolish? What if I encounter a bad taxi driver? I can't just run away." Her comment made me laugh, momentarily overlooking any oddities in her reasoning. I nodded, feigning reluctance. "All right then, I shall play the role of your guardian and escort you back to school." Upon hearing this, pouted, muttering, "You look so unwilling. That guy wanted to take me home, and I refused him. You should be grateful to me." Chapter 26. Subtle changes. I nodded repeatedly, expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to serve as her chauffeur. To be honest, I was genuinely pleased. This indicated that did not harbor any dislike towards me. And the thought of cycling alongside a beautiful girl was undeniably delightful. Subsequently, we played a few games together, but soon I felt overwhelmed, akin to the fatigue following an intense session. I concocted an excuse about her needing to familiarize herself with her skills, allowing me a brief respite. Engaging in gaming with a girl was far more exhausting than one might anticipate. After some time, two grew weary. She glanced at the clock, deemed it time to leave, and signaled for us to head back, as we might still catch the end of class. I and T realized how swiftly time had passed. After checking my watch, I nodded in agreement. Indeed, time spent in the company of a beautiful girl always seems fleeting, much like the ephemeral moments shared in bed. As we exited, I followed her out the door, only to find that the wind had picked up unexpectedly, bringing a chill with it. Shivered slightly and remarked, "It's so cold. Why did it suddenly become windy?" My initial thought was that I was not a deity to possess such knowledge. Nonetheless, I scanned the surroundings and calmly responded, "Perhaps it's about to rain. We should hurry." Nodded and stepped aside, waiting for me to unlock the bike. I released the lock and rode up to her, gesturing for her to hop on. Strangely enough, I had always faced the wind while commuting to school, and it seemed that the universe conspired against me, as I had never experienced a tailwind. This time, the heavens did not let me down. As Wang Jiazi settled into the car, I had only propelled myself forward for a short distance when I was met with a fierce gust of wind that made the journey feel arduous beneath my feet. At that moment, it seemed Wang Jiazi also sensed my sluggish pace. Although she said nothing, her body subtly shifted. I gritted my teeth, determined to showcase my boundless stamina, and endeavored to push forward with all my might. To be honest, while my arms were robust and muscular, my lower body was rather underdeveloped, with only my thighs showing any strength. With such a strong wind and carrying Wang Jiazi, I felt an overwhelming pressure. After riding another 100 meters, her voice floated back to me. Isn't it quite exhausting? Perhaps I should just walk. Her words startled me, and I quickly replied, no need. The wind is just a bit strong. We'll turn a corner soon. I could not bear the thought of her dismounting. It would be a blow to my pride. However, unexpectedly, after riding a few more meters, I felt a lightness behind me. Wang Jiazi had already jumped off the bike. I hastily stopped and turned to face her. She rubbed her eyes, approached me, and said, forget it. Let us just walk back together. We still have time. Though I felt reluctant, I nodded in agreement. I dismounted and began to push the bike while saying, all right, but if we're running late, I'll carry you. Wang Jiazi nodded, the wind tousling her hair beautifully under the streetlights. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she leaned closer to me, beaming. I felt a peculiar sensation under her gaze. And just as I was about to ask what was up, she giggled twice and lightly jumped onto the rear rack. I was momentarily taken aback. Then I heard her voice again. Never mind. I'll give you a chance to show off. You can push me back. I was at a loss for words at her audacity, yet I recognized this as a splendid opportunity to display my strength. I shook my head, choosing silence, and pushed her along. Fortunately, the streets were quite empty that night. Otherwise, it would have felt odd for anyone to see me pushing a bike while having one in tow. Wang Jiazi, however, appeared to be in high spirits, swinging her legs and saying, hey, Xiaoming, how about you just take me back to school every evening? I'll pay you for your services. I was taken aback that she viewed me as her chauffeur and even wanted to hire me for the long term. I felt somewhat annoyed and replied, stop joking. My fees are quite steep. Besides, you can't just come online every day, right? My parents are away for business. Once they return, I probably won't be able to come out at night. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi softly acknowledged, but she fell silent, leaving me puzzled. She seemed to have suddenly become quite downcast. I pondered for a moment and added, but if I have free time, I would mind taking you back. Although my words felt like a last-ditch effort, her mood still appeared unchanged, and she remained quiet. I felt a twinge of disappointment. Not knowing what I'd said to upset her, I slowed my pace, quietly pushing her along. A relentless barrage of wind whipped at us, stinging our eyes, while the trees rustled ominously, their shadows dancing under the streetlights. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Jiazi suddenly spoke up. Hurry up. Class is about to end. I returned to my senses, glanced at her, and signaled for her to hold on as I mounted the bike and pedaled vigorously toward the school. Just as we neared the entrance, I felt a jolt in my body, my heart racing. I distinctly sensed Wang Jiazi's hand reach around my waist. Though it was merely a single hand, a gentle and almost imperceptible gesture, it rendered the world around us silent, the thumping of my heart echoing in my ears. I looked down to see her small, fair hand resting before me. I was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the significance of this action. Was it an inadvertent move or something else? The more I pondered, the more anxious I became, slowing my pace to savor this fleeting yet blissful moment. However, before long, we arrived at the school gate, where students began to trickle out, having just finished their evening classes. I halted at the entrance, instantly feeling Wang Jiazi retract her arm as she dismounted. I turned to see her offering a somewhat strained smile as she said, you should head back now. Be careful on your way. Her voice lacked energy, and the tone was subdued. I found myself at a loss for words, as if I had suddenly lost the ability to speak, gazing at her in silence. Noticing my lack of response, Wang Jiazi gently waved goodbye before turning to walk into the school. Watching her figure gradually fade from my view felt like an invisible hand had gripped my heart, creating an indescribable sense of pressure. After what felt like an eternity, I sighed and turned the bike around to head home. However, just as I had ridden a short distance, a motorcycle suddenly appeared in my path. Thankfully, my bicycle's front brake held up, allowing me to stop just in time. Before I could regain my balance, a voice called out to me. So, it was really you who brought her back. I looked up to see a tattooed young man, and I was genuinely surprised to see him, especially on a motorcycle, a coveted possession for many boys. My dream had always been to ride a motorcycle to school and take a girl for a ride afterward. Unfortunately, my parents believed that children who rode motorcycles often met with tragic fates, leaving me to ride a bicycle instead. Now, faced with the sight of someone riding my dream vehicle, I felt a whirlwind of emotions and remained silent. Noticing my quietness, he dismounted the motorcycle and said, "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Chapter 27. Summoned to the office again, a new update for old Lee's jade pendant. "Thank you, old Lee." Snapped back to reality, I felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering how he came to be here. Had he been waiting to see if I truly brought Wang Jiazi back? If that were the case, I'd certainly be in for a confrontation. After all, he had previously asked to escort her back, but was turned down by Wang Jiazi. Now, I had unknowingly done what he wished, akin to him riding the motorcycle I had longed for. I looked at him and replied, "What did you say?" Upon hearing my response, the tattooed young man halted and glared at me, saying, "I asked if it was really you who brought Jiazi back to school." Hearing him refer to her as Jiazi made me feel nauseous, and I wanted to retort about his lack of perception. Yet, seeing his aggressive demeanor, I maintained my composure and calmly replied, "Yes, I did bring her back." What of it? Although I was already aware that this fellow belonged to the sports class, I had not been idle myself. If I harbored any apprehension towards Yang Wei, it primarily stemmed from my fear of his father. Here stood this tattooed man with an unclear background. Surely, not every good father would be the one I happened to encounter. Should he choose to provoke me, I would not be overly intimidated. It would be a fitting opportunity to vent the frustrations I had endured from Yang Wei earlier that day. He likely did not anticipate my nonchalant response, as his expression momentarily stiffened before he fixed his gaze upon me and inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" I had already anticipated this question from him. I shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Why do you ask? If there's nothing else, I need to head home." Perhaps aware of Wang Jiazi's evident disdain for him, I held no favorable impression of him either, especially since he had ridden a motorcycle I could not. This only added to my irritation towards him. Clearly, my attitude caught him off guard as he clenched his jaw and, with a somewhat menacing expression, demanded, "What exactly is your relationship with her? You'd better answer me." At that moment, a chill breeze swept by, sending a shiver down my spine. I took a moment to collect myself before replying, "I'm her friend." "Why? Is there a problem?" It seemed this fellow had been submissive in front of Wang Jiazi, and if he learned I was her friend, he might think twice about being so arrogant. As expected, upon hearing my words, his expression faltered slightly. Though he appeared skeptical as he tentatively asked, "Just a friend?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, just a friend." For some reason, I suddenly felt disinclined to engage further with him. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, my response seemed to ease some of his tension, though it was evident he still had many questions, likely pertaining to Wang Jiazi. However, the number of students leaving the school gate had diminished significantly, and the street was becoming increasingly deserted. I glanced around and, seizing the moment before he could speak again, added, "Do you need anything else? If not, I'm off." In this day and age, two men loitering on the street late at night could easily invite misunderstandings. Upon hearing my words, the tattooed man hesitated for a moment before suddenly declaring, "My name is Dong Longfei. I'm pursuing Jiazi, and if there's nothing else, you'd better keep your distance from her." His blunt statement caught me off guard. I hadn't expected such directness, leaving me momentarily speechless. I had already wished to avoid any further entanglement with him, yet his final remark about keeping away from her unsettled me greatly. Truth be told, I found individuals like him rather distasteful, as if the world owed them something. Therefore, I contemplated for a moment before scoffing and responding, "You pursue your interests. Why drag me into this?" To my surprise, Dong Longfei was undeterred, insisting, "Just keep your distance from her. I will definitely win her over." I could not fathom where his confidence originated, but his demeanor amused me. I believed Wang Jiazi would certainly not pay him any mind, and thus, this individual was bound to face disappointment. With that thought, I said nothing further, merely shrugged indifferently before mounting my bike and riding away. I felt it was pointless to continue the conversation, so I decided to head home and rest. Regrettably, after riding for a while, the sound of an engine suddenly erupted behind me. I turned to see Dong Longfei speeding past on his motorcycle, turning his head to cast a scornful glance in my direction. I felt a pang of annoyance and inwardly cursed him to crash into a tree on the roadside and ascend to meet the real dragon. The tattooed man left behind a trail of motorcycle exhaust before vanishing from my sight. After battling against the wind on my way home, I quickly tidied up and lay down on my bed. For some reason, as soon as I reclined, Wang Jiazi's somewhat melancholic face from earlier that evening flooded my mind. Though I could not pinpoint the cause, I sensed she harbored many unspoken concerns. After contemplating for a while, I sighed and slowly closed my eyes, sinking into darkness. The next day at school, I arrived in the classroom to find Lin Xiaomin absent. It was not until class was about to begin that she hurriedly entered through the door. As she stepped in, a murmur of discussion arose among the students. I looked up and found myself momentarily taken aback. Typically clad in school uniform, today she wore a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, appearing fresh and clean. Although our school mandated uniforms, many students had chosen to flout this rule. I cannot deny that Lin Xiaomin was naturally beautiful, and this outfit had drawn the attention of the entire class. Evidently unaccustomed to such scrutiny, Lin Xiaomin appeared somewhat embarrassed as she quickly took her seat. Once she settled in, I couldn't help but steal a glance at her. She certainly seemed different today. Normally like Cinderella, today she appeared as though she had donned a gown and glass slippers bestowed upon her by a little bird. At that moment, sensing my gaze, Lin Xiaomin suddenly turned her head, our eyes meeting. I panicked and quickly averted my gaze, yet I heard her soft voice, "Do I look strange?" Realizing she was addressing me, I was taken aback and began to examine her face. Her hair tips seemed damp, with her bangs sticking to her forehead. After a moment's thought, I lowered my voice and replied, "Not at all. It suits you well." As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt my face redden with embarrassment. Lin Xiaomin's cheeks flushed as she slightly turned her head away. After a brief moment, she moved her lips and quietly explained, "I accidentally got splashed with water this morning, and my uniform got wet, so I had no choice but to wear this." I was unsure why she felt the need to clarify this to me, but her words left me momentarily dazed before I grasped the situation. Though she claimed it was an accident, I couldn't help but wonder about the jealousy that could arise among girls. This thought made me feel a pang of sympathy for Lin Xiaomin. She had no friends and had to endure such special treatment. Just as I was reflecting on this, the class bell rang, and Xiaoyu hurried into the classroom. Today, she was dressed casually, sporting a pair of jeans. However, the form-fitting jeans accentuated her figure, and every time she turned to write on the blackboard, the boys in the class could hardly contain their admiration. Once the bell rang, Lin Xiaomin ceased her conversation with me. I alternated my attention between her and Xiaoyu, merely enjoying the view. To my surprise, as soon as the class bell rang, Xiaoyu raised her hand to signal a break and then approached Lin Xiaomin and me. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Could it be that our previous antics had been revealed, and she was here to hold us accountable? Before I could dwell on my fears, Xiaoyu reached our seats, glanced at Lin Xiaomin, seemingly taken aback by her appearance today. However, after a moment, she regained her composure and turned her gaze toward me, stating, "Lu Ming, come to my office during lunch." Chapter 28. Assisting Chun Yuyao with house-sitting to my astonishment, I found myself the unexpected recipient of yet another fortunate turn of events. Adopting an expression of feigned innocence, I pondered the peculiar situation that had arisen, wondering why I was being summoned yet again. However, Yuyao, with her enigmatic demeanor, uttered her request and swiftly departed, leaving me no opportunity for inquiry. I stood there, somewhat at a loss, while Lin Xiaomin, who was nearby, regarded me with a mix of curiosity and confusion. After a moment, she finally inquired, "Why did the homeroom teacher call you to the office?" Shaking my head, I indicated my own ignorance. It was perplexing that Yuyao seemed to have singled me out in the brief time since her arrival. This marked the third occasion she had invited me over. Noticing my silent response, Lin Xiaomin refrained from further questions, and I let out a resigned sigh, resigned to wait for noon's arrival. After what felt like an eternity, lunch hour finally approached. While my peers hurriedly flocked towards the cafeteria, I dragged my weary body towards the office building. I was left wondering what business Yuyao had that required my presence during lunchtime, disrupting what could have been a delightful midday respite. Yet, as I stepped into the building, a sudden thought struck me. I glanced around nervously, and to my surprise, not far from the staircase, I spotted a small sign hanging at the entrance of a room. The sign bore 3 bold characters, "Broadcasting Room." To be candid, I had always suspected that the broadcasting room might be located somewhere within this office building, but I had never anticipated it to be on the first floor. I halted in my tracks, my gaze fixated on the sign, my body frozen in place. An internal voice began to stir within me, urging and enticing me to venture closer. Surely, if I approached, I would catch a glimpse of that person, the one I had revered as a goddess all along. A wave of inexplicable apprehension washed over me, and I shifted my weight, making my way towards the broadcasting room. Although the distance was short, it felt as if I had traversed a great expanse. Yet, just as I was about to reach the broadcasting room's entrance, I hesitated once more, an inexplicable fear creeping in. I feared that a mere glance would lead to disappointment, that I might lose the ideal I had long cherished. Every boy is inherently drawn to matters of appearance, and I was no exception. Despite my claims of being enamored by her voice, I was acutely aware that if the young broadcaster differed significantly from my imaginings, my affection for her voice could very well evaporate. Though I recognized the unfairness of such a thought, it was the truth. Thus, I found myself rooted in place once again, my mind wavering. I dreaded the possibility of stepping forward only to encounter an unappealing figure inside the broadcasting room. Conversely, I harbored a flicker of hope that I might behold a charming and lovely girl instead. This sensation was peculiar, akin to grappling with a multiple-choice question, uncertain whether to mark A or B on the answer sheet. After much contemplation and deliberation, I resolved to refrain from risking disappointment, letting out a sigh as I turned away. Some fantasies are preferable to none. After all, until the truth is revealed, I could still cling to a semblance of hope. With that thought, I retreated a few steps and hurried up the stairs. Upon reaching Yu Yao's office, I knocked on the door, and a teacher's voice beckoned from within. As I entered, I was greeted by the sight of several teachers busily preparing for lunch, most likely gathering their belongings. Yu Yao, seated at her desk, waved at me as I approached. I wondered, what could she possibly want from me at this hour? Keeping my inquiry polite, I asked, "Teacher Chun, you call for me?" At that moment, Yu Yao nodded in acknowledgement, glancing around with a somewhat furtive expression. She gestured towards a nearby chair, inviting me to sit without uttering a word. Once the other teachers had departed, Yu Yao finally spoke, asking, "Lu Ming, the school will be closing for the weekend tomorrow at noon. Do you have any plans for the afternoon?" Her question reminded me that our school observed a 2-week cycle, with weekends off, meaning we would be dismissed the following Friday at noon. Yet, this only deepened my intrigue. What could she possibly want to know about my plans? Did she intend to ask me to assist her with something? With a hint of hesitation, I replied, nothing in particular for tomorrow afternoon. I suspected that even if I claimed otherwise, she might not take me seriously, considering that students typically found themselves occupied with leisure pursuits during breaks. Upon hearing my response, Yu Yao's expression brightened, a spark of excitement shining in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. Would you be willing to help me with something tomorrow afternoon?" I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her request. What sort of help?" I stammered, puzzled by the notion that, as a student, I could be of assistance to her. Was she perhaps feeling lonely and seeking my company? I would not have minded. After all, Yu Yao was a goddess in my eyes, despite our age difference. Moreover, helping others is a cherished virtue in our culture, and as a student, how could I refuse a teacher in need? However, it seemed Yu Yao assumed my agreement, as she reached for her handbag and began rummaging through it. I watched her actions with curiosity, wondering what she was searching for. Was it that her electronic device needed repair? Just as I contemplated this, she produced an item from her bag and extended it towards me. Lowering my gaze, I found a key resting in the palm of her hand. Perplexed, I wondered if she typically used this key. Although a serrated design might yield better results, I questioned its safety. Sensing my confusion, Yu Yao promptly clarified, "I have an appointment out of town tomorrow afternoon. The repairman for the air conditioning is scheduled to come by, so I'm giving you the key. When he calls you, please let him in and ensure he locks up after finishing." After a brief pause, she looked at me expectantly and asked, "Is that all right? Do you understand what I'm asking?" I snapped back to reality, initially nodding in a daze before pondering the oddity of her request. Why would she want me to handle such a task? I met her gaze, noticing the eager anticipation in her expression as she awaited my response. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Yu Yao had recently joined our school and likely had few acquaintances. While she worked alongside many teachers, most resided in the staff dormitory, leaving her alone in a larger home, which could easily become a subject of gossip. Given that I had visited her residence before, it made sense that she would think of me. Surprised by the turn of events, I found myself caught between conflicting emotions. uncertain whether to accept her request. However, after much contemplation, I couldn't conjure a valid reason to decline, especially since I had just claimed to be free tomorrow afternoon. Refusing her now would surely tarnish my standing as a student. Reluctantly, I nodded, glancing at the key in her hand. I understand. So, when will you be back tomorrow? Yu Yao, relieved that I comprehended her request, quickly replied, I won't be back until around 7 o'clock at the earliest. Don't worry. You can keep the key for now and return it to me when school resumes on Monday. As she spoke, she handed the key over to me. In that fleeting moment, our fingers brushed against each other. I'm not sure why my heart trembled, but an exceedingly lascivious thought flashed through my mind. Since she would be out of town tomorrow afternoon, her residence, could it not be a place for me to indulge at will? At that moment, I felt a surge of excitement as images of my previous video chats with Xiao Yu Yao began to surface in my mind. What could Xiao Yu Yao be thinking? So, casually handing me her keys? Did she not fear that I might engage in some indiscretions within her sanctuary? Regardless of my thoughts, her room must surely contain those intimate garments, and undoubtedly, an ample collection of stockings as well. The more I pondered, the more impulsive I became, my breathing growing increasingly rapid. Just then, her voice echoed in my ears. Don't lose the key. It's the only spare one. I snapped back to reality, hastily masking my inappropriate expression, and cradled the key in my hands, nodding fervently yes. I won't lose it. I won't lose it. Chapter 29. The nightstand. This key, indeed, was my gateway to happiness tomorrow. How could I possibly misplace it? After securing the key in my pocket and ensuring it wouldn't fall out, I looked at Xiao Yu Yao and asked, so, tomorrow afternoon, what time should I expect? Xiao Yu Yao shook her head, retrieving her phone, and said, give me your number, and I'll send it over. PLL call you tomorrow. I hesitated briefly before divulging my phone number, 1593029XXXX. To my surprise, Xiao Yu Yao placed her phone to her ear as if to call me. Panic surged within me, and before I could react, my pants vibrated with a loud, buzzing sound. How embarrassing. Only a massive Nokia could produce such a cacophony. Xiao Yu Yao, equally taken aback, glanced at my pocket, then with a faint smile, remarked, I called you. Just think about it tomorrow afternoon. Although school regulations prohibited students from carrying phones, most students discreetly kept one on their person, often playing with it during class. Initially, strict enforcement was the norm, but it seemed that the school eventually turned a blind eye, realizing that if students were prohibited from using phones, some bold boys resorted to more illicit activities in class. I nodded at Xiao Yu Yao, who seemed to have no further business, waved me off, and said, all right, go eat something, or else the cafeteria will run out of food. I replied affirmatively, thinking I wouldn't be going to the cafeteria anyway, and stated then, teacher, I'll take my leave. Xiao Yu Yao nodded, but then appeared to recollect something, sighing as she added, just don't mention this to the other students. I assured her with a nod that I would keep it confidential, and once she seemed satisfied, I exited the office. As I stepped out of the office, I felt a swell of pride. I had arrived with a heavy heart, pondering her intentions, and now I found myself with a delightful task. I resolved to rest well tonight and indulge myself tomorrow afternoon. The more I contemplated, the more exhilarated I became as I descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, I couldn't help but glance towards the broadcasting room. The familiar voice of the campus radio goddess resonated throughout the school. I stood still, realizing this was perhaps the closest I had ever been to her. So near, yet so far. I recalled the first time I had heard her voice on a rainy day. When I sat alone in the classroom, her voice drifting in from outside. I had never paid much attention before, but after that day, I became ensnared, unable to extricate myself. I genuinely adored her serene tone when reading prose. It exuded a clarity that evoked an indescribable tranquility within me. Standing there, I listened intently to the sound emanating from outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, I inhaled deeply and exited the office building. Later that afternoon, as school let out, rain began to pour unexpectedly. At first, it was light, but by the time I stepped outside, a deluge fell from the heavens. Fortunately, it was dismissal time for students. The notion of rain or shine applied more to heading home than attending school. I had initially considered visiting an internet CAF, but being drenched by the rain, I opted to return home directly. Once home, I changed clothes and logged on to QQ, only to find Wang Jiazi was offline. Given the downpour, she likely wouldn't venture out of school, especially with the imminent holiday. I lingered online for a while, but she remained absent. Eventually, I played around a bit before shutting down the computer and go to bed. I relished sleeping on rainy days. The sound of raindrops falling soothed my soul immensely. That night, I slept soundly and experienced a brief yet enchanting dream. In my dream, I arrived at Xiaoyu Yao's home, took out the key, unlocked the door, and found Xiaoyu Yao standing before me in alluring black stockings. I lunged toward her, and just as I was about to tackle her, I noticed she held a whip in her hand. Startled, I jolted awake. When I opened my eyes, daylight had broken. I touched the key in my pocket, relieved to find it still there. At school, upon entering the classroom, I saw Lin Xiaoman had reverted to her school uniform. With the holiday approaching, many boarding students had brought their luggage to class to make a swift exit after dismissal. Lin Xiaoman was among them, carrying a small, worn-out backpack that appeared rather tattered. This time of year was notorious for fights, and exiting the school often provided a front-row seat to several impromptu bouts. I enjoyed being an observer, especially since the older students fought fiercely. If they applied that same vigor to their studies, they surely would have excelled at prestigious universities. As noon approached and school let out, I exited early. Upon stepping outside, I noticed a group of dyed-haired ruffians gathered at the school gate, undeterred by the drizzle, seemingly unfazed about the possibility of their hair color fading. It appeared a skirmish was imminent, but I had little interest in spectating today, opting to return home and await the afternoon's arrival. I felt a twinge of anxiety throughout the afternoon, fearing that rain might deter Xiaoyu Yao from venturing out, or that the air conditioning technician might not show up. Fortunately, around 3 o'clock, my Nokia finally buzzed. I grabbed my phone, thrilled to see an unfamiliar number. I was pleasantly surprised by the technician's diligence, quickly donning my raincoat and heading towards Xiaoyu Yao's residence. I rode swiftly, grateful that the rain was not too heavy. Upon arriving at her building, I found the technician already there. After exchanging pleasantries, I led him upstairs. Using the key Xiaoyu Yao had given me, I opened the door, and a delightful aroma wafted toward me. The last time I had visited, her room was in disarray. Now, it was beautifully arranged, suggesting she was quite content living there alone. As the technician approached the air conditioning unit, I surveyed Xiaoyu Yao's sanctuary. Her bedroom was adorned in hues of pink, exuding an undeniable allure. I caught sight of the computer on her writing desk, which I presumed she had previously used to video chat with me. Unable to resist the impulse, I approached it. After observing that the repairman was occupied and had determined that I was of no concern, I slowly took a seat. As I did, an image of her, Xiaoyu Yao, clad in stockings and lingerie, flashed in my mind, leaving me momentarily stunned as a wave of inexplicable pleasure surged within me. I instinctively glanced around, my gaze eventually landing on her bedside cabinet. How mysterious and alluring is a girl's bedside table. Had it not been for the presence of the repairman, I might have eagerly dashed over to explore its contents. However, with someone else present, I swallowed hard and turned to the repairman, tentatively inquiring, "Sir, what seems to be the issue? Is it serious?" Upon hearing my question, the repairman assumed I was eager to learn and shook his head, replying, "Not too serious, just a burned wire. This air conditioner has been around for a while, so it's natural for it to develop issues." As he spoke, he pointed with a screwdriver, saying, "See, that wire is the culprit." At that moment, I was ablaze with desire and hardly concerned with the air conditioner's malfunction. I merely acknowledged him, thinking, "Then do fix it quickly." Fortunately, the repairman worked swiftly, and before long, he had repaired the burned wire. Watching him reassemble the air conditioner filled me with excitement. However, to my surprise, after testing it, he turned to me and stated, "All set. That'll be 30 yuan. His words left me momentarily shocked. I hadn't expected him to ask for payment. Noticing my bewildered expression, the repairman inquired, "What's wrong?" "It's 30 yuan, no matter where you go." His words snapped me back to reality. I quickly rummaged through my pockets, only to find the meager sum of a little over 20 yuan left from treating Wang Jiechi to a meal. Seeing me struggle to produce such a paltry amount, the repairman's expression darkened as he regarded me in silence. Feeling somewhat helpless, I explained, "Sir, I was in a hurry and forgot to bring money. This is from my friend's house. Perhaps I can find a way to gather the 30 yuan?" To my surprise, the repairman pondered for a moment before waving his hand, saying, "Forget it, 20 will do." He then took the 20 yuan from my hand and indicated that he would be leaving. I hurriedly escorted him downstairs, and once he disappeared into the rain, I cursed under my breath. If only Xiaoyu Yao had informed me beforehand. Fortunately, I still had a bit of cash. Or else the repairman might have repaired the air conditioner and then turned on me. With that thought, I returned to her room and hastily closed the door. Once the door clicked shut, I headed straight for Xiaoyu Yao's bedroom. Checking the time on my phone, I noted it was just past 4 o'clock, leaving me ample time before she returned around 7. Although I knew I had considerable stamina, this time was sufficient for me to indulge in my desires. With that in mind, I quietly approached her bedside, my hands slowly reaching for her nightstand. Even before opening it, my hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Honestly, I was aware that what I was about to do strayed far from the basic morals expected of a student, but I had sacrificed a lovely Saturday afternoon, braving the rain to assist, and even spent over 20 yuan. Thus, it seemed only reasonable to indulge myself by examining her intimate apparel. My hands finally touched the nightstand, and with a gentle push, it opened. The moment the door swung open, my eyes widened. I had imagined finding an array of her various undergarments. Yet to my astonishment, I discovered an assortment of her worn lingerie. While the collection was not vast, each piece was distinctly unique in style and color. This was the first time I had come so close to such personal items, leaving my hands suspended in the air as my breathing quickened. My mind conjured images of Xiaoyu Yao adorning these garments, striking alluring poses before me. Taking a deep breath, I began to unfasten my belt, while my other hand reached towards the delicate lingerie. Soon, I grasped a white piece, my heart racing like never before. At that moment, I lost all sense of rationality, inhaling deeply as I continued my actions. Initially, my plan was to thoroughly explore Xiaoyu Yao's room, seeking the perfect opportunity to indulge myself. However, stumbling upon such intimate items right at the outset left me unable to contain myself. My left hand worked diligently, while my right hand toyed with the white lingerie. To be honest, I couldn't fathom why I was engaging in such behavior, yet I felt utterly powerless to stop myself. Deep down, I understood the precariousness of my situation. If anything were to go awry, how would I manage? Despite this awareness, my hands quickened their pace. I had indulged for many years, but this experience felt more intense than ever. The pleasure I felt rekindled memories of my first reckless encounter. Gradually, as I increased my pace, my remaining rational thoughts faded away, and my right hand joined in, bringing the delicate lingerie closer to my desires. At that moment, I ceased to contemplate the consequences. I was overwhelmed by an entirely new thrill. Xiaoyu Yao's image became increasingly vivid in my mind as I approached the precipice of ecstasy. Just then, I realized a crucial oversight. I had forgotten to prepare any tissues. Recognizing my blunder, my hands continued their frantic motions, and I took a deep breath, awkwardly shifting my stance to head towards the bathroom. However, just as I turned to leave, the sound of a door opening echoed from the outside. Though the noise was faint, it resonated starkly in the stillness of the room. Startled by the sound, I lost control, and in that instant, the floodgates opened. Everything that should have landed on the tissue instead smeared across the innocent lingerie. The sound of the door being pushed open reached my ears, and I felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over me, as if the world had dimmed. Yet, this feeling lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Suddenly, an adrenaline surge propelled me into action. In a swift motion, I shoved the soiled lingerie into my underwear, pulled up my pants with the speed of a lightning bolt, and closed the open nightstand drawer. In that moment, I realized the boundless potential of a person in crisis. My speed, if witnessed by the likes of Liu Xiang or Usain Bolt, would surely leave them in awe. Just then, I heard Xiaoyu Yao's surprised voice from the doorway. Huh? Upon seeing her, I shivered involuntarily, cursing inwardly as I recalled her earlier words about returning around 7. Clearly, she had not anticipated finding anyone else in the room. She blinked in surprise before stepping further inside, asking, "Is the air conditioner fixed?" Paused for a moment after hearing my words, then seemed to believe me, nodding as she said, "Really? And it's fixed, right?" As she spoke, she walked closer to me. I was about to tell her that it was indeed repaired when I noticed her turning her head, her gaze fixed on the bed, as if she were examining something. Following her line of sight, my heart sank, and I found myself at a loss for words. For at that moment, I clearly saw a white substance clinging to her sheets, innocently gazing back at me. In that instant, I felt as if I'd been struck by lightning, my entire being petrified. I never anticipated that remnants would be left on's bed linens. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt a strong urge to faint. I dared not contemplate what would transpire next. A thought crossed my mind about breaking the window and disappearing from this scenario altogether. After all, leaving behind my progeny on the sheets of my homeroom teacher. Wouldn't have to report this to the authorities? The more I pondered, the more frantic I became, feeling my legs weaken and cold sweat forming on my forehead. Continued to stare at her bed, then suddenly bent down and reached for something. Chapter 31. Escaping a Calamity. I watched her hand with wide eyes, my breath nearly halting. Yet, to my astonishment, S hand did not reach for the white substance, but instead for the air conditioner remote lying nearby. She picked it up, turned around, pressed the switch, and remarked, "So it's fixed, right? It gets a bit warm at night without the air conditioning." I stood there dumbfounded, unable to respond for a long while. It was only when the cool breeze from the air conditioner brushed against me that I jolted back to reality and hastily replied, "Yes, it's fixed. I just tested it." My heart raced as I spoke, wondering if I'd actually been looking at the remote and not the evidence of my folly. As I thought this, I stole a glance at the white substance, was now engrossed in the air conditioner. I quickly shifted my position and wiped her sheets with my hand. Soon, I felt a sticky sensation in my palm, and just as I finished, turned to me and said, "Well, you came in the rain, so I feel a bit embarrassed." Upon hearing this, I quickly shook my head, feeling grateful that I had acted swiftly. However, I soon regained my composure, sensing that her tone was not that of a teacher speaking to a student. It seemed it did not regard me as merely a student, but perhaps more like a younger brother. I then ventured to speak. "It's nothing. The rain isn't too heavy anyway. If there's nothing else, I should head home." After all, this was a veritable crime scene, and I felt it best not to linger. To my surprise, nodded, and then seemed to remember something, asking, "By the way, did you pay for the air conditioner repair?" A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she continued, "I forgot about it yesterday and only remembered on the way back today. Did you cover the cost?" Hearing her query, I thought to myself, is there anyone else who could have paid? But in my current state of shock, I could only nod and reply, Yes, I did." Upon hearing this, smiled and said, "How much did it cost? I'll reimburse you." I quickly waved my hand, indicating it was unnecessary. At that moment, I just wanted to escape and ensure my safety. However, was insistent, smiling as she pressed, "Oh, that is not fair. How can I let you bear the expense? Just tell me how much." I hadn't expected her to be so persistent, so I finally said, "It was just 20 yuan, not a lot." After all, I had taken advantage of her hospitality, and that 20 yuan could be considered an entry fee. But upon hearing the amount, quickly rummaged through her pockets, and, to my surprise, pulled out only crisp bills, the smallest being a 50 yuan note. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on her face as she looked at me and sheepishly said, "Ah, I spent all my change on something earlier." I immediately reassured her that it was no problem and suggested, "Let us just forget about it. It's not a big deal. Teacher, you should rest now. I should be heading home." At that moment, I felt an overwhelming desire to leave, and seemed to understand, nodding as she replied, "All right, you can go home. I'll reimburse you on Monday." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me as I indicated my departure and turned to leave. As I walked out, I felt somewhat awkward. After all, it was my first time with a pair of undergarments stuffed inside my pants, and the sensation was quite uncomfortable. Just as I reached the door, I noticed 2 large black plastic bags beside it. It suddenly dawned on me that these might be the items I'd gone to retrieve today. They likely contained stockings or similar items, suggesting she had gone to stock up. With this thought, I turned to who would follow me out and said, "Teacher, I'm leaving now. Please take care." In truth, I desperately wanted to advise her against sleeping naked, for the consequences could be dire if she were to become pregnant. However, appeared oblivious, simply responding with an reminding me to be careful on my way back. I quickly opened the door and hurried down the stairs. Once outside, I noticed the rain had intensified since I arrived. This pleased me, as I am quite fond of rainy weather, and it also served as a free wash for my bicycle. I donned my raincoat and rode out of the community. Although the streets were nearly deserted, I dared not retrieve the undergarments until I reached home. Once there, I finally pulled them from my pants. Gazing at the now disheveled white fabric, I felt a pang of worry. While it signified a new benefit for me, I couldn't help but wonder if it would notice her missing undergarments and immediately suspect me. I didn't want to think too deeply about it. The act was done, and there was no point in dwelling on it further. Staring at the undergarment, I pondered how to dispose of it. Throwing it away seemed a waste, yet hiding it felt unsanitary given its current state. After much deliberation, I resolved to wash it and keep it for future use. It was rather absurd that while I rarely wash my own underwear, today I found myself washing someone else's, particularly that of my homeroom teacher. Thankfully, no one else knew of this incident, or my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. After a quick rinse in the bathroom, I regrettably sent the poor remnants down the drain. However, for some reason, the faint yellow stains on the private areas refused to budge. Personally, I didn't mind. It only served as a testament to the authenticity of the item. Once I hung it on the balcony to dry, I opened my computer out of boredom. Upon logging into QQ, I discovered that neither nor Wang Jiazi was online, which sapped my interest, leading me to shut down the computer and lie on my bed to rest. Fortunately, this matter remains a secret. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. After a brief wash in the restroom, the unfortunate little tadpole was consigned to the dark, unlit sewers. However, for some inexplicable reason, the pale yellow stain on my undergarment refused to wash away. Personally, I felt indifferent, and in fact, it served as a testament to the authenticity of this particular piece of clothing. After hanging it on the balcony to dry, I found myself aimlessly opening my computer. Upon logging into QQ, I discovered that neither Xiao Yuyao nor Wang Jiazi were online, which instantly drained my interest. I promptly shut down the computer and reclined on my bed to rest. Generally speaking, students rejoice at the prospect of holidays, yet to be candid, I personally find attending school somewhat preferable. Of course, this statement is not an indication of my studious nature. Rather, I simply cherish the vibrant atmosphere that school offers. If I were to pinpoint any similarity between myself and Lin Xiaoman, it would likely be that I, too, lack close friends. I do not have any particularly good classmates, and I believe the primary reason for this is my less-than-ideal paternal situation. However, this is not a matter of great concern to me. I have long since acclimated to a solitary existence. As long as I have my hands, life does not feel lonely. For the next 2 days, the rain persisted without any indication of abating. I mused that if this downpour were to occur in Beijing, the citizens of the capital would surely rejoice, as no one wishes to live perpetually under a shroud of smog. By the time Monday arrived, the rain had finally ceased. Upon arriving at school, I was surprised to spot the tattooed man as I entered the gates. He was not riding his motorcycle, but rather walking towards the school. He stood out remarkably in the crowd, not only due to his distinctive tattoos, but also because, in the unseasonably cold morning, he was dressed only in a tank top, resembling a penguin. Upon seeing him, I could not help but internally berate him as a peculiar individual and sidestepped him as I entered the school. Once I stepped in the classroom, I found Lin Xiaoman seated at her usual spot. As I approached, she looked up at me for a brief moment before shifting her position slightly forward. I could not tell if it was merely my imagination, but in that fleeting instant, I thought I detected a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. As I settled into my seat, her timid voice suddenly reached my ears. "Lu Ming, you usually do not go home for lunch, do you?" I was taken aback by her sudden inquiry and gazed at her in confusion, responding in a low voice. "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Chapter 32. Lin Xiaoman's invitation as I spoke. I could not resist glancing back to see that Yang Wei's seat was still empty, which eased my mind considerably. It seemed he had not yet arrived. Lin Xiaoman hesitated at my question, but soon, looking at me, she continued softly, "No, I was just asking." Her tone was somewhat peculiar, hesitant and stammering. Observing her, I paused for a moment before saying, "If you have something to say, just go ahead. It's no trouble at all." Although she claimed to be untroubled, her expression clearly suggested otherwise. True to my assumption, Lin Xiaoman pondered for a moment before speaking. "Well, we can leave the school during lunch, right?" I was taken aback by her question and blurted out, "Huh? Are you planning to go out?" She nodded in affirmation, her voice barely above a whisper, "Yes. I wanted to invite you to lunch." At that moment, I genuinely thought I had misheard her. Was she really inviting me to lunch? What was happening? Had the long-awaited spring of my life finally arrived, or was Lin Xiaoman simply overflowing with funds? My mouth fell open in disbelief as I looked at her, incredulous. "What? You want to treat me to lunch?" Lin Xiaoman's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she quickly nodded, lowering her voice. "I felt quite embarrassed about using you as a shield the other day, so I thought I would treat you to something at lunch as a token of gratitude." Only then did I realize she still remembered that incident. Had I been overthinking it for just a moment? I scrutinized her, recognizing that this was a difficult topic for her to broach, and it must have taken considerable courage for her to say so. Given her personality, she likely did not want to feel indebted to me. Hence her attempt to resolve the matter in this manner. Contemplating this, I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, I was curious as to why she did not extend the invitation on the day of the holiday, but chose today instead. After all, as a boarding student, it was not particularly convenient for her to venture outside during lunch. My mind wandered back to that day when Lin Xiaoman brought along her somewhat tattered bag. In an instant, it all clicked. My heart sank and my breathing steadied. Perhaps it wasn't solely due to her being a diligent student that she wore her uniform every day. Perhaps it was that she had just received her allowance this week and was merely trying to repay a so-called favor. I had long suspected that Lin Xiaoman's relentless pursuit of academic excellence stemmed from personal reasons. Even in the 21st century, there are still those who firmly believe that knowledge can alter one as fate. At that moment, I smiled at Lin Xiaoman and waved my hand dismissively, saying no need. I had almost forgotten about that incident. You need not dwell on it. There is no need for thanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman furrowed her brow, looking at me in surprise, but that time caused you to. Before she could finish, I interrupted with a smile. It really was nothing. You don't need to treat me. Besides, it seems the old security guard has recently acquired a new pair of glasses, and his eyesight is remarkably sharp. He has caught many boarding students trying to sneak out. Lin Xiaoman blinked in disbelief, asking hesitantly, "Really?" I thought to myself that of course it was a fabrication, but said with utmost sincerity, "Of course. Why would I lie to you? It's best not to venture outside for now." My intention was purely to dissuade her, although truthfully, I would relish the opportunity to dine with Lin Xiaoman, considering how splendid it would be. However, recalling the guardians she had behind her, I ultimately decided against it. It was not worth risking my life for a mere meal. As I had hoped, my words had the desired effect. Lin Xiaoman soon looked troubled, seemingly at a loss for what to do. I pressed my advantage, adding, "Helping each other out is what classmates do, especially since we were deskmates." I concluded with a sense of magnanimity, given my lack of notable qualities as a D-grade student. Lin Xiaoman hesitated for a moment at my words before nodding in resignation. "Well, all right then." Seeing her acquiesce, I chose not to press further. Just then, the preparation bell rang, and I quickly feigned an air of readiness, adjusting my posture. To my surprise, immediately after class commenced, a bespectacled teacher strode through the door. As he entered, the class erupted in whispers, and I squinted in disbelief, feeling that this four-eyed figure looked oddly familiar. Just as I pondered this, the teacher rapped on the desk and announced, "Your English teacher is away for professional development, so I will be filling in for the English classes from now on." He adjusted his glasses, casting a condescending glance at the class. "My surname is Lin. You may call me Teacher Lin from now on." As soon as the bespectacled one finished speaking, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Was he not the same four-eyed individual I had encountered that day with Xiao Yuyo? To think he would become our English teacher in the future struck me as rather peculiar. Surely, he must be seizing this opportunity to get closer to Xiao Yuyo. Lin Xian, appearing rather stern, noticed the murmurs among the classmates after his speech. He rapped on the desk several times, signaling for silence before commencing the lesson. I had little to say about the English course. After all, many words were familiar to it, but entirely alien to me. Thus, during English class, I instinctively tuned out, rendering myself deaf to the proceedings. To my surprise, however, as Lin Xian continued his lecture, he seemed to take note of my presence. Perhaps he recognized me from my encounter with Lin Xiaoman and recalled that day's events. He proceeded to write a word on the blackboard, then pointed at me, beckoning me to translate it. At the moment he directed his finger towards me, a multitude of eyes in the classroom turned to observe. A wave of embarrassment washed over me, and, somewhat reluctantly, I stood up. Truth be told, I did not recognize the word on the board, and at that moment, another word echoed in my mind, Fuck. Seeing me silent after standing, Lin Xian's tone turned acerbic. "You don't know the meaning of such a simple word? How did you manage in your previous English classes?" His words ignited a blush on my cheeks, and, as I braced myself to continue feigning silence, I felt a gentle nudge of my shoe. Glancing down, I saw Lin Xiaoman with a pen in hand, scribbling the word smile on her paper. I hesitated, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "It means smile." Lin Xian, taken aback by my sudden response, wore a momentary expression of shock before dismissively waving his hand, instructing me to sit down while muttering, "You took so long to recall such a word." Once seated, I muttered a few choice words about him in my mind, then turned to Lin Xiaoman and whispered, "Thank you." To my astonishment, she smiled back and jotted down, "Now we are even." I stared at her note for a while before smiling and nodding in agreement. Finally, the class came to an end. The bell rang. Yet Lin Xian lingered, only gathering his belongings and greeting others when Xiao Yuyo appeared outside the classroom. Seeing the expression on Xian's face irked me. But the thought of possessing a piece of his goddess's intimate apparel brought me a sense of solace. The day progressed without incident, except that during class, Xiao Yuyo seemed to glance at me intentionally or unintentionally. Her gaze filled me with unease, fearing she might discover the missing undergarment or the mysterious stains on her sheets. Fortunately, after class, she left without uttering a word, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. At noon, while seated in the classroom, I noticed that my little broadcasting goddess did not recite prose today. Instead, she played music. This made the midday hours feel rather dull, prompting me to rest my head on the desk for a brief nap. However, to my utter astonishment, during the break before the last self-study period of the afternoon, a commotion erupted in the classroom. The ruckus originated from the back, and when I turned to investigate, I saw Yang Wei and a few boys gazing at the classroom door, engaged in animated discussion. Following their line of sight, I was taken aback to see Wang Jiazi standing there, peering into the classroom. The moment I locked eyes with her, she clearly recognized me, her face breaking into a smile as she waved and gestured for me to come out. My heart sank. Yang Wei and the others grew even louder, and Lin Xiaoman noticed my discomfort, following my gaze to the door. Lin Xiaoman's expression froze, and with gritted teeth, I stood up and made my way outside. Once I had pulled Wang Jiazi aside, I inquired, "What brings you here?" Even in the corridor, the attention of students from other classes was palpable. Wang Jiazi was indeed striking, and since she did not belong to our building, she attracted even more glances. When I asked her, she tilted her head and replied, "You silly, of course, I came to find you." Her voice sounded a bit hoarse, as if she had caught a cold. I frowned at her response and asked, "Are you sick? What do you want with me?" Wang Jiazi nodded, first saying just a bit chilly, then added, "I need a favor. Could you take me to the internet CAF after school?" I was caught off guard that she had come all this way just to ask me that, leaving me somewhat speechless. I looked at her and replied, "Oh, is that all? You're not taking a cab?" As soon as I finished speaking, a realization struck me, and I looked at her in surprise, asking, "Wait, how do you know what class I'm in?" Before I could finish, Wang Jiazi tapped my forehead lightly and playfully said, "You're so dense. You told me that day. Will you take me or not? If you're coming, wait for me at the school gate after class." I hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, "All right, I'll see you at the school gate." Suddenly, I remembered something and anxiously looked at her. "You should hurry back. Is there still time? Class is about to start." However, Wang Jiazi appeared unfazed, responding, "Our last class is outdoors for sketching. Besides, even if I'm late, it doesn't matter because..." Before she could finish, I waved my hand, signaling her to stop, indicating that I understood what she was going to say. Seeing my reaction, Wang Jiazi chuckled and said, "All right, see you after school. I'm off now, you should head back too." Without waiting for my reply, she turned and bounced down the stairs. I watched her retreating figure, letting out a sigh before returning to class. To be honest, after escorting her back to school that night, her somewhat forlorn silhouette lingered in my thoughts. Yet today, she appeared to have returned to her usual self. Though our acquaintance was brief, there seemed to be an air of mystery surrounding her. Back in my seat, Lin Xiaoman suddenly asked, "Do you know that girl?" I looked at her in surprise, nodded, and replied, "Why do you ask?" Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoman shook her head before looking at me and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I've seen her before." Her words reminded me of that day on the playground. Could she be referring to that incident? I looked at her and asked, "When did you see her? Where?" Lin Xiaoman pondered for a moment, then replied deliberately, "In the teaching building." "In the teaching building?" Her statement caught me off guard. Setting aside why Wang Jiazi was in the teaching building, there were so many people entering and exiting daily. How could Lin Xiaoman remember her specifically? Confused, I continued to probe. "Oh, you ran into her inside the building?" To my surprise, Lin Xiaoman immediately shook her head upon hearing my words, and then softly stated, It was in the office. That time, the school awarded prizes to the top 10 students in the grade. I happened to see her when I went there." At this point, Lin Xiaoman paused, seemingly deep in thought, and remarked, if I'm not mistaken, "She seems to be ranked 8th in the grade." Initially, I thought Wang Jiazi had gone to the teaching building for a reprimand from a teacher, but upon hearing Lin Xiaoman's words, I couldn't help but exclaim, "No way." The moment I uttered those words, I noticed Lin Xiaoman's face flush with embarrassment and feeling awkward. I quickly corrected myself, saying, you said she is ranked 8th? If memory serves me right, Lin Xiaoman was first in our class. Yet she only ranked 6th in the last exam. How could Wang Jiaxi, who spent her evenings at the internet CAF and was in the arts class, be ranked 8th? I found it hard to believe, but Lin Xiaoman nodded, appearing quite certain, and said, yes, she should be because at that time she spoke to me. Hearing this made me feel a jolt of curiosity, and I quickly asked, what did she say to you? To my astonishment, Lin Xiaoman became shy and fidgety, remaining silent for a long while. After a significant pause, noticing my persistent gaze, she finally bit her lip and timidly replied. She stood beside me and suddenly looked at me, saying my hair looked nice and that I was pretty. Her voice trailed off to nearly a whisper, and as I imagined the scene in my mind, I couldn't help but think that it did indeed sound like something Wang Jiaxi would say. No wonder Lin Xiaoman remembered her. Even if they hadn't spoken, they would likely recognize each other. After all, it was improbable that all the top 10 students were girls. They were likely the 2 most strikingly beautiful among them. Contemplating this left me speechless. It appeared that Wang Jiaxi had not been exaggerating when she claimed to excel academically. I had thought she was merely among the top few in our class, but it seemed she was far more talented than she let on. Yet, considering she spent her days online while studying arts, how could she excel academically as well? Even if the heavens favored her, that seemed rather illogical. Just as I was musing over this, Lin Xiaoman, noticing my pensive expression, suddenly inquired, didn't you know she was doing well academically? Caught off guard by her question, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, merely nodding in affirmation. While I was aware of her academic prowess, I had not realized the extent of it. Seeing me nod, Lin Xiaoman appeared to have an epiphany, her expression lightening as she closed her mouth, opting not to say more. At that moment, the class bell rang, and I glanced at Lin Xiaoman, refraining from asking anything further. After class, I exited the classroom early. The wind outside was brisk and slightly chilly. I pushed my bicycle to the school gate, anxious that Wang Jiaxi might not see me later. The scene at the school gate during dismissal was always quite spectacular, and to avoid being trampled by the throngs of students, I stood to the side, watching the crowd flow out. After some time, I finally spotted Wang Jiaxi's figure in the distance. My heart leaped with joy, only to plummet instantly when I noticed the tattooed guy walking alongside her, shoulder to shoulder. Despite the cold weather, he was dressed in shorts and a tank top. I suddenly recalled that he was an athlete, so he must have had his last class on the playground, which was why he was walking out with Wang Jiaxi. With a sigh, I continued to observe Wang Jiaxi from a distance. To my surprise, she did not appear annoyed. Instead, she seemed to be smiling. The tattooed guy was gesturing with his hands, seemingly engaged in conversation. The 2 of them walking together drew the attention of many students, who cast glances in their direction. Witnessing this scene, I felt a knot tighten in my chest, a bitter taste surfacing in my mouth. I was unsure why I felt this way, but seeing them laughing and conversing made me uncomfortable. As they approached the school gate, I felt a sudden urge to hide, my mind racing. Unfortunately, my instinct to conceal myself seemed to catch Wang Jiaxi's attention. She paused for a moment, hastened a few steps forward, and called out with a slightly hoarse voice. Xiao Xiaoming. Stunned by her voice, I stood frozen, unable to respond. At that moment, the tattooed guy also noticed me, and I could feel his unfriendly gaze piercing into me. Chapter 34. Wang Jiaxi was angry. Wang Jiaxi swiftly made her way to my side, tilting her head to scrutinize me before saying, "You're so quick. I've been waiting for ages." In response to her remark, I thought to myself that aside from that time, when I was slow, I was ordinarily quite prompt. However, I first glanced at the tattooed guy behind her, then turned to her with a somewhat cold tone, replying, I didn't wait long. I was puzzled as to why I spoke in such a manner. But Wang Jiaxi seemed to sense my tone, blinking her eyes curiously. Soon, she turned her head to glance back, and as if struck by a thought, she smiled at me and said, "Well then let us go." As she spoke, she waved goodbye to the tattooed guy, saying, "I'm leaving now." To my surprise, the tattooed guy, upon hearing Wang Jiaxi, smirked slightly and suggested, "Wait a moment, how about I give you a ride? Don't take his old bicycle. Ride my motorcycle instead." The thought of my beloved bike, which had been with me for years, being referred to as old by this tattooed guy, filled me with indignation, and I shot him an angry glare, remaining silent. Wang Jiaxi, taken aback by his suggestion, paused for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "No thanks. Motorcycles are too dangerous. I prefer Xiaoming to take me." Her words provided me with a sense of comfort, and I cast a triumphant glance at the tattooed guy, eager to see his reaction to the rejection. However, he seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated her response, and immediately retorted, "Not dangerous. I'll ride slowly. The bike is parked right outside the school. Let me take you." As he spoke, he stepped closer to Wang Jiaxi, invading her personal space. Witnessing his imposing demeanor, I could no longer restrain myself and interjected, "Didn't you hear her? She said she'd go with me." To my dismay, the moment my words left my mouth, the tattooed guy looked down at me from his perceived height and said, "Am I talking to you? Why are you butting in?" His response ignited my fury. I was about to unleash a torrent of insults when Wang Jiaxi spoke up first, addressing the tattooed guy. "All right, you still need to go back to the classroom to change, so hurry up. We're leaving." With that, she suddenly tugged at my arm, signaling me to move along. As she pulled me, I found my composure returning, and after shooting a glare at the tattooed guy, I sighed and mounted my bike, gesturing for Wang Jiaxi to hop on. She nodded and quickly settled onto the back seat, instructing, "Let us go." I exerted some effort, riding out of the school gates. I had no idea what expression the tattooed guy wore behind me, but I imagined he was cursing me under his breath. Once outside the school, I remained silent, pedaling directly toward the internet CF, while Wang Jiaxi surprisingly stayed quiet as well, not making a sound, to the point where I barely felt her presence. Finally, upon arriving at the entrance of the internet CF, I halted my vehicle, only to witness Wang Jiaxi leap down with alacrity. Swiftly, she circled to my front, her eyes fixed upon me with an intensity that rendered me momentarily bashful. Just as I was about to avert my gaze, she spoke, Xiaoming, "Are you upset?" Caught off guard by her words, I paused before slowly shaking my head and replying no. Clearly, Wang Jiaxi was not convinced. Her brow furrowed as she adopted a righteous expression, declaring, "How can that be? Your face has already betrayed you." With a resigned sigh, I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you still need to go online, so hurry inside." To my surprise, upon hearing this, Wang Jiaxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She stared at me, perplexed, and asked, "What do you mean? Aren't you going to play?" An image of her laughing with that tattooed guy flashed through my mind, and I bit my lip before replying, today. I'm not in the mood." My words rendered Wang Jiaxi momentarily speechless, though after a brief pause. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. Observing her demeanor, I suddenly felt that my reaction was excessive, and I couldn't quite comprehend why I had acted this way. Yet, at that moment, I felt somewhat trapped and could only muster, "Fine, you go ahead and play. Just come back to school early tonight." Unexpectedly, Wang Jiaxi remained still, and after a considerable pause, she shook her head and quietly said, "No, I won't play anymore." A wave of panic surged within me, and I instinctively asked what's wrong. Just as I posed the question, she lifted her head, her eyes glaring at me as she expressed her annoyance. "You made me feel this way. Now I don't have the mood to play." To be honest, I was at a loss as to why I had such an attitude toward her, but it was certain I hadn't intended to upset her. Realizing this, I felt a twinge of discomfort, unsure of what to say next. However, seeing my silence, Wang Jiaxi clenched her teeth and, to my astonishment, circled behind me and plopped down onto the back seat of my vehicle. In a daze, before I could gather my thoughts, her irritated voice rang out from behind. "I'm not playing anymore. You, take me to eat." The moment I heard her utter those words, memories of her being upset days earlier with Yang Wei and his group flashed in my mind. It appeared that when she was angry, she transformed into a little food lover, and judging by her current tone, it seemed she was preparing to impose a new round of economic sanctions upon me. At that moment, I dared not utter a word. My first instinct was to discreetly check the contents of my pocket. It seemed I hadn't brought much cash when I left home that morning, barely a few bills. Was this the prelude to an unpaid meal? Contemplating this, I opened my mouth, intending to speak, but before I could, Wang Jiaxi's voice rang out again. "Didn't you hear me? I'm serious." Instantly, I swallowed hard, nodding in acknowledgement, then nervously inquired, "So, what do you want to eat?" At that moment, I was desperate to avoid further upsetting her. Yet I felt embarrassed to directly admit my lack of funds. Thus, I could only pose a symbolic question. As anticipated, my inquiry was met with silence from her, until a moment later, she suggested, "Let us go eat hamburgers. I know a place with delicious chicken nuggets." Upon hearing this, my heart sank. I realized that my meager funds would certainly not suffice for such a meal. It wouldn't even cover a portion of fried chicken. My expression became troubled as I hesitated to respond, pondering whether I should return home to fetch some money. After much deliberation, I resolved to be forthright, mustering my courage to half-turn toward her in the back seat and confess, I don't have much money on me. Perhaps you could wait here while I go home to get some?" As I spoke, my face burned with embarrassment. To my astonishment, Wang Jiazi responded nonchalantly, "It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. I have money with me." I had not anticipated her reply. I was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook my head, insisting, "No, I should go back and get some. My home isn't too far." Although I wasn't from a wealthy family, it was customary for me to pay when dining with a girl, especially a charming one like her. Furthermore, given my earlier inexplicable attitude toward her, I felt it was only right that I should cover the expenses. However, Wang Jiazi frowned and insisted, "Why? Are you leaving me here alone? Hurry up. Besides, I owe you from the last time, when I had all those snacks." As she spoke, she wiggled her body, causing the bicycle to sway slightly. I found myself in a dilemma, and, after a moment's thought, I reluctantly nodded and replied, "All right then, I'll treat you to something nice in a few days." Evidently, Wang Jiazi did not take my words seriously. She merely hummed in agreement, pointing ahead as a signal for me to hurry. With a sigh, I mounted my bicycle, and we set off together. Chapter 35. Blue Sky Cold Drinks. To be candid, I was quite unfamiliar with cold drink and hamburger establishments. Such places were typically overrun by young couples, leaving me, a solitary soul, to merely pass by without daring to enter. However, today was different. After all, Wang Jiazi was an exceptionally attractive girl, and being seen with her would undoubtedly attract envious glances. I needn't worry about anything else. I merely pondered how I could feign familiarity with the venue. As we rode, Wang Jiazi directed me, revealing that she was evidently a regular at this establishment. After about 10 minutes of cycling, I heard her voice from behind, "It's just ahead. Do you see that flashing sign?" Following her gaze, I looked forward and indeed spotted a place with a glaring sign that nearly blinded me. However, as I approached, I realized that the sign read Starry Hotel, and it seemed the lights were malfunctioning. Perplexed, I stopped and asked, "Is this it? When did hotels start serving hamburgers and chicken nuggets? Aren't hotels meant to provide lodging?" Just then, Wang Jiazi replied promptly, "Yes, this is the place." My confusion deepened as I glanced around, only to discover a small shop adjacent to the hotel. Compared to the hotel, the shop's sign was far less conspicuous. The hotel's flickering lights drew all the attention, while the shop sign was nearly imperceptible. Peering through the glass, I saw that the interior appeared clean and relatively empty. The establishment was called Blue Sky Cold Drinks. At that moment, Wang Jiazi hopped down from the back seat and approached me, stating, "This is it. The food inside is quite good." I nodded, casting a glance at the hotel. The two places were indeed complimentary, allowing young couples to indulge in meals before retreating to the hotel next door. Even if their energy waned midway, they could simply dash downstairs for a quick refresh. Unfortunately, Wang Jiazi and I could only enter Blue Sky, not Starry Hotel. With that thought, I parked my bicycle, and Wang Jiazi had already entered the shop, taking a seat by the window. As I stepped through the door, I noticed Wang Jiazi waving at me, signaling for me to take a seat. I walked over to her side, and, after settling down, couldn't help but inquire, "Do you often sit here when you come?" To my surprise, Wang Jiazi shook her head, casually pushing the menu towards me as she replied, "Not really. I usually go to the private room upstairs." Acknowledging her response with a hum, I turned to glance around. There indeed was a staircase leading upstairs, suggesting that the absence of patrons downstairs was merely an illusion. Undoubtedly, young couples were nestled in the privacy of the upper rooms. However, I found myself slightly puzzled and continued to ask, "Oh, then why are we seated here today?" Wang Jiazi seemed to have anticipated my question, quickly responding with a smile, "Today is different. I would never sit in a private room with a bad person." I was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was referring to me as the bad person. I quickly protested, "Don't say that. How am I a bad person? I just went through so much effort to bring you here." Her laughter deepened at my defense, and she gestured toward the menu, urging me to choose something. "You're so anxious. I was just teasing you." When I entered, I asked, and the private room I usually frequent was already occupied, so we ended up here. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the window, and she added thoughtfully, besides, this place isn't so bad. We can see the sky darkening outside following her gaze. I looked out and indeed noticed the sky beginning to dim, with the streetlights growing increasingly vibrant. Just then, a waiter approached, inquiring about our orders. Since it was my first visit to this establishment, I was at a loss for what to choose. I feigned contemplation over the menu before handing it back to Wang Jiazi, saying, "You order. I'm not really hungry. I'm fine with anything." Wang Jiazi hesitated briefly, but soon took the menu and began to order. She chose 2 hamburgers, a serving of fries, and some chicken nuggets. To be honest, I had grown accustomed to not eating much in the evenings, so I wasn't particularly hungry. After the waiter left, Wang Jiazi suddenly propped her chin on her hand. Staring outside, observing her posture, I couldn't help but envision her in class, perhaps gazing out the window in a similar manner. But then I recalled her ranking 8th in her class, which left me somewhat disheartened. While I was lost in thought, Wang Jiazi abruptly turned to me, her expression serious, and asked, "Hey, Xiao Ming, were you angry just now?" Her question startled me, and my first instinct was to deny it. After a moment, I shook my head and stammered, "No, I wasn't angry," although I consider myself quite adept at lying, having deceived countless individuals. I felt inexplicably guilty in front of Wang Jiazi, my speech faltering. She remained silent for a moment before probing further. "Really? Then why don't you dare look me in the eye?" Her words sent a shiver through me. I bit my lip, then raised my head. To my surprise, I found myself locked in her dark, captivating gaze. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes mesmerized me, and I felt a serene stillness envelop me, rendering me speechless. Wang Jiazi continued to gaze at me, her face displaying a hint of confusion. After what felt like an eternity, she seemed to notice my unusual expression. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, stammering, "Ah, what else with your expression?" It's so strange her barely audible voice snapped me back to reality, and I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. I hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. I just didn't dare to look you in the eye." I felt the need to prove that I could indeed look at her, insisting that I truly wasn't angry. In truth, I hadn't been angry at all, merely a bit annoyed. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi let out a soft tsh and muttered, "You were definitely unhappy just now. Were you jealous because you saw me with Dong Longfei after school?" Her words made my face turn crimson, and I exclaimed, "What? Jealous? That's not the right term." I added, "Besides, why should it matter who I walk with?" I wasn't sure why, but my last statement lacked conviction, my voice dwindling. Indeed, I had felt a twinge of annoyance when I saw her walking with that tattooed guy, and my attitude toward Wang Jiazi could very well have been influenced by that encounter. Yet, I couldn't admit it, so I stubbornly maintained my stance. Wang Jiazi seemed to disregard my words, waving her hand dismissively as she continued, "Oh, semantics aside, tell me, is it because you saw me with him that you were unhappy?" I hadn't anticipated her persistence, and I shook my head again, replying no. Why would I be angry about that? Wang Jiazi wasn't convinced, her gaze unwavering as she asserted, "You're lying. It must be because of that. I only ran into him when I was leaving, and I knew you'd be waiting for me at the school gate, so I hurriedly walked, even having someone else carry my art supplies for me. I didn't expect to run into him anyway." Her words left me momentarily speechless, as I recalled seeing her walking out empty-handed, without her art supplies. I also realized that the tattooed guy had likely been watching her during gym class, waiting to catch up with her after. After a prolonged silence, I could only nod and say, "I get it." As soon as I spoke, Wang Jiazi assumed a look of triumph, pouting and murmuring, "See, it's definitely because of that. You're such a petty person. Didn't I tell you I dislike him?" Her declaration took me by surprise, and I muttered softly, "What? But you were smiling when you were with him." I didn't finish my sentence, and in that moment, the image of her laughing while walking with him flashed in my mind. Clearly, my remark caught her off guard. Her expression stiffened, and she stared at me in silence for a while. After a moment, she suddenly broke into a smile and said, Xiao Ming, you're really strange." I chuckled. "What do you expect? Should I walk with him and cry? Moreover, your words make me feel." At this point, Wang Jiazi paused, her eyes glazing over as if a thick fog had suddenly engulfed her. I looked at her, unable to resist asking, Feel what?" At that moment, Wang Jiazi gestured for me to lean closer. I was taken aback, but leaned in, tilting my head. Moments later, the air felt warmer, and I could sense her subtle breath against my neck, sending a tingling sensation through me. I took a deep breath, and her melodious voice rang in my ears. It makes me feel that I didn't use the wrong words just now. Upon hearing Wang Jiazi say this, my heart inexplicably quivered for a moment, and then I nervously withdrew my head, staring at her with a blank expression. Wang Jiazi, noticing my demeanor, smiled even more brightly. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and her tousled hair appeared particularly enchanting. Fortunately, at that moment, a waitress arrived to save the situation, placing our order on the table. Then, Wang Jiazi rummaged through her pocket and produced a red bill, handing it to her. Witnessing Wang Jiazi pay left me feeling somewhat strange. However, I was unable to contribute financially at that moment, so I remained silent. After the waitress finished finding change and gestured for us to enjoy our meal, Wang Jiazi picked up a hamburger and offered it to me, saying, "Here, try it. It's delicious." I paused for a moment, took the hamburger from her hand, and asked, "You seem to really like this place. Do you often come here alone?" Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi immediately shook her head and replied, "Well, not really. I occasionally come with friends, but I do come alone more often." Her words sparked my first reaction. She has friends? Is she different from Lin Xiaoman? However, upon reflection, although she is also a girl with good grades and looks, her personality is quite different from Lin Xiaoman's. Lin Xiaoman is mostly quiet, while Wang Jiazi is much more vivacious. It seems that people are indeed more attracted to lively girls. Moreover, the art class is filled with beautiful girls. Even if not every girl stands out, most have above-average looks, which naturally diminishes jealousy. With that thought, I murmured in agreement, feeling somewhat indignant for Lin Xiaoman. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Xiaoman is the most diligent student I have ever seen, arriving early every day and being even more serious than the teachers during class. Yet, despite Wang Jiazi's playful demeanor, their academic performance is surprisingly similar, which is rather baffling. Both are attractive girls. Lin Xiaoman is practically a thorn among the female students, while Wang Jiazi seems to have quite a good rapport with others, making it all feel even more unfair. It appears the saying holds true. Some people can effortlessly obtain what you have worked so hard for. Surely, both Lin Xiaoman and Wang Jiazi are favored by the heavens, but it is evident that Wang Jiazi is favored even more. As for me, abandoned by the heavens and often ridiculed, I can only kneel in admiration before them. Lost in thought, I took a bite of the hamburger, which indeed tasted quite good. Upon seeing me eat, Wang Jiazi quickly added, "In the past, when I was online and feeling tired, I would come here to eat and wait until the evening study session was about to end before heading back to school. This place stays open quite late, and the owner is very kind." I responded with a simple, glancing around and not spotting anyone resembling the owner. However, I quickly recalled something and turned back to her, asking, "Did you often go to that internet cafe before?" Hearing my question, Wang Jiazi shook her head and replied, with a mouthful of hamburger, "Not really. I used to go to another internet cafe, but something happened there, so I changed places." Intrigued, I asked, "Oh, what happened?" Human curiosity is certainly on par with that of cat. Fortunately, Wang Jiazi seemed willing to share and paused for a moment, tilting her head in thought before looking at me and saying, "At that internet cafe, there was someone who always deliberately sat next to me and kept staring at me. It made me uncomfortable, so I changed places." Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of balance restored within me. Evidently, being overly favored has its downsides. In places as chaotic as internet cafes, a solitary beauty is indeed a focal point of attention. Many must have approached her out of curiosity. This also clarified why Wang Jiazi preferred to sit in a corner. It was likely a less conspicuous spot. However, I found it odd that, having spent considerable time at that internet cafe, I had not noticed her. I then asked, "So, did that person not follow you? I used to frequent internet cafes as well. Why didn't I ever see you?" Upon my inquiry, Wang Jiazi smiled slightly and replied, "No, they didn't follow me. Actually, when I first talked to you, I had only been to that internet cafe a few times." Her revelation left me wide-eyed in astonishment. "Then why did you tell me you used to sit there? Wouldn't it feel awkward to switch places? I thought you were a regular there." Upon my words, Wang Jiazi laughed happily, saying, "Hee, I was actually lying to you. I was afraid that if I didn't say it that way, you wouldn't let me sit there." I was taken aback to learn that her first words to me were a fib, leaving me feeling somewhat disheartened. However, to be fair, had she not approached me, I might never have met her. I forced a wry smile and shook my head, choosing not to dwell on it. Noticing my lack of concern, Wang Jiazi suddenly said, "But it doesn't matter now, right? You could just sit beside me then, and there won't be anyone else sitting there." Startled by her comment, I playfully remarked, "Aren't you afraid that I might stare at you?" To my surprise, after I said this, Wang Jiazi fell silent, lowering her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again, her expression serious as she replied, "It's all right. Even if you look at me, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable." I was taken aback by her earnest expression, staring at her for a while before asking, "Why is that?" Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi raised the corners of her mouth and replied deliberately, "Because you said I'm beautiful, so I'll graciously allow you to look at me more." Chapter 37. Bullying elementary students. If such words were spoken by someone like Sister Feng, I would undoubtedly risk imprisonment to strike her with a chair. Yet, when Wang Jiazi said this, I felt my face flush crimson, and my gaze turned away in embarrassment, afraid to look at her. I couldn't tell what expression adorned Wang Jiazi's face, but I could certainly hear her delightful laughter. After finishing our meal and lingering for a while, we both exited together. Once outside, the sky had completely darkened. I pushed my bicycle and looked at her, asking, "Where to? Are we going to the internet cafe?" To my surprise, Wang Jiazi nodded at first, then shook her head and asked, "I don't really feel like going to the internet cafe. Is there anywhere else fun?" I was momentarily taken aback by her question, then began to ponder. While thinking, I scanned my surroundings, and my gaze landed on a nearby hotel. To be honest, this place could certainly be entertaining. I could play, and she would be the one being entertained. Yet, I could only entertain such lewd thoughts in my mind, daring not to voice them. After a long moment, an idea suddenly flashed across my mind. A sense of secret delight welled up within me as I turned to Wang Jiazi and said, "I know of a fun place. How about I take you there?" My words evidently piqued her interest, and with a hint of excitement, she inquired, "Really? Where is it?" I shook my head, gesturing towards the back seat of the bike, indicating that she should take a seat, assuring her that she would discover the destination soon enough. Perhaps not anticipating my playful suspense, Wang Jiazi pouted slightly before leaning closer and teasingly warned, "If it's not fun, I'll hold you accountable." I merely smiled, remaining silent as I pedaled towards the street. Although our county was not particularly large, I found myself struggling to recall any entertaining spots. Yet for a girl, anything she hadn't experienced was likely to be enjoyable. Thus, I continued riding, leading her to a place steeped in my memories, an arcade. Ever since internet cafes emerged, my childhood friends had flocked to them, and I too had not visited an arcade in ages. Nevertheless, my affection for this place remained undiminished. If half of my teenage years were spent in school, then a fifth was undoubtedly spent here. The arcade owner was a kindly middle-aged, balding man, whose genial demeanor made him endearing. Despite the business not thriving, he had expressed his determination to keep the arcade open, sharing his lifelong dream of running an establishment that ensnared the youth. Clearly, he had succeeded in that ambition, even managing to ensnare his own son in the process. The owner's son, still lamentably young and barely sprouted, could often be found playing games atop a chair. As I arrived at the arcade with Wang Jiazi, the lively atmosphere enveloped us before we even stepped inside. She eagerly leaped off the bike and approached me, puzzled, asking, "Is this it? What kind of place is this?" I chuckled and pointed inside, replying, "It's an arcade. You've never been here before, have you?" Wang Jiazi quickly shook her head, responding, "I've never been here. Is there really another arcade?" Her admission relieved me, and after locking the bike, I beckoned her to follow me inside. Upon entering, it became apparent why I hadn't seen many elementary school students in internet cafes lately. They had all come here. I glanced at Wang Jiazi beside me, her expression one of wonder, clearly experiencing this for the first time. I approached the bald owner and purchased 10 tokens, handing half to Wang Jiazi. I then asked, "Have you ever seen one of these?" She shook her head and replied, "I've seen them on TV, but this is my first time seeing one in person." As she surveyed her surroundings, she smiled and remarked, "There are so many kids here. Do you think it's strange for just the two of us?" I shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "As if you're an adult. Come on, there's a racing game over there. Let's play." My affection for this arcade stemmed from the thrilling motorcycle racing game it housed. Though it was merely a simulation, it offered a small solace to my dreams of riding. I guided Wang Jiazi to the game machine, encouraging her to take a seat as I explained the gameplay. It was simple enough for any elementary student to grasp, just steering left and right. Watching her clumsily maneuver the game, a wave of happiness washed over me, the source of which I cannot quite pinpoint, but in that moment, I felt genuinely joyous. Clearly, Wang Jiazi was even more elated, reveling in her first experience. I glanced at the screen, noticing her character crashing spectacularly. I could only imagine how she would fare with a real motorcycle. The already precarious roads would surely become even more hazardous. It's no wonder people often jest that men should cook and women should drive, as the results can be rather alarming. My intent in bringing Wang Jiazi here was to ensure she had a splendid time, especially since I had indulged in her meal and could not conjure any other entertaining venues. It seemed to be effective. She raced multiple laps without any inclination to dismount. Finally, as she finished yet another race in last place, I suggested, "Shall we try something else?" Wang Jiazi glanced around, then asked, "What should we play? It seems like everyone else is occupied." Following her gaze, I spotted a solitary elementary school student engrossed in a fighting game, igniting a spark of excitement within me. I motioned for Wang Jiazi to follow me. The child appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, and I felt confident as I approached, inserting a token to challenge him for the machine. Although Wang Jiazi appeared puzzled, she likely understood I was about to engage in a duel. It had been a while since I last played this game, but I had kept my hands nimble through other activities, so I felt prepared to best the child. However, to my astonishment, the child's prowess surged during the match, swiftly defeating my character. Panic set in as I realized Wang Jiazi had noticed my defeat, her soft laughter ringing in my ears. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly adopting a serious demeanor, reminding myself not to underestimate my opponent. Who said elementary school students were all pushovers? This one certainly possessed the tenacity of my younger self. Thankfully, through cunning strategy, I managed to finally triumph over the child. In that moment, I felt a surge of pride and turned to beckon Wang Jiazi to join me, only to find that despite his loss, the child had pulled out another token, eager to challenge me once more. I was taken aback by his tenacity, my expression one of astonishment. Yet before Wang Jiazi, I could not allow myself to falter, so I concentrated intently, determined to outmaneuver the child. I continued to dominate the matches, but the child remained undeterred, refusing to back down. Just as I contemplated losing my composure and unleashing my frustration, Wang Jiazi gently tugged at my shoulder. I turned to see her smiling and pointing to an unoccupied machine, suggesting, "There's no one there. Let us go play that instead." She likely recognized my predicament with the child, and her words momentarily stunned me, prompting me to nod in agreement as I stood up and followed her. Once seated, Wang Jiazi looked at me and asked how to play this new game, then teasingly remarked, "You must come here often to bully children, right?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I shook my head and clarified, "Not at all. Do I seem like that kind of person? I used to be bullied too. It's a form of training that can elevate their skills." Upon hearing my explanation, Wang Jiazi chuckled and shook her head, asking, "Don't you have any younger siblings?" I was taken aback by her sudden inquiry and responded, "No, why do you ask? I'm an only child." After processing my response, Wang Jiazi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Good thing you don't have any. Otherwise, who knows how you would bully them?" I was left speechless, pausing for a moment before asking, "What about you? Do you have any siblings?" Chapter 38. The sorrow behind her eyes. To my surprise, upon hearing my question, her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling. After a tense silence of several seconds, she slowly shook her head, murmuring, "No. If I did, that would be nice." I couldn't fathom the reason behind her sorrowful tone, leaving me in a state of confusion as I gazed at her, feeling a sense of disorientation. However, Wang Jiazi soon smiled again, her expression returning to normal as she said to me, "All right, hurry and teach me how to play, or I'll have to head back to school soon." Hearing her words, I nodded eagerly, though I still felt a bit conflicted inside. But I refrained from asking any further questions. We spent a considerable amount of time playing in the arcade, and eventually, Wang Jiazi took out her small Apple device to check the time, reminding me that our evening study session was about to begin. As I escorted her out of the arcade, I noticed she was still clutching a game token, examining it closely before her eyes. When she caught me looking, she smiled and said, "I'll take this back as a memento. It's my first time playing something like this." I felt fortunate to have been part of her inaugural experience, even if it wasn't the kind of first one that typically comes to mind. Yet it still felt like a worthwhile outing. Later, when I dropped her off at the school gate, the evening study period had already concluded. I pulled over to the side, signaling that we had arrived. Wang Jiazi hopped off the back seat and walked up to me, saying, I'm heading back now. You should hurry home too. I nodded, watching her turn to walk into the school. Just a few steps in, as if recalling something, she turned back and said, "By the way, Xiao Ming, please give me your phone number." I was momentarily taken aback by her sudden return, my mind wandering to the possibility of a dramatic farewell embrace akin to those seen on television. Instead, she straightforwardly asked for my number. Surprised at first, I quickly regained my composure and instinctively reached into my pocket to retrieve my phone. However, upon touching the bulky Nokia within, I hesitated, ultimately opting to simply recite my number, 1593029XXXX. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi began fiddling with her iPhone, remarking, "If I had known your number earlier, I would have had to come find you today." I responded with a nonchalant and soon felt my Nokia vibrate within my pocket. Realizing she was calling, I hurriedly said, "It's connected. You should head back now. The lights will go out soon." Upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi moved the phone away from her ear, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied, "All right, goodbye." Before I could say anything else, she turned and walked back towards the school. I stood still until her figure faded from sight, then pulled out my phone to glance at the screen. An unfamiliar number appeared, heralding the beginning of a budding acquaintance between us. I saved the number and rode home. Not long after arriving home and lying down, a text message arrived. I opened it to find it was from Wang Jiazi. "Xiao Ming, did you make it home safely?" Reading her message filled me with a sudden wave of emotion, nearly bringing me to tears. Over the years, aside from messages from 10086, I had seldom received any texts, and I had almost forgotten that my phone had such a function. Without overthinking, I quickly typed a response. "Looks like I've survived." To my surprise, within a minute, another message from Wang Jiazi came through. "That's good. I'm going to sleep now. Good night." I couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What the heck?" Feeling a rush of excitement, only to find out she was already heading to bed. I wanted to savor the experience of exchanging texts with a lovely girl a bit longer. But at that moment, I could only reply, "Good night." After sending my message, the Nokia returned to its usual silence. I stared at the text for quite some time before slowly closing my eyes. Once my eyes were shut, a face gradually emerged in my mind. I reopened my eyes, gazing at the dark room, and let out a gentle sigh. The following day in class, I felt somewhat dazed throughout the day. Although I typically didn't pay much attention in class, today I couldn't absorb anything at all. No matter what I did, Wang Jiazi's image would unexpectedly surface in my thoughts. I recognized what this indicated. As a member of the looks-oriented society, I acknowledged her beauty. However, I was acutely aware of the potential consequences of developing feelings for something deemed inappropriate, leading to an indescribable inner turmoil. This sense of conflict gnawed at me painfully throughout the day. During lunchtime, my beloved broadcasting goddess was still absent from the airwaves. Yet in the afternoon study session, Lin Xiaoman suddenly spoke to me. "What is wrong with you? You seem odd today." I was taken aback. She rarely spoke to me during class, so this was a surprising exception. After a moment of hesitation, I lowered my voice and replied, "Nothing. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night." Lin Xiaoman observed me for a moment and then asked, "Oh, so what time do you usually go to bed?" Her question left me utterly astonished. What was going on? Was she actually chatting with me during class? This was the same person who typically buried herself in her books. Bewildered, I stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing my confusion, Lin Xiaoman paused before softly adding, I'm a bit tired from reading, so." Her words alleviated my concerns. It seemed even the studious could become fatigued. Perhaps she simply wanted to relax and chat with me? After all, Lin Xiaoman had no close friends among the girls in class, and the boys often harbored ill intentions. So it was no wonder I was the only one she felt comfortable talking to. I nodded in understanding and quietly replied, "Sometimes I sleep early when I have nothing to do, and other times I stay up late playing on the computer." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman's lips moved slightly as she said quietly, "You have a computer at home? Your parents don't mind you playing so late?" Her question struck me as somewhat odd, yet I answered, "My parents often travel for work and are gone for long periods. I think they'll be back in a few days." After responding to her, I suddenly realized the source of my unease stemmed from her remark about my family having a computer. I had previously surmised that Lin Xiaoman's family might not be particularly well off. Even without paying much attention, I had noticed subtle details. She would replace her pen cores herself when they ran out, never adorned with cute accessories or hairpins like other girls. And her worn-out backpack and faded school uniform hinted at a hidden side of her life. Yet it was precisely these experiences that forged her current excellence. With this realization, a lump formed in my throat, but Lin Xiaoman remained oblivious to my thoughts. Instead, she lowered her voice and continued, "No wonder you never go home for lunch. Do you usually buy your meals?" I nodded, affirming, "Yes, most of the time I buy my meals. I don't know how to cook." Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I added, "You know how to cook, right?" Lin Xiaoman appeared caught off guard by my question, momentarily stunned before shyly nodding. A little. I knew her modesty was an understatement. Her name suggested she was quite adept. Meanwhile, I had yet to master any skill beyond playing games, likely destined to never enjoy a meal prepared by my own hands. Glancing at Lin Xiaoman's delicate hands, I noticed her skin was fair, but not particularly well cared for. She appeared to neglect her hands, unlike other girls, or perhaps she simply could not cherish them as they did. Letting out a sigh, I inquired, "After all this time, sitting next to each other, I still do not know where your home is." Lin Xiaoman paused momentarily at my question and replied, My home is in XX. I recognized the name. It was a village adjacent to our county town, though I had never visited. Chapter 39. A promise to you after answering me. Lin Xiaoman fell silent for a moment before looking at me and asking, "Have you been there?" I shook my head and said, "No, but I believe there's a river, right?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, there's no bridge, so every time I return home, I have to take a boat." I chuckled and said, "That sounds delightful. The boat must be quite large. Is it one that can carry vehicles? I would love to experience that." Lin Xiaoman nodded in affirmation and responded, "Yes, it's that type. You can go and try it. But it costs 5 yuan one way, so it's 10 yuan for a round trip." Taken aback by her words, I jokingly remarked, "Well, I must try it when the opportunity arises, but it seems strange to rush over just to ride a boat. Maybe I could visit your home and taste your cooking before returning?" I intended to make a light-hearted joke, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoman's face flushed, and her gaze became evasive as she replied that could work, but my cooking isn't good, and my home is quite shabby. You might laugh at it. The last part of her sentence was barely audible, yet it reached my ears. I was taken aback by her candidness and fell into a moment of silence, unsure of how to respond. After pondering for a while, I feigned calmness and smiled, saying, "That one tea happened, as long as your parents don't chase me away while exclaiming, 'Who is this wild kid?'" My words elicited a slight smile from Lin Xiaoman, who then softly replied, "My parents have very good temperaments. They one tea chase you away." I nodded repeatedly, indicating that was reassuring, and we agreed that I would certainly visit when the chance arose. Truth be told, I was merely making casual conversation, and both of us understood that such a day might be far off, or perhaps never to come. For the remainder of the lesson, Lin Xiaoman engaged in quiet chatter with me. We had never conversed for such an extended period. The total time of our previous dialogues could hardly compare to this lesson. I realized that Lin Xiaoman, like myself, was largely unknown to me and I to her. During this class, we resembled two newly acquainted individuals discussing trivial matters. I speculated that she hadn't spoken to anyone in such a manner for quite some time. I must admit, being a listener to a beautiful girl is a rather delightful experience. Lin Xiaoman's thoughts were straightforward, embodying the last character of her name. Occasionally, when I made a light joke, she would take a moment to react before revealing a gentle smile. As the class approached its end, my large Nokia phone vibrated in my pocket. I took it out to check. It was a text message from Wang Jiazi, asking whether I was going online. Upon seeing her message, her face instantly materialized in my mind, causing me to hesitate before replying, "I'll go." My response inadvertently carried a tone of uncertainty. Shortly after, her message arrived again, stating, "Let us meet at the school gate." After returning my phone to my pocket, I noticed Lin Xiaoman had been observing me the entire time. Feeling a bit awkward, I smiled at her and remarked, "It seems class is nearly over. You haven't studied at all this period." "Quite unusual." Lin Xiaoman averted her gaze, nodded, and said, "Studying all the time can be exhausting. I heard we have a monthly exam next week. I wonder if I might fall behind." Good students tend to worry excessively. I, on the other hand, had no such concerns about regressing, since there wasn't much to regress from. With Yang Wei and his group around, I would forever remain an average student. They consistently missed a few exams, and even when they did take them, their scores were dismal. I waved my hand dismissively, signaling that she was overthinking it. It was unlikely she would slip, as she was already the top student in the class. The gap between her and the second place was not merely a few points, but rather several tens. Seeing my gesture, Lin Xiaoman seemed to understand my meaning and was about to speak when the classroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone was aware of what was happening and turned their attention toward the door. Sure enough, Xiao Yu Yao entered, dressed in a light outfit. I found it strange that she had come as class was about to end. Just as I was pondering this, she walked straight towards me. Feeling a bit apprehensive, I thought to myself, surely she isn't seeking me out again? To my surprise, Xiao Yu Yao approached and handed me 20 yuan. I was taken aback by her action. Was she really giving me money in front of the entire class? Wouldn't that raise eyebrows among the imaginative boys, leading them to misconstrue our relationship? Just then, Xiao Yu Yao smiled at me without uttering a word, merely gesturing for me to accept the money swiftly. I was momentarily dazed by her expression, but quickly took the 20 yuan. After I accepted it, Xiao Yu Yao straightened up and made a circuit around the classroom before exiting. Once she left, the classroom erupted in chatter, with many speculating about the situation. I felt a bit exasperated, thinking she had likely just remembered to return the money and decided to come directly to the classroom. It was ironic, as she had previously told me not to mention the matter to others, yet here we were, drawing attention from everyone. Fortunately, the discussion subsided within a few minutes, and the school bell rang. The sound of the bell was more welcoming than usual, and I hastily stood up and exited the classroom. As I descended the stairs and wheeled my bike out, I unexpectedly spotted Wang Jiazi. I couldn't quite fathom why I had begun to easily identify her among the crowd. Just as I approached, she seemed to notice me and waved. I rode up to her, and before I could say anything, she exclaimed, "So, how am I? Quick, right?" Her voice was even more hoarse, laden with nasal congestion. I nodded in acknowledgement, asking, "Have you gotten worse? Have you taken any medicine?" To my surprise, Wang Jiazi nonchalantly shook her head and replied, "I can't take medicine casually. It's fine. I'll be better in a few days. Let us hurry and go." Her response struck me as odd, and I remarked, "Why can't you take medicine? You are this sick, and yet you want to go online?" The internet CAF owner would be so touched if he knew. I added, "You really shouldn't go. You're still half studying, right? You should rest at home." To my astonishment, upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi seemed taken aback, her eyes fixed on me for a while before blinking and saying, "Are you concerned about me?" I was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit guilty as I averted my gaze and stammered, It's fine to play after you recover. The air at the internet CAF isn't good." As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed Wang Jiazi lowering her head, lost in thought. After a considerable time had passed, she finally lifted her head and said to me, "All right, but you must promise me one thing. I won't go online today." Instinctively, I asked, "What is it?" Immediately after posing the question, I regretted it, thinking to myself, why on earth should I promise her anything? Isn't allowing her to rest meant to benefit her? Just then, Wang Jiazi approached from behind, sat on the back of the bike, and said, "You need to bring a bunch of snacks to my class tomorrow during the day. If you promise, I won't go online today." I was taken aback by her peculiar request and stared at her in silence. Noticing my lack of response, she quickly added with a smile, "What's wrong? If you don't agree, hurry up and take me away." Helpless, I shook my head and half turned to ask, "What snacks? When should I deliver them?" I was indifferent to the expense, but the thought of running to another class in front of so many students made me uneasy. However, Wang Jiazi seemed unconcerned, shaking her head and saying, "Anything is fine. You could deliver them whenever you like." Chapter 40. Lin Xiaoman wept initially. I had some concerns, but her words sparked an idea in me, and I quickly replied, "Really? Then, I agree. You want to go online today." Perhaps she did not expect my prompt agreement, for there was a hint of surprise on Wang Jiazi's face. Nevertheless, she looked at me with a slight unwillingness and said, "Really? You truly agreed?" I nodded affirmatively and said, "Perfect, then you should head home. I'll also return early. My parents are expected back soon, and I need to tidy up the house." To my surprise, Wang Jiazi still did not move. After a moment, she slowly said, "All right then, please take me home." This moment held great significance for me, as it was the first time a girl of my age had requested me to escort her home. Although Xiao Yu Yao had previously asked for my help with moving, this felt different. Without hesitation, I agreed. Guided by Wang Jiazi, we soon arrived at a residential complex on the western side of the county town. This neighborhood boasted the finest residences in our county, with rows of villas behind them. I was somewhat prepared for Wang Jiazi's privileged existence, but when we reached the villa area, she said, "All right, you can drop me off here." I halted, and Wang Jiazi dismounted, approaching me and remember your promise. If I don't see the snacks tomorrow, you're in trouble. Engrossed in examining the nearby villas, I barely registered her warning. After a moment, I snapped back to reality and asked her, "You live here?" I was uncertain of my emotions. Honestly, I hoped she would say no. Unfortunately, my hopes were dashed as she nodded, pointing toward a villa not far off. "That one at the back is my home. My dad might be home, so I can't take you inside." I shook my head dismissively and said, "Then you should go back, rest well, and recover from your illness." Wang Jiazi nodded obediently at my words, reminding me not to forget my promise before turning and walking into the alley. I watched her receding figure for a while before sighing and riding back out of the complex. Unbeknownst to me, as Wang Jiazi reached the entrance of her villa, she looked up briefly before lowering her head again, the bright lights from the adjacent villas glaringly piercing. The following day, as I arrived at school, I made sure to carry a red Mao Zedong bill. This was my private stash, soon to become someone else's. To be frank, I was unsure why I had agreed to Wang Jiazi's request yesterday. Thankfully, she had said I could deliver the snacks at any time, so I planned to go during lunch when there would likely be fewer people. Feeling pleased with my cleverness, I entered the classroom. To my surprise, Lin Xiaoman was absent from her seat, and, as the class time approached, she still had not arrived. I was taken aback, and even more so when the bell rang and she still did not show up. The first class was taught by Lin Siyuan, who maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, looking down on everyone. He seemed to notice the empty seat beside me, raising an eyebrow. I dared not meet his gaze. After all, he was proficient in English, while I could only manage Pinyin. Just as I pondered Lin Xiaoman's whereabouts, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Following the sound, I saw Lin Xiaoman appear at the door. Naturally, Lin Siyuan was displeased with the tardy student, but upon realizing it was Lin Xiaoman, he merely gestured for her to enter, scolding her to avoid being late again in the future. Upon entering, Lin Xiaoman said nothing. Her head bowed as she silently took her seat. Once she settled down, I could not help but glance at her, eager to inquire about her tardiness. However, as I opened my mouth, I was immediately struck by her appearance. Her eyes were red, evidently having recently cried, though she seemed to deliberately avoid my gaze. I could clearly see the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Witnessing her in such a state, my mind instinctively recalled the last time she mentioned someone had accidentally soaked her school uniform. Could it be that she had been bullied again? A wave of confusion washed over me, leaving me unsure of how to approach her. After a considerable pause, I finally mustered the courage to whisper, so only we could hear, "What is wrong? Did something happen?" Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoman did not look at me or respond. She simply shook her head slowly, as if to convey that nothing was amiss. While it is not uncommon for girls to cry without reason, I knew Lin Xiaoman was troubled by something. Her gaze was evasive, clearly avoiding the subject. Noticing her reluctance to speak, I hesitated, then discreetly tore off a piece of paper and scrawled a few words. Sliding it towards her, "Is there anything I can help with?" After handing over the note, Lin Xiaoman remained motionless, staring at the paper for a while before finally taking it into her hand, showing no intention of replying. Her actions left me somewhat speechless, but I held no anger, understanding she must have her own reasons for not wanting to share. I was merely expressing concern as a classmate, or perhaps as a deskmate. Seeing her clutch the note, I fell silent and drifted into my thoughts. Truth be told, I observed Lin Xiaoman throughout the class, noting that she had previously mentioned her struggles with English. However, during Lin Siyuan's lesson, she appeared not to pay attention at all. Her demeanor indicated she was lost in thought, and the anxious furrow in her brow was unmistakable. Her behavior piqued my curiosity, but after having asked her twice without receiving a response, I felt hesitant to inquire a third time. Fortunately, the next class was taught by our homeroom teacher, who was dressed rather revealingly, causing my attention to shift toward her. Just as we neared the end of the class, my old Nokia phone vibrated in my pocket. I was momentarily taken aback, lowering my head to pull out my phone, only to discover a message from Wang Jiazi. "Xiao Xiaoming, where are my snacks?" Without much thought, I replied, "Didn't you say any time is fine? Wait for me in the classroom after class, and I'll bring them to you." I anticipated that my response would spark a dispute with Wang Jiazi. Yet to my surprise, she seemed unfazed and quickly replied, "Okay, hurry up." I chose not to respond further, and slipped my phone back into my pocket. Just then, the bell rang, and our young homeroom teacher waved her hand, signaling the end of class. As she announced the dismissal, I noticed Lin Xiaoman abruptly rise from her seat, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu Yao, as if she had something to convey. However, she hesitated for a moment before slowly sitting back down. I observed her peculiar behavior with wide eyes, thinking, what was going on with Lin Xiaoman today? Had she become possessed by Wang Jiazi? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoman turned her head towards me, her eyes rimmed with red, avoiding direct contact. Yet, I sensed she had something significant to share, something difficult to articulate. Taking a deep breath, I took the initiative and asked, what's wrong? Why were you late for the first class? I refrained from probing into the reason for her tears, as I believed such directness would be unkind. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xiaoman finally spoke in a faint voice. My living expenses were taken from the dorm. Her tone was laden with self-reproach, as if she had been the one to pilfer someone else's funds. I was initially taken aback, then quickly inquired, did you lose money? Lin Xiaoman nodded without uttering a word. I continued, how did it happen? Was there a thief in the dorm? Why didn't you keep the money on you? She shook her head at my inquiry, then softly murmured, I thought it would be safe in the dorm. Her gaze wavered, as if she were on the brink of tears once more. Realizing my questioning was causing her distress, I quickly adjusted my approach, asking, have you searched for it? Surely there can't be a thief. Could it possibly be someone from your dorm? I didn't finish my sentence, as I felt that if she had indeed left her money in the dorm, it was highly probable that someone close to her had taken it. After all, the jealousy among girls can be quite formidable. Lin Xiaoman seemed to grasp my implication, but merely shook her head gently, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Seeing her in this state, I felt a sense of helplessness. Her lateness for the first class must have been due to searching for her money, and her tears were undoubtedly related to this predicament. Her earlier attempt to approach Xiao Yu Yao was likely an effort to inform our homeroom teacher, but she had quickly sat back down. She must have realized that it was likely someone close to her who had taken the money. Yet, knowing this made her hesitant, unwilling to confide in Xiao Yu Yao. Even when aware that someone might have intentionally played a trick on her, she would rather say that someone accidentally wet her school uniform. Lin Xiaoman was navigating the campus with a blend of innocence and naivety. Contemplating this, I finally spoke up, so what should we do? Should we tell the homeroom teacher? Lin Xiaoman remained still, her head slightly bowed, her teeth gently biting her lower lip. I recognized her reluctance to inform the teacher and sighed in resignation, saying, do you still have any money on you? If not, perhaps you could ask your family for some? Upon hearing my suggestion, Lin Xiaoman's expression dimmed, her head still lowered, her face etched with sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, she finally lifted her head, her eyes red, and asked, could you lend me some money? Her request left me speechless, and I suddenly understood the reason behind her tears. If her family's financial situation was indeed poor, she might find it difficult to ask her parents for 2 weeks' worth of living expenses. Moreover, she must have been truly out of options to ask me for a loan. I sighed and instinctively reached into my pocket. To my surprise, my fingers brushed against the red bill I had brought from home. I hesitated momentarily and quietly asked Lin Xiaoman, how much do you need? Is 100 enough? As I spoke, I retrieved the money from my pocket and extended it toward her. Lin Xiaoman seemed taken aback by my straightforward offer, staring at me before timidly replying, that's enough. Relieved by her response, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I had no more money with me, but this was my personal savings, and I still had some change at home to last until my parents returned. Without further ado, I handed her the money, stating, here, take it. I happen to bring 100 today. Lin Xiaoman looked at me again, and, after a brief moment, cautiously accepted the money from my hand, whispering, thank you. I will return the money to you soon. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her there was no rush. However, just as my hand was about to drop, a sudden realization struck me, and I inwardly cursed my misfortune. I had only brought this 100 yuan to school, and now that I had given it to Lin Xiaoman, what would I do about Wang Jiazi's snacks? My face paled as my gaze fell once more on the money Lin Xiaoman had just pocketed. Unbeknownst to her, I felt a surge of frustration, my mouth opening and closing without producing any sound. I was at a loss for words. Should I really tell Lin Xiaoman that I needed the money back because I had to use it later? That would be akin to asking for my own demise by jumping from the building. My palms began to sweat, and I cursed my bad luck for having texted Wang Jiazi to wait for me in the classroom at noon. Otherwise, I could have gone home to grab some money and brought the snacks to her later. Now, This predicament felt like it was forcing me to rob a convenience store at noon. As despair enveloped me, I lamented my lapse in judgment for forgetting to bring Wang Jiazi her snacks. In that moment, Lin Xiaoman suddenly spoke up. Since you've lent me the money, do you still have any left for yourself? I was uncertain whether she noticed my troubled expression, but her question jolted me into realization. I immediately transformed into a skilled actor, calmly feeling my pocket and feigning a troubled look, awkwardly smiling at her. It seems I only brought this 100 yuan today. I forgot to bring any change. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman paused for a moment before reaching in her pocket and withdrawing the bill she had just stowed away, offering it back to me. Then, I should return the money to you. You can use it. At that moment, I could not accept the money back. I quickly shook my head and said, no need to return it. What will you do at noon? Lin Xiaoman remained silent, and seeing her hesitation, I continued, how about this? During the next break, I'll run to the convenience store to buy something and break this bill. I can give you 50, okay? I need not ponder deeply to foresee that Lin Xiaoman would undoubtedly acquiesce. Indeed, she nodded and softly murmured, observing her agreement. I extended my hand and reclaimed the Mao Zedong note she had been holding. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoman is a considerate young lady. After borrowing money, she remembered to ask me. Otherwise, I might have unwittingly assumed the role of bandit. At that moment, the class bell rang, prompting Lin Xiaoman to straighten her posture and cease her chatter. It was evident that she had found a measure of tranquility. In the previous 2 classes, she had scarcely paid attention, but now she appeared to resume her demeanor of a diligent student. Once the class concluded, I hurriedly exited the room. The distance from our classroom to the supermarket was considerable, and I had originally intended to wait until after the noon class to shop. However, I was now compelled to utilize the break time instead. Truth be told, I was uncertain about what to purchase for Wang Jiazi, relying on my memory. I selected some snacks she had bought previously, along with a few items for myself, and rushed back to the classroom. Upon returning, class was about to commence, so I settled into my seat and handed the exchanged 50 yuan to Lin Xiaoman, stating, here you go. Let me know if you need more. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman seemed preoccupied with the bag of snacks I carried. Only upon hearing my words did she snap back to reality, cautiously accepting the 50 yuan from my hand. Whispering, thank you. I shook my head, indicating that she need not be so polite, and surmised that she must have truly found no one else to turn to for assistance. In many respects, Lin Xiaoman resembled a Cinderella in need of protection. Despite her many admirable qualities, she remained, at heart, a girl. After stowing the money in her pocket, her gaze lingered on me, her expression suggesting she had more to say. I looked at her quizzically, and after a moment's hesitation, she quietly inquired, are you going to eat all those snacks? For a long time? Taken aback by her question, I chuckled and shook my head, replying, no, some of them are for others. Although I was unsure why she asked, her reaction left me feeling somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I reached into the bag and retrieved a carton of milk, offering it to Lin Xiaoman, saying, here, take this. I acknowledge that offering milk to a girl in this era may seem somewhat awkward, but as she is my desk mate, it felt only natural to share a portion of the snacks she had seen me purchase. Otherwise, they would likely end up being devoured by the likes of Wang Jiazi, who, I presumed, was no stranger to indulgence in snacks, unlike Lin Xiaoman, whom I had never actually seen enjoy any treats. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman appeared momentarily stunned, likely caught off guard by my unexpected gesture. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head and waving her hands, exclaiming, no. You don't have to. Thank you. I, seeing her reluctance, placed the milk on her desk and insisted, just take it. I won't drink it anyway. Having bought so much. Observing my action, Lin Xiaoman's expression faltered, her hesitation palpable. Just then, the class bell rang, and I gestured for her to quickly put it away, turning my attention back to the front. Lin Xiaoman gazed at the carton of milk for a moment before cautiously reaching out to tuck it into her desk. I sighed in relief and chose to remain silent. After the bell rang, students dashed out of the classroom. I, however, was in no hurry. I preferred to wait until the crowd thinned before making my way to the cafeteria. Lin Xiaoman, embodying the essence of her name, waited until most of the class had departed before rising to ask, aren't you going to eat? I shook my head, pointing to my snacks. I always have a few snacks for lunch. You should go eat. Lin Xiaoman nodded in response, hesitating momentarily before retrieving the carton of milk from her desk, pocketing it as she left. Once she had exited, I found myself alone in the classroom. After lingering for a while, I felt it was time to head out, grabbing my assorted snacks and making my way outside. Along the way, I encountered numerous students, the majority of whom were heading toward the cafeteria. To be honest, I had never ventured into the building ahead, so I was unfamiliar with the precise location of the art class. After searching through several classrooms, I finally discovered that the art class was situated on the second floor, toward the interior. This realization left me somewhat exasperated, and I hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon arriving at the art class door, I noticed a girl standing outside, seemingly waiting for someone. I hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward about approaching her. As I observed from around the corner, another girl emerged from the art class, and the two of them linked arms as they walked toward me. I quickly feigned innocence, waiting for them to descend the stairs before stealthily approaching the art class door. As I arrived, my intention was merely to sneak a glance inside to see if anyone remained. However, as I cautiously peered in, my gaze locked with Wang Jiazi's. To my surprise, she was seated at the front desk near the door, propping her head on her hand as she gazed outside. After several seconds of this mutual observation, she blinked and remarked, "You look so sneaky, like a thief." Her words elicited a mix of irritation and relief. Noticing that she was alone in the classroom allowed me to relax. I extended the snacks toward her, stating, "Here, who looks like a thief?" I was just afraid of entering the wrong class. To my astonishment, Wang Jiazi did not even move. Instead, she urged, "Come in. What are you afraid of? There's no one else in the class." Caught off guard by her invitation, I feigned bravery and stepped inside, placing the snacks before her, asking, "Are you feeling better now? Will this be enough for you?" Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi shifted her position, gesturing to the spot where she had just been seated, and said, "I'm almost well. With so many snacks, stay and eat with me." I was taken aback by her request. Initially, I had intended to simply deliver the snacks and be on my way. After a brief moment of contemplation, I steeled myself and sat beside her, inquiring, "Oh, you sit at the front? Is your deskmate a boy or a girl?" At that moment, Wang Jiazi was rummaging through the snacks, barely glancing at me as she replied, "A girl. There are very few boys in our class, and sharing a desk with one is quite a luxury." Having said that, she produced a piece of bread and offered it to me, saying, "Here, you should eat this." I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "You eat it. I have more in my class. I bought this for you, and I'll just chat with you for a while before heading back." Upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi hesitated for a moment, then withdrew her hand, saying, "All right, so you're just going to snack in the classroom during lunch? Why don't you go home?" I nodded, explaining, "The lunch break isn't very long, and my parents aren't home, so there is no meal waiting for me. It's better to enjoy some snacks in the classroom while listening." Before I could finish my sentence, I suddenly realized that my little broadcasting goddess had not made an announcement today, as I suddenly fell silent. Wang Jiazi cast a curious glance in my direction. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, she smiled and added, "Isn't it better to snack while listening to the broadcast?" Feeling a bit awkward, I met her gaze but remained silent. To my surprise, noticing my reticence, Wang Jiazi took a bite of the bread she had just handed me and mumbled, "I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why your goddess hasn't broadcasted in several days, right? It is indeed a curious sensation to have one's thoughts laid bare." I couldn't help but steal a glance at Wang Jiazi, yet I remained mute. Observing my gaze, she suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and pronounced slowly, "Let me tell you, your goddess won't be broadcasting again until next week." Her words caught me off guard, and I felt a wave of surprise wash over me. Instinctively, I asked, "What? How do you know?" Wang Jiazi, appearing entirely unfazed by my question, shook her head and replied slowly, "Because she's in this class." I must admit, her revelation sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I glanced around the classroom, realizing there was no one to supervise, and quickly regained my composure. Nervously fixating on Wang Jiazi as I inquired, "She is in the same class as you?" Wang Jiazi burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "What's so surprising about that? Isn't it obvious that the school broadcaster is a student from the arts class?" Her words struck a chord with me, and I suddenly realized my earlier oversight. Naturally, the students who could access the broadcasting room would be from the arts class. After all, it's a rather thankless task, not one that everyone would willingly embrace. Feeling flustered, I turned to Wang Jiazi and stammered, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" With an innocent expression, she replied, "You never asked, did you? Now I have told you." Her remark left me momentarily speechless. It suddenly dawned on me that she had previously asked if the broadcaster was pretty, which suggested that she must have already seen the girl. Furthermore, being from the arts class, it was likely that her appearance would be quite pleasing. At that moment, my heart inexplicably began to race. I wanted to inquire about what she looked like, yet the words refused to form on my lips, and I merely managed to ask so. What has she been up to these past few days? Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi paused for a moment, tilting her head in thought. Her tone softened as she quietly replied, well, she might have been busy these last few days, or perhaps she was unwell. For some reason, her tone struck me as peculiar, and after processing her words, I nodded and fell into silence. Noticing my quietness, Wang Jiazi hesitated before tentatively asking, hey, do you want me to tell you where she sits? Chapter 43. The pitiful Lin Xiaoman. I felt a sudden rush of anxiety coursing through me. To be honest, my curiosity was piqued, especially after learning that she was from the arts class. My desire to know intensified. However, I also realized that not all students from the arts class possess striking looks. If the broadcaster turned out to be an exception, my afternoons would surely dim. After much internal conflict, I ultimately shook my head and softly said, I think I'll pass. My response seemed to leave Wang Jiazi disappointed, as she stared at me with confusion and asked, why not? Don't you want to know what she looks like? Caught off guard by her question, I found myself at a loss for words and simply shook my head, replying, sometimes it might be better not to know certain things. After offering her an awkward smile, I was interrupted by two girls who entered the classroom, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing me, they paused, their voices dwindling, before quietly making their way to the back of the room. My cheeks flushed as I glanced at Wang Jiazi and stood up, saying, you go ahead and eat. I'll just head back. I hadn't expected the students from her class to return so early. As an outsider, I felt it would be inappropriate to linger. Wang Jiazi remained silent, her gaze fixed on me. After a long moment, she waved her hand and said, all right, I won't be going out tonight either. Taken aback, I nodded and replied, understood, I'm leaving now. With that, I turned and exited her classroom. As I left, I heard Wang Jiazi mutter softly behind me, idiot. Upon returning to my own classroom, I found it difficult to calm my racing heart. On the way back, I couldn't help but fantasize about whether I had unknowingly crossed paths with my beloved broadcaster. Frankly, I consider myself rather dull for obsessing over a girl from my school. Yet I found solace in the notion that it hinted at something deeper, an inevitable approach towards a truth I could not escape. I knew that one day, I would be unable to resist the urge to seek her out, though I was uncertain when that day might come. Later, after spending some time alone in the classroom, Lin Xiaoman unexpectedly arrived. Although she usually came early in the mornings, it was unusual for her to show up this early during lunch. I watched as she approached and took a seat, feeling a sense of curiosity. Lin Xiaoman glanced at me and suddenly asked, have you finished eating? Snapping back to reality, I nodded and replied, why are you here so early? Did you drink the milk? It shouldn't be left out for too long. Lin Xiaoman's face flushed at my question, and she quietly confessed, yes, I drank it, but it tasted a bit strange. Her words made me smile slightly, yet my heart sank as I realized what they implied. She had likely never had it before. With a soft sigh, I remarked, it's rare to see you here so early during lunch. Lin Xiaoman nodded and replied, I didn't have much to do today. Just wanted to read for a while. Her statement left me somewhat speechless. I mused that if I were a teacher, I would be profoundly touched. I hardly ever read when I had the time, let alone when I was busy. However, as a student of average standing, I maintained the basic qualities expected of one. Thus, I chose to let her be and indicated that she could continue reading while I rested my head on the desk. Lin Xiaoman understood and nodded, falling silent. Eventually, we made it through the day without any noteworthy incidents. However, upon returning home, I was astonished to find my parents had returned earlier than planned. They had initially said they would be back the day after tomorrow, so their early arrival was a pleasant surprise. This meant I would have access to supplies again. My parents expressed joy at my early return, leading them to deduce that I typically went straight home after school. Fearing their realization of the truth might bring them to tears, I opted to maintain a facade of innocence. My parents planned to stay for a while before embarking on another trip, and I had grown accustomed to their busy lives, understanding their motivations. Regrettably, I couldn't repay them with exemplary grades. I could only assure them that I remained unscathed at school. The following day, during a class with Xiao Yuyo, I felt an unsettling sensation that she was constantly observing me. This left me anxious, sensing that something undesirable was about to occur. Fortunately, after class, she simply left without saying anything further. However, by noon, upon returning from the supermarket with some food, I was taken aback to find Lin Xiaoman still seated in her place, seemingly having not left at all. Surprised to see her, I returned to my seat and curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Xiaoman glanced at me, gently shook her head, and replied, "Well, I'm not particularly hungry." Her gaze was somewhat evasive, as if something was troubling her. I paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that perhaps she was intentionally skipping lunch. Regardless of how I thought about it, 50 yuan would hardly suffice for her expenses over 2 weeks. Since she did not wish to disclose her financial troubles to her family, it implied that she intended to repay me next week, effectively stretching her budget from 2 weeks to 3. My math teacher had long since passed, leaving me uncertain of my calculations. But the fact remained that she needed to save money. Could it be that she was deliberately foregoing lunch? Unsure if my deductions were correct, I pondered for a while and then remarked, "You seem quite diligent. Don't you feel tired?" Lin Xiaoman, who had been flipping through a book, closed it upon hearing me and responded, "It's all right. Once you get used to it, it's not tiring. If I don't put in the effort, my grades will slip." As she spoke, I feigned a look of understanding while casually pulling out a piece of bread and offering it to her, saying, "It seems I've bought too much food. Please have some." Lin Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head and waving her hands, saying, "Oh no, you eat it." "I won't." Her reaction was anticipated, yet I insisted, "Why be so polite? I can't finish it. It won't taste good by tomorrow." My words sounded sincere, and although she continued to refuse, she eventually succumbed and accepted the bread. I wasn't entirely sure why I felt compelled to do this. Perhaps it stemmed from a genuine sympathy for her. At that moment, Lin Xiaoman took a gentle bite of the bread, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. Seeing her cry nearly frightened me into tears as well. My first instinct was to wonder if the bread was so horrid that it provoked such a reaction. But I quickly regained my composure and nervously asked, What's wrong?" My heart raced, and my mouth hung slightly open. To my surprise, Lin Xiaoman merely shook her head, wiped her tears with her hand, and mumbled, "It's nothing." Upon hearing her response, I thought to myself, how could she say it's nothing when she is crying? Just then, Lin Xiaoman sniffled and softly said, "Lu Ming, thank you." I was taken aback. This was the first time I could recall her addressing me by name. Her words illuminated a realization. I had underestimated her. I initially thought that her naivety would prevent her from recognizing my intention in sharing the food, but as the top student in the class, she must have grasped my motives, hence her gratitude. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words, fearing that anything I could say might inadvertently hurt her pride. After a lengthy internal deliberation, I resolved to play the fool and replied with feigned innocence, "Please, don't cry. Are you planning to thank me with your tears?" Lin Xiaoman rubbed her eyes without responding, prompting me to let out a sigh and add, "Why on earth are you crying?" Thankfully, no one else is around. Otherwise, they might think I bullied you. As soon as I finished speaking, fate conspired against me, and several figures hurriedly entered the classroom. I lifted my gaze, feeling dizzy, and thought to myself that this was the end. The newcomers were none other than Yang Wei and his entourage. Yang Wei and his lackeys entered with an air of aggression. Upon spotting Lin Xiaoman and me, they halted abruptly. Yang Wei's expression shifted from surprise to scrutiny, first gazing at me with wide eyes, and then at Lin Xiaoman, whose eyes were still red from crying. My heart sank, and I instinctively considered how to explain the situation. However, Yang Wei stared at us for a moment before hurriedly returning to his seat, retrieving a cloth-wrapped object from his desk. With a wave of his hand, he led his lackeys out of the classroom. I felt a mix of curiosity and relief at his departure, though his hurried demeanor suggested he was off to do something nefarious. I glanced at Lin Xiaoman, who appeared somewhat dazed, likely startled by Yang Wei's sudden appearance. However, she soon noticed my gaze and, after briefly looking at me, lowered her head again. I chose to remain silent, my mind filled with concern that Yang Wei might be holding back his wrath in front of her, only to seek revenge on me later. To my astonishment, news spread throughout the class that afternoon, revealing a shocking incident. A fight had broken out at the school gate during lunch, resulting in one person being stabbed, and that assailant was none other than Yang Wei. This revelation sent shockwaves through the classroom, leaving our teacher, Xiao Yuyao, flustered and at a loss for words. This was likely her first encounter with such an event, and I recalled the object Yang Wei had hastily taken earlier. So, it turned out to be a weapon. Thankfully, he had been preoccupied with the fight and had not targeted me directly. At that moment, an inexplicable feeling stirred within me, and I found myself silently wishing for his expulsion from the school. To my surprise, that afternoon, Yang Wei's father made an appearance at the school. I finally understood the absurdity of Yang Wei's name. It mirrored his father's peculiar name, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was quite rotund, and I heard he was personally received by the principal, who shared a similar physique. The details of how the situation was resolved varied in accounts, but ultimately, Yang Wei faced a reprimand and was ordered to reflect at home for a week. It seemed he had only grazed someone's thigh, but his father had spent a considerable amount of money to suppress the incident. Rumor had it that the injured student realized the monetary compensation was sufficient to procure a new leg and thus decided not to pursue the matter further. While Xiao Yuyao, as the homeroom teacher, bore some responsibility, the incident had occurred off campus during lunch, so no significant repercussions fell upon her. Although the matter was swiftly resolved, Yang Wei gained notoriety, becoming widely known throughout the school as a student who was anything but timid. Due to my parents' return, I refrained from visiting the internet CAF for several days. Strangely, Wang Jiazi had also gone silent during this time, and I couldn't quite explain why I did not reach out to her. Nevertheless, my relationship with Lin Xiaoman seemed to have improved significantly. It was as if we had finally begun to resemble true deskmates. Lin Xiaoman would occasionally engage me in casual conversation, and I suddenly realized she wasn't disinclined to speak. Rather, she had simply struggled to find someone she could converse with. It wasn't until the following Monday at noon that I heard a familiar voice once more. To my surprise, Wang Jiazi had been correct. It appeared she had not deceived me. My beloved broadcasting goddess was indeed in her class. Yet for some unknown reason, I felt as though her voice resonated with a newfound familiarity. As I found myself lost in fantasy, I began to envision her appearance, deliberately comparing my imagined visage with those of Wang Jiazi and Lin Xiaoman. Among the beautiful girls I knew, Lin Xiaoman and Wang Jiazi were the only ones who stood out, not to mention our petite homeroom teacher. However, Xiao Yuyao could hardly be considered one of my peers, as she was more akin to an elder sister in terms of age. On Tuesday, the school organized a monthly examination. Exams are often nightmares for students, and my examination room was situated within the same building as Wang Jiazi's. The school typically shuffled names and assigned seats randomly, so I always found myself praying for a fortunate arrangement where I might be seated near diligent students. Unfortunately, when I settled into my seat, the first words from those around me were, "Are you a good student?" I shook my head, indicating my status as an average student, perhaps leaning toward the lower end. Consequently, several of them nodded in agreement, suggesting they were in the same boat and would rely on me during the exam. To my astonishment, during the examination, a group of individuals began copying my answers with great enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the fact that they were jeopardizing their own chances. After the first exam, overwhelmed by the atmosphere, I stepped out for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, while perched on a railing gazing down, someone gently tapped my shoulder. Turning around, I found Wang Jiazi beaming at me, inquiring, "Xiao Xiaoming, what are you doing here?" My immediate thought was, am I daydreaming? Do I appear as though I'm simply enjoying a meal? Yet, I quickly regained my composure, smiled, and retorted, "What about you? How come you're here?" It had been several days since I had last seen Wang Jiazi, and today she looked particularly lovely, adorned in a pink t-shirt and a flowing white skirt, though her canvas shoes seemed somewhat mismatched. Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi chuckled lightly and pointed to her classroom, saying, "I'm here for the exam. Which class are you in?" I was surprised to learn that I was seated adjacent to Wang Jiazi, but frustratingly, we were not in the same class. I gestured behind me and replied, "I'm in that class, but alas, there's a wall between us, so I can't copy from you, the good student." Her smile widened at my words, and she shook her head before asking, "What have you been up to lately? It seems I haven't seen you in a while." I nodded and responded, "My parents have returned from their business trip, so I've been at home. I haven't seen you online either." "Haven't you been to the internet CAF?" Wang Jiazi shook her head, explaining, "No, with exams approaching, who would go online? I've been reviewing my studies." Her admission caught me off guard. I had no idea she engaged in studying as well. Just then, as if struck by a thought, she looked at me and asked, "By the way, do you have your phone with you?" I hadn't anticipated her question, but nodded, signaling that I did. My trusty Nokia was always with me, both for communication and self-defense. Upon seeing my nod, Wang Jiaxi leaned in closer and whispered, "That's good. During the next exam, I can send you the answers to the multiple choice questions." Her proposition left me momentarily speechless. The monthly exams at our school were not particularly strict. The invigilators were often either napping or distracted by their phones, hardly paying attention. The next exam was indeed English, so copying multiple choice answers should pose no problem. With this in mind, I became serious, asking her, "Really?" Wang Jiaxi smiled gently, assuring me, "Of course, why would I lie? Our invigilator is my math teacher. He pays no attention to me." At that moment, I felt a stroke of fortune. I had never experienced the privilege of having someone in the 8th grade provide me answers. Now that she had offered, how could I refuse? I promptly nodded and said quietly, "All right, just as well. My invigilator has a penchant for sleeping, and I'm not well versed in English." Seeing my acquiescence, Wang Jiaxi displayed a satisfied expression, but soon added with a playful grin, "In return, after the exam tomorrow, you must treat me to a burger." I had anticipated her request. She was not one to be altruistic without a motive. Nevertheless, I readily agreed, considering it fair since she had treated me previously. Once I confirmed, Wang Jiaxi checked the time on her phone, realizing the exam was about to begin, and signaled for me to head into the examination room. Waiting for her answers, I nodded, placing my trust in her. Upon entering the examination hall, I felt a surge of confidence. I had never been so self-assured about an English exam before. Although my Nokia vibrated louder than any ringtone, I was determined to pass this time. Observing my spirited demeanor, those around me assumed English was my strong suit and eagerly awaited to copy my answers. However, as the exam commenced, I maintained a calm facade, hastily tackling the larger questions before patiently awaiting a text message. Approximately half an hour before submitting our papers, my Nokia vibrated in my pocket. Startled, I glanced at the snoozing invigilator and quickly retrieved my phone. Indeed, it was a message from Wang Jiaxi. Without a second thought, I began filling in the answers on my answer sheet. During this process, I felt no sense of unease until I reached the last answer. To my bewilderment, there were only 60 multiple-choice questions, yet Wang Jiaxi had sent me answers for 61. Initially, I thought I had mistakenly filled in too many responses due to my excitement. However, upon carefully counting the answers in the message, I realized there truly was an extra one. This left me perplexed, contemplating whether Wang Jiaxi had accidentally pressed an extra button. In that moment, I scrutinized the final question with my limited English skills and discovered that the answer seemingly matched the last option she had sent. This suggested that one of the answers in the middle was superfluous. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. As I was engulfed in a cold sweat, the surrounding students began signaling me urgently, urging me to let them copy quickly. They had likely deduced that I possessed the answers, as they had not filled in any responses themselves. With time running out and their anxiety mounting, I found myself in a dilemma. I wanted to text Wang Jiaxi to clarify the situation, but time was not on my side. With the pressure mounting, I reluctantly raised my answer sheet, feigning nonchalance, allowing the eager students around me to copy. After all, they were strangers, and as long as they didn't harm me the next time we crossed paths, I could manage. Once the exam concluded, I was among the first to submit my paper. Immediately after exiting, I moved to the adjacent classroom, awaiting Wang Jiaxi's arrival. Before long, I spotted her joyfully bouncing out of the door. Quick to act, I seized her arm and pulled her aside, demanding an explanation for the extra answer she had sent me. To prove my point, I even shamefully brandished my Nokia. However, Wang Jiaxi didn't even glance at it. Instead, she covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, and said, "An extra one? Oh, that might have been due to my finger slipping." Her tone suggested a deliberate act, and I widened my eyes, gesturing in disbelief. Was that all there was to it? She dismissed my concerns with a mere comment about a slip of her hand? I was a man burdened with expectations. How could I account for this to the eager students around me? Upon seeing my expression, Wang Jiaxi was momentarily taken aback before quickly adopting a serious demeanor. She stated, "By the way, remember to wait for me after the exam tomorrow. You must not evade responsibility." Upon hearing her words, I pondered whether this was truly the appropriate time for such a discussion. Logically, I could manage a score of 30 or 40 in English on my own. Yet with her interference, it seemed I was on a path to single-digit scores. Feeling somewhat helpless, I shook my head in frustration. Wang Jiaxi then chuckled lightly, unexpectedly leaning closer to whisper in my ear, "All right, I was just teasing you." I actually only added one extra answer among the last few. It shouldn't be as bad as you think. Realizing that she had intended to play a prank on me from the outset, I felt a sense of relief that she hadn't provided entirely incorrect answers. With this thought, I held on to the hope of passing the exam. Although I felt this way, I feigned a reluctant forgiveness to prevent her from concocting any further tricks, saying, fine. It seems one cannot easily trust others. Wang Jiazi, evidently taken aback by my response despite her admission of guilt, gazed at me with earnestness, saying, "What do you mean? I already said I was just joking. You mentioned your English was poor. If you scored too high, it would clearly suggest you were cheating." Her words surprised me. Was her intention to deliberately provide me with an extra answer so that I would miss a few multiple-choice questions? Upon reflection, considering her rank of 8th in the grade, it was reasonable for her to score well in English, and perhaps she devised this clever plan to prevent others from suspecting me. I found myself momentarily lost in thought before waving my hand and saying, you really do care about me." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi scoffed, clearly unimpressed, and remarked, "You just figured it out? So, make sure to bring more money tomorrow." Initially touched, her final statement extinguished that sentiment. I nodded in agreement, indicating that my parents were home and I could procure some cash. Seeing me nod, Wang Jiazi paused for a moment before asking with utmost seriousness, "By the way, for the upcoming exams, do you still want me to give you answers?" I quickly shook my head, signaling that it was unnecessary. Truthfully, I sought to copy in English merely to fulfill my dream of passing. Although I might not score highly in the subsequent exams, I was confident I could achieve a reasonable score. Upon seeing my gesture, Wang Jiazi shook her head in resignation, muttering, "All right then, remember to wait for me after the exam tomorrow. Don't forget." I nodded, assuring her that my memory wasn't that terrible, then waved her off to attend to her business. Wang Jiazi smiled at me before heading downstairs. For the next few subjects, I relied solely on my abilities. Strangely, after each exam, I felt quite confident, yet the final scores always reminded me that it was merely an illusion. When I completed the final exam, the sky outside had turned somewhat overcast, as if rain were imminent. The sultry weather was quite unbearable, so I stood by for a while until I saw Wang Jiazi emerge from the examination room. Her attire remained the same as the previous day. The only difference was the small umbrella she held. Upon spotting me, she scrutinized me and inquired, "Did you not bring an umbrella?" I shook my head and thought to myself, "Are you blind? How could I possibly have anything in my hands?" However, curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't help but ask, "How did you know it was going to rain? The weather hadn't changed by noon, had it?" Wang Jiazi, without even glancing at me, replied, "I watched the weather forecast when I got home last night." I was momentarily taken aback and then nodded in understanding. It seemed that few people nowadays, like her, placed faith in weather forecasts. Wang Jiazi had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She pointed towards the school gate and said, let's go. We should hurry before it starts to rain." Though I was someone who enjoyed getting caught in the rain, I had not yet reached the level of madness where I would drag others along with me. Moreover, considering Wang Jiazi had recently recovered from an illness, getting drenched could easily lead to her falling ill again. The pedestrians along the way moved swiftly, and since I needed to return home soon, I quickened my pace, guiding her towards the same cold drink shop we had visited last time. Just as our speed was rewarded, rain began to fall the moment we arrived at the entrance of the store. Upon entering, I noticed the place was particularly empty. Wang Jiazi asked the attendant a question before leading me upstairs. The last time we had visited, we sat downstairs, and upon ascending, I realized the upstairs was a veritable paradise for couples, with its numerous small private rooms. Wang Jiazi walked confidently into one of the rooms, gesturing for me to follow. I entered and took a seat opposite her. The room was not overly spacious, with a dim yellow lamp hanging above the table, casting an intimate glow over the space. Without hesitation, Wang Jiazi ordered an array of items and handed me the list, indicating that I should order something as well. The thought of ordering anything further felt like a financial drain, so I promptly pretended to be indecisive and opted for the cheapest item, signaling the attendant to proceed with that order. The attendant took the list and exited, closing the door behind her, which plunged the room into a deeper darkness, thickening the air with a certain heaviness. At that moment, Wang Jiazi absent-mindedly played with her hair, seemingly lost in thought. I gazed at her for a while before finally asking, "Is this the private room you used to come to often?" Wang Jiazi looked at me and nodded, saying yes. It's quite nice here. I surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but inquire. When I first came upstairs, I noticed nothing particularly special about this room. To my surprise, my comment caused Wang Jiazi to lower her head in silence. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and smiled, saying, Xiao Ming, don't you know? Many places become special because of the memories created there. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as if she were reminiscing. Her expression captivated me, and in that instant, I sensed that this room held significant meaning for her. I glanced around again, sighed, and realized that this was my first time sitting in a private room with a lovely girl. Perhaps from that moment on, this room would also house my memories and gradually transform into cherished recollections. I smiled and turned to Wang Jiazi, steering the conversation to a different topic. I heard you ranked 8th in the grade before. Is that true? Wang Jiazi snapped back to reality, her eyes widening with curiosity as she asked, Huh? Xiao Ming. How did you know? I don't think I ever told you. I nodded and replied, So it's true? I heard it for someone else. At this, Wang Jiazi pouted and said, No wonder you didn't ask any questions when I offered to share answers. You already knew my capabilities. I chuckled shyly, acknowledging her assertion. Just then, the attendant knocked and opened the door to place our order on the table. Once the attendant left, I gestured toward the spread before us, saying, Let's eat. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Wang Jiazi nodded in agreement and then asked, Xiao Ming, do you need to head home early? I uttered a sound of acknowledgement and replied, Yes, my parents are aware that I'm not attending evening classes. I informed them that I would be dining with friends today, so I can return a bit later. Upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi smiled briefly before quickly stating, If your parents knew you were dining with a girlfriend, they would undoubtedly call you back immediately. Her comment sent a shiver down my spine, and I looked at her in a moment of panic. However, I soon regained my composure, realizing that her reference to a girlfriend was merely a euphemism for a female friend. I let out a sigh of relief, shaking my head as I replied, I'm not sure, but my parents are not particularly conservative. They should believe in the purity of friendship between men and women. At this moment, Wang Jiazi covered her mouth and chuckled, then added, You could just tell your parents you have evening classes. That way, you can enjoy yourself under the guise of studying. Hearing her suggestion, I shook my head and replied, I've thought about that too, but I fear they might find out. If they do, wouldn't it ruin my financial support? Wang Jiazi tilted her head, contemplating, and seemed to find my reasoning valid, nodding in agreement as she said, That makes sense. It's better for you to behave. Otherwise, you won't have any money left to treat me to snacks. I felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing that in Wang Jiazi's mind, I was equated to snacks. Just then, she picked up something from the table and took a few bites, suddenly pausing to look at me and asking, Aren't we missing 2 cups of juice? I ordered them, didn't I? Upon her inquiry, I scanned the table and nodded. Noticing indeed that 2 drinks were absent, it appeared that Wang Jiazi had indeed ordered them. At that moment, Wang Jiazi stood up and declared, I'll go downstairs and ask for them. With that, she pushed open the door and exited the private room. I watched her retreating figure down the stairs, feeling an indescribable sensation. Wang Jiazi's silhouette was quite lovely, and her white dress radiated a sense of youthfulness. I sighed and popped a fry into my mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Before long, I saw Wang Jiazi returning with a mysterious air, wearing a triumphant smile. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, What mischief have you been up to? Why do you look so peculiar? Surprisingly, Wang Jiazi bit her lip and replied mysteriously, I didn't manage to get the drinks, but I did procure a couple of interesting items. As she spoke, she raised her hands, revealing 2 cans of beer firmly clasped in her grip. Seeing her bring back 2 cans of beer left me and my inner self in shock. In this intimate setting between just the 2 of us, did she not fear the potential for drunken indiscretions? Although I had never consumed alcohol, I estimated that 1 can of beer shouldn't lead to such a predicament. Perhaps Wang Jiazi was an experienced drinker, capable of handling 2 cans herself. Taking a deep breath, I looked at her and inquired, What made you think to bring back 2 cans of beer? Are you quite the drinker? To my surprise, Wang Jiazi laughed and shook her head, responding, Not at all. I've never had beer before. I just happened to see it downstairs, so I thought I'd give it a try. Her words left me somewhat speechless. Here I was, someone who had never tasted alcohol, and what if we both turn out to be lightweight drinkers, leading to unforeseen consequences? Yet, despite my concerns, Wang Jiazi seemed unfazed, placing both cans of beer in front of me. I found her action somewhat peculiar, wondering what it meant. Was she handing both cans over to me? Just as I pondered this, Wang Jiazi urged, "Why are you dazed? Hurry and open one for me." Realization dawned on me. She was relying on my strength to assist her. Without further thought, I pulled the tab and handed her one can. Without hesitation, Wang Jiazi brought the can to her lips and took a delicate sip, only to wrinkle her nose in distaste, exclaiming, "Ugh, this is terrible." My immediate reaction was to think that even the most beautiful of girls could have their moments of folly. Yet, to my astonishment, Wang Jiazi soon took another sip, grimacing again before hastily placing the can back on the table. Unable to suppress a laugh, I took a small sip from my own can. The taste was a bit strange, different from what I had imagined, but not entirely unpleasant. Just then, I lifted my gaze about to say if it tastes bad, perhaps you shouldn't drink it, when Wang Jiazi suddenly reached out and snatched the can from my hand. After taking it from me, Wang Jiazi quickly took a sip, this time not grimacing afterwards. She licked her lips and unexpectedly handed me the can she had just been drinking, saying, "Here, this one S for you. I want to drink this one." I stood there momentarily dumbfounded, unable to respond, my eyes instinctively fixated on her cherry-red lips, my mind replaying the image of her drinking from the can. After a brief moment, I stammered, about that can of beer. I just drank from it." Wang Jiazi, who had been curiously watching me, understood my hesitation. She glanced at the can in her hand, smiled, and said, "Oh, it's fine. I don't mind if you've touched it." My heart raced, and I glanced at the can she had offered me, realizing that she had actually procured 2 different beers. I swallowed hard and asked, "So you wanted 2 kinds of beer?" Wang Jiazi nodded and replied, "Yes. Since I've never had any, I didn't know which one would be better, so." She pushed her can towards me and continued, "I guess I'm putting you in a bit of a bind." To be honest, at that moment, it didn't matter to me which one I drank. However, I found it increasingly difficult to divert my gaze from the can she had pushed towards me. This can of beer. Wang Jiazi had just tasted it. If I drank from it as well, wouldn't that be akin to an indirect kiss? My heart raced at the thought, and I noticed some liquid clinging to the rim of the can. The idea that it might still carry a trace of Wang Jiazi's saliva sent a thrill through me instead of revulsion. Lost in my thoughts, Wang Jiazi's voice suddenly broke through, bringing me back to reality. She tilted her head and asked, "Why are you so quiet? If you're not comfortable, I can get a different can." I quickly shook my head and explained, No, this one's fine." As I spoke, I picked up the can and scrutinized it for a moment. Taking a deep breath, I inched my lips closer to the rim. The instant my lips brushed against the edge, I felt an elevation in my very existence. Meanwhile, Wang Jiazi stared at me with a puzzled expression, asking, "So, how is it? Is it good?" My mind was still clouded, and I replied in a daze, "It's fragrant." As soon as the words escaped my lips, I jolted back to reality and hurriedly clarified, "No, I meant to say it's a bit sour. Definitely not as good as that one." Wang Jiazi, initially perplexed by my response, blinked before breaking into a smile, saying, "I don't care. You just said you didn't want to switch, so you have to finish it." I had never intended to switch in the first place, and at this point, I certainly wouldn't dare to. I nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, in the spirit of thriftiness and not wasting, I'll finish it." Observing my earnest demeanor, Wang Jiazi merely pursed her lips and remarked, "It's all right. If it's insufficient, I can always ask for more." I chuckled softly, responding, "Your enthusiasm is commendable. It's truly a pity that the boss hasn't employed you as a server." No sooner had I uttered those words than Wang Jiazi appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she fixed her gaze upon me and inquired deliberately, Xiaoming, "Do you have dreams?" I was unprepared for such a sudden leap in her train of thought, leaving me momentarily speechless. Noticing my silence, she hesitated before smiling and continued, "Actually, my dream is to one day open a shop like this." As she spoke, her eyes dimmed, as if she were recounting a distant and unattainable aspiration. I stared at her in bewilderment for quite some time before regaining my composure, reflecting on the absurdity of her situation, despite her academic prowess. She yearned to run an ice cream shop. It seems that the intricacies of a girl's mind are often inscrutable. However, as I remained silent, Wang Jiazi shook her head and chuckled at herself. Soon, she raised her can of beer with a flourish, toasting cheers. Before I could respond, she tilted her head back and downed the entire can in one go. I was taken aback by her audacity. She had truly committed to the toast. After finishing, she merely wiped her mouth, her expression seemingly indifferent. I realized I could not be outdone, so I mimicked her actions. tilting my head back and gulping down a can of beer. Whether it was the speed or quantity, I felt a sourness in my mouth and slight discomfort in my stomach afterward. Wang Jiazi glanced at me, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth as she said, "It seems not so bad. I'll go get a few more cans." I was unprepared for her newfound enthusiasm, unable to suppress the urge to dissuade her. Yet, recalling how she would surely mock my attempts, I feigned agreement, nodding and saying, "Just don't get too many. It wouldn't be good to overindulge." Wang Jiazi seemed entirely unfazed by my warning, pushing open the door to the private room and striding out. A short while later, she returned, hurriedly cradling several cans of beer in her arms. Upon her return, she handed me 2 cans while keeping 3 for herself. I was at a loss for words as she offered me another can without uttering a word. Understanding her intent, I promptly became the can opener. As I returned the beer to her, I inquired, "If you take so many, what if you can't finish them?" Wang Jiazi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "If I can't finish them, I can always return them. Besides, I should be able to drink them all." Seeing her confidence, I refrained from further protest. Wang Jiazi then munched on a French fry and said, "Hey, Xiaoming, you still haven't answered my earlier question." I paused, suddenly recalling her earlier inquiry regarding my dreams. This prompted me to reflect deeply for a moment, and I realized, to my dismay, that I, too, lacked any grand aspirations. Therefore, I simply shook my head and replied honestly, "Well, it seems I don't have any dreams." Just moments ago, I had found her desire to open an ice cream shop peculiar. Yet now, in contrast, I felt rather pitiable for having no dreams at all. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi appeared to anticipate my response. After a brief chuckle, she remarked, "Is that so? Perhaps it's because you haven't contemplated your future yet." Her words were profound, leaving me, a mediocre student, momentarily perplexed. Yet, she quickly raised her can of beer, urging, Xiaoming, "Aren't you supposed to head home? So drink up." As she spoke, she took a small sip, prompting me to do the same. Afterward, I recalled something and looked at her, asking, "By the way, where are you headed afterward?" "Back home." Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi shook her head, stating, "I'm going back to school. I don't want to go home today." I was taken aback and asked, "So, are you going directly back to school? Will they let you in?" Considering that our meal wound tea conclude late, I wonder what would happen if we returned midway through evening study hours. Wang Jiazi, however, seemed unconcerned, nodding confidently, "They will." The gatekeeper isn't that strict. Accepting her assurance, I casually remarked, "All right then, after we finish I'll walk you there." Wang Jiazi smiled and said, "Are you planning to drive under the influence? It's still raining outside. I don't want you to get wet." Taken aback by her rejection of my offer, I shrugged and replied, "Fine then, I want to be a good Samaritan today. I'll just head home early." Wang Jiazi remained silent, pointing at the items on the table, urging me to eat. We continued to chat idly, her erratic thoughts often leaving me momentarily speechless. After finishing 1 bottle of beer, she ceased drinking. I didn't question her reasoning, as I noticed her complexion appeared slightly off under the lights. In truth, I also didn't wish to drink any more, fearing she might insist on pouring me another. Consequently, I opted for silence. Eventually, after we finished our meal, Wang Jiazi rested her chin on her hand, whispering softly to me. A sheen of fine sweat adorned her forehead, and her gaze softened considerably. Either she had drunk too much, or I had. Either way, I found her exceptionally enchanting. As I indulged in a moment of greedy admiration, Wang Jiazi suddenly straightened her posture, blinking at me and saying, Xiaoming, shall we go?" I jolted, glancing at my phone, only to discover it was already past 8. They say time flies when one is enjoying themselves, and it certainly seemed true. I surveyed the table and pointed at the remaining cans of beer, asking, "What should we do with these? Should we take them downstairs to return?" Wang Jiazi nodded in affirmation. Seeing her agreement, I said nothing more, reminding her not to leave anything behind before stepping out of the room first, ready to head downstairs to settle the bill. After paying and exiting the establishment, I was taken aback to find the rain had intensified since our arrival. I paused at the entrance, then turned to Wang Jiazi and said, "You should take a taxi back to school. I'll head home." To my surprise, Wang Jiazi hesitated before unfolding her umbrella and saying, "Then how will you get back?" "I can share my umbrella with you." As a man, I felt compelled to assert my resilience against the elements. Thus, I shook my head and replied, "No need. Riding while holding an umbrella is awkward. At my pace, I'll be home in about 10 minutes. Chapter 48. Who is the broadcast goddess? After all, if worst comes to worst, I could just change my clothes at home and emerge as a new man in the morning. However, upon hearing my response, Wang Jiazi shook her head vigorously, insisting, "You'll definitely catch a cold." She spoke with the authority of someone who had recently endured a cold herself. I smiled at her, saying, "I won tea. I'll have you know I grew up running in the rain. This drizzle is nothing, as long as it's not a flood." Wang Jiazi laughed lightly before inching closer to me, proposing, "How about this? You can give me a ride, and I'll hold the umbrella for you until you get home. Then I can take a taxi back to school." Upon hearing her words, I was momentarily taken aback, and then my imagination conjured a vivid scene that, indeed, appeared rather delightful. However, I found myself pondering, is this truly appropriate? I felt a sense of hesitation and finally addressed Wang Jiazi, saying, "Must it be this way? It might lead to you getting drenched." No sooner had I spoken than Wang Jiazi transformed into a child raised in the rain. Mimicking my tone as she replied, "A little rain is nothing. As long as it's not a flood, it's fine." She delivered her words with such flair, even amplifying her voice. Truly, those trained in music possess a distinct charm. I couldn't help but chuckle. I then conceded, "All right, if you don't mind, then we can proceed." Upon hearing my agreement, Wang Jiazi promptly raised the umbrella above her head and, stepping into the rain, called out to me, "Let us hurry." I moved closer and slipped beneath the umbrella. Once on a bicycle, Wang Jiazi climbed on, holding the umbrella aloft. To be honest, her umbrella was rather pitifully small. It was a miracle that it could shield her. Thus, under her kind protection, half of my body remained exposed to the rain. My primary concern was whether she was getting wet, and after softly inquiring, I was relieved to hear her response from behind, "I'm not getting wet. Let us go." With a sense of ease, I pedaled forward onto the street. The rain intensified, creating a symphony of water striking the ground and the rustling of trees lining the road. Under the dim yellow glow of a nearby street lamp, I could faintly see the traces of raindrops as they danced through the air. The scene was enchanting, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within me. Just as we ventured a short distance, a small hand reached around my back, gently encircling my waist. This unexpected gesture caused me to shudder, and my grip on the handlebars faltered, nearly resulting in calamity. However, I quickly regained my composure. Wang Jiazi was holding the umbrella with one hand, and naturally, it was reasonable for her to secure herself by holding on to me with the other. Yet, despite my rational thoughts, my heart raced uncontrollably. The last time she embraced my waist, I experienced a similar sensation. Warmth filled my chest, and it felt as though all my strength had been siphoned away. Was this the power of beauty? Words eluded me, and my cycling slowed as I began to savor the moment. However, it seemed Wang Jiazi sensed something amiss, as she softly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you out of energy?" Caught off guard by her question, I stammered, "I was just cycling too quickly." I was afraid of splashing water. Wang Jiazi appeared to accept my feeble excuse, responding with an "oh," and fell silent. I glanced down at her delicate hand. Her skin was remarkably fair, and her slender fingers exuded beauty. We continued to ride through the rain for quite some time until we finally arrived at the entrance of my apartment complex. Thankfully, the heavy rain deterred pedestrians, thereby reducing the risk of encountering any familiar faces. Neighbors, especially the gossiping aunties, relished spreading tales if they spotted me with a girl late at night. The news would swiftly reach my parents' ears. At that moment, I pulled over and said to Wang Jiazi, "All right, my home is in this complex." Admittedly, it paled in comparison to her luxurious villa community. Wang Jiazi withdrew her hand from my waist, standing upright as she surveyed the interior of the complex, commenting, It's not bad." She stood notably close to me, the sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella creating a soothing rhythm. I looked at her and said, "I'll wait here. Once you've hailed a taxi, I'll head back." Wang Jiazi smiled and replied, "Of course. I'll give you the umbrella. Once I'm in a taxi, you can return it to me at school tomorrow." I pointed to my pants, which were already soaked, implying it was unnecessary since she would need the umbrella for her journey back to school. I was not far from home. After glancing at my drenched trousers, Wang Jiazi covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter bringing me back to the realization that, at first glance, I did appear rather ridiculous. I dismounted the bicycle, accepting the umbrella from her hand, and stood by the roadside awaiting a taxi. I noticed an odd phenomenon. Something that is usually commonplace seems elusive when you truly need it. Taxis, for instance, should thrive in rainy weather. Yet after standing in the rain with Wang Jiazi for what felt like ages, no taxi had appeared. We stood there quietly, and I found myself relishing the moment. I wasn't certain if Wang Jiazi enjoyed the rain, but I certainly did, particularly with a charming girl by my side under the umbrella. As I contemplated whether to strike up a conversation, a beam of light appeared in the distance, signaling the approach of a taxi. I directed my gaze towards the light and then turned to Wang Jiazi, saying, "The taxi is coming. Do you have any change?" Wang Jiazi nodded, though uncertain, as she rummaged through her pockets. After a brief pause, she looked up and said, "I'll be off now. You should head back as well." As she spoke, the taxi pulled up beside us, but the driver seemed preoccupied with a phone call, merely rolling down the window to gesture for her to board. I stepped forward and opened the door for her, watching as Wang Jiazi bent down to enter the car and gently close the door behind her. Once the door was secured, the window rolled back up, and I observed Wang Jiazi's face gradually fade from view behind the foggy glass. However, the taxi remained stationary, with the driver still engaged on the phone. Just as I was about to turn away, a small hand appeared, wiping the condensation from the window, revealing a somewhat blurry visage of Wang Jiazi. I was intrigued as she opened her mouth, exhaling gently onto the glass, and then quickly raised her hand to draw a playful face, sticking her tongue out at me. I couldn't help but smile slightly as I watched her write a few words beside it. "I had a great time today." I nodded in acknowledgement, noticing that the driver had finished his call and was now asking Wang Jiazi her destination. She glanced at me before turning away. Soon after, the taxi began to move, and I took a small step back, watching as it made a U-turn and drove off into the distance. Once the taxi disappeared from my view, I snapped back to reality, realizing I still held Wang Jiazi's umbrella in my hand. I paused for a moment, shaking my head in resignation, before mounting my bicycle and riding into the complex. As I pedaled, I couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Wang Jiazi was, excelling in her studies in art. Furthermore, according to her, she was well-versed in both music and fine arts. Suddenly, a weight settled in my chest as I halted in the rain. I couldn't quite place it, but the image of Wang Jiazi mimicking my speech resurfaced in my mind. At that moment, I recalled the voice of my beloved radio goddess and wondered why did Wang Jiazi's voice resonate so similarly. I had always found her voice pleasing, yet now, upon closer reflection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of my radio idol. Could it be that those who study music share a common timbre? Or was it possible that Wang Jiazi herself was? Chapter 49. Waiting in front of the teaching building, a special update for that generous supporter. At this moment, I shook my head, sensing that it couldn't possibly be such a coincidence. After all, someone like her, who hardly enjoyed evening study sessions, wouldn't pursue a career in broadcasting, right? Moreover, hadn't she mentioned that the radio goddess was a member of her class? Could it be she was deceiving me? At that moment, I recalled my inquiry to her about the broadcaster's absence over the past few days. She had replied, well, perhaps she'd been occupied or unwell. Reflecting on it now, wasn't she indeed suffering from a cold at that time? The more I pondered, the more anxious I became, momentarily forgetting that I was still standing in the rain, my thoughts in disarray. After an indeterminate period, the sound of a car horn jolted me back to reality, prompting me to hastily ride my bicycle home. Upon parking and ascending to my apartment, my parents expressed concern over my late return. However, seeing that I was unscathed, they refrained from further inquiry. I changed into fresh attire and lay on my bed, tossing and turning, my mind consumed by the image of Wang Jiazi. I had never connected her to my broadcasting goddess, but as I contemplated it earnestly, certain things began to crystallize. For instance, her question about how I would react if my broadcasting goddess were indeed a beauty, and the fact that my broadcasting goddess had also been absent during Wang Jiazi's illness. Given her personality, it was conceivable that she could have intentionally deceived me into believing that the little broadcaster was her classmate. At this thought, I reached for my old Nokia, staring blankly at Wang Jiazi's name. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to text her and inquire if my suspicions were correct. Yet I merely entertained the thought. After a long while, I tossed my phone aside with a heavy sigh. I lost track of how I fell asleep that night. But when I awoke the following morning, the rain had yet to cease. Armed with the umbrella that Wang Jiazi had left behind, I pedaled toward school. Typically, one wouldn't see many students in their uniforms at school, but as soon as it rained, everyone donned their attire to shield themselves from the elements. Upon entering the classroom, My gaze immediately landed on Lin Xiaoman, who was seated at her desk. I had not seen her during the examinations, and I had secretly fantasized about sitting next to her during the tests, enabling me to copy from her effortlessly. I approached her, and she noticed me, turning her head slightly and leaning forward. I settled into my seat and remarked, "You're here early. How did the exam go?" Lin Xiaoman seemed to have just washed her hair that morning, and a delightful fragrance wafted toward me. She offered a faint smile and replied, "It was okay. What about you?" I gave a wry smile and shook my head. Her expression made it evident that she would still be the top of the class. And as a poor student, I decided against discussing this topic further. Noticing my head shake, Lin Xiaoman paused briefly before softly saying, "By the way, about that money. Can I repay you when school resumes on Monday?" Taken aback by her sudden mention of money, I quickly waved my hand. "No, it's fine. There's no rush. Just pay me when you can. I still have some funds, having recently received an allowance from my parents." I was indeed not in dire need of money. Despite my nonchalant demeanor, Lin Xiaoman shook her head resolutely, stating, "No, I will definitely repay you on Monday." I recognized her serious nature, so I smiled at her and chose not to argue further. The rest of the morning passed as I stared blankly at the corner of my desk where the umbrella rested. Gradually, the rain subsided and the sun emerged, casting a serene glow upon us all. As the final class of the morning approached, I bit my lip and made a decision. After class, I would wait at the entrance of the teaching building. If Wang Jiatsai truly was the little broadcaster, she should appear there around noon. A wave of inexplicable tension washed over me, and I dared not dwell on what might transpire. Yet at that moment, I felt an unwavering conviction that I had to clarify this matter today. With this resolve, I hurriedly exited the classroom after the bell and took my position at the entrance of the teaching building. Honestly, it felt somewhat odd standing there, so I chose a slightly concealed spot, keeping my eyes fixed on the entrance. My heart was a tumult of emotions. Curiosity compelled me to remain, yet anxiety nudged me toward abandoning this endeavor. I endured the wait for some time until I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder from behind. Startled, I spun around, instinctively retreating several paces. Steadying myself, I found Xiaoyu Yao standing there, her expression one of surprise. After a moment of staring at me, she seemed to snap back to reality and asked, "Lu Ming, what are you doing here?" I had not anticipated encountering my homeroom teacher, and I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. After a brief silence, I regained my composure and feigned nonchalance, approaching her and saying, "Teacher Chun, I'm just waiting for a friend to have lunch." I had not expected to wait for Wang Jiatsai, but instead for Xiaoyu Yao. I wondered why teachers were not exiting the building at this hour. Was she heading back inside? As I pondered this, Xiaoyu Yao nodded and inquired, "Oh, I see. How did the exams go these past few days? Do you feel you've improved compared to before?" Caught off guard by her question, I considered my response and finally nodded. "I suppose it should be better than the last time." I hesitated before adding that my English exam had nearly secured a single-digit score, so this time I was confident I'd fared much better. Here my reply. Teacher Chun appeared satisfied, nodded, and encouraged me to keep up the good work as she turned to re-enter the building. As she walked away, I exhaled in relief. But unexpectedly, she paused after taking a few steps and turned back, seemingly recalling something. My heart raced at the sudden shift, an unsettling premonition creeping in. Sure enough, my instinct proved accurate when Xiaoyu Yao scrutinized me for a moment before leaning closer and lowering her voice. "By the way, Lu Ming, when you came to my house last time, did you happen to take anything?" Her words sent a chill down my spine, and the image of the white garment flashed in my mind. I realized that when one is anxious, they can often appear remarkably composed. Despite the cold sweat forming on my forehead, my rational mind reassured me that there was no way Teacher Chun could have discovered my misdeed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have posed such a question in public, nor would she exhibit such calmness. Thus, I feigned ignorance, asking what item. "I didn't take anything." Upon hearing my reply, Teacher Chun nodded quickly, her expression becoming somewhat embarrassed as she smiled apologetically. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. I was just asking casually." Understanding her intent, I realized she must have felt that her inquiry implied suspicion toward me. After all, she had initially asked me to assist with the air conditioning repair. Feeling a surge of boldness, I asserted, "Oh, I didn't take anything that day. I would never take someone else's belongings." My words almost deceived even myself, as if the person who had taken her garment was truly not me. My words made Chen Yuyo feel even more embarrassed. She shook her head apologetically at me and said, "Well, the teacher understands. Has your friend not arrived yet? Is there still food available in the cafeteria at this late hour?" Regarding the announcement about the article, everyone must pay attention. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for everyone's support. Truly, thank you. Secondly, I would like to briefly discuss a few matters. Firstly, concerning updates. This book has a daily minimum of 2 chapters. I understand that on a fast-paced platform like Highin, this update frequency appears rather slow. However, I am cognizant of my own capabilities, which is why I have made this decision. Many of my longtime readers are aware that my pace tends to be rather languid, so I prefer to act within my limits. I do not wish to make promises that might lead to disappointment, and I hope everyone can understand this. As for additional updates, for every 100 diamonds, there will be an extra chapter, and for donations exceeding 10,000, there will also be an additional chapter. Furthermore, if any fans are celebrating a birthday, wedding, or similar joyous occasion, please message me 3 days in advance, and I will consider arranging extra updates. Now, regarding the content and direction of this book, I will be straightforward. If any fans are looking for stories involving flirtation, confusion, or themes of conquering schools and dominating the underworld, I fear such narratives will not be found here. There are indeed many novels of that nature available today, and I can recommend a few, if desired. What I wish to write is merely a small story about youth. What does your youth resemble? Is it filled with ambiguity, confusion? In your campus life, does friendship and passion dominate, or are those infatuated girls occupying your heart? Are those memories still present? Those good friends, those people you once admired, those you shared moments with, are they still by your side? Can you still recall their faces? I merely wish to awaken some memories, or perhaps to reminisce about my own past. The protagonist I've crafted is not particularly formidable. One might even say he is rather timid, but there are reasons behind my portrayal. I once spent 2 years completing a book, so there's no need to worry about it being abandoned. As for the content, my longtime readers understand my caliber, and new readers curious about me can search for Living with a Beauty on Baidu. Just be careful not to misspell it. It is a weaving author. I believe that after reading it, you will gain some insight into my writing style. That is all for now. I am also preparing to incorporate some elements of youthful fervor, which is why I sought character names. I have my own plans, and those who leave comments will have the opportunity to participate in thrilling scenes. However, the main thread of this book will still revolve around vague and tender emotions. I hope you will enjoy it. Please continue to support me, as it is your encouragement that fuels my motivation. Chapter 50. Lin Xiaoman's invitation. I could tell that Chun Yeo was deliberately changing the subject. I quickly pretended to look elsewhere, then turned to her and said, "Well, I'll go check on his class. You can continue with your work." Yeo nodded and turned back toward the teaching building. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a sigh of relief. Yet soon, curiosity took hold of me. Why did Yeo ask that? Could it be that she had discovered a piece of her clothing had mysteriously vanished? Or perhaps she had lost something else. That day at her house, I had been compelled to take her garment, which had unfortunately become soiled. But aside from that, I had not taken anything else. The air conditioning repairman should not have taken anything either. Could it be that someone else had visited her home? I found myself perplexed, momentarily lost in thought. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through the intercom. I froze, instinctively turning my head toward the entrance of the teaching building. I had become so engrossed in my conversation with Chun Yeo that I had completely forgotten the most important matter. Had the announcer already entered the broadcasting room while I was distracted? To be honest, the voice I was hearing was increasingly reminiscent of Wang Jiazi's. Yet I had not seen her earlier. Was I being compelled to confirm her presence in the broadcasting room myself? Contemplating this, I hesitated. Standing here, waiting in secret, had already drained a considerable amount of my courage. If I were to run to the broadcasting room now, I truly lacked the fortitude to do so. After wrestling with my thoughts for a while, I sighed, reasoning that today was merely an unexpected occurrence. I could always return tomorrow afternoon. Such feelings of retreat quickly took root in my heart, spreading like wildfire. I stood there a moment longer, feeling somewhat unwilling, then shook my head and walked toward the supermarket. After purchasing some snacks, I returned to the classroom. Upon entering, I was astonished to find Lin Xiaoman resting her head on her desk, seemingly asleep. Sunlight streamed through the nearby window, casting a warm glow on her. Her hair shimmering softly, with her face partially hidden in her arms and her eyes tightly shut. I gazed at her from a distance, momentarily entranced. then felt a twinge of discomfort in my heart. Reflecting on it, since the day I exchanged 100 for 50 with her, she had not asked me for anything further. With the holiday approaching, I reasoned that no matter how frugal Lin Xiaoman was, that 50 should have been spent by now. Hence, she must have chosen to stay in the classroom during lunch rather than return to the dormitory. At that moment, I quietly approached her and sat down in the seat behind her. I did not wish to wake her, or perhaps it was that I could not bear to disturb her. I simply sat behind her, gazing at her somewhat fragile silhouette. Meanwhile, the voice of the announcer continued to echo outside, and Lin Xiaoman remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, I felt that this moment had become an unforgettable image in my heart. I had never experienced such tranquility before. The world felt extraordinarily serene. I lost track of time until Lin Xiaoman's body gently trembled and she slowly sat upright. Upon seeing her awaken, I returned from my reverie and cleared my throat softly. My voice quickly garnered Lin Xiaoman's attention. She rubbed her eyes and turned to look at me. Upon realizing I was there, she appeared momentarily stunned, then quickly recalled something, embarrassedly standing up from her seat and saying, "When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me?" I waved my hand to indicate it was all right, stood up, and returned to my own seat before replying, "I've been here for a while. You looked so comfortable asleep that I didn't want to disturb you." Lin Xiaoman gently sat back down, sheepishly wiping her mouth, then said to me, "Really? I must have been a bit tired. I only intended to rest for a moment, but I ended up falling asleep." As she spoke, she took out a small mirror from her desk, checked her reflection to ensure there were no oddities on her face, then tucked the mirror back into the drawer and looked at me. Seeing her actions made me chuckle. Indeed, the desire for beauty is a woman's nature, much like a man's penchant for gaming. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted as I remembered the snacks in my hand. I offered them to Lin Xiaoman, saying, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Please help me share these," since I had refrained from eating the snacks I bought earlier for fear of waking her. Lin Xiaoman shook her head immediately, saying, "No, I'm not hungry. You should eat them yourself." Anticipating her response, I smiled and replied, "Don't be polite. Haven't I told you? My favorite thing is treating beautiful girls to snacks." My words caused Lin Xiaoman's face to flush, and she promptly turned her gaze away, her eyes darting shyly. After a brief moment, she finally moved her lips and softly said, "Well, those snacks you bought last time were actually for another girl, right?" Strangely, Lin Xiaoman's tone seemed peculiar. I was somewhat taken aback that she remembered this detail. I managed a wry smile and nodded, replying, "That time was beyond my control. All right, you should help me eat some, or else you might not be hungry now, but you'll definitely be famished later this afternoon." Lin Xiaoman hesitated at my suggestion, contemplating for a while before suddenly looking at me and asking, "Last time I asked you what good snacks there are outside, and you still haven't answered me." I was surprised by her abrupt change of topic. Initially stunned, I quickly responded, "What's wrong? Do you want to go eat outside the school?" She shook her head vigorously and explained, "No, I just thought, when the new semester starts, I would like to treat you to something delicious." Her words caught me off guard. My instinct was to refuse, but I immediately realized something. I smiled at her and nodded, saying, "All right, let us make it Sunday then. Will you be able to rush back before evening study?" As day students, we officially began the semester on Monday morning, while boarding students had evening study on Sunday. By asking Lin Xiaoman to arrive a bit earlier, it would spare her from the peril of going out on Monday. Moreover, I knew that if I didn't agree to her request, she would likely decline my small gestures of assistance in the future. Besides, I could always insist on paying when the meal was over. Although I wasn't a gentleman, I wouldn't be stingy with my money when spending time with a girl, especially considering Lin Xiaoman's circumstances. I would never truly let her treat me. However, Lin Xiaoman was evidently oblivious to my thoughts. Upon hearing my agreement, she appeared noticeably relieved and cheerfully said, "Great. So how about noon on Sunday?" I nodded. Any time was fine for me, as I had nothing to do on a Sunday. Seeing my nod, Lin Xiaoman, perhaps fearing I would change my mind, earnestly added, "Then it's settled. Can you meet me at the school gate at 11? Just as I was about to suggest she call me when the time came, I realized Lin Xiaoman probably didn't have a phone. After a moment of hesitation, I nodded and said, "All right, 11 it is. You can wait for me under the tree shade inside the school. I'll ride over to pick you up." While affluent young men typically drive to pick up their elegant companions, I could only ride my bicycle. Lin Xiaoman agreed, remaining silent thereafter, and I gestured for her to help herself to the snacks. Indeed, Lin Xiaoman relaxed considerably, no longer appearing as shy as before. and began to eat the treats I'd offered. It was no wonder that she was so well-liked. At times, she resembled a fragile girl in need of protection, evoking a surge of affection in others. As the afternoon approached dismissal time, I hesitated for a while before sending a message to Wang Jiazi, asking if she was going out that evening. Her reply came swiftly. Why? Are you going to accompany me to go online? I contemplated her message for a moment before responding. No. I'm just returning your umbrella. After returning home so late last night, my parents didn't express their anger, but I wasn't sure how they'd react if I returned late again today. After I sent the message, Wang Jiazi quickly replied, then let us meet at the school gate after class. I didn't reply further, but glanced at the umbrella at my feet, letting out a gentle sigh. After school, I pushed my bicycle early and waited for Wang Jiazi beneath the shade of a tree at the entrance. Not long after, I spotted her bouncing through the crowd towards me. As she reached my side, she didn't allow me to speak first and accused me, saying, you didn't want the umbrella when I offered it yesterday, yet you still didn't give it back, leaving my skirt all wet. Taken aback by her words, I wore an apologetic expression, thinking to myself how sorry I was for getting her wet. Observing my reaction, Wang Jiazi shook her head and accepted the umbrella I handed her, saying, but I'm magnanimous and forgive you. I remained silent, my mind consumed with the nagging question of whether she was indeed my radio goddess. Wang Jiazi, oblivious to my distraction, moved around to the back of my bicycle and sat down, declaring, take me out. I want to buy something. I seemed to have become her designated chauffeur without realizing it. After hesitating for a moment, I mounted my bike and rode her outside the school. Upon exiting the school gate, I inquired about her destination, to which she replied, to the stationery store. I need to buy some paint. I was taken aback for several seconds, finally comprehending what paint referred to. After years of being exposed to various distractions, my mind had an unfortunate association with the word paint. I assumed she must need it for her art, but regrettably, I only had white paint. Otherwise, she would have to buy any. While riding, I couldn't help but ask, do you often paint? Do you keep your artwork? Although I was itching to ask something else, I figured a gradual approach would be better. Wang Jiazi quickly replied, not really. Sometimes if I don't need it anymore, I just toss it. Keeping those things only takes up space. I can always create something new. Her response left me speechless. I had thought every artist would cherish their creations, yet Wang Jiazi was evidently an exception. Just as I was about to speak, she suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Ming, do you want to see me paint? Her words indicated she intended to showcase her skills, prompting me to chuckle and inquire, what is this? Are you going to paint something to give to me? To my surprise, she retorted as if, I want to go paint trees by myself on Sunday. And since no one is available to accompany me, I reluctantly asked you to help carry my supplies. Upon hearing her mention Sunday, I immediately recalled my plans with Lin Xiaoman, which left me feeling conflicted. I stammered, Sunday? I can't do Sunday. I have something on that day. My response evidently caught Wang Jiazi off guard. After a brief silence, she asked, what do you have going on? Naturally, I couldn't divulge my lunch plans with Lin Xiaoman, so I hesitated before adopting a sheepish demeanor and replied, my relatives are coming over for lunch. I need to join them. Realizing something, I quickly added, but Saturday is fine. I'm free then. To my surprise, Wang Jiazi responded immediately, but I can't do Saturday either. I have plans that day as well. After a moment of silence, she lamented, then never mind. I'll just go by myself on Sunday. Hearing her disappointed tone made me feel quite troubled, but I couldn't abandon Lin Xiaoman either. I tentatively asked, when do you plan to paint? In the morning? Wang Jiazi seemed to sway on the bike, responding, in the afternoon, when the sunlight is nice. Her response led me to ponder. As long as it wasn't during noon, there might still be a chance, depending on how urgent Lin Xiaoman was to return to school that day. However, I dared not to agree to her request so readily. I could only sigh and say, well, I'll see about Sunday. If I finish early, I'll give you a call. Wang Jiazi seemed to lose interest, merely responding with a dismissive "oh" and saying nothing more. I drove her to the entrance of the stationery store, stopping the car to indicate she had arrived. Wang Jiazi jumped out and waved at me, saying, all right, you can go home now. I'll take a cab back later. Upon hearing her mention the luxury of taking a cab, I hesitated for a moment and suggested, it's not far. Why don't I drive you back after you're done shopping? To my surprise, Wang Jiazi stubbornly shook her head, saying, no need, just head back quickly. I'll take my time choosing. Hearing her insistence, I decided not to press further and nodded, saying, all right then, I'll be going. She smiled at me and softly said, "Be careful on your way." The instant I saw her smile, an indescribable feeling surged within me, leaving me momentarily frozen in place. After a brief moment, I bit my lip, lifted my gaze to meet Wang Jiazi's, and said, may I ask you something?" Her surprise at my sudden seriousness was evident, as she looked at me curiously and replied, "What is it? Go ahead and ask." Upon her agreement, I felt an inexplicable nervousness, but the moment called for action, and I could not afford to hesitate any longer. I took a deep breath and began, during lunch, just as I was halfway through my sentence, a mocking voice called out from behind me, "Oh, isn't this Lu Ming?" The voice made my heart race, and I felt a tightening in my chest. Turning around, I saw Yang Wei swaggering towards me, flanked by a group of sycophants. This fool had been suspended from school for days, and I was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Memories of last week, when he witnessed Lin Xiaoman crying, flooded my mind, and I realized that this was not going to end well. He was bound to provoke me. True to my expectations, Yang Wei wasted no time in taunting me even before he reached me, saying, "I didn't know you had such a way with women. I thought I'd take a stroll today," and unexpectedly ran into someone to entertain me. As soon as he finished his words, his lackeys erupted into laughter, while Wang Jiazi frowned, her expression reflecting her disdain for Yang Wei. I remained silent, hoping that Yang Wei would forget about the incident during his suspension. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed like the break had only served as a vacation for him, and he had likely been plotting his revenge all along. Now that he had found me, I was certain I was in for a rough time. With this in mind, I glanced at Wang Jiazi and lowered my voice, saying, "You should go inside and pick out your supplies. I'll head home now." My intention was clear. I needed to get Wang Jiazi away from the situation. But Yang Wei overheard me and, misinterpreting my words as a dismissal, stepped closer, glaring at me with malice, saying, "Going home? Did I give you permission to leave?" Having grown up, I had only heard such words from teachers in elementary school, and never expected to hear them from Yang Wei today. I silently cursed his mother in my mind, but remained silent, merely signaling Wang Jiazi to hurry into the store. Yet, she seemed unfazed, staring defiantly at Yang Wei, her expression filled with contempt. Yang Wei soon noticed her gaze and, feeling her scrutiny, turned to her with a smirk, asking, "What are you looking at? I'm quite curious how you end up with someone like him." As he spoke, he pointed at me, his face dripping with disdain. Naturally, Yang Wei's words irked me, but Wang Jiazi showed no hesitation. She shook her head in resignation, handed me her umbrella, and muttered, "Peacock." Wang Jiazi's words took Yang Wei by surprise, and even I was momentarily taken aback, trying to comprehend her meaning. Yang Wei turned to his equally confused lackeys, then back to Wang Jiazi, asking, "What did you say?" With a disdainful curl of her lips, Wang Jiazi replied, "I said you're a peacock, full of yourself. With your looks, no one will want to glance at you." This remark from Wang Jiazi was an outright provocation, causing Yang Wei to momentarily freeze before his face flushed with anger. He shouted at her, "Dare to repeat that?" Hearing this, I felt a sinking sensation. Wang Jiazi, determined to prove her obedience, immediately reiterated her words, completely enraging Yang Wei. He turned, storming towards Wang Jiazi with the intent to confront her, his posture indicating he was ready to strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I instinctively reached out to grab Yang Wei, attempting to stop him. Unfortunately, my grasp was miscalculated, and I ended up clutching the collar of his t-shirt. Yang Wei, taken aback by my sudden move, stepped forward and with a loud rip, his shirt tore open. Time seemed to freeze as he slowly turned his head, his eyes blazing with fury. My mind raced, and I cursed inwardly, thinking that this shirt would surely receive a poor review. Before I could fully process the consequences, Yang Wei lifted his foot and kicked my thigh. His kick, both forceful and unexpected, knocked me off balance, and as I stumbled backward, his t-shirt completely ripped apart, leaving it in tatters. The onlookers were caught off guard, and I didn't even feel the pain from the kick. Instead, I felt as if fate was playing a cruel joke on me. Yang Wei, now fully enraged, raised his fist to strike my face. While I had no intention of provoking him, I couldn't simply stand idly by as his fist approached. I instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding his punch. As I did so, my grip on his t-shirt loosened, leaving it hanging in shreds. Passers-by, unaware of the context, would likely assume I had just assaulted him and torn his shirt. Yang Wei, now completely infuriated, charged at me without hesitation, ready to unleash another kick. I did not want to be struck by his fists, but neither did I wish to be kicked. I took a few steps back, avoiding his attack, while pleading, "Hold on, let me explain." Yet, Yang Wei was solely focused on attacking me, completely uninterested in any explanation. He lunged forward, seizing my shirt, and his entourage of lackeys quickly regained their senses, rushing in to join him, eager to indulge in their favorite pastime of ganging up on someone. I consider myself capable in one-on-one combat, but against a group, I could only brace myself for the onslaught. The most frustrating part was that Wang Jiazi stood by, wide-eyed and speechless, likely witnessing a spectacle she would not soon forget. As I pondered the situation, an unexpected kick from the side jolted me, and upon glancing over, I recognized the fool who had previously assaulted me. This provoked an overwhelming urge within me to retaliate with my umbrella, but instead, I chose to embody the spirit of a ninja, gritting my teeth and suppressing my indignation. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, "It was Timmy who made Lin Xiaoman cry that day. She was bullied by a few students from another class." I was surprised by my own words. Yet they evidently had an effect. Yang Wei, who had been gripping my shirt, paused in confusion before signaling his lackeys to halt, then fixed his gaze on me and demanded, "What did you just say? Speak clearly." Despite his lack of intelligence, he seemed surprisingly concerned about Lin Xiaoman's plight. Seeing that he had released his grip, I glanced at Wang Jiazi, who was still in a daze, and then turned back to Yang Wei. That afternoon, I wasn't he the one who made her cry. I often brought snacks to the classroom, and when I arrived that day, I found her in tears. When I asked her what was wrong, she simply said that a few students from another class kept harassing her. Yang Wei's attention had indeed shifted, as he glared at me and growled, "Damn it, who from that other class? Male or female?" I quickly shook my head and replied, "She didn't tell me. And since I wasn't very familiar with her, I didn't pry further. If you want to know, I can ask her for you." After all, lying was a skill of mine, and not using it on Yang Wei seemed like a waste. After I spoke, Yang Wei hesitated for a moment, and suddenly it appeared as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. He shoved me again, cursing, "Damn it, you ruin my clothes, and then come up with this?" Trying to divert my attention, I hadn't anticipated that his intellect would suddenly sharpen, so I quickly clarified, "It was an accident. I didn't mean to grab your shirt. I actually wanted to tell you about this." Without a second thought, Yang Wei interjected, "Then why the hell didn't you tell me sooner?" I nearly called him an idiot for his question, considering he had been suspended for days. Where was I supposed to find him? However, seeing him calm down, I quickly said, "I was waiting for you to return to school before I told you. I didn't expect to run into you today." Yang Wei seemed to ponder my words, likely questioning their truthfulness. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at me and said, "You need to find out what happened in the next couple of days. When I return to school next week, you better tell me who bullied her, or else don't blame me for turning hostile." I nodded vigorously, thinking to myself that who knows if he would even survive until next week. After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Wang Jiazi, who had finally regained her composure and was glaring at him with disdain. I felt a surge of anxiety, ready to say something, but then saw Yang Wei glance at his own clothes, which were now in disarray. He peeled off his t-shirt, revealing his bony frame, and commanded his lackeys, "Let us go back and change clothes." The sycophantic lackeys complied immediately, and I sighed in relief as Yang Wei strutted away from me. Once he and his entourage were out of sight, Wang Jiazi hurried over, anxiously asking, Xiaoming, are you all right?" I shook my head, brushing off my pants, silently vowing to eventually get back at the person who had kicked me twice. Seeing my gesture of reassurance, Wang Jiazi seemed to relax somewhat, but her brow furrowed again as she asked, "You seem really afraid of him? Can't you fight back?" Her words struck a nerve, and though I was unsure how to respond, I stubbornly insisted I could definitely take him down. I just don't want to stir up trouble. Wang Jiazi remained sullen and replied, "Then just confront him. I've given you my umbrella. If you see him, you'll know he is not a good person." I forced a smile, handing the umbrella back to her, and said, "Did you hear about the stabbing incident at our school last week?" Wang Jiazi tilted her head in thought, her eyes widening in surprise. "I heard about it. It wouldn't be him, would it?" I nodded, explaining, "His family is quite wealthy, and whenever something happens, his father manages to suppress it, which is why he feels so emboldened at school. I'd rather not get involved with such people, so sometimes it's best to endure." As I spoke, I didn't feel ashamed. Rather, I was filled with a sense of helplessness. Unfortunately, this world often leaves one feeling powerless. Wang Jiazi seemed to sense the emotion behind my words, falling silent for a moment before softly murmuring, When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, but soon she stepped closer, looking up at me and saying, Xiao Ming, you're right. It's best not to bother with such people. Moreover, this time, it's just like last time at that moment. She was so close that I could faintly catch a whiff of her fragrance. I instinctively took a small step back, puzzled, and asked, what would it the same as last time? As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming as she whispered, it's just like last time you protected me. Chapter 53. The so-called fate. Her words made my face flush with embarrassment, and I awkwardly turned my head away. To be honest, I could endure Yang Wei's bullying, but I couldn't bear to watch him lay a hand on Wang Jiazi. I despise men who resort to violence against women, and Yang Wei, even without that, was someone I loathed. After a moment of silence, I turned back to Wang Jiazi, attempting to sound nonchalant as I said, all right, you should go in and buy your paint. I'll head home now. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi shook her head vigorously and insisted, no, you have to wait for me. After I pick out my supplies, you're taking me back to school. I was taken aback, perplexed by her sudden change of heart. Weren't you just adamant about donating to the taxi industry? Why do you want me to take you now? Wang Jiazi adopted an unreasonable demeanor and retorted, I've changed my mind. You have to take me back. Without giving me a chance to respond, she turned and entered the stationery store. Watching her retreating figure, I sighed and parked my bike, following her inside. Even if she hadn't said anything, I could sense her intentions. After such an unpleasant encounter, perhaps spending a little more time together would help alleviate my feelings. I wasn't sure if Wang Jiazi truly felt that way, but at that moment, I was genuinely touched. Inside the store, I found Wang Jiazi engrossed in selecting paint. As someone who struggled academically, I felt out of place in a stationery store, and I couldn't even recall the last time I bought a pen. I figured that many people probably couldn't remember the last time they wrote anything. Approaching her, I pretended to examine the supplies, not daring to speak. At that moment, Wang Jiazi expertly picked up a box of paint, examining it from various angles. Suddenly, she flashed me a peculiar smile and said, all right, let's buy this one. Captivated by her enchanting smile, I found myself momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, I couldn't help but inquire, what are you smiling about? Aren't they all the same? Is there really a need to choose? Wang Jiazi quickly shook her head and replied, of course they are not the same. You must select one that resonates with you. Only then can you create something beautiful. I was taken aback by her response and stared at her in astonishment. After a while, I finally managed to speak again. I truly believe you are an art student now. Is it true that students in your art class possess such profound thoughts? Wang Jiazi shot me an exasperated glance, but remained silent, turning to settle the bill with the shopkeeper. I followed her outside the stationery store, where she turned back to me and asked, Xiao Ming, don't you believe in fate? Her question left me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing my silence, she tilted her head and added, in this world, two people who are not fated to meet will never cross paths. It's not just with people. Many things are like this too. As she spoke, Wang Jiazi leaned closer, opening the transparent paint box, and said, look, this box contains 2 shades of purple by mistake, and I just happened to touch it. This is fate. Her words compelled me to glance down at her hands, and indeed, there were 2 purples in the box. At that moment, Wang Jiazi picked one up and handed it to me, saying, knowing this is also a form of fate, so this one is a gift for you. As I gazed at the purple paint in her hand, I suddenly recalled her strange smile when she selected the box of paint. It seemed she had noticed it all along. I stood there momentarily stunned, but smiled as I accepted the paint, saying, this gift is indeed quite special. Wang Jiazi raised the corners of her mouth, her expression earnest as she said, you must not lose it. It will be useful in the future. I genuinely couldn't fathom how a paint could be of any use to me. It couldn't be eaten or even used for anything practical. However, since she had said so, I merely nodded and replied, yes, I definitely won't lose it. Throughout my life, I had made similar promises to many things, but most of them had met the same fate and were now lost to me. Upon hearing my affirmation, Wang Jiazi waved her hand, signaling that it was time for her to leave. I quickly wheeled my cart and rode her back to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, Wang Jiazi jumped off the bike, rounded to face me, and said, I'm heading back now. You should go home too. I nodded, about to speak, when she seemed to remember something, blinking her eyes and saying, oh, Xiao Ming, just now. What did you want to ask me at the stationery store? My heart skipped a beat as I recalled the half-finished question I had intended to ask. If it weren't for Yang Wei interrupting, I would have asked it. After gathering my courage moments ago, I hesitated and finally shook my head, saying in nothing. Wang Jiazi looked slightly puzzled, but after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled and said, "All right then, be careful on your way." With that, she waved goodbye and turned to walk through the school gate. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a gentle sigh. Once home, I began to regret not asking her the question. Moreover, tomorrow was Friday, the beginning of the weekend, and I couldn't just wait outside the teaching building again for another chance. Yet I still couldn't determine whether I truly wanted to know the answer to my question. So I closed my eyes, preparing to converse with my dreams. The next day at school, everyone was particularly spirited, eager to hasten the end of classes and savor the upcoming break. Typically, on Fridays, teachers lacked enthusiasm in their lessons, knowing that most students wouldn't pay attention, and they themselves were likely preoccupied with weekend plans. However, to my dismay, the first class was taught by Lin Siyuan, who wore an unusually serious expression, akin to presiding over a court case. For some reason, he was also dressed formally today, his face radiating vibrancy. It was clear that he had no intention of letting us off easy now that he was our English teacher. Finally, as the last class approached, Lin Xiaoman discreetly passed me a note, reminding me not to forget our plans for Sunday, where she would be waiting for me at the school gate. I nodded in acknowledgement, and as I handed back the note, I noticed her staring at my response for a moment before scribbling something else and passing it back to me. I glanced at the note, which read, "Please tell me your phone number." After a brief hesitation, I wrote down my number and returned the note to her. Lin Xiaoman carefully folded the note and tucked it into her pocket. Watching her, I felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. After school, I exited the school gates, mentally planning how to spend the afternoon and the holiday. However, as I entered my apartment complex and hadn't even made it upstairs, my old Nokia phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out and cursed under my breath. My holiday was about to be ruined. The caller was none other than my demanding cousin. I instinctively wished to pretend I couldn't hear, but my cousin was relentless, determined to keep calling until I answered. Reluctantly, I steeled myself and pressed the answer button. My cousin, straightforward as ever, wasted no time and told me she needed help watching her shop that afternoon. Though I internally rejected the idea, I feigned compliance and agreed. Growing up under her influence had left me with a lasting impression of her domineering nature. Chapter 54. Chun Yuang's tipsy state, a special update for 100 diamonds. Thinking about spending another dull afternoon in that hotel made me feel weary already. After eating and explaining the situation to my parents, I stepped back outside. They adored my cousin, likely oblivious to her other, more devilish side. When I arrived at the hotel, she was already ready to go. Upon seeing me, she quickly stood up, indicating she would return before 8 p.m. I held little hope for that statement, as I doubted she believed it herself. Once she left, I sank into a stupor in front of the computer. As a student, it was exasperating to spend a long-awaited holiday in a hotel, unless, of course, there was a girl to accompany me. Sadly, not only was I alone, but I also had to watch others with their companions. To make matters worse, I was the one to hand them the keys and watch them embrace as they ascended the stairs. My personal advice is that single men should never take jobs as hotel receptionists. It can lead to emotional trauma. Thus, I remained in a daze until the afternoon. Just as I was about to stand and leave, my cousin unexpectedly returned. I could hardly believe my eyes, and she, noticing my weary demeanor, informed me that she had completed her errands. My heart leaped with joy as I contemplated whether I could finally leave. Suddenly, my cousin tossed me 50 yuan and said, "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you ride your bike to fetch some food? After you eat, you can return." I just got back from taking a taxi and didn't want to trouble the driver to stop. Hearing her, I also felt a pang of hunger. I took the money and asked if I could keep the change. She gestured that I could, and I eagerly stepped out the door. After wandering around the vicinity, I ultimately bought 2 servings of cold noodles to bring back. As I joyfully rode back to the hotel, I was taken aback upon entering. There at the front desk, my cousin was busy collecting payment, and standing in front of her were none other than Xiao Yuyao and Lin Xian. Upon seeing them, my mind buzzed, and I was utterly bewildered. I widened my eyes and noticed that Lin Xian had one arm draped around Xiao Yuyao's shoulders. Witnessing this scene, I felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Get your filthy hands off her!" But upon closer inspection, I realized something was amiss. To my astonishment, Xiao Yuyao seemed to be half closing her eyes and appeared somewhat limp against Lin Xian. It certainly did not look like she was in a state of full consciousness. Just then, Lin Xian shifted, seemingly preparing to take Xiao Yuyao upstairs. Alarmed that he might spot me, I quickly retreated from the entrance. I stood outside, stealing glances inside, and saw Lin Xian eagerly assisting Xiao Yuyao up the stairs. Looking around, I confirmed that Lin Xian's vehicle was indeed parked outside the hotel. At that moment, my cousin appeared to have noticed my furtive presence at the door. She called out, "What are you doing out there? Did you buy something to eat?" I quickly regained my composure, stepped inside, and handed her the food. Seeing that I had only purchased 2 servings of cold noodles, my cousin, with her hands on her hips, chided, "I said I'd give you the rest of the money, and you've turned into a frugal child? I give you 50 yuan, and you only buy 3 yuan worth of cold noodles?" I paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, but soon became serious, looking at her and asking, "Cousin, just now, were those 2 going upstairs together?" My cousin found my question a bit odd, but nodded without hesitation, saying, "What's the matter? Do you know them?" The hotel my cousin managed was somewhat secluded, making it a favored spot for clandestine couples. When the hotel first opened, she was still attending our school and would visit on weekends. Back then, not many in her class knew about her family's hotel, so several instances occurred where classmates would unexpectedly run into each other there. My cousin mentioned that she initially felt awkward when seeing classmates booking rooms at her family's hotel, but eventually realized that the embarrassment was not hers to bear, and she gradually became accustomed to it. However, one particular incident left an indelible mark on her, a time when she noticed 2 boys from her class descending the stairs hand in hand. The sight had been so striking that she barely dared to look. The boys were equally shocked upon seeing her and hurriedly left, claiming they were there for a study discussion. After they departed, she had to convince herself for quite some time that their explanation was valid. But upon seeing the disheveled bed and some peculiar items in the trash bin, she was once again thrown into disarray. I recalled my cousin recounting this story and asking if anything could be more absurd. I pondered for a moment and replied that, indeed, if one of the boys happened to be her crush, the situation would be even more ludicrous. My cousin was taken aback by my remark, but eventually nodded, admitting that she suddenly felt her internal turmoil diminish significantly. Since then, she had become desensitized to many situations, so when I posed my question, she quickly connected the dots. There was no need for us to hide anything from each other, so I nodded and replied, "Those 2 just now seem to be my teachers." My statement surprised her. Her eyes widened as she asked, "You mean that guy is your teacher?" I nodded and clarified, "The guy is our English teacher, and the woman is our homeroom teacher." My cousin's astonishment grew. She looked incredulous and said, "Really? I would never have guessed you knew someone so much older. That guy looks like he has been around for a while, but the woman seems to be about your age." I nodded, affirming the truth of my words, and added, "The woman is our new homeroom teacher, and she's only a few years older than me. That man is particularly loathsome. He's pursuing our homeroom teacher, but I don't think she would ever be interested in him." At that moment, my cousin's expression turned serious as she said to me, "Is that so? I thought so too. That girl has clearly had too much to drink. Just earlier when he booked the room, I asked him for 2 IDs, and he said he only had his own." The girl seemed completely inebriated, her eyes barely open. When I realized he was booking a short-stay room, I obliged. "Now, it seems your homeroom teacher is about to be taken advantage of by that 4-eyed man." Her words sent a chill down my spine. I realized that my suspicions had been correct. Xiao Yuyao was likely out of her senses. No wonder Lin Xian had been dressed so impeccably. He must have arranged a dinner with her, and he probably took advantage of the occasion to ply her with drinks until she was dazed, leaving her vulnerable to his advances. He had deliberately chosen such a secluded place, and I had stumbled upon it by sheer coincidence. Feeling anxious, I looked at my cousin and asked, What should we do?" Though I wasn't particularly close to Xiao Yuyao, our relationship was that of teacher and student. I couldn't just stand by and watch her be taken advantage of by Lin Xian. Moreover, I had long been irked by that 4-eyed man, especially after he had humiliated me in class during our first lesson. I couldn't let him get away with this. The more I thought about it, the more my sense of justice surged. My cousin, aligning with my sentiments, immediately chimed in, "Indeed, your homeroom teacher is quite attractive. It would be a shame for her to be taken advantage of by such a man." Chapter 55, Outwitting Lin Xian Suddenly. My cousin seemed to have an idea and asked, "By the way, does that guy know you?" I paused, nodding vigorously. Lin Xian might not remember many of my classmates, but he definitely recognized me. Seeing my affirmation, my cousin pondered and asked, "So, do you really want to help your homeroom teacher? What if they are genuinely fond of each other?" I frowned and retorted, "Cousin, what kind of perspective is that? That four-eyed man is so close to being grotesque. Even if our homeroom teacher were blindfolded, she would surely feel his repulsiveness. How could there be any mutual affection?" My cousin reflected on my words and realized their validity, then whispered to me, "How about this? I'll give you a blanket. You can take it upstairs and knock on his door, saying you forgot to change the bedding in their room. If he sees you, he might become frightened and refrain from doing anything inappropriate. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, it struck me that my cousin was quite literally putting me in harm's way, and I hesitated. I suspect that this four-eyed individual had premeditated intentions. After bringing Chun Yao here, whatever transpired could easily be attributed to her, claiming she was merely inebriated. Unfortunately, such situations invariably place women at a disadvantage, and no one would wish to broadcast such events. However, if I were to merely clutch the blanket and disrupt his plans, what would become of my English classes in the future? Observing my hesitation, my cousin urged me, "You must decide quickly, or else. That four-eyed fellow may have already taken action." Her words weighed heavily on my heart. After considering the situation, I turned to her and asked, "Couldn't you just take the blanket up instead?" She shot me an incredulous look and replied, "Are you foolish? He doesn't know me. If I go up to change the blanket and leave, he'll still take advantage. If he truly intended to intoxicate that girl, seeing you would likely make him uneasy. You can feign ignorance, claiming the homeroom teacher is present, and he would surely refrain from further actions." Her reasoning appeared quite sound. However, I remained indecisive. This was undeniably a significant test for my acting career. What if I knocked on the door and that four-eyed man refused to open it upon seeing me? I glanced at the time and noted that he had been with the homeroom teacher for nearly 10 minutes. If I hesitated any longer, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Gritting my teeth, I resolved, "All right, let us proceed with this plan." Seeing my determination, my cousin waved her hand, signaling me to follow her. In a small room at the back, she handed me a blanket and instructed, "They are in room 302. When you knock on the door, use the blanket to partially cover your face, so he doesn't recognize you before opening the door." Afterward, she provided me with a spare key card, saying, "If he doesn't open the door, just enter. Pretend you were unaware someone was inside." Appreciating her thorough preparations, I nodded, signaling my readiness to undertake the task. After affirming my commitment, I turned and hurried upstairs while clutching the blanket. Ascending the stairs, I felt a sense of foreboding, akin to the legendary assassin Jing Ku approaching his target. Upon reaching the door of room 302, my heart raced uncontrollably. I swallowed hard, listening intently. The room appeared eerily silent, which calmed me somewhat. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I raised my hand and gently knocked on the door. The sound echoed ominously in the empty corridor. Yet, the noise seemed to vanish into thin air, as no response came from within. Anxiety crept back in. What could be happening? Was Lin Sion occupied with something? Contemplating this, I knocked again, this time with greater force, nearly exclaiming in my nervousness, "Is anyone checking the water meter?" However, silence prevailed within. Just as I pondered whether to force my way in, the door unexpectedly swung open. I flinched as Lin Sion appeared before me, utterly bare. Upon seeing him in such a state, I involuntarily exclaimed, "What the?" Yet, upon closer inspection, I noticed his hair was damp, his glasses absent, and a towel wrapped around his waist. This left me momentarily dazed, wondering if he had just concluded his business or not even begun. If he had finished, it was astonishingly swift. Could Lin Sion truly be a quick draw? While I mused over these thoughts, he caught my previous exclamation and squinted at me, seeming to recognize my face, but unable to see me clearly. Seizing the opportunity, I exclaimed, Mr. Lin." My sudden outburst startled Lin Sion, who straightened abruptly, his expression contorted in shock, pointing at me and asking, How are you here?" To which I thought, it would be more fitting for me to ask you that. Yet, I feigned surprise, replying, "Mr. Lin, is it truly you? This hotel is owned by my sister. She mentioned that the bedding in this room was forgotten, so she asked me to come up and change it. I didn't expect you to be here." Before he could respond, I entered the room, blanket in hand. Lin Sion, visibly flustered, attempted to block my entrance, insisting, Hey, who said you could come in? Forget about the blanket. You don't need to change it." It was clear he feared I might discover Chen Yuyao inside. Ignoring his protests, I maintained a facade of hospitality, insisting that it's not acceptable. My sister will reprimand me. I'll just place the blanket down and take the old one. Seeing my determination, Lin Sion became increasingly agitated, his tone growing harsher as he demanded, "Do you not understand what I'm saying? I said it's unnecessary. Leave quickly." At that moment, he attempted to physically prevent me from entering, grabbing the arm that held the blanket. I was taken aback, thinking, is he truly trying to force me out? Suddenly, an unforeseen incident occurred. In his fervor, the towel around his waist slipped away, and thus, I found myself in an unexpectedly peculiar encounter. To be candid, it was a rather diminutive bird, nearly concealed by the surrounding shadows. I pride myself on my self-control. Yet in that moment, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. My laughter caused Lin Sion's face to flush crimson, and he hastily bent down to retrieve the towel, wrapping it around himself as he shouted, "Get out of here quickly, before I lose my temper." Realizing he was genuinely angry, I snapped back to reality, thinking how this would surely impede my entrance. Just then, my cousin's voice echoed from the stairwell. "What is happening? Lu Ming, what have you done now?" Hearing her voice filled me with relief. Reinforcements had arrived. Soon, my cousin appeared by my side, first offering Lin Sion an apologetic smile before stating, "I'm sorry. After the last guest checked out, we forgot to change the bedding. My brother came up to rectify the situation. Please, direct your frustrations elsewhere. I'll ensure you receive a discount on your room." Her words drained color from Lin Sion's face, and before he could recover, my cousin shot me a knowing glance, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and change the bedding." Understanding her cue, I seized the moment and rushed into the room while Lin Sion momentarily faltered, exclaiming, "Wait, don't go in." I paid him no mind, hastening forward, only to discover Chun Yao lying on the bed, disheveled yet clothed, appearing somewhat disarrayed but evidently untouched by Lin Sion's advances. As I stood there, a sense of dread crept over me, for Lin Sion was now right behind me, his forehead beating with cold sweat as he realized I had caught sight of her. I certainly cannot confront him directly, so at this moment, I feigned an expression of surprise and asked Lin Sion, "Teacher Chun, how is she also here? Is she drunk?" As I spoke, I deliberately adopted a silly expression, curious to see how Sion would explain himself. Lin Sion, his face ashen, was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his discomfort, I felt a surge of triumph and continued to play the part of the inquisitive observer, saying, "Lin teacher, why did you bring Teacher Chin here?" My words seemed to spark something in him, and Lin Sion's eyes brightened as he stammered, "No, it's nothing. Lu, I need to tell you. Today the teacher had dinner with her, and somehow she ended up drinking too much. I don't know where she lives, so I could only bring her here to get a room, hoping she could rest a bit. We'll talk once she wakes up." As he spoke, Lin Sion glanced at himself and added, "Just now, Teacher Chun was sick outside and got some on me, so I thought I'd take a shower first and then head back, leaving Teacher Chun asleep here for now." As Lin Sion recounted this, his eyes darted around, revealing clear signs of deceit. I, having grown up in a world of fiction, was not easily fooled. However, I pondered that if I were to expose him, I might face repercussions in the future. After a moment's reflection, I nodded and replied, "Ah, I see. Lin teacher, you're truly a responsible person. Let Teacher Chin sleep here. I will keep an eye on her. When she wakes up, I'll have her call you." Upon hearing my words, Lin Sion displayed evident reluctance, likely having hoped to enjoy some leisure time after cleaning himself up. Yet, if he were to insist on staying, it would clearly indicate ulterior motives. Thus, he furrowed his brow in silence for a while before begrudgingly nodding, saying, "Fine, I'll go put on some clothes." Afterward, he shot me a glare and stepped into the bathroom. Watching him retreat, I could not help but chuckle triumphantly, then turned my gaze to the sleeping Yuyo. Today, she was dressed in a cool manner, wearing a white skirt and a sky-blue t-shirt. Surprisingly, she was not in stockings but sported high heels. I couldn't resist stealing glances at her fair thighs. Then, as if struck by inspiration, I pretended to set down the blanket I held before picking up the one that was originally on the bed. Since I was acting, I might as well do it well. At that moment, Lin Sion emerged from the bathroom, fully clothed. Upon seeing me change the blanket, he said nothing, his face clouded with resentment. He glanced at Yuyo before turning to leave the room. I hurried after him, and once downstairs, my cousin, appearing nonchalant, greeted Lin Sion, saying, "Sir, shall we return your deposit now?" Lin Sion, brimming with irritation, waved his hand dismissively. "No need, just return it to her once she wakes." After that, he shot me a fierce glare before exiting the hotel and getting into a car. With his departure, I let out a sigh of relief. My cousin smiled at me and remarked, You've interrupted their little escapade. You'll have to face the consequences in class. Frowning at her comment, I replied, I had no choice. I had to pay the price for justice. She chuckled and shook her head, then asked, by the way, do you want to go upstairs and check on your homeroom teacher to see if she's truly drunk or perhaps under some unpleasant influence, just to be safe? Her words reminded me, and I looked at her, saying, is that really necessary? Do you think someone would drug her? My cousin appeared somewhat exasperated and replied meaningfully, you young ones don't understand. Some men can be quite ruthless. Her words were unsettling, prompting me to ponder. I finally conceded, all right, I'll head upstairs to check on her. I hadn't closely examined Yuyo earlier, so it was wise to confirm her well-being. My cousin waved me off, and I hurriedly ascended the stairs. At the door, I used the key my cousin had given me, swiping it to unlock the door. As it opened, I quietly stepped inside. The room appeared unchanged. Yuyo lay in the same position, seemingly undisturbed. I approached her side and observed her breathing, which was steady, her chest rising and falling gently. It seemed she had merely overindulged, and I felt a sense of relief. Just as I was about to turn and head back downstairs, Yuyo suddenly stirred slightly. Her movement nearly made my heart leap from my chest, as her skirt had shifted upward, revealing a glimpse of a pink panty. My eyes widened as a realization struck me. In this room, it was just the two of us, myself and the unconscious Yuyo. Did this not imply that I could act as I wished? I swallowed hard, my gaze drawn back to Yuyo. I confess, I'm not a paragon of virtue. Even if I were, faced with the sight of such a beautiful woman inebriated before me, could I still maintain my principles? I was unsure, but I knew I could not. Yet, as is often the case, I was filled with desire but lacked the courage to act, only daring to breathe heavily as I watched her, too afraid to move. Do you know the saying? One can only admire from afar without crossing the line. What if, just as I was about to make a move, she suddenly awoke? At that moment, not only would I be unable to survive English class, but I would also find myself in dire straits in Chinese class. However, despite my thoughts, my body seemed to move of its own accord, inching closer to Yuyo. I must admit, her figure was truly captivating. Even with her tousled hair partially obscuring her face, it was clear that her cheeks were flushed. Yuyo appeared to be sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking. This emboldened me, and I found myself drawn closer. Suddenly, a thrill coursed through me. I must acknowledge that this scene was undeniably exhilarating. I approached the bedside, slowly bending down. The scent of Yuyo enveloped me, a blend of her natural fragrance intertwined with a hint of alcohol, yet still incredibly alluring. My gaze first fell upon her face, and seeing her tightly shut eyes, I gradually shifted my focus downward. Not quite flat. In fact, quite ample, though overshadowed by her stunning legs. At that moment, I inexplicably recalled Lin Xiaoman. Though we had shared a desk for some time, I realized I had never truly taken note of her bosom. Yet, I vaguely remembered it being quite comparable to Yuyo's, certainly noteworthy. Lost in thought, I suddenly envisioned Wang Jiaxi's face, which made me pause for several seconds, barely suppressing a laugh. How could it be that the divine could be so generous? Upon reflection, Wang Jiaxi was merely a cute little bun. I found it peculiar that my attention had always been drawn to long legs, causing me to overlook such details. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable sense of balance within myself, as if the world had regained its beauty. Chapter 57. A face full of regrets for the sake of Lidiangson 100. I soon regained my composure, realizing this was not the moment for such thoughts. With Xiaoyu Yao still in slumber, I pondered seizing the opportunity before her awareness returned. My gaze drifted back to Xiaoyu Yao, slowly trailing down to where her undergarment was partially exposed. How to articulate this? Perhaps it was simply my nature. Had it been Lin Siyuan, he would have lunged at her by now. The tantalizing allure of this barely concealed vision was overwhelming, causing my heart to race and my hand to involuntarily rise, inching closer. Just as my fingers were about to graze Xiaoyu Yao, a jolt of realization coursed through me, snapping me back to reality. I quickly withdrew my hand, cold sweat trickling down my brow as I berated myself for nearly succumbing to temptation. Although Xiaoyu Yao was deeply asleep, there was no guarantee that a mere touch wouldn't rouse her. What if I were caught in the act? I shook my head, reminding myself to refrain from any further advances. Yet, as I wrestled with my thoughts, I couldn't help but steal glances at her exposed undergarment, which seemed to beckon me with an enticing whisper, urging me to touch. I was taken aback by my own vivid imagination, as a voice in my mind suggested that a gentle caress might not lead to disaster. I scrutinized Xiaoyu Yao's serene face. Her eyes remained tightly shut. Lin Siyuan had made quite the ruckus bringing her upstairs, and she hadn't tea stirred. Surely, a light touch wouldn't tea provoke her. This thought emboldened me, for this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A fleeting touch, and then I would retreat downstairs, etching that sensation firmly in my memory. My excitement grew, my breath quickening, and my hand crept forward once more. With every inch I drew closer, my heartbeat quickened in tandem. At last, victory was but a few centimeters away. My fingertips even detected a hint of warmth. I swallowed hard, closed my eyes, and extended my fingers forward. A soft, delicate texture met my touch, sending a tremor through my body. I opened my eyes, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Xiaoyu Yao had awakened at some point. Her gaze locked onto mine with an intensity that rendered me motionless. Had it not been for my steely composure, I might have been paralyzed by fear. Upon realizing she was awake, my instinct was to retract my hand at lightning speed. In the next moment, Xiaoyu Yao sat upright, her mouth agape as she unleashed a torrent towards me. My reflexes were honed from practice, yet my mind was seldom engaged, resulting in my inability to evade her remarkable retaliation. I had merely brushed against her, and yet her retribution was ferocious. Words failed to encapsulate the sensation of filth cascading down my face. In that instant, all thoughts of evasion and speech fled. I stood frozen, allowing her to continue her relentless assault. Many who revel in cinematic absurdities may have witnessed a woman spitting on a man, but how many have experienced the reverse? After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyu Yao ceased her onslaught, lying back down as if she had never stirred. Meanwhile, I was left in a state of despair, drenched in her remnants. I stood by her bedside, dazed for a minute, before snapping back to reality and rushing to the bathroom to wash my head under the faucet. Damn it, I was now convinced that Lin Siyuan had lied through his teeth, claiming that Xiaoyu Yao had vomited on him, prompting his shower. Had I not intervened, he would have been the one to endure this baptism. It seemed that being a good person was a thankless task, and I had unwittingly become the scapegoat. While rinsing my head, I couldn't suppress a curse, but as I opened my mouth, the foul liquid streamed in, causing a wave of nausea. In the struggle to expel it, I bumped my head against the faucet, which only made me swallow the repugnant substance. A tumultuous churn in my stomach followed, and despite my best efforts, I could not rid myself of the contents. I suddenly felt dizzy. This day had undoubtedly plunged to the depths of my personal abyss. Not only had I been doused by Xiaoyu Yao, but I had also unwittingly ingested her regurgitation. I silently vowed never to speak of this ordeal to anyone, lest they too succumb to the same nausea. After a brief rinse in the bathroom, I grabbed a nearby towel and, without thinking, began to dry my hair. It was only after a few swipes that I realized this towel had previously been used by Lin Siyuan. My discomfort intensified. I switched to another towel, drying my head as I exited the bathroom. Although much of the mess had been washed away, my shirt remained stained. Upon stepping outside, I noticed Xiaoyu Yao still in her previous position, utterly still. Had she merely awakened to regurgitate on me? Had my touch not truly disturbed her slumber? Perhaps it was fortunate. Had she witnessed my attempt to touch her undergarment, the outcome might have been worse than a face full of vomit. With a sigh, I decided it was best to make my exit. I tossed the towel back into the bathroom, casting one last glance at her, and finding nothing more to see, I cautiously slipped out. Downstairs, my cousin stared at my damp hair in shock, immediately questioning, "Why were you gone for so long? You didn't take advantage of the situation, did you?" She smirked, as if daring me to confess. I shook my head innocently, gesturing to my shirt. "I really don't want to explain what just happened, and I doubt you'd want to hear it." Unconvinced, she persisted, "Why wouldn't I want to know? Don't worry, I'm aware of your sordid little escapades. Feel free to share." Realizing her determination, I relented. "All right, I'll tell you." I recounted the tale of how Xiaoyu Yao had doused me and how, in a moment of folly, I had ingested her remnants, omitting the details of my earlier intentions. Upon hearing my account, her complexion paled, and it was evident that my story had unsettled her. I quickly stepped back, warning her that this was the result of her insatiable curiosity. I needed to maintain my distance. I couldn't bear the thought of being the target of her next eruption. After a prolonged moment, she finally wiped her mouth and remarked, "You're revolting." Almost made me want to vomit, but thankfully I held it back. Feeling queasy, I dashed into the nearest bathroom to dry heave for a while. Emerging, I shot a glare at my cousin, who wore a mischievous grin. I need to change clothes. If our homeroom teacher wakes up, don't mention this. She nodded in understanding, her face contorted in distaste. Hurry back. You reek. Ignoring her, I left and hopped on my bike, racing home. Upon arrival, my parents noticed my disheveled state and inquired about my well-being, wondering if something had transpired. I wiped the memories clean, nodding and assuring them that all was well. After finishing my shower, I felt as though I had been reborn. The only regret was that I could not recall that delightful sensation. Upon reflection, I realized that I had inadvertently ruined Lin Siyuan's opportunity. I couldn't help but wonder how he would fare when school resumed on Monday. In Chapter 58, I was to meet Lin Xiaoman. However, it was rather unfortunate that Chun Yuyao was so naive, allowing herself to be easily manipulated. If I hadn't stumbled upon her today, she might have already been led astray by Lin Siyuan. I decided not to dwell on that thought any longer and lay back on my bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I was uncertain about what transpired with Yuyao afterwards, but I speculated she would return home once she regained consciousness. I pondered what memories she might retain. I spent the entirety of Saturday at home. Venturing out in such sweltering heat seemed foolish. One should know that battling nature rarely ends well. Fortunately, on Sunday, the sun was more temperate and clouds occasionally shielded it. I have always adored rainy days, but I also hold a fondness for overcast weather. The beauty of the clouds has a soothing effect on my often troubled heart. During my middle school years, I was quite the sentimental child, but after mastering the art of self-pleasure, I found relief in that instead. For some reason, I awoke early on Sunday morning. After glancing at my phone, I realized it was barely past 7. It had been ages since I had risen so early during a holiday, perhaps due to a fear of being late to meet Lin Xiaoman. After getting out of bed, I spent a considerable amount of time preparing, waiting for the clock to strike 11. I contemplated calling Wang Jiazi, but the uncertainty of how long my meeting with Lin Xiaoman would last deterred me from doing so. By around 10, I felt it was time to leave and hurried out the door. While it was acceptable for a woman to be late, for a man, it was tantamount to self-sabotage. I assumed that not many students would be at school during lunchtime, so I would likely find Lin Xiaoman without difficulty. Upon reaching the school entrance, I checked my old Nokia and noted it was already past 10:40. I found a shaded spot under a tree to wait for Lin Xiaoman's arrival. After about 10 minutes, I noticed a figure approaching from behind the teaching building. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Lin Xiaoman. Her hair flowed freely, and she was astonishingly clad in a white dress. Although the dress appeared somewhat worn, it did little to obscure her beauty. I found myself momentarily entranced as she seemed to notice me waiting in the shade. She paused for a moment, then lowered her head and approached. When she reached my side, Lin Xiaoman gently brushed her hair back and softly inquired, "When did you arrive? Have you been waiting long?" Her voice was so delicate that I momentarily froze, then pretended to check my phone, nodding with a playful tone, "Yes, I've been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Did you not notice that the flowers over there have wilted?" Lin Xiaoman turned her head to glance at the flowers, then smiled faintly, realizing I was jesting. However, she quickly seemed to remember something and retrieved a small wallet, pulling out 50 yuan to hand to me. "By the way, this is to repay you. Thank you for your help." Feeling a bit embarrassed by her gratitude, I hesitated before accepting the money. "There's no need to keep thanking me. It's really nothing." Lin Xiaoman lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment before looking up and asking, Are you hungry? Shall we go get something to eat?" Her reminder brought me back to reality, and I pondered, "What do you feel like eating? I could take you on my bike." Lin Xiaoman shook her head gently, responding softly, "I'm not very familiar with the city. You decide." Her request for me to take charge was a novel experience. To be honest, I felt that our small town lacked good dining options, but Lin Xiaoman likely hadn't ventured out much to experience the local cuisine. Thus, any choice I made would probably be novel for her. After some contemplation, I suddenly recalled a place and asked, "Can you handle spicy food?" Lin Xiaoman seemed puzzled by my question, but nodded yes. "I can." Upon hearing her affirmation, I gestured for her to hop on, eager to take her somewhere delightful. Without further inquiry, she nestled close and took a seat behind me. As I began to ride, I recalled hearing about a newly opened spicy hot pot restaurant in our county. I had hesitated to visit alone, but now, with Lin Xiaoman, it was the perfect opportunity to try it out. Throughout the ride, Lin Xiaoman remained quiet, her hands not gripping my shoulders, which often made me forget she was there. I sensed that she must be a well-behaved child at home, as she didn't question where we were headed. Names can indeed hold profound significance. Lin Xiaoman embodied the essence of her name in every sense. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, I stopped and signaled for Lin Xiaoman to dismount. She took a step forward to inspect the sign and then turned back to me as I locked my bike, asking, "Is this the place?" I nodded and gestured for her to follow me inside. Upon entering, I was surprised to find the restaurant nearly empty, yet the air conditioning made it quite comfortable, and the decor was rather appealing. We settled into a corner booth, and a nearby server gestured for us to come over and select our dishes. As this was my first visit, I couldn't pretend to be a regular, and Lin Xiaoman, upon entering, appeared somewhat out of place. We approached the selection area and learned that we were to choose our ingredients before handing them over to the kitchen. I hadn't anticipated it would resemble a buffet, so I accepted the basket from the server and handed it to Lin Xiaoman, encouraging her to pick what she liked. She cautiously took the basket and selected only a few vegetables, while I chose a generous assortment before presenting our selections to the server. After weighing our choices, the server informed us that will be 150 yuan. Lin Xiaoman and I were both taken aback by the price. I stared at her for a moment before the realization dawned on me. No wonder the place was so empty. It was a ripoff. Looking at Lin Xiaoman, I noticed her expression mirrored my surprise. She likely hadn't anticipated such an expense. Regaining my composure, I hastily retrieved 2 red bills from my pocket. Thankfully, I had just replenished my funds from my parents. I had initially thought 100 yuan would suffice, but I had prudently brought 200 instead. Indeed, one can never have too much money. As I handed over the money, Lin Xiaoman awoke from a reverie. She gasped softly and immediately reached for her small purse, saying, "No, it was agreed that I would treat you." Seeing her attempt to pay, I quickly intervened, gesturing to the waiter to expedite the change. Although I had promised Lin Xiaoman that she could treat me, I had no intention of allowing her to pay today. After all, it was our first outing together, and it seemed inappropriate for a girl to bear the cost. Of course, the previous incident with Wang Jiazi was an exception. Moreover, this was my first visit to this establishment, and I had not anticipated the exorbitant prices, while a bill of over 100 yuan was acceptable to me. It might be a significant expense for Lin Xiaoman. If I did not settle the bill promptly, she might mistakenly think I was trying to make things difficult for her. With that thought in mind, I looked at the waiter, who promptly returned with the change. After counting the money, I turned to Lin Xiaoman and said, "Let's go sit over there and wait." Lin Xiaoman sat down with her head bowed, her demeanor somewhat gloomy as she appeared lost in thought. After a moment of silence, I tentatively inquired, "What is the matter? You seem a bit down." At my question, Lin Xiaoman raised her head, hesitated, and then spoke in a timid voice, but we agreed. "I was going to treat you." I realized she was troubled by this matter, so I smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Is that really what's bothering you? Think about it. It's not customary for a girl to pay on a first outing together. People might mock me if they saw. Furthermore, you are treating me merely to express your gratitude, right?" Truth be told, I had long wished to try this restaurant, but felt awkward coming alone. Today, with your company, it feels like a favor to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman lifted her gaze, her expression brightening slightly, though she still appeared skeptical. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Is that really true? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Hearing her concern, I straightened my posture, adopting a righteous demeanor, and assured her, "How could I deceive you?" I glanced around and lowered my voice, continuing, "Consider it. This place is even more exorbitant than Sun and Yang's restaurant. Had I been here before, I would never have brought you along." My words elicited a faint smile from Lin Xiaoman. However, she pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, next time, choose a less expensive place, and I will treat you then." Realizing that Lin Xiaoman was adamant about treating me, I nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, it's a promise. Next time, you must treat me." At this, Lin Xiaoman appeared reassured, carefully placing her purse back into the pocket of her skirt and offering me a lovely smile. Although she lacked the adorable little tiger teeth of Wang Jiazi, her smile was unique, particularly with her cheeks seemingly adorned with delicate dimples. Just then, our order arrived, presented in a large bowl containing the dishes that both Lin Xiaoman and I had selected. I had not anticipated sharing a bowl, which made me feel slightly awkward. Yet Lin Xiaoman seemed unconcerned about it. Noticing that she was merely staring at the food without making a move, I took the initiative, picked up my chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of meat, encouraging her, "Don't just watch. Give it a try and see how it tastes." My words brought Lin Xiaoman back to the moment, prompting her to pick up her chopsticks and select a small piece of vegetable. I tasted the meat. It was decent, though. To be honest, it lacked spice. I had expected it to be quite fiery and had even requested a mild option, which now seemed a misguided choice. Just then, Lin Xiaoman began to cough. I looked at her in surprise, noticing she was covering her mouth, her eyes glistening as if she might cry. I was momentarily taken aback, wondering if it was too spicy for her. I almost asked her how something mildly spicy could affect her so, but the words caught in my throat as I suddenly thought, could it be that Lin Xiaoman simply cannot handle spicy food? Recalling our earlier conversation when I asked if she could eat spicy food, she had nodded almost immediately without hesitation. Perhaps she had only done so to accommodate me? At this realization, I found myself at a loss for words. After a moment, when it seemed she had calmed down a bit, I tentatively asked, you actually can't eat spicy food, can you? The surprise on Lin Xiaoman's face betrayed her, yet after a moment of thought, she shook her head defiantly, saying, I can, eat a little. I was somewhat speechless, never expecting Lin Xiaoman to be so accommodating. I glanced at the bowl of food, mixed with red peppers, and suggested, should I ask the waiter if they can redo it to a milder version? However, before I could finish, Lin Xiaoman waved her hand, replying, no need. That would be too much trouble. Let us just eat this. I'm fine. She spoke as if she hadn't nearly cried from the spice moments ago. Personally, I didn't mind. I could handle spicy food quite well, and my purpose for being here was partly to challenge myself, only to find I had chosen the wrong companion in Lin Xiaoman. I must clarify that I genuinely have a natural tolerance for spice. My ability to handle it isn't merely a result of frequent play with my little prince. I hope that is not misunderstood. Noticing Lin Xiaoman's reluctance to trouble anyone, I thought for a moment and stood up, saying, all right, I'll go buy a couple of drinks. Without waiting for her response, I walked over to the nearby fridge, grabbed 2 bottles, and returned, handing one to Lin Xiaoman. If it's too spicy, drinking some might help. Lin Xiaoman nodded gently, murmuring a soft thank you as she accepted the drink. However, despite having the beverage, she hardly touched her food afterward. Seeing her stop eating early made me hesitant to continue, but she subtly urged me not to waste the food, almost reciting the proverb about the hard work behind every grain of rice. Under her gentle encouragement, I transformed into a diligent and frugal individual. Lin Xiaoman's mood seemed to return to normal. Once I finished eating, she pondered and asked, where to now? Are you heading home? Her question reminded me, and I glanced at my phone, noting the time just past 12. I recalled Wang Jiazi mentioning her plans to paint, yet curiously, she had neither texted nor called me. With this in mind, I looked at Lin Xiaoman and replied, I'm not quite sure what to do. Are you going back to school? I asked. If you are, I can give you a ride. Lin Xiaoman shook her head and replied, I want to stop by the bookstore first before heading back to school. After a brief pause, she added somewhat shyly, actually, I told my family that I wanted to buy a few more study materials, which is why I asked for a bit more money. Since I'm free now, I thought I might as well take a look. Her words rendered me momentarily speechless. I couldn't quite articulate why, but it seemed that Lin Xiaoman was candid about matters that might typically be difficult to express. After contemplating for a moment, I suggested, let me take you there. It's still early, and I could drop you off at school afterward. I knew she wouldn't take a taxi like Miss Wang, so riding my bike would spare her from the harsh sun. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiaoman nodded in agreement. We set off toward the bookstore. Upon arriving at the entrance, I hesitated but ultimately decided to park my bike and accompany her inside. The air conditioning provided a welcome respite, and I noticed numerous children engrossed in their books. Honestly, entering a bookstore with the top student of our class gave me a fleeting illusion of being a good student myself. Once inside, Lin Xiaoman glanced around and led me to the high school study materials section. It was evident that the comic book area was far more popular than the study materials section. To maintain the facade of being studious, I suppressed the urge to wander over to the comics and instead stayed by Lin Xiaoman, observing her serious selection process. However, after only a short while, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I was momentarily disoriented to find Wang Jiazi standing behind me, holding a large art book, her captivating eyes fixed intently on me. Chapter 60. An upset Wang Jiazi, to be honest. The feeling of descending into hell could hardly be more accurate. I stood there, stunned for over 10 seconds before I could not help but exclaim, ah. The moment the sound escaped my lips, Wang Jiazi lightly kicked my shoe, then placed her finger to her lips signaling me to be quiet. Realizing we were still in the bookstore, I quickly closed my mouth. But cold sweat was already trickling down my forehead. How on earth did she end up here? After finally managing to visit a bookstore, was this some form of divine retribution? I swallowed hard and glanced back at Lin Xiaoman, who had clearly noticed my outburst. She was staring at me, and Wang Jiaxi with wide eyes, clearly astonished. Truth be told, at that moment, egg crushed was an understatement. It felt more like an explosion. I inexplicably felt as if I'd been caught in a compromising situation, and I dared not even breathe too loudly. After all, I had told Wang Jiaxi I was dining with relatives that day. Now, it was evident that Lin Xiaoman could not possibly be one of them. As I pondered this, I noticed Wang Jiaxi's previously expressionless face suddenly break into a smile. She waved gently at Lin Xiaoman and softly said, "Hi, little beauty. What a surprise to see you again." Clearly taken aback by Wang Jiaxi's friendly demeanor, Lin Xiaoman blushed and, after a moment of flustered hesitation, nodded and mumbled a response. However, Wang Jiaxi had already moved closer to Lin Xiaoman, her face radiating joy as she asked, "What brings you here? Are you looking for study materials?" Lin Xiaoman appeared flustered, evidently not fully accustomed to Wang Jiaxi's personality. She glanced at me, then turned to Wang Jiaxi and offered a timid nod, quietly replying yes. "I just had some free time, so I thought I'd take a look." Her cautious tone suggested she was afraid of saying something wrong. Wang Jiaxi nodded in understanding, but then suddenly turned back to look at me, mumbling to herself, "No wonder your studies are so good. You're far better than those who claim they have no time." Her words struck me like a bullet, leaving me breathless. After finishing her thought, she flashed a smile at Lin Xiaoman, shook her head, and said, "All right, I won't interrupt you two any longer. I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Lin Xiaoman to respond, she walked away, clutching her art book. Watching her vanish around the corner of a bookshelf, I felt a palpable stiffness in my body, as if the ground beneath me had crumbled. Lin Xiaoman, too, seemed to sense something amiss. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. I couldn't tell if Wang Jiaxi was upset with me, but given that I had clearly deceived her, it would be only natural for her to feel that way. Unable to resist, I glanced toward the bookstore entrance, and sure enough, I saw Wang Jiaxi leaving without looking back. A sigh escaped my lips, and a heaviness settled in my heart. After a while, Lin Xiaoman continued to browse, but ultimately decided not to make any purchases. When I inquired about her decision, she simply shook her head, stating, "There aren't any particularly good materials. I'll come back another time." Her expression was somewhat peculiar, as if she were deliberately concealing something. I paused for a moment after her response, then offered, "Shall I take you back to school? You need to rest before evening study sessions." Lin Xiaoman remained silent, instead gesturing toward the door, indicating we should speak outside. Once we exited the bookstore, she stopped and turned to me, saying, "I think I'll walk back to school by myself. I ate quite a bit earlier, so a walk will help with digestion." She paused for a moment, then smiled at me, adding, "If you have something to do, you can go ahead." Although her words suggested otherwise, I immediately sensed her underlying meaning. Women's intuition is indeed formidable. Even though Wang Jiaxi hadn't explicitly stated anything, Lin Xiaoman must have sensed something unusual between us. Otherwise, she would have said that, especially since I knew how much she had eaten, there was no need for digestion. Reflecting on this, I hesitated before saying, "It's fine. I'll take you. I'm not in a hurry." After all, there was no point in rushing, and I was uncertain whether I should explain things to Wang Jiaxi later. To be honest, with the evidence against me, what could I possibly say? I would have to come clean. Upon hearing my insistence, Lin Xiaoman shook her head again, insisting, "Really, it's unnecessary. I can walk back. It's not far." "You should." She trailed off, seemingly worried that being too obvious might put me in an awkward position. Seeing her determination, I sighed and said, "All right, I want to take you back to school." After a moment's thought, I added, "Just be careful on your way back. Stay safe." Lin Xiaoman nodded, then smiled softly, saying, "Well, I'm off now. See you tomorrow." I acknowledged her with a sound, watching as she turned and walked away slowly. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, her figure gradually fading from view. Once she was out of sight, I pulled out my old Nokia phone, staring at the screen in hesitation. Anyone in my position would feel conflicted. After contemplating for some time, I finally dialed Wang Jiaxi's number, pressing the phone to my ear as an inexplicable tension gripped my heart. However, the phone rang several times without being answered, heightening my anxiety. I thought to myself, well, now I have no chance to confess and start anew. Just as I was about to hang up in despair, a chime sounded, and Wang Jiazi's ethereal voice emerged from the receiver. Who is it? I was taken aback, pondering whether she was feigning ignorance, but I softly replied, it's me. My voice trembled, reminiscent of a defendant in court. To my surprise, after my words, there was a long silence on the line. After a considerable pause, Wang Jiazi's voice broke through the stillness. Why are you calling me? Her question rendered me speechless, leaving me momentarily mute. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to swallow hard and responded, where are you now? As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi replied, at an internet CAF. Or are you expecting me to be sunbathing on the street? Upon hearing she was at the CAF, I secretly sighed in relief, yet hesitated before mustering the courage to say, oh, should I come find you? The line fell silent for a moment before her icy voice responded. It's up to you. Her tone sent a chill through my heart, but before I could speak again, she added, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. No sooner had she spoken than she deemed it inconsequential and abruptly ended the call. Listening to the monotonous beeping on the line left me speechless. After a long while, I finally tucked my phone back into my pocket and rode my bike to the internet CAF. Upon entering, I was struck by the sight of elementary school students having taken over the place. As I walked further in, I spotted Wang Jiazi sitting in a corner, wearing headphones with an empty seat beside her. I took a deep breath and approached her, standing by her side. Yet, she remained utterly unresponsive, as if my presence was inconsequential. I stood there for a while, feeling increasingly restless as she continued to blatantly ignore me. Eventually, I sat down beside her and waved my hand near her head. To my delight, she slowly removed her headphones and turned to me, her calm eyes meeting mine. After a few seconds of surprise, she exclaimed, Xiaoming, did you finish dinner with relatives? My face paled as I recognized her sarcasm. At that moment, I realized that any attempt at justification would be futile, so I chose to surrender, adopting a remorseful expression as I looked at Wang Jiazi and said, I'm sorry, I did lie to you that day. Before I could finish, she raised her hand to interrupt me, saying, I absolutely detest being lied to, so you don't need to explain. It's really no big deal. Who you choose to spend time with is your business. Besides, I've already made plans with someone else to keep me company. Chapter 61. Taking her to the grove, Wang Jiazi's words weighed heavily on my heart, and the image of the tattooed man flashed in my mind. In that moment, I forgot my own guilt and impulsively asked the tattooed guy. Wang Jiazi shot me a puzzled glare, and I quickly corrected myself. The guy from the sports class? Done something long? Hearing this, Wang Jiazi rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, You're so clueless, can't even remember names. Yes, it's him. I couldn't find anyone else at the moment, and since he wasn't busy with family dinners, I had no choice but to ask him. Her nonchalance and slightly provocative tone only intensified the turmoil within me. Honestly, I couldn't quite understand why I felt so unsettled. If Wang Jiazi had scolded me or ignored me, perhaps I would have felt better, but hearing her mention the tattooed guy stirred an indescribable feeling deep within me. I stared at her for a while before reluctantly murmuring, oh. After all, I was the one who had deceived her first, and her choice of companion shouldn't concern me. Wang Jiazi noticed my reaction and paused momentarily, but then quickly turned her gaze back to the computer screen, disregarding me once more. I felt increasingly awkward, sensing that perhaps it was time for me to leave. Sitting there seemed pointless, and if the tattooed guy showed up, there could be a conflict. It would be better to wait until Wang Jiazi had calmed down before apologizing again. With that thought, I sighed and quietly told her, well, I'm leaving now, about today. I'm really sorry. After speaking, I dared not look at her again, rising to leave. However, just as I turned, I felt someone tugging at my shirt. Startled, I turned my head to find Wang Jiazi had somehow reached out and grabbed my clothing, a sly smile adorning her face. I was taken aback, and before I could utter a word, her voice rang out, What's wrong? Are you sad? Her question left me momentarily bewildered, and I could only stare at her blankly. Noticing my lack of response, Wang Jiazi chuckled and continued, I really dislike being lied to, but for you, it seems I can't hold that against you. So I'll lie back, and we'll call it even. To be honest, it took me a full minute to process her words, and when realization dawned, I looked at her in astonishment and asked, Wait, you're lying to me? So, you didn't actually make plans with the tattooed guy? Wang Jiazi tilted her head innocently and replied casually, What? You were the one who lied first, remember? And why do you keep switching between guilty guy and tattooed guy? Is it that hard to remember his name? I felt a mix of resignation and irritation. How could Wang Jiazi, who had previously expressed her disdain for that person, suddenly be going out with him? It seemed she was toying with me. Realizing this, I shot her a frustrated look, thinking that her reasoning was simply unfathomable. Just as I was lost in thought, Wang Jiazi seemed to have an epiphany. She released my shirt and said seriously, "By the way, I'm not saying this means I forgive you. It just evens the score. I want you to feel the sensation of being deceived." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but sit back down, looking at her and softly asking, "But I came here specifically to apologize. I didn't intend to lie. When you asked me to accompany you for drawing, I'd already promised someone else. I didn't know how to respond at that moment. So I made up an excuse." Before I could finish, Wang Jiazi interrupted, "And you didn't think I'd catch you, right? TCH. Who knows if you're telling the truth now? You might have lied not only to me, but also to that pretty girl." Upon hearing Wang Jiazi's words, I was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress the thought that she had, indeed, spoken the truth. I was aware that the little beauty she referred to was Lin Xiaoman. However, I quickly shook my head, attempting to justify myself, saying no, I truly did not intend to deceive you. Moreover, when I encountered you, I had every intention of calling you as soon as I left the bookstore. Wang Jiazi did not respond immediately. Instead, she wore a skeptical expression before blinking and saying, "All right, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must agree to 2 conditions. The first is that you must stay by my side until sunset today, acting as my assistant. As for the second condition, you must tell me what you did with the little beauty today." I was taken aback by Wang Jiazi's peculiar stipulations. After hesitating for a moment, I nodded in agreement. I could scarcely imagine the repercussions of refusing, and given the circumstances, clarifying things with her seemed prudent. After all, there was no romantic entanglement between Lin Xiaoman and myself. We had merely shared a meal and coincidentally met at the bookstore. Upon seeing my assent, Wang Jiazi smiled and promptly exited the vehicle, instructing me, "Let us first head back to my home to retrieve some tools. You can explain everything to me on the way." When she mentioned tools, my mind immediately conjured images of whips, ropes, and gags, was she intending to coerce me? Yet, I soon shook off that notion, realizing she must be referring to art supplies, considering she had mentioned wanting to paint today. I fell silent and followed her out of the internet CAF. On the drive to her house, I recounted the day's events with Lin Xiaoman, omitting the detail of lending her money, as revealing her family's financial difficulties would be quite inappropriate. I simply stated that I had previously assisted Lin Xiaoman, which is why she insisted on treating me to a meal. After dining, she expressed a desire to visit the bookstore, and since she lacked transportation, I offered to accompany her, leading us to our unexpected encounter. Curiously, Wang Jiazi seemed to accept my account without question. She did not inquire about the nature of my assistance to Lin Xiaoman, nor did she express any curiosity about how I knew her. Later, Wang Jiazi informed me that she had already known I was dining with Lin Xiaoman, having seen us together at the office building. During her visit to my class, she had also noticed Lin Xiaoman. As she spoke, Wang Jiazi paused for a moment before teasingly adding, "No wonder you tried to deceive me. It turns out the little beauty treated you to dinner." I refrained from elaborating on her comment, as we had just arrived at the entrance of her villa community, prompting me to suggest she hurry inside to fetch her belongings. Wang Jiazi hopped out of the car and gestured for me to wait, dashing into the alley. I glanced around, once again feeling the oppressive air of decay emanating from the surrounding villas. I wondered what Wang Jiazi's parents did for a living. Perhaps they were minor officials. With a sigh, I waited, and shortly after, Wang Jiazi emerged, carrying a small easel and a handful of supplies. I approached and took the items from her, placing them in my bicycle's basket. I then inquired, "Where are we headed to paint? What are we painting?" As she placed the easel into the basket, Wang Jiazi replied, "Xiaoming, what is your head used for? Didn't I tell you the other day that I want to paint trees? Just ride south. I know of a small grove there, and that's where we'll go." To be honest, I had completely forgotten about her previous mention of painting. However, upon hearing her intention to visit a grove, excitement inexplicably welled within me. The notion of a solitary male and female venturing into a secluded grove was undeniably evocative, reminiscent of the lines from that poem about a lingering love amid the autumn leaves. Did Wang Jiazi harbor no reservations? Lost in thought, Wang Jiazi settled into the back seat and urged, "Why are you dawdling? Let's get going." I snapped back to reality, responding with a nonchalant and pedaled forward. Though I had some recollection of the Southern Grove, my father used to take me there to buy milk from a dairy farm. I noted that the once expansive forest had diminished over the years due to relentless development. As I cycled alongside Wang Jiatzi, we eventually reached the path leading to the grove. Much had changed over the years. The road had become more accessible, and more houses had sprung up alongside it. The dairy farm we passed was now abandoned. I glanced ahead, spotting a cluster of tall trees in the distance. Sensing our arrival, I quickened my pace. However, as the path grew uneven, Wang Jiatzi gently grasped my shirt. Thankfully, the weather was fair. Otherwise, I shuddered to think of the challenges we might have faced. Once inside the grove, I halted, gesturing for Wang Jiatzi to dismount as we were nearing the point where riding further would lead to disaster. She appeared quite pleased, stepping off the bike to gleefully survey her surroundings before pointing to a nearby slope and exclaiming, "There, let us go over there." As her assistant, I could only nod in agreement, offering no further comment. Fortunately, this secluded grove proved too remote for any amorous couples. Regrettably, the location she chose was rather peculiar. I struggled to maneuver my bicycle down the slope, ultimately having to lift it instead. Upon reaching her chosen spot, I looked around, feeling as though I were encircled by trees, trapped within a verdant prison. This unsettling sensation seemed to resonate with Wang Jiatzi, who after a moment suggested, "This place doesn't seem quite right. Let us head up higher." Her comment nearly caused me to choke on my frustration. I fought the impulse to hurl the bicycle at her, maintaining an air of composure as I replied, "Sure, whatever you say." Thus, I hoisted the bicycle back up the slope, and finally, Wang Jiatzi selected a more suitable location. As she settled in, I let out a breath of relief. However, after rummaging through my bicycle-esque basket, she suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no." Her words sent a jolt through me, and I turned to her, anxiously thinking, "Please don't tell me you forgot to bring your pencils." Though I had a pen on me, it was not something I could lend her. At that moment, Wang Jiatzi sheepishly stuck out her tongue and said, "Xiaoming, I'll need to sacrifice your bike." Upon hearing this, I became immediately alert. What did she mean by that? What was she planning for my beloved bicycle? While it may not be a sacrifice of my life, my bicycle had faithfully accompanied me through countless trials. It would be utterly unfair for it to meet its end at the hands of a girl. I fixed my gaze on Wang Jiatzi, curiously asking, "What do you intend to do with my bike in this desolate wilderness?" If she meant to engage in any illicit activities, I would prefer it be directed toward me rather than my bicycle. Yet, Wang Jiatzi disregarded my inquiry entirely, pushing my bike and explaining I forgot to bring my easel, so I need to borrow your bike for a bit. Her words sent a shiver down my spine, leaving me somewhat speechless. Is that all there was to it? I nodded helplessly, gesturing for her to proceed. After all, I dared not shake my head. Otherwise, this little imp might require me to serve as her easel. However, it seemed my nodding or shaking my head was of little consequence. For Wang Jiazi had already pushed my vehicle aside and was adjusting her easel as if positioning it just right. After a brief moment, she appeared satisfied, waving at me to hurry over. I approached her side, glanced at her easel, then looked ahead and inquired, "What is it? Are you going to paint those trees in front?" Wang Jiazi nodded, smiling as she replied, "Yes, but merely painting trees is rather dull. So, Xiaoming, you should quickly stand over there." Upon hearing this, I hastily shook my head, indicating my refusal. I had always been a child with hyperactivity issues. Standing still in front of her was akin to inviting my own demise. Moreover, I could easily surmise that her painting would take quite some time, and if I stood still, I would either go mad or be reduced to a mere shell of myself. In that moment, I instinctively took 2 steps back and said, "Let's forget it. You should just paint your trees. I'm far too ugly to ruin your masterpiece." Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi was relentless. Her gaze locked onto me as she insisted, "What do you mean? No way. I must include you in my painting. So hurry and stand over there." I resolutely refused, thinking to myself, with no one around for miles, why should I fear her? Could she truly force me? Seeing my steadfastness, Wang Jiazi seemed a bit flustered. She straightened her little face and stepped closer, saying, "Hey, don't forget how you promised me earlier. If you don't stand over there, I won't speak to you again." Despite her ultimatum, I continued to shake my head vigorously, countering, "I only agreed to be your assistant, not to serve as a model. Besides, if you ignore me, I might just ride away on my bike, leaving you here. This place is so remote. Who knows what kind of wolves or other dangers lurk around? To my surprise, my words failed to intimidate Wang Jiazi. She likely recognized my empty threats. She continued to approach me, insisting, "If you're my assistant, you must follow my instructions. Hurry up. I will finish my painting soon." I remained resolute, shaking my head in protest. The truth was, I was simply too embarrassed. Standing there like a fool, I wouldn't even know what expression to wear, let alone keep my gaze fixed on Wang Jiazi. As I continued to refuse, she appeared genuinely upset, furrowing her brow and asking earnestly, "Are you going or not?" Feeling a pang of guilt, I hesitated, then stammered in no. "Why must you paint me?" Just as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi lowered her head, only to lift it moments later, turning back to retrieve her easel and supplies. Seeing her anger and intent to leave, I felt a sinking feeling and quickly stepped in front of her, saying, "Wait, surely it doesn't have to come to this. I rarely take pictures, let alone stand still for you to paint. It would be quite awkward for me." Upon hearing my plea, Wang Jiazi halted, gazing at me with dull eyes before clenching her teeth and declaring, "Just because I say I want to paint trees doesn't mean I genuinely want to paint trees. From now on, I will never speak to you again, you fool." Her words left me bewildered, and I struggled to grasp her meaning. As she attempted to sidestep me, I panicked and reached out to grab her arm, exclaiming, "No, please don't be angry. I can stand there if that's what you want. I'll let you paint me." At that moment, a profound truth dawned on me. A boy in front of a girl will always yield, unless she is not captivating enough. Upon hearing my reluctant agreement, Wang Jiazi paused but maintained her stern demeanor. After scrutinizing me for a moment, she said, "What's this? If you don't want to, then don't force yourself." I shook my head, pointing to myself, and insisting, "Look at how earnest I am. I'm not forcing myself at all. I was just teasing you. Go ahead and paint me freely. I won't charge you a fee." Upon hearing my reassurances, her expression softened slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "Fine, since you've said that, I won't hold it against you." Afterward, she pointed into the distance, urging me to hurry and take my position. With a sigh, I glanced at her before walking to the spot she indicated. After all, it wasn't as if I were to pose nude. I could endure this minor sacrifice. I took my place, apprehensive that Wang Jiazi might ask me to strike some suggestively alluring pose. Thankfully, she quickly assumed a serious demeanor, instructing me to stand in a suitable position before focusing intently on her canvas. Initially, I felt somewhat self-conscious, but gradually I realized that her attention was almost entirely on her work, and I found myself witnessing her in a way I had never seen before, so earnest and dedicated. I recalled someone mentioning that a man's focus can be captivating, yet a woman's seriousness carries its own charm. Watching Wang Jiazi, I began to anticipate how she would portray me on the canvas. However, before long, she suddenly halted and waved at me, saying, "All right, I'm finished." I was taken aback by her swiftness and rushed to her side to gaze at her artwork. The moment I laid eyes on it, I was rendered speechless. The canvas displayed a simple pencil sketch, and while it was evident she had captured the scene before us, upon closer inspection, I realized the trees depicted were not the lively ones around us, but rather barren, resembling dead wood. Strangely enough, the spot where I stood was entirely blank. This revelation left me with a sensation of having been duped once again. I turned to her, unable to restrain my curiosity, and asked, What is this painting? Where am I? Don't tell me that tree represents me." Wang Jiazi gazed dreamily at her artwork for a moment before looking back at me with a calm smile, saying, "You don't understand. You truly don't understand anything." Her response only deepened my confusion, though I couldn't quite grasp her meaning. It was evident to anyone with eyes that her painting was rather peculiar. Just as I pondered this, she rolled up the drawing and declared, "All right, we can head back now." For reasons unknown, I suddenly felt as if I had come to accept her unconventional perspective. I stared at her for a moment, sighed, and shook my head, asking, "Are you certain? No more painting?" Wang Jiazi nodded, affirming, "Yes, what I wanted to paint has been completed. Let us hurry, otherwise, when it gets dark, the mosquitoes here will drain us dry." With a resigned smile, I thought to myself that I had never heard of women fearing bloodsuckers. Their own blood could sustain hundreds of mosquitoes. However, since she insisted on leaving, I refrained from asking further questions, signaling her to pack her belongings as I prepared to take her back. Wang Jiazi loaded her items onto my bike and looked at me, saying, "Let us go." I had intended to caution her about the difficult path ahead, suggesting she wait until I passed before climbing aboard. Yet before I could utter a word, she had already settled onto the rear rack. I hesitated, but eventually chose not to say anything. Her weight was negligible, and I could manage this distance without issue. As I walked alongside my bicycle rather than riding it, Wang Jiazi seemed to have an epiphany. Yet, she appeared quite cheerful, her feet gently swaying back and forth. After pushing her for a while, she suddenly began to hum a tune softly. Although her voice was barely audible, it instilled an immediate sense of tranquility within me. I turned to glance at her, the breeze playfully tousling her long hair, strands dancing in the air. Her eyes, unfocused, sparkled with an unfathomable depth. I found myself entranced, my body instinctively coming to a halt as a voice within me began to resonate. Noticing my sudden stillness, Wang Jiazi snapped back to reality. She tilted her head, a look of confusion gracing her features, as if inquiring what was wrong. I gazed at her face, and, after what felt like an eternity, I took a deep breath, bit my lip, and quietly said, I suddenly feel that your voice resembles someone. As I uttered these words, my gaze faltered, avoiding hers. My hands trembled slightly, a wave of nervousness washing over me, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. Wang Jiazi's expression froze. Her features became somewhat blurred, her eyes seemingly veiled with a layer of white, losing their former brilliance. After an indeterminate amount of time, she smiled and reached up to touch her hair, then gently moved her lips, articulating each word. What's this? You've finally become a bit smarter. The moment her voice reached my ears, time appeared to stand still. I stared at her, the once indistinct figure in my mind suddenly crystallizing. The melodious voice that had captivated me intertwined with her visage. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. I was at a loss for words, feeling as though I were ensnared in a surreal dream. Was it truly her? This girl sitting on my bicycle? Was she the unknown radiance I had long idolized? An array of emotions surged within me, the distant calls of birds failing to shatter the stillness of that moment. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Jiazi blinked and cautiously asked, Did I disappoint you? I snapped back to reality, shook my head, yet remained silent. Various thoughts clamored within me. Was I disappointed? Perhaps not. Wang Jiazi was indeed beautiful. Yet, for reasons I couldn't fathom, I felt an inexplicable sadness. It must have been the realization of the chasm between us, not a physical distance, but an inherent separation. I had once imagined my little broadcasting goddess to be an exceptionally beautiful girl, possessing a unique charm. Yet, more often than not, I secretly hoped she would be just an ordinary being, like myself. If only she could be my goddess alone, a special presence solely for me. Then perhaps when that fateful day arrived, I could fantasize about some form of connection. But fate does not indulge in such whims. It delights in irony, much like the farmer in fairy tales who invariably encounters a princess and becomes enamored. Seeing me shake my head, Wang Jiazi appeared perplexed, shaking her head in return, and said, Speak up. Does shaking your head mean you're disappointed or that you're not? Taken aback by her question, I sighed and replied, I'm not disappointed. Just didn't expect it to actually be you. From our first meeting, I had found her voice enchanting and familiar. Now, upon reflection, despite the alterations introduced by the microphone, a careful comparison would reveal the truth. I couldn't help but chuckle at my own folly, how I had so naively told her that my goddess was the little broadcaster. I could only imagine how she must have laughed at my expense. Moreover, she had probably missed the broadcast due to a cold, and I, in my foolishness, had brought her snacks, believing her fabricated tale about the little broadcaster being in her class. Looking back, it seems she had been teasing me all along. Her willingness to draw close to me must have had its reasons. At that moment, I inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of despair wash over me. My mind buzzing as fatigue enveloped my body. Yet, Wang Jiazi appeared unfazed, still smiling at me as she said, It's strange how you're so slow, having not realized it for so long. What made you suddenly come to your senses? But, as long as I didn't disappoint you, that's good. I was worried that if one day you found out, it might change your attitude. At her words, I couldn't help but glance at her. Her expression was warm, her lips curved in a gentle smile. I paused, then ventured, What? Change what attitude? In response, she waved her hand, gesturing for me to push the bicycle forward, and replied, Just the attitude of seeing the broadcaster as your goddess. I have never been regarded as a goddess in such a peculiar manner before. It feels rather pleasant, actually. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she seemed slightly embarrassed. My own face turned crimson, and after a moment of dazed silence, I hurriedly averted my gaze. Chapter 64. Should I pursue her? Once again, silence enveloped us as I resumed pushing the bicycle, trudging forward. The road appeared to stretch endlessly, my pace slowing, while she remained quiet behind me, as if in slumber. After covering some distance, the previously interrupted melody returned, deep and ethereal, a mere tune devoid of lyrics, accompanied only by her soft humming. Hesitating briefly, I finally asked, "What song are you humming? I don't think I've heard it before." Her voice floated back to me. "You haven't heard it?" Then one tell you, I felt a bit exasperated. I should have anticipated such a response. At that moment, I lacked the energy to argue further. So I turned a glance at her and said, "Hold on tight. I'm going to ride now." Wang Jiazi nodded, still humming the tune, her face lit with a smile. I exhaled softly and mounted the bicycle, pedaling towards the edge of the woods. The journey was marked by silence, until we reached this smooth roadway, where I felt as though I had just returned from a hidden paradise. As I rode, I ventured, "So, where to now?" Wang Jiazi paused her song and replied, "To school. Please take me to school. I have evening classes tonight." Upon hearing this, I remembered her half-day schooling status and simply nodded, heading towards the school. Along the way, I spotted several students, likely boarding students hurrying back. I brought her to the school gate, halting the bicycle to signal her arrival. Wang Jiazi dismounted and approached me, gathering her belongings as she said, "You're free now. I forgive you for tricking me." For some reason, at that moment, I felt as if I were the one who had been deceived. Nevertheless, I said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing my nod, Wang Jiazi smiled again, shouldering her art portfolio and waving goodbye. "I'm off now, Xiaoming." I responded with an M. Watching her walk towards the school entrance, my feet rooted to the ground as I remained motionless for quite some time. As Wang Jiazi suddenly stopped a short distance away, she turned her head to glance in my direction. Our gazes seemed to intertwine, igniting an unusual sensation within me. Moments later, she smiled, turned away, and vanished from my sight. I stood in a daze for quite some time before regaining my senses and cycling home. Upon arriving, I lay in my room for an extended period, gradually achieving clarity of thought. In moments of confusion, one often experiences a surreal detachment from reality. To be honest, I still hadn't fully accepted the fact that Wang Jiazi is the little broadcaster I admire. In other words, I find it hard to reconcile that my goddess and Wang Jiazi are, in fact, the same person. No wonder when I mentioned to her that my goddess is a broadcaster, she asked what I would do if the broadcaster were attractive. Reflecting on that question now, what would I do? Continue to feign ignorance, indulging in the pleasure of listening to her voice every afternoon, or should I pursue Wang Jiazi? The thought startled me. I chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook my head weakly. Knowing the swan is out of reach, should I still leap like a frog? With a sigh, I placed my hand lightly on my forehead. My mind felt muddled, everything tangled together, sticky and impossible to untangle. For some inexplicable reason, another thought surged forth. Do I like Wang Jiazi? Do I truly have feelings for her? In my mind's eye, I could almost see her smiling gently at me, her voice echoing in my ears from our daily encounters. Her appealing appearance and somewhat quirky, yet endearing personality seemed to be impossible not to like. Even before I knew she was my beloved broadcaster, I must have already begun to feel something for her, right? I bit my lip, sensing I was slowly sinking into a quagmire, yet I could not convince myself to turn back. After lying on the bed for an indeterminate time, I took a deep breath and muttered to myself, "Damn it, if I must die, so be it." In this world, there are always endeavors that appear futile, yet many people pursue them relentlessly. For if one does not try, hope ceases to exist altogether. Wang Jiazi is, after all, my little broadcasting goddess. Having been captivated by her voice for so long, now that I've seen her in person, it would be a disservice to myself not to strive forward. Moreover, I knew that Wang Jiazi was currently single, and given how close we had grown recently, if I did not seize the opportunity, it would be a disheartening regret. The most significant factor was that Wang Jiazi was well aware of the reverence I held for her, and now that I had acknowledged my feelings, she didn't seem put off. In fact, she appeared quite pleased. While this does not definitively indicate anything, it at least confirms that she does not harbor any dislike for me. If she were to treat me with the same disdain as that tattooed boy, she would have likely ignored me by now. Given the current circumstances, it seemed there was still hope. Though I am acutely aware of my own mediocrity, at least I wouldn't tattoo something as absurd as I'm guilty on my girlfriend. In comparison, I am much more normal. With this thought, I silently rallied my spirits. Every brave soul likely grapples with such internal conflicts before their sacrifice. Yet, regardless, I must pursue Wang Jiatzi. I must undertake something meaningful for myself. Throughout my life, aside from comforting myself, I have not done anything particularly special. So this time, I refuse to evade the challenge. With newfound determination, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me. Previously shrouded in clouds, I now saw the light. Having resolved my feelings, I swiftly got out of bed and opened my computer. As a novice with no romantic experience, I believed that seeking helpful resources online was crucial. Unfortunately, much of what I encountered was utterly devoid of integrity, with most suggestions revolving around crude ideas like taking someone to the woods or drugging them. I couldn't fathom whether these individuals were all incarcerated while browsing the internet. After searching for a while, I realized that continuing down this path would only lead me to a metaphorical prison myself, so I abandoned the notion. I returned to my bed, contemplating that perhaps I should just go with the flow. The very moment this thought crossed my mind, I was struck by a memory of Wang Jiatzi asking me, "Do you believe in fate?" If she were here now, I might just tell her that I am beginning to believe. That evening, I dreamt of Wang Jiatzi, envisioning her pulling me by the arm into the school broadcasting room to show me her reading of prose. In my dream, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. And just as she smiled at me while reading, I woke up. The dawn had arrived, and I realized that another dreary Monday was upon us. Few relish Mondays, whether students or professionals. Upon entering the classroom, I spotted Lin Xiaoman at her desk. However, in the next moment, I noticed Yang Wei in the back row. Yang Wei caught sight of me and flashed a lascivious grin, exuding an unmistakable air of mischief. Reminded of the events from that day, I grimaced. Yang Wei must have finished his class and would undoubtedly inquire about who had made Lin Xiaoman cry. Reflecting on that incident filled me with discomfort, as I had fabricated a lie to deceive him. Should I confess that I had used a piece of bread to upset Lin Xiaoman? That would surely land me in hot water. With these thoughts swirling in my head, I felt increasingly conflicted, hastily diverting my gaze as I made my way to my seat. As I approached Lin Xiaoman, I noticed her looking my way. She paused briefly, smiled, and shifted forward in her seat. I took my place and said, "You are as early as ever. Recommend 2 books. A couple of friends are writing, so I wanted to share their work. They are both seasoned authors with guaranteed quality and fresh themes. You won't find any Klitsch Dean novels here. One is Ghost Stories of the Yellow River by the esteemed Long Fei. The other is Global Mutation, Chapter 65, Lin Siyuan's Revenge." Lin Xiaoman nodded and softly remarked, "I heard exam results are out. The homeroom teacher should distribute the score sheet soon." Her words caught me off guard, and I nodded in response. I have this strange feeling that it wouldn't matter whether you looked or not. It's bound to be your top score. Lin Xiaoman hesitated, a hint of shyness in her voice as she replied, "No, I don't really know." I recognized her modesty and could only hope not to be at the bottom of the rankings. However, I felt the last exam had gone reasonably well, and with Wang Jiatzi's assistance in English, I should not fare too poorly. Just then, the preparatory bell rang, and I noticed Lin Siyuan entering the classroom. Seeing him made my stomach churn, as I was suddenly reminded of the events from Friday. I had surely disrupted his plans, and he would undoubtedly seek revenge. With this thought, I lowered my head, avoiding his gaze, fearful of his scrutiny. Despite my downcast eyes, I distinctly felt his hostile glare upon me. I cursed under my breath, reflecting on how my brother had intervened for me that day. Had I known, I would have stayed out of it. Just as I pondered this, the school bell rang, and the class monitor commanded us to stand. Once seated, Lin Siyuan, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, announced that the exam results were in. He had perused the papers and concluded that, overall, the questions were rather challenging, yet most scores were acceptable. However, his tone took on a mocking edge as he continued, "But the student who got the most correct answers on the multiple-choice questions is none other than Lu Ming." At that moment, every gaze in the classroom fixated on me. My heart raced, and even Lin Xiaoman beside me wore a look of astonishment, glancing at me with curiosity. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. Who would have thought Wang Jiatzi excelled in English? She had deliberately altered a few answers. Yet I still ended up with a high score in class. I swallowed hard and furtively scanned the room, feeling as if I were surrounded by a pack of wolves in the dead of night. Just when the world began to spin, Lin Siyuan spoke again. His voice dripped with derision as he said, "Lu Ming, stand up and share your strategies for tackling the multiple-choice questions." His intent was clear. He aimed to humiliate me. I inwardly muttered a curse, summoning the courage to stand. Facing the expectant crowd, I found myself at a loss for words. At that moment, aside from silently cursing Lin Siyuan and his sister, I genuinely had no idea what to say. Surely my classmates were well aware of my proficiency in English. I never anticipated that I would outperform Lin Xiaoman. It seemed English was indeed her weak point, while it was Wang Jiazi's forte. With no other recourse, I feigned silence and lowered my head, but Lin Siyuan, reveling in my discomfort, taunted, "What's wrong? Why so quiet? Share with everyone how you managed to answer so many questions correctly." I was taken aback by his relentless pursuit of my embarrassment, feeling my face flush with humiliation. As whispers began to circulate around the room, I sensed that many were eager to witness my downfall. This was an unbearable sensation, one that gnawed at my insides. As the murmurs grew louder, Lin Siyuan seemed to relish my predicament, grinning as he declared, "I looked at your answers for the essay questions, and you hardly got any right. Did you copy the multiple-choice ones? I have a responsibility to report your cheating to the administration." Upon hearing this, I realized he was intent on fully destroying me. I glanced at him, and in that brief moment of eye contact, I understood his resolve to make my life miserable, regardless of the truth behind my answers. Clenching my teeth, I suddenly noticed Lin Xiaoman beside me. While others watched with amusement, her eyes reflected genuine concern, as if she worried for my well-being. Her gaze provided me with a surprising sense of comfort, and an idea flickered in my mind. Although hesitant, I decided to act. I clenched my fist and looked up at Lin Siyuan, declaring for the multiple-choice questions. I guessed them all. The moment my words left my mouth, the classroom fell silent for a brief 4 or 5 seconds, only to erupt in a laughter soon after. Lin Siyuan appeared momentarily taken aback by my feeble excuse, but he quickly regained his composure, waving his hand for silence. With a smirk, he retorted, "Guessed? You expect us to believe that? How could you guess so many correctly?" Having prepared myself for the consequences, I stared at Lin Siyuan with an impassive expression and replied, "I guessed. I had no idea how many I did get right." There was no way I would admit to copying. Otherwise, Lin Siyuan might actually succeed in delivering me as a sacrifice to the head teacher, especially after my brother had thwarted his plans that day. Seeing my determination, Lin Siyuan feigned indifference, sneering, "The type of student I despise most is one who, despite poor grades, tries to be clever during exams. Since you refuse to tell the truth, let us have your parents come to the administration, and you can tell them you guessed and see if they believe you." His arrogance was palpable, and I sensed that many classmates were beginning to realize he was targeting me deliberately. Remaining silent, I contemplated how long he had harbored this grudge against me. As I hesitated, Lin Siyuan grew more fervent, calling on the class's English representative to lead the students in reading the English text. He then turned to me, gesturing, "Come on, still not speaking? Let us go to the administration together." To my surprise, he was serious. I remained motionless, and the classroom fell eerily quiet, all eyes once again fixed on me. When I showed no intention of moving, Lin Siyuan's frustration boiled over, and he shouted, "Did you hear me? Come with me to the administration." His shout sent a jolt through me, and I lifted my gaze to meet his, a surge of anger welling up inside me. Yet, after a long sigh, I resigned myself and began to walk toward him. As I approached, I realized for the first time how distant the door seemed from my desk, a wave of shame washing over me. Upon stepping through the classroom door, the chatter resumed, and the noise flooded my ears. I trailed Lin Siyuan down the empty halls of the school, where all other classes were in session. He walked briskly, seemingly eager to see my downfall. Following 2 paces behind, I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him in the back. Just as we approached the teaching building, I suddenly halted. Lin Siyuan, noticing my stop, turned around with a sly grin, taunting, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Weren't you just boldly claiming you guessed?" His words ignited something within me, and I took a step forward, calmly stating, "All right, I'll be honest with you, I copied." Lin Siyuan froze, clearly caught off guard by my sudden admission. I seized the moment to continue. "If you insist on dragging me to the administration, don't blame me for revealing what happened last Friday. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. That hotel belongs to my sister's family. You deliberately got the female teacher drunk and took her there. I wonder if someone with such dubious morals is fit to be a teacher. As I spoke, my hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but rather from an inexplicable thrill of vengeance that made my body quiver. Lin Siyuan was utterly stunned. He first gazed at me with disbelief, and then the expression behind his glasses gradually morphed into a sinister grimace. Truth be told, I had no desire to confront this Lin Siyuan, for I knew that once I crossed that line, there would be no turning back, and he would surely target me at every opportunity. Yet at this moment, he was relentless, and if this continued, I would undoubtedly be dragged to the disciplinary office. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to a cornered animal's instinct. My words clearly struck a chord. Though Lin Siyuan glared at me with malevolence, I could sense his hesitation as he contemplated the repercussions of the situation. He stared at me for a while, then suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "Are you threatening me?" Under normal circumstances, I would have refrained from speaking further out of respect for him as my teacher, but my feelings towards him were devoid of any goodwill. I quickly nodded and replied, "You're forcing my hand. If it comes to it, we can both perish together. And bear in mind, even if I deny it in front of the principal, you won't be able to do anything to me. Only those caught are truly guilty." As I uttered these words, I was filled with uncertainty, genuinely fearing that this four-eyed tyrant might resort to any means necessary to retaliate. However, after I finished speaking, he remained motionless for quite some time, and I could see his face growing increasingly grim. After an indeterminate duration, he suddenly let out a derisive laugh. I consider myself a rather despicable person, but Lin Siyuan's laughter transcended mere depravity. He removed his glasses and, while breathing onto them, began to wipe the lenses, stating, "Well, I underestimated you. You actually remind me of myself back in the day." At this point, his expression shifted, and donning his glasses once more, he coldly remarked, "This time, I will let you off the hook. But mark my words, do not think this matter is settled. You had better watch yourself." His tone lacked any semblance of a teacher's authority, resembling that of a petty thug instead. I remained silent, fixing him with an impassive stare. Previously, I had merely found him irksome, but now it was evident that he was far more than just an annoyance. It was likely that he had not been a virtuous individual in his youth. Otherwise, how could he have committed such an act as deliberately intoxicating a student and taking her to a hotel? Noticing my silence, Lin Siyuan shot me a venomous glare before turning away and striding back toward the classroom. I perceived his retreat as a concession and felt a slight relief. Though soon anxiety returned. It seemed I had forged a bitter rivalry, and the most frustrating part was that I could no longer rely on Wang Jiasi for English answers. This might very well be my last chance at passing English. With a sigh, I maintained a respectful distance and followed him back to class. As we approached the classroom door, the raucous noise from within grew louder. Students diligently studying in the absence of the teacher. Such a scene could only belong in a fairy tale. However, the moment Lin Siyuan and I entered the classroom, silence descended like a shroud. All eyes were once again fixed upon me, creating an atmosphere as if I and Lin Siyuan shared a clandestine affair. The curious gazes of my classmates were filled with wonder, likely pondering how I had returned so quickly from the disciplinary office. Lin Siyuan, seemingly unwilling to address this question, entered without sparing me a glance and proceeded directly to the podium. I was self-aware enough to walk silently to my desk without uttering a word. As I reached my desk, I noticed Lin Xiaoman looking at me with concern. She shifted forward slightly, and I took my seat. At that moment, Lin Siyuan, with an air of nonchalance, began his lecture, while I couldn't help but glance at him, thinking how he could so easily feign innocence after targeting me just moments ago. Truly, he must be an actor of exceptional caliber. Lost in thought, I felt Lin Xiaoman lightly nudge my arm. I turned to her, and she discreetly wrote a note beneath her notebook. "Are you all right?" I paused, then reluctantly nodded, signaling that I was fine. Seeing my nod seemed to ease her worries, and after a moment's hesitation, she scribbled another line. "P.S. Really unpleasant." After writing this, she drew a small arrow pointing towards Lin Siyuan at the podium. I couldn't help but smile at her words, as my earlier displeasure began to dissipate. I was taken aback that someone like her could harbor such disdain. It appeared that beneath her extraordinary exterior lay the heart of an ordinary girl. Upon seeing my smile, Lin Xiaoman's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly turned away, seemingly unwilling to speak further. I too kept my silence, adopting a statue-like demeanor throughout the class, hardly moving. When the bell rang, Lin Siyuan hurriedly exited. I sighed in relief at his departure, though the ensuing chatter among my classmates stirred a sense of irritation within me. After Lin Siyuan left, Lin Xiaoman stood up, presumably to use the restroom, and, as she stepped out of the classroom, I suddenly felt someone approach me. I glanced over my shoulder to find Yang Wei leering at me with an unsavory expression. Just when I thought I had evaded the four-eyed monster, here came Yang Wei, the lascivious tiger. My heart sank as I regarded him in silence. Yang Wei chuckled and said, "Hey, what is up with that English teacher? Why does she seem so intent on finding fault with you?" My immediate reaction was to think, who are you to criticize others? Nevertheless, I merely shook my head, indicating that I was unaware. Upon seeing my response, Yang Wei smiled again, his demeanor suddenly turning serious as he asked, "Did you manage to ask about that thing I wanted?" I had anticipated this line of questioning from him. I shook my head again, saying, "I haven't had a chance. I was called out during the first class. I'll try to ask her during the next class." This was purely a stalling tactic. I genuinely didn't know how to respond to him. Hearing this, Yang Wei hesitated briefly before nodding. "You better hurry up. I need to know by the end of today who dared to make my goddess cry." The way he referred to Lin Xiaoman as his goddess felt somewhat off to me, yet I looked at him and replied, "All right, I'll let you know by the end of the day. I'm not sure she'll tell me, so I might have to try a few times." Yang Wei didn't respond further, appearing anxious as he glanced around, likely worried that Lin Xiaoman would return. He agreed, then it's settled for after school. Without waiting for me to say anything else, he hurried back to the rear of the classroom. As he departed, I sighed, contemplating how I would have to muster the courage to tell him that I hadn't managed to ask. After all, he wouldn't dare speak to Lin Xiaoman, so it should pose no problem, right? Otherwise, what was I supposed to say? That I made his goddess cry with a piece of bread? I could hardly fathom such a scenario. Lost in thought, Lin Xiaoman returned, accompanied by none other than the class monitor. Upon seeing her, I realized that the second class was indeed hers. However, as soon as Lin Xiaoman sat down, she flashed me a smile and whispered, "You were right about that." I was puzzled, wondering what on earth I'd said. At this moment, Xiaoyu Yao rapped her desk with an eraser, signaling everyone to quiet down. She then raised a thick stack of papers in her hand and announced, "This is the report card for this exam. I will distribute it for you all to take a look." Chapter 67. A visit to Xiaoyu Yao's home. Chun Yueying's words stirred a considerable commotion in the classroom. As many classmates rushed over to seize the report cards, I noticed that those eager to see their scores were often the ones who struggled academically. I realized that I was among them. My curiosity was piqued. It soon dawned on me why Lin Xiaoman had just mentioned Xiaoyu Yao. It must have been because she had encountered Xiaoyu at the door, who had informed her of her recent top ranking. Lin Xiaoman appeared quite pleased, and I had anticipated this outcome, having observed her diligent efforts as my desk mate. After a short while, a report card finally made its way to Lin Xiaoman and me. I took it, lowered my gaze, and upon finding my name, I couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Not bad." I had improved by more than a dozen ranks since the last exam. My eyes then shifted to my English score. The moment I saw it, I felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. After years of struggle, I had finally passed. Though I had copied, it still marked a significant breakthrough in my life. I had thought that my English scores would forever remain in the realm of mediocrity, but to my surprise, this time it began with a 7. Given that the monthly exam had a perfect score of 120, this was indeed a passing mark. As I absorbed the significance of the report card, I suddenly heard Lin Xiaoman quietly inquire, "Lu Ming, did you really just guess your English score?" I looked at her in surprise, thinking, do you really believe I could guess well enough to win the lottery? Who would guess on an English multiple choice test? However, I felt no need to maintain a fa of superiority in front of her. I glanced around and, lowering my voice, replied, "Of course not. I copied." Upon hearing my admission, Lin Xiaoman appeared astonished. She paused for a few seconds, and then, as if coming to a realization, said softly, "Oh, so it was that girl who gave you the answers, right?" For some reason, her tone seemed tinged with disappointment. I understood that the girl she referred to was Wang Jiazi, so I merely nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Just then, it seemed someone had approached us. Lin Xiaoman and I instinctively turned to the side to see Xiaoyu Yao looking at us with a peculiar expression. She first nodded at Lin Xiaoman, then hesitated before turning to me and said, "Lu Ming, could you stay after school this afternoon? I have something I would like to discuss with you." My first reaction was a mix of surprise and apprehension, thinking, why me again? Yet, I soon noticed that Xiaoyu's demeanor was somewhat awkward. She appeared to be shy and hesitant. When I didn't respond, she reiterated, "Lu Ming, did you hear me?" I snapped back to attention, quickly nodding and responding, "Oh. This afternoon? Should I come to your office?" Xiaoyu Yao nodded, confirming, "Yes, I will wait for you in my office." As soon as she finished speaking, the school bell rang, and she cast one last glance at me before hurrying back to the podium. Lin Xiaoman, curious, looked at me, likely puzzled as to why the teacher was seeking me out. I managed a weak smile and made a gesture indicating my own confusion. Truth be told, I could hazard a guess as to why Xiaoyu Yao wanted to see me. It must be related to that incident from Friday. I dreaded the thought that she had remembered it, especially since my hand had been in a rather inappropriate place at the time. However, I quickly reassured myself, recalling how intoxicated she had been that day. Surely she would have forgotten. After a moment of self-comfort, I felt considerably more at ease. It seemed that both physical and emotional reassurance played important roles. Later, during lunch, I settled into my usual spot in the classroom after purchasing snacks, only to hear the voice of Wang Jiazi over the intercom. It felt surreal, as if I had been transported to another realm. In my mind's eye, I envisioned her standing in the broadcast room, quietly reading prose. This was the voice I had long been enchanted by. Perhaps, from the moment I met Wang Jiazi in the internet CAF, fate had intervened. With a smile, I lowered my head to savor this delightful moment. As the afternoon approached, I suddenly remembered that I needed to explain to Yang Wei why Lin Xiaoman had been crying. Turning my head, I was astonished to discover that the rascal Yang Wei had skipped class. Truly, to cut class on the very first day back. What a dedicated little delinquent. I imagined he was likely planning to ambush me at the school gate, but I had to pay a visit to Xiaoyu Yao's office first. After weighing my options, I resolved to head straight to Xiaoyu Yao's office after school. If I encountered Yang Wei, I certainly did not want to admit in front of him that I had failed to extract any information from Lin Xiaoman. He would undoubtedly revel in that. In truth, many people weren't genuinely boastful. They simply enjoyed showing off in front of others. I could tell Yang Wei the details tomorrow morning in the classroom, where he would likely be less inclined to gloat in front of Lin Xiaoman. With my decision made, I sighed and awaited the ringing of the bell. Before long, the bell chimed, and the classroom emptied, leaving me alone. I gathered my belongings and sauntered out. The school felt like a battlefield at dismissal. As I reached the front of the teaching building, I mused that I seemed to be a frequent visitor there. Upon arriving at Xiaoyu Yao's office, I found the door ajar. Peering inside, I deliberately took my time, and indeed, only Xiaoyu Yao sat at the desk while the other teachers had apparently left. I called out, "May I come in?" and saw Xiaoyu Yao turn to me, nodding for me to enter. I stepped inside and approached her, asking, "Teacher, did you need to see me?" In that instant, I couldn't help but mischievously replace the word "see" with a more risque term in my mind, nearly causing me to chuckle. However, Xiaoyu Yao looked up at me, hesitating before speaking again. "Lu Ming, is it all right if you return home a bit later?" Her words startled me, and I couldn't help but wonder what she meant. Was she about to initiate a scenario of a female teacher making advances toward a male student after school? I suddenly felt a bit nervous, stammering, "What's going on? If I go home late, it's no big deal." My parents were quite open-minded. As long as I returned home alive, there would be no issues. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu Yao seemed to relax somewhat. After pondering for a moment, she continued, "Then, let's find somewhere to eat. I have some questions for you. It's not very convenient to discuss here." When Xiaoyu Yao suggested we go out to eat, I was momentarily taken aback. However, I quickly realized that whatever she wanted to discuss was likely of a private nature, and this hour was when teachers typically went for lunch, so it wouldn't be long before others returned. Thus, she preferred not to converse in the office. Upon contemplating this, I hesitated for a moment, surmising that Xiaoyu Yao was undoubtedly inquiring about the events of Friday, which left me with no choice but to nod and say, "All right, where shall we go?" I had no particular preference regarding our destination, and at this hour, there would hardly be a dearth of people wherever we went. Xiaoyu Yao, after a brief moment of contemplation, looked at me and suggested, "Let us visit that restaurant we went to last time. It is quite nearby." I nodded in agreement, silently praying that I would not encounter Yang Wei upon exiting the school gates. To my fortune, heaven seemed to have heard my plea, as we did not run into Yang Wei's entourage. Xiaoyu Yao, whose residence was conveniently close to the school, had no vehicle at her disposal. She likely felt too shy to ask me for a ride, so I trailed leisurely behind her on my bicycle. After a short while, we arrived at the small eatery, only to find it bustling with patrons, with scarcely any space left unoccupied. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyu Yao frowned, and I pondered briefly before lowering my voice to suggest, "Teacher Chun, perhaps we should skip the meal. If there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. I assure you, I won't disclose it to anyone." Xiaoyu Yao reacted with an expression of disbelief, contemplating for a moment before gesturing for me to wait, and then approached the owner. I remained in place for a short while until Xiaoyu Yao returned, carrying several neatly packed bags. As she reached my side, she said, "Let's go to my place to eat." Chapter 68. Xiaoyu Yao's inquiry. I was taken aback by her insistence, finding it somewhat perplexing. Could it be that Xiaoyu Yao was aware of my actions on Friday and was attempting to lure me to her home for retribution? However, upon reflection, this seemed rather improbable. Xiaoyu Yao was delicate, and I was certain my arms were broader than her thighs. Even if she sought vengeance, it would hardly be in her home, lest she risk being thwarted by me. Shaking my head, I still felt an inkling of unease. Nevertheless, with her having already procured the items, I had little choice but to acquiesce. I nodded and followed her out of the restaurant. To be candid, since the incident where I stealthily took her undergarment and fled, I had thought I would never again have the opportunity to visit her residence. Yet here she was, extending an invitation, which indicated that my transgression had not yet come to light. Upon reaching her abode, she opened the door and beckoned me inside. As I stepped into her room, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Here, I must confess that although I had washed her undergarment after the previous encounter, I had intentionally not done so thoroughly. As for the reason, I can only say I wished to preserve its original essence. After closing the door, Xiaoyu Yao placed the items on the dining table and gestured to a nearby chair, saying, "Please, make yourself comfortable." In my mind, the notion of being comfortable suggested a path toward impropriety, yet I walked over and seated myself. Xiaoyu Yao had only 2 chairs, indicating that she did not maintain close relations with other teachers at the school. She retrieved some bowls and chopsticks, placing them before me while inquiring, "I have Lulu. Would you like some?" Her words inadvertently drew my gaze to her chest, but I quickly realized that I too possessed a similar white liquid, causing me to shake my head and reply, "No, thank you." To be truthful, my purpose in accompanying Xiaoyu Yao was not to dine, but rather to expedite her inquiry so that I might make my exit. Noting my refusal, she did not press further, settling down and waving her hand, saying, "Then let us eat. Please don't hold back." Each time I found myself alone with her, I felt an uncanny sense of being in the presence of a peer, completely oblivious to the teacher-student dynamic between us. This occasion was no different. Although it was not our first meal together, it was the first time dining in her home, thus I exhibited a degree of shyness. Strangely, throughout our meal, Xiaoyu Yao refrained from posing any questions, her expression betraying her hesitation as she seemed to grapple with what she wished to ask. It was only as we neared the conclusion of our meal that Xiaoyu Yao, having evidently resolved her inner conflict, cautiously addressed me. "Lu Ming, may I ask, on that Friday, did you enter the room I was in at the hotel?" Her question sent a shiver down my spine, nearly causing me to choke on my food. I had not anticipated she would recall the events of Friday, and I immediately sensed the precariousness of the situation. Did she remember my indiscretion? Stealing a glance at her, I noted that while her expression was peculiar, there was no sign of anger. This led me to believe she likely had not recollected the more salacious details, else she would not maintain such composure. After a moment of internal conflict, I nodded and stammered yes. "I thought you had overindulged, so I wanted to check on you." After all, she had seen me at the hotel, so she could reasonably infer my connection to it. Upon hearing my response, Xiaoyu Yao's expression shifted abruptly, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "Ah, is that true? So that means..." Her sentence trailed off, yet her complexion began to pale. Witnessing her reaction, a sense of alarm surged within me, though I managed to retain my composure, nervously asserting, "I had no intention of entering. I was merely concerned for your well-being, fearing you might be in distress. I did nothing else." While my words carried an implicit admission, I genuinely feared that Xiaoyu Yao might piece together the events of that day. To my astonishment, her countenance darkened further upon my explanation, and after a prolonged silence, she finally looked up at me, her face suffused with remorse. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "So, what happened that day when I vomited on you? Was it true?" As she spoke, her tone was laden with anxiety, and my heart raced at the realization that perhaps Xiaoyu Yao had summoned me to confront this very matter. Suddenly, I recalled her bashful demeanor when she asked me to stay after class that morning. It was clear she felt a measure of guilt, which explained her behavior. From this, it became evident that Xiaoyu Yao had indeed overindulged, retaining only fragmented memories of the events. Yet fortunately, she seemed unaware of my more egregious actions, fixating instead on the incident of her vomiting. However, she likely sought confirmation, hence her inquiry. With this newfound clarity, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. While her recollection was unfortunate, it was far preferable to her remembering my indiscretions. I looked at her, awkwardly ruffling my hair, and feigned calmness, saying, You remember, huh? At my words, Xiaoyu Yao appeared even more contrite, her eyes widening as she gazed at me with an expression of vulnerability. I vaguely recall waking up and seeing you by the bedside, but I couldn't help it. I ended up vomiting on you. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. It was clear that while she conveyed remorse, she also found a hint of humor in the situation. I felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, pondering why her words seemed to imply that I was so unattractive that she would recoil at the mere sight of me. However, I had no desire to continue discussing that unpleasant memory, so I merely forced a smile at her and refrained from further comment. Noticing my silence, Xiaoyu Yao gently spoke again. I'm sorry, Lu Ming. That day, I must have embarrassed you. I was taken aback that she would apologize to me, and I quickly waved my hand, saying it's nothing. It was just a bit of drunkenness. Quite normal. As I said this, I thought to myself that I hadn't laughed at her. Rather, I had inadvertently glimpsed her underwear. However, before I could finish my thought, Xiaoyu Yao's expression softened considerably as she looked at me and inquired, By the way, I can't quite remember what happened that day. Could you tell me what transpired? Her earnest gaze indicated she genuinely had no recollection of the events. I soon realized that her invitation today was likely motivated by a desire to clarify her hazy memories of that day. After all, it was quite possible she had lost consciousness, only to awaken in a hotel bed, vaguely recalling having vomited on her student. It was only natural for her to be curious about the details. After a moment of hesitation, I nodded and asked, All right then, what do you remember? At my question, Xiaoyu Yao's eyes flickered as if she was trying to recall something. After a brief pause, she offered me a somewhat apologetic smile and said, I remember dining with Teacher Lin, and we had a few glasses of red wine. Beyond that, I can't recall much else. When I woke up, it was already evening. It struck me that I had seen you at that hotel before, and I vaguely remember seeing you when I opened my eyes. Her expression was peculiar, as if she was earnestly trying to piece together the day's events. I felt a jolt of anxiety, fearing she might unearth memories better left buried. So I quickly interjected, I see. Actually, that hotel belongs to my cousin. Sometimes when she needs to step out, she asks me to keep an eye on things. Chapter 69. Unmasking Lin Xian upon recalling Lin Xian's insufferable demeanor that morning. I hesitated momentarily before continuing. Coincidentally, I was there helping my cousin that day, and in the afternoon I saw Teacher Lin escorting you to her room. I deliberately exaggerated the latter part of my statement to instill a sense of discomfort in Xiaoyu Yao. As expected, her complexion changed dramatically, suggesting she had no memory of those events. Seeing her reaction filled me with a sense of delight. I thought, that scoundrel Lin Xian. I finally found a point of reprisal. I felt a surge of satisfaction, pondering how he would face Xiaoyu Yao after this. Adopting an innocent demeanor, I continued embellishing the story, saying, at the time, I was outside buying something, and when I returned, I spotted the two of you. However, it seemed Teacher Lin didn't notice me. After you both went upstairs, my cousin informed me that you had perhaps overindulged. At this, Xiaoyu Yao's expression darkened further. She paused for a moment and gestured for me to continue. I contemplated for a second before saying, later, my cousin mentioned that the room you were in needed fresh linens, so she asked me to bring some up to you. I was a bit concerned, so I took the new linens upstairs. When I knocked, it was Teacher Lin who opened the door, but I paused dramatically, my tone growing serious as I added, but at that moment, Teacher Lin was not wearing any clothes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu Yao's face flushed, and she stood up in a panic, exclaiming, What? Are you saying Teacher Lin was not dressed? Her reaction was entirely anticipated, and I nodded dumbly, replying, He seemed to be in the midst of a shower and was quite surprised to see me. When I entered to change the linens, I found you lying on the bed. After a brief exchange with him, he appeared rather anxious, and shortly after I went downstairs, he followed suit. Even after his departure, I felt a twinge of concern and decided to check on you again. Alas, I found myself covered in the aftermath of your earlier indiscretion, and I simply washed up before heading home. Though I had not recounted the events entirely truthfully, I believe my words would leave Lin Xian at a loss. Xiao Yao was no fool. It was clear what a man would intend when he intoxicated a woman and took her to a hotel room, especially when he was unclothed. My narrative conveniently positioned me as the savior in this scenario, suggesting that my presence had spared her from a dire predicament. Xiao Yao stood there in silence, clearly grappling with the implications of what I had revealed. After a lengthy pause, she slumped into a chair, gazing at me with a dazed expression. So, when you entered the room, I was still dressed, right? Her question sent a tremor through me. Although I yearned to continue disparaging Lin Xian, to claim she was undressed would have been crossing a line. After careful consideration, I nodded and replied, yes, at that time you were indeed clothed. My reassurance seemed to relieve Xiao Yao, but soon she shook her head, a look of reluctance washing over her face. After a moment, as if recalling something, she looked at me earnestly and said, Lu Ming, please promise me you won't tell anyone about this, all right? Seeing her earnest plea ignited an inexplicable thrill within me. Truthfully, it felt gratifying to have my homeroom teacher imploring me for discretion. I straightened up and nodded, assuring her I certainly won't disclose anything to anyone. With that, Xiao Yao me a favor. I knew that in the future, should I need assistance, she would be more inclined to help me. Relieved by my promise, Xiao Yao seemed to regain some composure, yet I hesitated and tentatively asked, Teacher Chun, may I pose a question? She looked up, replying, what question? Go ahead and ask. I suppressed a chuckle and quietly inquired, you and Teacher Lin are not involved, are you? I nearly slipped and referred to him as that old dog, but it was wiser to clarify. As expected, Xiao Yao shook her head and stated, no, it's purely a professional relationship. He has assisted me considerably, which may have led to some closeness. Her tone was devoid of energy, clearly indicating she recognized her misstep. Hearing her response brought me joy. I was relieved that Lin Xian's reputation in her eyes had likely been irrevocably tarnished. He brought this upon himself by bullying me this morning. Otherwise, I might have feigned ignorance to protect him, I mused. Observing Xiao Yao's low spirits and reluctance to engage, I surmised it best to take my leave. Well, Teacher Chun, I should probably head home now. This seemed the right moment for her to reflect on the revelations. Upon hearing my words, Xiao Yao snapped back to reality and nodded, saying yes. You should hurry home. I rose to bid her farewell and stepped out the door. Xiao Yao did not accompany me downstairs. As I exited, I glanced back at her, noting the solitary and desolate expression on her face. Upon seeing her expression, an inexplicable heaviness settled in my heart. I recalled that Chun Yao had never had a good relationship with her previous teachers, while Lin Siyuan had been excessively attentive to her. In a sense, she might have always regarded him as a good person. Now, upon discovering his true nature, it was inevitable that she would struggle to accept it. With this thought, I sighed and rode my bike home. By the time I arrived, night had already fallen. My parents had grown accustomed to my late returns. They merely inquired about my whereabouts without further questions. I informed them that I had already eaten and retreated to my room. Once inside, I powered on my computer and logged on to QQ, hoping to see if Wang Jiazi was online. I had not received any messages from her all day and wondered if she had gone to an internet CAF. As expected, QQ showed that she was offline. I thought to myself that if she had gone online, she would have likely sent me a message by now. Unable to resist, I checked my phone for any missed calls or messages. None. After a while, the screen dimmed and my heart sank with it. Just as I was about to log off QQ and rest, I noticed that Chun Yao was surprisingly online. My curiosity piqued. I clicked to see her status, which she had just updated, this hypocritical world. Upon reading those words, a wave of guilt washed over me. Evidently, my words had impacted her more than I had anticipated. Yet, I reminded myself that Lin Siyuan's actions were indeed as I described, so perhaps I had not exaggerated too much. After staring at her QQ for a moment, I resisted the urge to message her and logged off, returning to my bed to rest. I lost track of when I fell asleep, but when I awoke, it was already morning. I hurriedly got out of bed, and my parents informed me that they would be going on a business trip the day after tomorrow, likely for about 2 weeks. I had grown accustomed to this routine, but their departure signified a return to my freedom. I hastily grabbed a bite to eat and rushed to school. However, as soon as I arrived at the school gate, I was once again intercepted by Yang Wei. Upon his sudden appearance, I could not help but curse under my breath. He had been lurking here, waiting for me several times now. As expected, Yang Wei approached me with a mischievous grin, asking, "What were you up to yesterday? Were you hiding from me?" His question prompted another internal curse. He had skipped class yesterday, yet here he was accusing me of avoidance. Nevertheless, I kept my composure and calmly replied, "I noticed you weren't in the last class." And as soon as school ended, the homeroom teacher called me to her office. It was clear that Yang Wei was skeptical of my response as he scrutinized me. "You weren't in class, so you must have been at the school gate. Why does the homeroom teacher keep calling you to her office? Do you have some sort of connection with her?" Chapter 70, Flattery. Upon hearing him suspect a connection between me and Chen Yuyao, I could not help but mentally berate him again, then said no, it was just about the English class issue from this morning. He had witnessed my interaction with Lin Siyuan, so this explanation was sure to convince him. As I anticipated, Yang Wei accepted my explanation and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Did you find out who made Lin Xiaoman cry?" I had anticipated that he would stop me to inquire about this matter, so I feigned a look of grievance and replied, "I wanted to tell you yesterday, but when I asked Lin Xiaoman, she refused to say anything. She claimed not to know who it was." Later, I sensed she was getting annoyed, so I didn't press further. I delivered this statement without a hint of deception. Yang Wei frowned upon hearing this, cursing, "Really? Damn it. Which classmate is so blind?" I remained silent, thinking how simplistic Yang Wei's reasoning was. Likely a trait inherited from his father. After his outburst, he looked at me again, curiously not pressing me further, but instead saying, "Think of a way to find out who made Lin Xiaoman cry. I need to teach that person a lesson." Hearing this made me think that I was the one who had upset her, yet he wanted to punish someone else. However, I replied, "Let me ask Lin Xiaoman again later. If I cannot find out, I'll think of someone else who might know." Seeing that I was brainstorming solutions, Yang Wei nodded approvingly. "All right, if you find out, consider it a favor owed to you. I will help you with anything in the future." I nodded in response, knowing that he could not truly owe me anything and that I would not divulge my own involvement. After I nodded, Yang Wei waved his hand and led his entourage into the school. Once they had moved away, I prepared to enter the school myself. However, just as I was about to ride my bike through the gates, a figure suddenly stepped in front of me. Thankfully, my bike's only functioning brake worked, and I halted, frowning as I looked up to find it was the tattooed guy. He, too, was scrutinizing me, his gaze filled with disdain as he deliberately blocked my path. Seeing him like this, I could not help but smirk, thinking if my father were as assertive as Li Gang, I would have run him over with my bike. Unfortunately, I could only think this and kept my mouth shut, glaring at him before attempting to pass him by. Perhaps not expecting my silence, the tattooed guy scoffed, muttering, "Trash." His words ignited a surge of anger within me. I stopped and coldly retorted, "Are you describing yourself?" To my surprise, the tattooed guy appeared unfazed by my response. He smirked wickedly and replied, "Whoever I refer to knows in their heart. It seems that trash is always the one who gets bullied, no matter where they are." As he spoke, I realized he must have seen Yang Wei confront me earlier. He had likely waited for Yang Wei to leave before approaching me, intending to provoke me. This thought prompted me to look at him and suddenly recalled something, adopting a sardonic tone. Some people are even worse than trash. They know others dislike them, yet still shamelessly initiate conversation, like a dog begging for scraps. Honestly, I was surprised by my own biting words. But I well understood that the tattooed guy's weakness was Wang Jiazi, and I could not resist the urge to provoke him. As expected, my words hit a nerve, and his expression darkened as he glared at me. "Say that again, and see what happens." Seeing that I had riled him up, I felt an inexplicable thrill. Although I had my reservations about Yang Wei, I was not afraid of this tattooed guy, especially now that he was vying for Wang Jiazi's attention. However, I did not wish to engage him in a fight here, as it was the school gate during peak hours, and any altercation would certainly attract an audience. I could not guarantee that I would defeat him, but my training over the years was not in vain. My main concern was getting caught by the school authorities without Yang Dingtian to back me up. That would surely lead to an unwelcome meeting with the school administration. After some contemplation, I managed another cold smile and said, "I'm not interested in wasting my breath with you. I need to get to class." Without waiting for his reply, I turned and rode my bike through the school gates. Fortunately, the tattooed man heeded my words and ceased his remarks, merely casting a menacing glare as I rode through the school gates. Once I arrived in class, the morning passed uneventfully. However, the examination papers were distributed, and I discovered that I had answered 3 more multiple-choice questions correctly than Lin Xiaoman. While the margin was not substantial, I could discern her reluctance from her expression. Strictly speaking, Lin Xiaoman's English grades were considerably inferior compared to her other subjects. Otherwise, I believed she could contend for the top spot in our grade. As noon approached, I found myself in my favorite time of day. Although I had only been separated from her for a day, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Sitting at my desk, I listened to Wang Jiazi's voice, and a sudden thought flashed through my mind. I was taken aback, realizing that there was a question I had long overlooked. Every day at noon, I would visit the supermarket after school, and, upon returning to the classroom, the voice of the goddess of the broadcast system would resonate. Previously, I had never sensed anything amiss, but upon reflection, it dawned on me that Wang Jiazi must head straight to the broadcasting room after school, foregoing lunch until after the announcements concluded. With this realization, I couldn't help but glance at the snacks in my hands. If that were the case, why not wait for her at the entrance of the teaching building and offer her something to eat once the broadcast was over? The thought made me nervous. Will my gesture come across as strange? However, upon reconsideration, it was indeed an opportunity to enhance my rapport with her. I found myself torn, eager to act yet feeling somewhat shy. Then, glancing at the clock, I noted that the broadcast was about to end, sending a jolt of urgency through me. Resolute, I decided that since I had resolved to pursue Wang Jiazi, I could not let this fortuitous occasion slip away. I stood up, hastily gathering my assortment of snacks, and made my way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the teaching building, the broadcast had not yet concluded. To be honest, standing there with a pile of snacks felt quite peculiar. If they had been explosives, I might have seemed heroic. I deliberately stepped aside, anxiously awaiting the end of the broadcast while contemplating how to approach her. After a brief wait, the broadcast finally ceased. I swallowed hard, my gaze fixed on the entrance of the teaching building. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Wang Jiazi sauntered out. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was momentarily entranced. Today, she sported a princess hairstyle that accentuated her beauty. As she exited, it seemed she sensed something, turning to look in my direction. She paused for a moment, blinked, and then smiled as she approached me. Before I could gather my thoughts, she stood before me, appraising me, and asked Xiaoming, "What are you doing standing here?" Her question caught me off guard, causing me to forget everything I had intended to say. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained some composure, awkwardly offering her the snacks while stammering, "It's nothing really. I just went to the supermarket and thought I'd share some snacks with you on my way back." While speaking, I dared not meet her gaze. Tilting my head slightly to the side, Wang Jiazi remained silent for a moment, then took a small step closer, tilting her head to meet my eyes, and remarked, "Oh, how charmingly attentive. One might think you have ulterior motives." Her playful words made my cheeks flush crimson, prompting me to take a step back and create some distance between us. I sheepishly replied, "If you don't want any, that's fine. I can save them for later." I was uncertain why I reacted this way. Clearly, I was too timid to harbor any nefarious intentions, and there was nothing of hers to pilfer. Noticing my response, Wang Jiazi blinked, contemplated for a moment, then stepped forward to take the snacks from my hands, saying, "Although I'm not sure what is going on with you, I'll still help you share some." As she smiled at me, her expression, illuminated by the sun, felt as if it pierced straight to my heart. Once she had taken the snacks, I hesitated before finally speaking, "The day after tomorrow, my parents might be going on a business trip again, so I could accompany you to the internet CAF in the evening." Though I voiced this, deep down, I knew I wished for her company more than anything else. To my surprise, she shook her head, not even glancing at me, and replied, "That's not possible. I need to draw in the evenings, so I can't go online." Her response sent a wave of disappointment crashing over me. I had anticipated she would be delighted and say it was wonderful, yet her answer left me feeling as if my hopes had been dashed. At that moment, Wang Jiazi seemed to sense my dismay and raised her head, offering me an apologetic smile. Not wanting her to perceive my disappointment, I quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and sighed. "Oh, really? Then, I suppose I should just head home." I wasn't sure if I was speaking for Wang Jiazi's benefit or my own, but I felt a heaviness settle in my chest. Despite my efforts to conceal my feelings, Wang Jiazi noticed something was amiss. After a brief moment of contemplation, she looked up and asked Xiaoming, "Does your beautiful homeroom teacher know you don't attend evening self-study sessions?" Her question puzzled me. Beautiful homeroom teacher? Did Wang Jiazi know that Xiao Yu Yao was my homeroom teacher? However, given Xiao Yu Yao's striking presence at school, it was not surprising that Wang Jiazi might be aware of her. Acknowledging this, I nodded and replied, "Of course, the homeroom teacher knows." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi smiled slightly and leaned in closer, whispering, during evening self-study, we could choose to either attend class or practice our art. So, if you're free, you could come to school and keep me company while I draw. Initially, when Wang Jiazi mentioned her drawing, I felt despondent. However, her subsequent invitation reignited my spirits, making me feel as though I had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. I looked at her, unable to suppress my curiosity, and asked, "Really? Is that allowed? What do you go to draw?" Wang Jiazi turned to glance in the distance, pointing to a distant building, that teaching building over there. "Our art classroom is on the top floor." I followed her gesture, noting that it pointed towards the senior high school area. Our school's first and second year students share a campus, while the third year students occupy a more distant section. I had never been to that building, and it appeared to be far more neglected than the one we were in, with rumors suggesting it housed only empty classrooms. As I contemplated this, I turned back and asked, "Well, isn't that a bit inconvenient? So many people, and I'm from a different class." It seemed Wang Jiazi had anticipated my question. She smiled and replied, "There's no one there. There are plenty of classrooms. We could just go to one that's empty. People in our class prefer to paint without anyone watching." Her words rang true. Generally, artists do not appreciate having onlookers. It can be distracting and uncomfortable, as not every creation turns out well. After hearing her, I hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Have you been painting these past couple of days?" "I might not be able to until the day after tomorrow." Wang Jiazi appeared nonchalant, shaking her head as she said, "The day after tomorrow is fine. Do you think one can finish a painting in a single day?" Nodding in agreement, I signaled that we had made a pleasant decision. After all, I had no particular plans. Whether to visit an internet CF or not was inconsequential, as long as I could have some time alone with her. Perhaps something wonderful might unfold. Seeing my agreement, Wang Jiazi smiled again and waved her snack at me, saying, "Then I'll contact you when the time comes. I'll head back to class now. Thanks for the snacks." I nodded, indicating that we could walk a short distance together, as we were headed in the same direction. Wang Jiazi said nothing further, as her mouth was busy enjoying the snacks I had given her. Unable to contain my laughter at her enthusiasm, I remarked, "You must have been a little foodie in your past life." She conceded with a playful expression, chewing a few more bites before responding, "Who knows what happened in a past life? But if there's a next life." Her expression shifted slightly, her tone softening as she continued, "I would still want to be like this." Curious, I couldn't help but ask, "Like what? Still being a foodie?" Wang Jiazi nodded affirmatively and murmured in agreement. I found her response amusing and retorted, "Well, I can only say you have lofty aspirations." Her laughter followed my words, and then she turned to me, stating, "If there is a next life, I want to change my name." I was taken aback and asked, "What would you change it to?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "How about Wang Hanin? Isn't a lovely name?" Upon hearing her suggest this name, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, I nodded and replied, "It's quite nice. But why would you want to keep the surname Wang in your next life? That seems dull. I would definitely choose a different surname, something like Zhang." At my comment, Wang Jiazi pouted, muttering traitor. After that, she fell silent and continued walking ahead. I followed her until we reached the side of my classroom building, where she waved goodbye, signaling she was returning. I nodded in acknowledgement, watching her figure turn into the adjacent building before heading back to class. Though I had given all my food to Wang Jiazi at noon, I felt surprisingly content throughout the afternoon, not at all hungry. Lin Xiaoman, noticing my cheerful demeanor, seemed puzzled but refrained from asking any questions. The following day passed without any notable events. Xiao Yu Yao continued to attend classes, though I observed that she appeared somewhat distracted while teaching, likely still grappling with the shadow of what I had revealed to her. My parents had gone on another business trip, leaving me once again as the caretaker of a wooden figure. However, they always left me with a generous sum of beloved currency before departing, so I felt little concern. Since that noon encounter with Wang Jiazi, I had not seen her for the past 2 days. Although I contemplated bringing her some food yesterday, I ultimately decided against it, fearing it might seem too obvious. As the afternoon approached the end of the school day, I could not resist sending her a text, inquiring if she would be painting that evening. A moment after sending it, Wang Jiazi promptly replied, Wait for me at the school gate after class. Perplexed by her message, I wondered why she wanted me at the school gate instead of the classroom where she had mentioned painting. As the bell rang, I wheeled my bike to the gate and, after a short wait, saw Wang Jiazi approaching from a distance. When she reached my side, she greeted me with a smile and said, "Let's go." I couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going? Are we leaving the school? Didn't you say you wanted to paint during evening study?" Wang Jiazi looked at me as if she found my question amusing and replied, "Are you made of iron? Don't you need to eat? Of course, we have to go out for dinner first." Suddenly, she appeared to remember something. Rummaging through her pockets and flashing an embarrassed smile, "Oh no, I forgot to bring any money." Seeing her predicament, I nodded in understanding and said, "No worries. I have some. I'll treat you. What do you want to eat?" Wang Jiazi walked to the back of my bike and replied, "I don't know. I'm fine with anything." At that moment, a recent viral food trend popped into my mind. After a brief hesitation, I suggested, "How about I treat you to some spicy hot pot?" Instantly, I felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing she was also an avid internet user and fearing she might be aware of the trend. Yet, to my relief, she nodded without hesitation, agreeing to the idea. With her approval, I wasted no time and rode off towards the school gate. At this time, most spicy hot pot vendors were set up as street stalls, primarily concentrated around the nearby square. Given the crowd in the vicinity, I sought Wang Jiazi's opinion on where to go. Fortunately, she seemed unconcerned and suggested we head to the square. To be honest, this was my first time eating spicy hot pot near the square. The thought of eating while watching the enthusiastic older ladies perform their lively dances filled me with a sense of melancholy. Thankfully, upon our arrival, it was still early, and the ladies had yet to gather. Wang Jiazi and I found a less crowded stall to sit down. In a twist of fate, Wang Jiazi casually ordered just enough food that amounted to exactly 6 yuan. This left me speechless, and in an attempt to alleviate my guilt, I asked her, "Is that enough for you? Shouldn't you order more?" To my surprise, Wang Jiazi quickly shook her head in refusal, adopting a serious demeanor as she lectured. "Don't you know it's not good for your health to eat too much at night?" Her words extinguished my intentions to order more meat, and I withdrew my hand, nodding in agreement. Unexpectedly, just as we settled down, the older ladies nearby started playing music, seemingly warming up. I couldn't help but glance over, displaying a look of mild distress. However, Wang Jiazi found the scene amusing, watching with a smile. After a moment, I snapped back to reality, turned to her, and remarked, "Those ladies are so full of energy." Wang Jiazi nodded and replied, "Indeed, and they seem to be enjoying themselves immensely." Upon hearing Wang Jiazi express her thoughts with a look of longing, I smiled and remarked, "You should join in and blend into the group of aunties." No sooner had I spoken than she gently nudged my shoe with her foot, shaking her head and softly replying, "I can't, you see. I simply cannot dance." Her words puzzled me, yet before I could inquire further, she shyly smiled at me and added, "Because I lack the talent for dancing, so it must look quite dreadful." Hearing her claim of having no dancing talent nearly brought tears to my eyes. Finally, the heavens had bestowed a touch of fairness. This little one, too, had her shortcomings. However, this thought did not linger in my mind for long, as I suddenly realized that the person I had feelings for was indeed this very girl, which dampened my spirits. After all, everyone desires the ones they cherish to be flawless, don't they? With a sigh, I calmly confessed, "Well, how coincidental. I am someone who cannot even write the word dance." My words elicited a faint smile from Wang Jiazi, who then gestured toward the contents of my bowl and said, "Hurry and eat. We need to return to school before evening study." Her reminder jolted me back to reality, and I nodded eagerly, digging into my meal. Halfway through, Wang Jiazi unexpectedly picked up a small piece of meat from her bowl and placed it in mine. Her gesture left me momentarily stunned as I looked at her. She smiled and said, "I don't want it. You can have it." Aside from my parents, no one had ever served me food before. I stared at the piece of meat in my bowl, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Sensing my hesitation, Wang Jiazi observed me for a moment before asking, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm dirty?" Her words brought me back to reality, and I shook my head, slowly replying, "No, it's just..." I suddenly thought of a saying. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi looked at me with curiosity and blinked, asking, "What saying?" I smiled and feigned deep concentration, then turned to her and pronounced deliberately, "It seems to be, no good deed goes unpunished, right?" After I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi stared at me in disbelief for a moment before pouting and saying, "Go die, you." I chuckled and popped the piece of meat into my mouth. What flavor did that morsel possess? I mused that it must be the taste of happiness. After finishing my meal and resting for a moment, Wang Jiazi checked her phone, indicating it was time to leave. I stood up, wheeling my bike as I escorted her back to school. To my embarrassment, this was my first time attending evening study, and I never expected it would be for the purpose of skipping class. Fortunately, Xiao Yu Yao would remain oblivious. Otherwise, she would surely invite me for a tour of her office again. When we arrived at the school, dusk had not yet fully descended, but the surroundings were considerably darker. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, dreading the possibility of encountering classmates or acquaintances, especially the class monitor. That big mouth would undoubtedly reveal my secret. Sensing my unease, Wang Jiazi gestured for me to wait at the entrance of the back teaching building while she fetched her drawing board from the dormitory. I was already quite anxious, and her arrangement only heightened my tension, as it felt akin to a clandestine affair. As the time for evening study approached, the number of students dwindled, and I stood at the entrance of the building where the dim lights cast an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a haunted house. I initially intended to wait inside, but opted to remain at the door instead. After a brief wait, the class bell rang, and the once lively campus fell into silence. I glanced around, surprised to find myself utterly alone. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I thought to myself, thank goodness no one was practicing music in this building at night. Otherwise, a sudden outburst could very well have been my undoing. Just as I pondered this, I spotted Wang Jiazi approaching, her drawing board in tow. Upon seeing me at the entrance, she smiled and beckoned, "Come on, let's hurry inside." I nodded, thinking she should lead the way since I had no idea where to go. Following her inside, we discovered that the first floor had very few offices illuminated, with only the stairway lights casting faint glimmers. I had not anticipated such a desolate atmosphere in our school and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why does this building seem so empty?" As I asked, Wang Jiazi ascended the stairs while replying, "There aren't that many teachers at school, and many classrooms here are designated for art students. However, the number of students in the art classes has dwindled, leaving this building quite vacant." Wang Jiazi spoke as though unperturbed by the eerie ambience. Climbing the stairs behind her for what felt like an eternity, we finally reached the top floor. The sixth floor's classrooms were even more daunting, with only one or two lights on. Wang Jiazi paused to catch her breath, then made a gesture for me to be quiet before leading me down the corridor. As we passed a brightly lit classroom, curiosity compelled me to sneak a glance inside. To my shock, I was nearly petrified. Had it not been for my remaining composure, I might have thought I had stumbled upon a reincarnation of Da Vinci. Inside, a man with a bushy beard was intensely focused on his drawing board. I stood there captivated, much like a child spotting an antelope for the first time at the zoo. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiazi tugged at my arm, pulling me back to reality. I turned to her, and she urged me with a slight nod to hurry along, her expression somewhat serious. Realizing the urgency, I quickly followed her further into the building. Reaching the end of the corridor, Wang Jiazi pushed open the door of a darkened classroom and efficiently turned on the lights. Upon entering, I was greeted by a sudden brightness that was almost blinding. This classroom had remarkably few desks, the center left deliberately vacant for artistic pursuits. Wang Jiazi's easel was already set up, indicating she had been painting here for several days. It was fortunate that this place was so secluded. The absence of young couples seeking romantic rendezvous in the shadows was a blessing. At that moment, Wang Jiazi walked forward to organize her materials, but after a brief moment, she turned to me and said, Xiao Ming, please close the door." Her request startled me, and I suddenly became aware that we were alone in this room. The thought of closing the door and being seen could easily lead to misunderstandings. I glanced at her and hesitantly asked here, "There won't be any teachers coming at night, right?" Wang Jiazi paused her task and replied, "No, who would come here at night? Besides, the person you just saw was a teacher." I was taken aback by this revelation. "That bearded man is a teacher?" I inquired incredulously. Her response was a gentle smile, and she nodded, confirming, "Yes, he teaches us art. Every evening, he comes here to paint." Upon hearing this, I finally understood why I had sometimes found Wang Jiazi's demeanor peculiar. Her teacher clearly was not an ordinary individual. At this moment, Wang Jiazi seemed to notice my expression. She pointed towards the door and said, "However, although he's a bit peculiar, he actually has a very good temper and has never lost his temper with us." I couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort whenever I heard her describe someone as strange. Nevertheless, I approached the classroom door, closed it, and returned to say, indeed, one must first become art to study it. I think that splendid beard of his is quite remarkable. Why don't you try growing one too? As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Wang Jiazi make a motion as if to strike me, prompting me to take a quick step back to avoid her. My gaze inadvertently fell upon the painting she had just placed on the easel. At that moment, I was somewhat puzzled and involuntarily uttered a sound of confusion. The artwork was the very one she had created during our visit to the grove, but it was now adorned with numerous colors, leaving only a blank space untouched. Unable to contain my curiosity, I stepped closer and asked her, I found it quite strange that day. Why does the tree you painted look so withered? It doesn't resemble what we saw, does it? Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi turned to examine her painting before looking back at me and responding yes. I painted a winter tree. Her words confirmed my suspicion that the bearded man must indeed be her art teacher, who would venture into a grove in the summer to paint a winter tree. This thought made me smile helplessly as I asked, but isn't that a bit odd? It's clearly summer. Why would you choose to paint a winter tree? Wang Jiazi seemed disinclined to explain, lowering her head in silence for a moment before suddenly lifting it to ask, Xiaoming, when is your birthday? I was caught off guard by her unexpected question, momentarily stunned before quietly replying, oh, it's quite a while away. In winter, on Christmas. Her face lit up with surprise as she stared at me, curiously inquiring, Christmas? Is your birthday on Christmas? I nodded and replied, yes. So you can call me Jesus instead of Xiaoming from now on. Wang Jiazi immediately pouted and said, how dare you? Such blasphemy would surely bring misfortune. After a brief pause, she added, well, I'll give you this painting as a birthday gift then. What does that sound? Her statement left me momentarily dazed. I truly didn't know what expression one should wear upon learning their birthday gift months in advance. I sat in silence for a while before looking back at her and saying, that sounds nice, but is it really all right to tell me so early? Clearly understanding my implication, Wang Jiazi chuckled and replied, what's wrong? Is there no sense of surprise? Perhaps by then, you won't feel that way anymore. Her face radiated confidence, as if she were certain of her words. I gazed at her for a moment, then smiled and said, all right, then hurry up and paint. Make sure my birthday gift looks exquisite. Upon hearing my words, Wang Jiazi fell silent. She smiled at me before turning away, diligently applying color to her painting. Standing behind her, I quietly watched as she skillfully filled in the hues. Gradually, I found myself leaning closer, the scent of her shampoo wafting into my nostrils, mingling with the aroma of the paint, a surprisingly pleasant combination. Wang Jiazi seemed entirely absorbed in her work, unaware of any discomfort in our proximity. My gaze drifted from the painting back to her. She wore a white t-shirt, with a lovely ribbon tied in a bow at the nape of her neck. I believed any boy would feel an irresistible urge to untie it. Yet, I was the epitome of a cowardly heart with a mischievous mind. So I merely stared at the ribbon, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, as I gazed at her neck with a hint of longing, Wang Jiazi suddenly turned her head. Our faces were so close that her sudden movement almost caused us to collide. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, pulling my head back just in time, but I soon realized the awkwardness of the situation and felt my cheeks flush. Goodness, being so close might lead Wang Jiazi to think I had ulterior motives. As I contemplated this, I couldn't help but steal a glance at her, only to find her staring at me with a curious expression, her eyes brimming with determination. I felt a surge of fear, but mustered my courage to feign innocence and asked softly, what is up? Perhaps feeling guilty for my earlier thoughts. I avoided meeting her gaze. Wang Jiazi remained silent, scrutinizing me for an extended moment before reaching up to touch her neck. Her voice lowered as she said, You're too close. Your breath is tickling my neck. Her words made my already flushed face turn an even deeper shade of crimson, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. However, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind, prompting me to look back at her and slowly speak. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi lowered her hand, blinked at me, and softly asked, What is it? Go ahead and ask. Chapter 74. Her birthday. Seeing that she encouraged my inquiry, I hesitated before saying, Actually, it's nothing particularly special. I just forgot to ask when your birthday is so I could prepare a gift in advance. To be honest, I was merely deflecting the conversation. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been unbearably awkward. Thankfully, it was only my breath that had brushed against her. If it had been anything more, it would have been disastrous. As expected, my comment caught Wang Jiazi off guard. She tilted her head in thought, then smiled at me and said, "Oh, I think my birthday is coming up soon." "Yes, it's quite near." Her response was somewhat peculiar, blurring the lines between answering me and reminding herself. I gazed at her, somewhat exasperated, and asked, "Is that so? When exactly is it? This month?" At my question, Wang Jiazi seemed to regain her composure. She smiled slightly and softly replied, I want to tell you." I was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she wouldn't share. Before I could voice my thoughts, she continued, "If I tell you, it wouldn't be interesting anymore. So," she added, "on the day of my birthday, I'll let you know, but if there is no gift." She glanced around before her gaze landed on the painting, and she said, "If there is no gift, I might just have to take this one back." I was not only surprised that she wouldn't tell me her birthday, but also felt threatened by her words. A look of innocence crossed my face as I said, "No way. Is that really how it works? Do I have to carry a gift with me at all times?" I swiftly received a response from Wang Jiazi. She casually ran her fingers through her hair and said to me, "Well, I don't care. Anyway, it's decided." At that moment, she wore an expression that conveyed a sense of unreasonable defiance, making me feel a tightness in my chest, as if I might burst out with frustration. If I had known she would respond this way, I wouldn't have asked her in the first place. Now, I've inadvertently complicated things for myself. Not only does she refuse to disclose what gift she expects, but I also cannot carry something around with me at all times. Am I to present her with a piece of The Little Prince? The thought made me shake my head in discontent, and I anxiously said, "That's not fair. You should at least give me a hint. I deserve some preparation. Even a prisoner is informed a day in advance before execution, right?" Her laughter only deepened my incredulity. She shook her head and remarked, "Hint? Didn't I just tell you? We're almost there." I felt that this hardly qualified as a hint, and observing her demeanor, it seemed she was resolutely committed to her decision. I could only shrug in resignation and say, "All right, but if you don't like the gift, don't blame me." As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi nodded and softly replied, "Well, as long as it's from you, I will like it. For reasons unknown." Her words warmed my heart, evoking an indescribable feeling within me. I couldn't discern if she spoke without intention or if she meant it deliberately, but those words felt rather ambiguous. My face flushed, and my heart raced as I glanced at Wang Jiazi, who remained calm, smiling at me before turning back to her painting. I found myself lost in thought, pondering what kind of feelings Wang Jiazi harbored for me. Did she truly see me as a good person, as she had stated upon our first meeting? Was her closeness to me merely a consequence of that perception? I had never considered this before, and upon reflection, it felt rather illogical. Although we had not known each other for long, she seemed to enjoy my company quite a bit. Was it possible that, as this thought crossed my mind, a melodramatic scene unfolded in my imagination? Surely, I couldn't resemble her previous boyfriend, could I? Despite my own incredulity at such a notion, it sent a chill down my spine. I knew Wang Jiazi was currently single, but what about her past? The more I pondered, the more anxious I became. A girl as beautiful as her must have had suitors since middle school, right? And given her quirky nature, she might have whimsically agreed to some of them. Unable to resist, I glanced at Wang Jiazi again. She stood with her back to me, petite and delicate. While I am not a perfectionist, in my heart, Wang Jiazi had already become my goddess. Goddesses are sacred and untouchable. How could I allow someone else a head start? In that moment, I felt compelled to inquire about her past relationships. Yet, as the words formed on my lips, I hesitated. If I asked her now, she would surely sense something amiss. Although I had resolved to pursue her, the truth was I wasn't psychologically prepared. I was acutely aware of the chasm between us and feared her rejection if I revealed my feelings. I knew myself well enough to understand that if she turned me down, I would lack the courage to try again. Those who rise after failure are admirable, but I know I am not one of them. Hence, I must express my feelings at the moment I deem most opportune. This is a challenging dilemma for me, as the line between heaven and hell is but a thought away. With a sigh, I turned to her and asked, "Are you really going to stand there painting? Why not sit?" Upon hearing my question, Wang Jiazi replied, "Because I'm giving you an opportunity to help me move a chair." Her words momentarily took me aback, but I soon walked over to get a chair and placed it behind her, saying, "The chair you requested, Miss Wang, has been brought for you. Please sit." To my surprise, Wang Jiazi merely chuckled and replied, "You can sit. I prefer standing as it steadies my hand." Realizing my efforts to move the chair had been in vain, I felt a sense of awkwardness about sitting while she stood. Instead, I shuffled the chair aside without further comment. In fact, I shared this trait with her. I too feel steadier when standing, which is why I prefer to do so. I leaned closer to observe her progress with her painting, but she worked at a deliberate pace. It was evident that she was a serious and focused individual. So much so that I felt she might have forgotten I was even there. Not wanting to disturb her concentration, I stepped back and began to survey the classroom for anything interesting. However, when my gaze inadvertently landed on a window adjacent to the corridor, I was startled to find a face pressed against the glass. My heart raced, and a wave of shock coursed through me. Had I not possessed a certain fortitude, I might have screamed in fright. After a few moments of stunned silence, I recognized the figure. It was none other than the goat-bearded teacher from earlier. Goodness, how had he managed to stand there without making sound? My initial reaction was akin to spotting a terrorist outside my window. Just then, it seemed the goat-bearded teacher noticed my gaze. He looked at me, his expression unreadable, before his face vanished from sight. I can only describe him this way because his features were obscured by a thick beard, making it impossible to discern any expression. Unable to contain myself, I called out to Wang Jiazi, preparing to inform her about our unexpected visitor outside. However, the classroom door swung open abruptly, and Wang Jiazi paused her painting, turning to see what was happening. Standing at the entrance was the goat-bearded teacher, looking directly at us. It was a strange feeling akin to facing a terrorist, as if he might draw an AK-47 and open fire any moment. Chapter 75. Escaping the school gates. Wang Jiazi seemed equally surprised. The classroom fell silent for a moment until she spoke up. Teacher Jiang, what brings you here? Upon hearing her address him, I couldn't help but glance at the goat-bearded teacher again. Thank goodness it was Teacher Jiang and not a zombie. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. To my surprise, he nodded kindly, then looked at me with a calm demeanor, saying, I thought I heard someone speaking over here, so I came to check. Is this your friend? Clearly, he was referring to me. I instinctively glanced at Wang Jiazi, who smiled and said, yes, I wanted him to see my painting, so I brought him along. Though I suspected her words were primarily intended to placate Teacher Jiang, an unexpected thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Was it possible that she had invited me to the grove that day, simply to show me her artwork? I gazed into Wang Jiazi's eyes, her pupils reflecting the classroom's bright light, sparkling brilliantly. Upon hearing her words, the man with the goat beard did not utter another syllable. He cast a significant glance in my direction, then slowly nodded and remarked, don't linger too late. Once you finish, return and rest. Though his expression was peculiar, there was a warmth in his voice, as if he had no intention of probing into my origins. After he spoke, Wang Jiazi nodded in agreement, and the goat-bearded man turned and exited the classroom, closing the door behind him. I stood there, momentarily dazed, before finally turning to Wang Jiazi and saying, you were right. He is indeed quite strange. Wang Jiazi flashed me a faint smile and replied, it seems the first evening study session is about to end. You can't stay here much longer. Just leave the school once class is over. I was taken aback by her sudden suggestion, feeling a surge of anxiety as I asked, what, leave after the first class? Is there a way out? I hesitated, adding, what about you if I leave? Wang Jiazi raised the corners of her mouth and said, of course I have my ways. Besides, I can't concentrate with you here. So, let's go out together and return after the last evening study session. Her words alleviated my worries. I had feared that I had somehow offended her and that she wished to expel me. Yet another thought crossed my mind, and I looked at her, inquiring, so, where are we going? To an internet CAF? Wang Jiazi shook her head, contemplating for a moment before raising her gaze to ask deliberately, by the way, is there anyone at your home? Her question made my heart leap into my throat, and I looked at her, anxious, thinking, what on earth is happening? Is she planning to go to my house? Has some bizarre spell been cast in this world that guarantees one a night of passion with a girl after treating her to a 6-yuan spicy hot pot? My heart raced, and after a long pause, I cautiously nodded and replied, yes, there's no one home. Why do you ask? I refrained from directly questioning her intentions regarding my home, fearing I might inadvertently reveal my eagerness and frighten her. Upon hearing my response, however, Wang Jiazi suddenly fell silent. She lowered her head and remained quiet for a moment before changing her mind, saying, I see. Well, let's go out first. I need to head back and grab something. Her words left me feeling a tinge of disappointment, as I had hoped for something more. Yet, before I could voice my thoughts, she began to pack her belongings. I watched her for a while until she finally secured her drawing board onto her back and asked, should I go back to the dormitory? Will you wait for me at the door or stay here in this classroom? Ich glänzte her belongings. Realizing she likely needed to drop off her drawing board, I nodded in agreement, saying, let's head downstairs together. I'll wait for you at the door. This classroom felt eerily empty, reminiscent of a haunted house, and I certainly did not wish to remain alone with the goat-bearded man. Wang Jiazi smiled and indicated we should leave. After turning off the lights, we hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Jiazi went directly to her dormitory. While I stood at the door, just about to check my phone for the time when the class bell rang. As the bell echoed through the campus, life resumed its usual vibrancy. I glanced toward the school gate, wondering how Wang Jiazi planned to exit. I knew that students were required to attend 3 evening classes before being allowed to leave. I mused, surely, she won't expect me to break out of here? If the gate is open, I could easily make my escape, but if it is closed, my humble vehicle is no Batmobile. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I grew increasingly anxious, scanning my surroundings. The teaching building was adjacent to the playground gate, and passing through that entrance led directly to the senior high school area. They say senior students prefer a serene study environment, yet from my vantage point, it seemed even noisier than the first and second years. As I subconsciously glanced toward the playground, I noticed it was shrouded in darkness, an ideal setting for young couples to gather, transforming the playground into a lively rendezvous at night. While I pondered these observations, a girl slowly emerged from the gate, startling me momentarily. I thought, thank goodness she isn't dressed in white. Otherwise, her sudden appearance might have been quite frightening. The girl was tall, with medium-length hair, and due to the lack of lighting, her features were obscured. I found myself intrigued, attempting to discern whether she was human or a specter when, unexpectedly, I heard Wang Jiazi's voice call out, Xiao Xiaoming. I turned to find that, at some point, Wang Jiazi had returned. However, she appeared empty-handed, leaving me curious about what she had gone to retrieve. Just then, Wang Jiazi seemed to notice the girl from the playground and walked over to me, unable to resist glancing back. As the girl approached, I could see that she was quite striking, albeit with an expressionless demeanor that gave her an air of aloofness. She glanced at Wang Jiazi and me before continuing on her way. Once she had passed, Wang Jiazi leaned in and quietly remarked, that girl was strange. Did she come out of the playground alone? At her comment, my first instinct was to think, you aren't exactly normal yourself. I nodded in agreement and asked, what did you go to get? How are we going to get out? Wang Jiazi smiled and, from her pocket, produced a pen. I was taken aback and stared wide-eyed, asking, are you planning to bribe the gatekeeper with that pen, or do you want me to use it as a weapon to knock him out? In response, Wang Jiazi smiled subtly and waved a piece of paper in front of me. Say what you mean. With this, we can leave. As she waved the paper, I couldn't make out its details at first, thinking it might be some kind of invisibility charm. However, upon closer inspection, I realized it was a forged note. Surprised, I asked, is that a fake note? Where did you get it? Wang Jiazi came closer and replied, I have plenty of these. Do you write nicely? Her question made me blush, and I shook my head, saying it's just average. Yet her reaction suggested she was pleased, as she handed me the forged note and pen, stating, perfect. Our homeroom teacher's handwriting is terrible. I've already written our names. You just need to write the teacher's name. Suddenly, it dawned on me that her plan involved crafting a fake note. Moreover, she had the foresight to bring the pen, so that our handwriting would not be suspiciously identical. I took the note and pen from her, inquiring, what is your homeroom teacher's name? After she told me, I crouched down, laid the note flat on the ground, and began to write. This was my first experience with forgery, and my trembling hands made my handwriting even worse. After writing the note, Wang Jiazi stared at it for a moment before saying, wow, your handwriting is even worse than our homeroom teacheress. Although her words struck a nerve, I retorted, you don't understand. If it's unclear, no one will notice. Upon hearing my defense, Wang Jiazi remained silent, folding the note and saying, let's hurry up. Following her, we wheeled the bike to the school gate. Just as the school bell rang, I glanced at the security guard sitting at the entrance, suddenly feeling as if I were on a mission of deceit. However, Wang Jiazi appeared unfazed. Perhaps she was experienced in such matters. I trailed behind her as she approached the guard, adorably calling him Grandpa, and then handed him the note. To my surprise, the old man seemed delighted to see her, as if he recognized her. It seems that beauty is universally appreciated. The situation unfolded more smoothly than I anticipated. After a brief conversation, the guard cheerfully opened the gate, looking quite endearing in the process. As the gate swung open, I quickly rode out, and soon after, Wang Jiazi emerged from the side entrance. Seeing everything go so smoothly, I thought that perhaps I didn't even need to write a note. Simply having Wang Jiazi charm her way through would have sufficed. Lost in thought, I suddenly felt Wang Jiazi settle onto the back of my bike. Before I could speak, her voice reached me. Xiaoming, why not take me to your house? Her words froze me momentarily, sending a jolt through my heart. With her impeccable English, how could she not grasp the concept of nauseaunity? Feeling nervous, I stammered, huh? To my house. I had to feign surprise. What if she changed her mind? Just as I finished my question, she added yes. You said there was no one at home, right? Also, you should ride ahead. Aren't you afraid of being caught right here at the school gate? Snapped back to reality, I quickly pedaled forward and, after a short distance, remarked, there's nothing entertaining at my place, so don't complain. As I said this, I thought to myself that it might just be the other way around. But to my astonishment, Wang Jiazi seemed unperturbed, saying, that's fine. I just want to see how messy your room can get. Hearing her say that, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truth be told, my room was far from messy. I had a habit of cleaning up immediately after indulging in my hobbies, which over time led me to keep things tidy. Besides, my collection of action movies was well hidden, and I could let Wang Jiazi play on the computer. With this thought, I smiled and said, all right, let me show you. This was the first time a girl my age would visit my room, especially my little broadcasting goddess, which made me feel a bit anxious. To save time, I pedaled quickly, but as we reached the entrance of my community, a wave of unease washed over me, fearing an encounter with nosy neighbors. Fortunately, it was the peak time for square dancing, allowing us to slip into the community unnoticed. I stopped at the entrance of our building. Wang Jiazi jumped off the back of the bike, looked up at the building next to us, and asked, do you live in this building? Which floor? I glanced at her and replied, what floor? We live in the basement, dark and damp. For some reason, mentioning the darkness made me think of peculiar things. Wang Jiazi quickly displayed a skeptical expression and said, stop lying. I bet it's the second floor. To my astonishment, she guessed correctly, and I was taken aback, wondering how she knew. Seeing my reaction, Wang Jiazi's eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, is it really the second floor? Did I guess right? I nodded and said, you're lucky to have guessed. Wang Jiazi then covered her mouth, laughing for a while before saying, do you know why I guessed the second floor? Because. She made a peace sign and grinned, because you seem very second. After saying that, she quickly dodged as if fearing I might retaliate. I rolled my eyes and gestured towards the staircase, urging her to hurry up. Our home, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, was obviously no match for her villa. Upon reaching the second floor, I opened the door and turned on the light, waving her in. Wang Jiazi entered, marveling at her surroundings. As she walked a few steps inside, she suddenly paused and asked, should I change into slippers? I looked down and noticed she was still wearing her blue canvas shoes, which seemed a bit worn. After a moment of thought, I brought out my mother-s slippers and suggested, you can wear my mom-s, or you can wear mine if you prefer. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi pouted her lips and cheerfully replied, I'd rather wear yours, so I won't be taking advantage of you. It took me a moment to realize she had a playful side. I then offered her my slippers, and as she slipped off her shoes, I noticed her pink short socks, which looked quite adorable. Her petite feet seemed somewhat mismatched with my slippers. However, she soon wandered into the living room, glancing around, and remarked, your house is nicely decorated. I nodded in agreement and said, it's decent. This place has been here for many years. My parents bought it when I was in junior high. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi gave me a peculiar smile and asked, so, Xiaoming, which one is your room? I pointed to a door nearby and replied, that one. But prepare yourself, as you're about to witness the most chaotic room in existence. To my surprise, Wang Jiazi raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly saying, please, I'm already mentally prepared, but I can give you a few minutes. You can hide away the strange things I shouldn't see. As she said this, her cheeks flushed slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed. With confidence, I feigned ignorance, saying, what strange things? I'm a very serious person. There's nothing to hide. Hearing this, Wang Jiazi chuckled and took a small step forward, saying, all right, I'm going in then. I nodded, indicating for her to proceed, and followed her into my room. As soon as she entered, she halted, clearly disappointed by the scene before her. After a moment of silence, she turned to me, somewhat begrudgingly stating, what? Did you clean up because you knew I was coming? I smiled and nodded. This morning I had a premonition that you would visit tonight, so I tidied up. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi laughed again, curiously surveying my room as she took a few more steps. However, when she reached my computer, she exclaimed, "Oh?" and bent down to take a closer look. Following her gaze, I suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over me. At this very moment, before her eyes, the bottle of Nutritional Express that she had gifted me during our first encounter was sitting right there. Chapter 77. You are not honest. Since the day I retrieved it from the internet CAF, I had placed it beside my computer, wanting to keep it as a memento. I never anticipated that one day Wang Jiazi would enter my room, let alone notice it. Wang Jiazi bent down to scrutinize the bottle of Nutritional Express for a moment before reaching out to pick it up. She then turned to me and inquired, Xiao Ming, is this the bottle of Nutritional Express I gave you? I was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Seeing my silence, Wang Jiazi assumed my tacit agreement, her expression morphing into one of greater surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah, it really is. Why are you still keeping it?" Her question made me feel acutely embarrassed, confessing that I couldn't bear to drink it seemed far too shameful. I hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to fabricate a suitable excuse. Eventually, I succumbed to my nervousness and said, well, I didn't drink it at the internet CF, and when I brought it back, I simply forgot to consume it. In the midst of my flustered reasoning, I wondered if Wang Jiazi would believe me. However, upon hearing my explanation, her look of astonishment slightly subsided. After what felt like an eternity, she smiled at me and remarked if it's been sitting for too long. You can't drink it anymore. Her words compelled me to glance at the Nutritional Express in her hand, and I nodded in agreement, saying yes. Let us just leave it for now. I'll drink it when I have the chance. My intention was to preserve it, but to my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi extended the bottle towards me. I looked at her, and she shook her hand, saying, If you're not going to drink it, then help me open it. I'll drink it for you. Upon hearing her request, my heart sank, and my gaze fell back onto the bottle of Nutritional Express. After a moment of hesitation, I reached out to take it, preparing to twist off the cap. Truth be told, I hesitated. Perhaps she was unaware of the significance this bottle held for me, as it was indeed the first gift she had ever bestowed upon me. As I contemplated this, my palms grew clammy, and my hands felt weak, making it difficult to proceed. Just when I was about to muster the strength to open it, Wang Jiazi suddenly snatched it back from my grasp and declared, Forget it, I don't want to drink it anymore. Xiao Ming, could you give me a cup of hot water? I was unprepared for her sudden change of heart, and for a moment, I was rendered speechless. It wasn't until Wang Jiazi innocently blinked at me that I regained my composure, stammering a hot water. I need to make it fresh. Would you mind waiting a moment? Otherwise, you can have some cold water first. To my astonishment, Wang Jiazi shook her head and replied, You can make it. It's not urgent. I can't drink cold water these days. I was unsure if she was being casual or serious, but hearing her mention that she couldn't drink cold water made my face flush. I wondered if she was on her period this week. Fearing she might catch on to my inappropriate thoughts, I quickly nodded and said, All right, I'll go make it. I personally seldom dealt with the gas canister at home, as I always felt it was something that could explode with a mere touch. However, for Wang Jiazi, I decided to make this exception. The process of turning on the gas felt akin to defusing a bomb, as I gingerly maneuvered the wrench as if I were an explosives expert. Thankfully, everything went relatively smoothly. I successfully ignited the flame and safely placed the kettle on the stove. After completing this task, I returned to my room, only to find Wang Jiazi seated in my computer chair, seemingly having turned on the computer without my notice, eagerly awaiting the program to load. Witnessing this scene sparked a sense of emotion within me. I felt a strange fondness for my computer. It had been in my possession since I bought it, and the only company it had ever received was either from me or my little prince, often being inadvertently splattered with my drinks. Now, it was finally facing a girl for the first time. Upon seeing me return, Wang Jiazi turned to me and asked, Have you made the hot water? I nodded, thinking to myself that I barely escaped a disaster. At that moment, Wang Jiazi glanced at my computer and remarked, Your computer starts up so slowly, just like your reactions. Her comment made me think, how could it possibly boot quickly with hundreds of gigabytes of files? I then replied, Does that mean your computer takes a whole day and night to start up? As I said this, I glanced aside, noticing that the bottle of Nutritional Express had been returned to its original spot. I let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Wang Jiazi continue. Don't you play games at home? Why do you go to the internet CAF every day? Her question left me momentarily speechless. I couldn't possibly tell her that I enjoyed the company of elementary school students. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck me, and I answered, "It's rather dull to play alone at home. Go to the internet CAF is much more enjoyable, and I can meet pretty girls." After saying this, I nervously glanced at Wang Jiazi, eager to gauge her reaction. After all, I needed to understand how she felt about me. And the best way to test a girl's feelings was to make a few jokes and see if she would take offense. As I had anticipated, Wang Jiazi merely smiled at me and replied, "I knew your intentions weren't pure. You were hoping to attract pretty girls, weren't you?" Upon hearing her words, my heart leaped with joy, and I quickly responded, "Exactly. Otherwise, I left the rest of my sentence unsaid, laughing awkwardly as I looked at her. When she noticed my gaze, Wang Jiazi paused for a moment before her face flushed in realization, and she shifted slightly, saying, Xiao Ming, you are not honest." Her statement caught me off guard, and I quickly adopted an innocent expression, saying, "Don't say that. I'm known for my honesty, with a stellar reputation in the vicinity." My assertion only prompted Wang Jiazi to roll her eyes before she retorted, "You just told me you went to the internet CAF to see pretty girls, and now you claim to be honest. Who would believe you?" As she spoke, her expression was filled with disdain, making me think how I wished I could show her what it meant to be less than honest. However, at that moment, the computer had booted up, and Wang Jiazi effortlessly logged into her QQ, opening her space as if searching for something. She exhibited no signs of being an outsider, while I, on the other hand, felt like a servant waiting for her orders. As expected, Wang Jiazi did not disappoint. She suddenly turned to me and asked, "Xiao Ming, isn't the water boiling yet?" I shook my head, thinking it had only been a few minutes. How could it possibly be ready so soon? While shaking my head, I instinctively glanced at the computer screen, where a picture of gloves was displayed. Upon seeing my response, Wang Jiazi's expression fell slightly. Perhaps she was genuinely thirsty. After turning back to the screen for a moment, she slowly said, Xiao Ming, I don't think I've ever seen you with other boys." Her seemingly casual remark carried an underlying implication, as if to say, Xiao Ming, do you perhaps lack friends?" I was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as I replied, "Yes. I'm not sure why, but I can't seem to find any close classmates in class. Perhaps it's because I'm a day student, making it difficult to connect with them." Although I spoke those words, deep down, I was acutely aware that my ordinariness was to blame. Before entering high school, I held an immense yearning for the experience. Yet ever since I was seated at the same table as Lin Xiaoman, I inexplicably became the target of disdain among my peers. Many gazes were fixated upon her, while I, overshadowed by her brilliance, could only shrink into my little corner. By the time I regained my composure, students had already formed groups of 3 or 5, leaving me to savor the superficial happiness of sharing a table with the class beauty while secretly relishing my solitude. Initially, I found this lifestyle quite disconcerting, but gradually, I acclimated to it. This was true at school and similarly at home. When asked why I frequented internet cafes, perhaps it was more about immersing myself in that lively atmosphere. Even being surrounded by elementary school students made me feel less isolated. With this thought, I couldn't help but sigh. As I lifted my head to glance at Wang Jiazi, I noticed her observing me with a peculiar expression. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before she broke into a gentle smile and softly inquired, "Is that so? Then, did you not have any good friends in middle school?" I instinctively nodded, but quickly recalled something and shook my head. In middle school, I had a few close friends, yet most had either dropped out or moved away, leaving very few at our school and none in my class. I did have several good buddies in middle school, but regrettably, their families did not prioritize education, adopting a mindset that merely completing middle school sufficed. Only I, despite not passing the entrance exam for high school, had parents who invested considerable resources to enroll me in school. After hearing my words, Wang Jiazi fell silent for a while. Eventually, she whispered, Xiao Ming, you are quite pitiful." Her tone did not carry mockery, but rather a sense of sympathy. Upon hearing her words, I felt a lump in my throat. After a moment, I sensed the atmosphere was becoming strange, so I forced a smile and said, I suppose it's fine. So what about you? I seem to have not seen you with other girls much. Are you perhaps more unfortunate than I?" At my words, Wang Jiazi's lips twitched before she replied, "I apologize for disappointing you. I just rarely wander around with friends. Besides, you've only seen me a few times at school. Upon her denial, I felt inexplicably reassured. Honestly, I was somewhat afraid she would be like Lin Xiaoman, but given her personality, she likely had a decent number of friends. With this thought in mind, I hesitated for a moment and then asked, so, where did you attend middle school? Strictly speaking, I knew little about Wang Jiazi. I was unaware of her past or her interests, apart from her love for snacks. Thus, seizing this opportunity, I decided to ask more questions. Indeed, when I posed my inquiry, she contemplated for a moment before answering, 17 middle school. I was momentarily taken aback. It made sense. 17 middle school was a prominent institution in Baoding, requiring over an hour's journey from our county. I had attended a rather ordinary middle school adjacent to our county. And 17 middle school represented an aspiration for me. No wonder Wang Jiazi excelled in English. That school was renowned for its English proficiency. Nodding, I remarked, so you attended school in the city. Then why did you return to the county for high school? Wang Jiazi fell silent for a few seconds before responding. It's closer to home. Her tone sounded peculiar, tinged with an undercurrent of sadness. Observing her for a moment, I asked then, you must have had many friends in middle school, right? She nodded, but did not speak. I swallowed hard, summoning my courage to inquire, so, did you ever have a boyfriend in middle school? Clearly taken aback by my sudden question, Wang Jiazi paused before curiously replying, are you referring to a male friend or a boyfriend? I felt a surge of nervousness. After hesitating, I mustered the courage to say, I mean, a boyfriend in a romantic sense. I deliberately tried to sound casual, hoping to mask my own apprehension. To my surprise, Wang Jiazi smiled slightly and asked, why? Are you very interested? Her words flushed my cheeks, and I deliberately averted my gaze, stammering, no, not really. I just thought of it and asked. I was unsure why I felt compelled to act tough, but in front of someone I liked, honesty seemed elusive. At this moment, Wang Jiazi lowered her head in contemplation before looking at me and saying, I can tell you, but first, you must answer me. Did you have a girlfriend in middle school? To my astonishment, she turned the question back on me. I was momentarily stunned before shaking my head. No. She appeared somewhat incredulous and continued to scrutinize me, asking, really? Then, did you like anyone in middle school? I shook my head again, responding no. Wang Jiazi seemed doubtful, shaking her finger at me. Are you lying? Is there ISNT there? It was my first time being so candid, yet I was met with skepticism. Irraturta, firmly. No. Just as I finished speaking, Wang Jiazi followed up with, what about high school? Without a second thought, I replied, no. I had yet to complete the word when I suddenly froze. In that moment, I couldn't help but glance at Wang Jiazi, who was gazing at me with warmth in her eyes. I fell silent, realizing that I should have had an answer by now. However, if I confessed to having liked someone, she would undoubtedly probe further. Was it truly wise to divulge this now? After much internal deliberation, I bit the bullet and said, no, not at all. As I uttered this, I secretly let out a few whimpers in my mind. After all, this was the first time I had lied. As long as my nose didn't grow long, what was the harm in playing the part of a little puppy? Moreover, during my gaming sessions, I often found myself being called Little Red Dog. After saying this, I watched Wang Jiazi, who suddenly appeared to grow distant. After a brief moment, she murmured to herself, no. Then, she smiled at me softly and said, as for me, I've never had a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, I felt an immense relief wash over me, my heart soaring with joy. I was genuinely worried that this little one might be easily deceived, but it seemed my concerns were unfounded. Just as I was basking in this newfound happiness, Wang Jiazi continued, because I find the idea of having a boyfriend quite distasteful. Her words struck me like a sudden jolt, as if I had been soaring toward paradise only to be kicked back down to earth by fate. I stared at her in astonishment, unable to comprehend, and stammered, huh? Why? To my surprise, Wang Jiazi answered without hesitation, because boys tend to think about all sorts of strange things. Being in a relationship with them doesn't bring joy. Her statement made me inwardly exclaim in disbelief, as she had the audacity to label others as odd thinkers. At that moment, I felt a sense of reluctance and couldn't help but protest. Well, that's not entirely fair. There are still some relatively normal boys, right? In truth, I wished fervently to pat my chest and demonstrate that I was just an ordinary boy. However, as Wang Jiazi was about to respond to my remark, the sound of boiling water echoed from the kitchen. Startled, I hurriedly turned and dashed toward the kitchen. When I returned, a cup of steaming water was in my hand. I placed it on the nearby computer desk, signaling to her that it was too hot to drink just yet. Wang Jiazi nodded in acknowledgement and continued the previous topic, stating, in any case, most of you boys aren't very honest. After a brief pause, she smiled and added, Xiao Ming, that includes you too. I was unsure she was still mulling over my earlier words, and her statement prompted a resigned shrug from me, indicating that she could think whatever she pleased. Seeing my reaction, Wang Jiazi chuckled softly before pointing to the computer screen and asking, Xiao Ming, what do you think of this glove? I was taken aback at first, but leaned closer to examine the screen. It was a rather ordinary glove, neither particularly attractive nor unattractive. I nodded and replied, It's all right, why? Are you planning to buy it? To my surprise, Wang Jiazi simply shook her head and closed the application, standing up from the computer chair. You're so dense. It's obviously a men's glove. Why would I buy that? Upon her mention of it being a men's glove, I hadn't even noticed. Nevertheless, I chuckled and said, I wouldn't mind if you bought it to gift me. This remark earned me a roll of her eyes, followed by a playful expression. She picked up the nearby cup and sat down on my bed, suggesting, Let's find a movie to watch. There's still plenty of time before class ends. I was momentarily taken aback by her sitting on my bed, but then I realized that although it was cluttered with my little secrets, they weren't so overwhelming as to be visible through my pants. I relaxed and asked, What kind of movie do you want to watch? What genre? I had an assortment of films promoting Sino-Japanese friendship, so I could only search online for anything else. Wang Jiazi replied casually, Anything is fine, as long as it's good. Her response left me feeling a bit helpless, so I opened the browser and searched for classic old films. Ever since my favorite streaming tool fell from grace, watching the latest blockbusters had become quite inconvenient. While I searched, I heard Wang Jiazi comment, Your bed is quite soft. Is it cushioned with foam? My initial reaction was to think, what else would it be, rocks? However, preoccupied with finding a film, I casually replied, You can check for yourself. After saying this, I sensed Wang Jiazi standing up, placing the cup beside me, seemingly intent on lifting the mattress to investigate. But after a few seconds, I suddenly trembled, recalling something. In a panic, I turned around, only to be struck by a thunderbolt of realization. There was Wang Jiazi half lifting my mattress, frozen in place. Underneath, a white pair of women's underwear lay innocently, basking in her gaze. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. I held my breath, feeling lightheaded, nearly on the brink of suffocation. For convenience, I had pressed the underwear beneath the mattress, intending to retrieve it during moments of passion with my little prince. I never imagined I would forget it today, only for Wang Jiazi to discover it. Who lifts someone else's mattress without reason? Now, she had uncovered that what lay beneath was not foam, but rather a delicate piece of women's lingerie. How on earth could I explain this to her? I desperately wanted to convince her it was all a figment of her imagination, a mere illusion. Yet, after several seconds of stunned silence, I uttered a lie so absurd, even I struggled to believe it. I spread my hands, feigning innocence, and said, Don't get the wrong idea, that is for warding off evil spirits. Heaven knows how I concocted such a lie, but it was better than admitting it was for my little prince. Wang Jiazi seemed taken aback by my words, staring at me for a while before blushing and skeptically asking, Warding off evil? Can a girl's underwear ward off evil? Her voice was barely audible, and her expression brimmed with embarrassment, yet she appeared utterly endearing. Upon hearing her question, I was momentarily stunned. I quickly adopted a mode of playful ignorance, pretending my mother was a superstitious housewife, and replied, Well, I'm not quite sure either. It's just what my mom says. So, it seems she deliberately bought this item to place beneath my bed, claiming it could balance the yin and yang in the room. As I spoke, I maintained a neutral expression, feigning calmness. I hope Wang Jiazi hadn't seen clearly enough to notice whether it was new or old. In any case, I had already dug my own grave, and even if she didn't believe me, I had to stick to my story. After my explanation, Wang Jiazi fell silent once more. I wasn't sure how long it took, but eventually, she nodded and softly murmured, Oh. There were no further words exchanged. It seemed she was at a loss for what to say, and I was equally uncertain if she believed me. However, seeing her reaction, I seized the opportunity and transformed into a superstitious priest, declaring, although it sounds strange, it actually works quite well. I used to frequently experience sleep paralysis, but ever since I placed this under my mattress, it hasn't happened again. I spoke with a deliberately mysterious tone, hoping to keep Wang Jiazi slightly confused. Indeed, her expression turned puzzled as she mulled over my words, eventually asking, What is sleep paralysis? I was relieved to see her attention diverted but I was somewhat surprised that she didn't know what it was. Thinking quickly, I morphed into a knowledge-sharing enthusiast and explained sleep paralysis is when you suddenly feel awake while sleeping, but you can't move at all, as if someone is pressing down on you. Haven't you experienced that before? As someone who often indulged in late-night activities, I had encountered sleep paralysis more than once. Wang Jiazi tilted her head, contemplating my explanation, before nodding and saying, "Now that you mention it, I think I felt something like that a long time ago. I thought I was dreaming, but it turns out it was a ghost encounter." Seeing that she had completely bought into my narrative, I felt a surge of joy and eagerly nodded. Exactly. Better to believe it than to doubt it, right? So, that underwear has been sitting under my mattress all along. If you hadn't found it, I might have forgotten about it. I endeavored to sound as innocent as possible, hoping to win Wang Jiazi's trust. Indeed, Wang Jiazi pondered for a moment, seemingly convinced, and nodded at me, saying, I understand now." Her response finally settled my previously racing heart. Fortunately, I had a moment of wisdom. Otherwise, not only would I have failed to pursue Wang Jiazi, but I might have also found myself escorted to the police station. With that thought in mind, I glanced at the computer screen and asked, "Do you still watch movies? Do you enjoy comedies?" Wang Jiazi nodded at my question and then sat down on the bed, saying, "Sure, I'll watch for a while before I head home." Seeing her agreement, I casually selected a foreign film with a decent rating. However, after clicking on the video, I hesitated for a moment, then looked at her, rising to say, "Why don't you come sit here? I'll grab a chair for you. From that distance, you probably can't see the screen well." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiazi smiled slightly and stood up, unceremoniously taking a seat on my throne-like chair. I stepped out of the room, fetched a small chair, and placed it beside her. At that moment, Wang Jiazi was already fixated on the computer screen, no longer glancing at me. I sat down and admired her profile, suddenly remembering how I had watched her from across the internet CAF. She resembled that moment, her cheeks aglow with the computer's white light. I sighed and turned my gaze back to the screen when I heard her voice. Xiaoming, could you turn off the lights?" For a fleeting moment, I almost thought I was imagining things. I turned to look at Wang Jiazi, only to find her still focused on the monitor, as if the words had not come from her. A few seconds later, sensing my gaze, she turned her head and looked at me, curiously asking him. I snapped back to reality and stood up, saying, but turning off the lights isn't good for your eyes." To my surprise, Wang Jiazi seemed completely unconcerned, smiling as she replied, "It's fine. Turning off the lights creates a better atmosphere." In light of her words, I refrained from further protest and walked to the door, pressing the switch. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness. I turned around to see the computer screen radiating a bright light, illuminating Wang Jiazi's exquisite face. I stood there for a moment captivated, before slowly walking back to sit beside her. Admittedly, I confess that when I watch films alone at home, I often turn off the lights. Yet, I never imagined that one day, the girl I admired would be sitting beside me in a dim room, watching a movie together. Although it was regrettable that I could not share my collection of unfiltered treasures with her, this moment was already beyond mere happiness for me. We were very close, how close I could not articulate. Nevertheless, the fragrant essence of her presence enveloped me, a natural aroma that left me slightly dizzy, stirring an indescribable sensation in my chest. As I inhaled her scent with a mix of yearning and a hint of obsession, I couldn't help but steal glances at her profile. She remained oblivious to my actions, immersed in the film, while I observed her. In that moment, a fleeting thought crossed my mind. If she were my girlfriend, how much more beautiful would everything be? Although it was merely the addition of a simple character before the word friend, it signified an entirely different relationship. How many stories begin with friendship? Some successfully transform friends into partners, while others lose even the title of friend. As I pondered this, I shifted slightly, feeling my cheeks warm in the darkness. At that moment, an impulse surged within me, a strong desire to confess my feelings for her. This sensation gradually expanded within me, leaving me restless and anxious. Just then, Wang Jiazi unexpectedly turned to face me. Our eyes met, and I instinctively recoiled slightly as she stared at me, blinking in confusion. After a moment, she smiled and softly asked, "Is there something on my face?" In the dark, her voice was ethereal and melodious, and I was momentarily taken aback by her question, eventually shaking my head in a daze. Seeing my response, Wang Jiazi chuckled, brushing her hair back, and said, "Then stop looking at me. I will feel shy." Chapter 8. I know you're hard to be honest. This was the first time I had heard her speak English. Yet, I shamefully admitted that I didn't understand her at all. Though I was unaware of the meaning behind her words, I noticed the slight blush on Wang Jiaxi's cheeks, which appeared particularly striking under the computer's glow. Had it been someone else, I likely would have pretended to understand and nodded along, but this time was different. I was too curious about the meaning of her English phrase. Thus, I mustered the courage to ask her, a bit awkwardly, "Huh? What does that English phrase you just said mean?" As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Jiaxi broke into a radiant smile and replied slowly, "I figured you wouldn't understand, which is why I said it." I realized she was teasing me and quickly protested, "Don't you know the saying, confess honestly for leniency, resist strictly for severity? You must tell me what it means." In response, Wang Jiaxi chuckled again and nodded, saying, "All right, it's not that profound. It simply means stop looking at me and watch the movie." Her straightforward answer felt oddly disconcerting. I looked at her, somewhat skeptically, and asked, "Really?" Wang Jiaxi nodded affirmatively, saying, "Really?" Still unconvinced, I pressed, "Then, repeat that English phrase you just said." Wang Jiaxi moved her lips and said, "I will feel shy." After she spoke, I was momentarily stunned, then realized what she was implying, nearly leaping from my chair to exclaim, "Wait a minute. Who are you trying to fool?" "It means me." There's no I in the latter part of what you said. Though my English was at a primary school level, I was well aware of the meaning of that letter. My words made Wang Jiaxi cover her mouth with laughter, and after a while, she said, still giggling, "What? So you do know what it means?" Seeing her laugh so heartily, I felt a sense of urgency, so I adopted a serious expression and insisted, "Stop laughing and tell me what it really means." For some reason, Wang Jiaxi seemed entirely unafraid of me. She continued laughing and waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, I can't tell you." Her refusal only intensified my curiosity, and I looked at her helplessly, saying, "If you don't tell me, I want to take you back to school." To my surprise, Wang Jiaxi immediately showcased her privileged demeanor, stating, "If you don't take me, I'll just have to take a taxi." Defeated, I changed my tactic and feigned a pitiful expression, saying, "Please, I'll drive you back. Just tell me. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. If you don't tell me, I want to be able to sleep tonight." Thankfully, my pitiful demeanor seemed to have an effect, as Wang Jiaxi thought for a moment and replied, "All right, when you drive me back to school later, I'll tell you." Hearing this, I was filled with confusion, asking, "Why is that?" She smiled gently and said, "What if I tell you and you don't send me home afterward?" "So it's decided." Before I could respond, Wang Jiaxi made a gesture for silence, indicating that we should watch the movie quietly. Her action caused the words that were about to escape my lips to retreat back, leaving me in silence. Truth be told, I had no real desire to watch the film, and her gesture only diminished my mood further. At that moment, I regretted not having mastered the language of birds. Had it been Japanese, my years of experience with Japanese action films might have granted me some understanding. This lesson served as a reminder that in the future, one should diversify film choices beyond Japanese cinema, as exploring European and American films could contribute to a well-rounded development. After what felt like an eternity, the film from Birdland concluded with an embrace between the male and female protagonists. To be honest, sharing this moment with her felt somewhat peculiar. However, Wang Jiaxi pointed towards the door, signaling for me to turn on the lights. I promptly followed her instructions, stood up, and walked over to flip the switch. The room was once again illuminated, and as I glanced at Wang Jiaxi, I noticed she had also risen, stretching lazily. Soon, she checked the time on her phone and said, Xiao Ming, let us go. Class is about to end." Her words made me, who had just felt that time was dragging, suddenly feel a pang of regret at her impending departure. Nevertheless, I nodded and replied, "All right, let's go." I escorted her outside, taking extra care as we descended the stairs. Fortunately, fate was on my side, and we did not encounter any neighbors. I pushed the bicycle forward, gesturing for her to hop on, and then swiftly rode out of the community. Once we had put some distance between ourselves and the neighborhood, I breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. Wang Jiaxi, sensing something, spoke from the back seat. "Why were you riding so fast just now? Were you afraid of being seen?" I acknowledged her query with a hum and replied, "You don't know how much neighbors love to spread rumors. If they saw me bringing a girl home, they would definitely tell my parents." No sooner had I spoken than Wang Jiaxi asked, "Oh, I see. Are you afraid your parents will scold you?" I chuckled and responded, "Not really. They don't hit me. I'm just worried they might cut off my allowance." My comment elicited a laugh from her, but soon she fell silent again. When we reached the school gates, classes had already been dismissed. I stopped by the roadside, and I felt Wang Jiazi jump off the bike. She approached me, waved, and said, "I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way back." I knew she said that on purpose, so I quickly stopped her and insisted, "No, wait. You promised me earlier. Tell me what that English phrase meant." Realizing I was not easily fooled, Wang Jiazi shrugged in exasperation, then leaned closer and, with a playful smile, said, "Honestly, you really want to know? If I tell you, you'll regret it later." Her words did not sway my disbelief, and I waved my hand dismissively, urging her to tell me quickly, no more lies. In response, Wang Jiazi made an expression of helplessness, then leaned in closer and whispered what I meant was, "Don't look at me anymore, or I'll feel shy." Her words made my face flush with embarrassment. I hadn't realized that she had noticed me watching her. After saying this, she pulled back and smiled at me. "Are you satisfied now?" Feeling awkward, I recalled her previously blushing face and found myself embarrassed. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she said, "I'm leaving now. You should hurry back too." I snapped back to reality, nodded, and murmured, "Okay," as Wang Jiazi turned and walked toward the school gate. She paused after a few steps, spun around, and called out, "Xiao Xiao Ming." I looked at her, and she met my gaze with an almost dreamy expression. "Moments latte." She raised her voice, "I know your heart. I can see myself in your eyes." Realizing that she had just spoken a string of English I couldn't comprehend, I understood why she had predicted I would regret knowing her earlier words. Indeed, after she finished speaking, Wang Jiazi flashed me a smile before hurriedly dashing through the school gates. Watching her figure gradually disappear from my sight made me aware that I would likely be sleepless that night. This was undeniably a blatant act of retaliation, and she had left me no chance to respond. Upon returning home, the first thing I did was relocate that perilous little piece of clothing that had nearly caused me distress. Fortunately, in that moment of panic, I had acted swiftly, and it was also thanks to Wang Jiazi's occasional lapse in judgment that she had believed my words. The only thing that irked me was that before she left, she had shouted something in bird language, which I hadn't understood at all, leaving me clueless about her words' meaning. With that thought, I resigned myself to lying on my bed, contemplating that the next time I saw her, I would shout a few phrases in Japanese, like kawaii or ikuzo, just to let her experience the thrill of being tantalized. Chapter 81. The love letter on the desk with thoughts of retaliation swirling in my mind. I soon drifted into a deep slumber. When I awoke, dawn was breaking, and I still had some time before my usual school hours. As I climbed out of bed, my attention was suddenly drawn to the cup Wang Jiazi had left on my computer desk after drinking water the previous night. I gazed at the ordinary cup, approached it, and scrutinized it closely. Although there were no visible lip marks, the cup no longer seemed ordinary. Unable to contain myself, I brought the cup to my lips, momentarily blanking out on the implications of my actions. Just as my lips were about to touch the rim, I snapped back to reality, cursing myself for being a creep, and hastily set the cup down. After placing the cup down, I wandered around the room and decided it would be best to go out and buy some breakfast before heading to school. With my mind made up, I stepped outside and descended the stairs, only to notice the sky had turned overcast, hinting at impending rain. Nonetheless, I cherished summer. I loved the season when thighs were bare and the rain would fall. After finishing breakfast, I arrived at school much earlier than usual. Upon reaching the classroom door, I discovered it was empty, not a single person in sight, not even Lin Xiaoman, who typically arrived early. I stood at the entrance for a moment, then sauntered inside. At that moment, I regretted not wanting any teachers to see me arriving so early. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe I was an earnest and diligent student. As I pondered, I made my way to my seat and casually glanced at Lin Xiaoman's desk. To my surprise, there lay a neatly folded letter on her desk. I stared at that piece of paper for quite some time before realizing it was undoubtedly a love letter. It seemed someone had arrived even earlier than I had, placing this letter there just that morning. Unable to resist, I reached out to take a look, but just as my fingers were about to touch the letter, I abruptly withdrew my hand. Why would I take a letter that wasn't addressed to me? Although I held such thoughts in my mind, I found myself inexplicably intrigued by the love letter. It was undoubtedly addressed to Lin Xiaoman, but the question remained, who penned this letter? Was it someone from our class? Although many boys in our class admired Lin Xiaoman, upon learning that Yang Wei also had feelings for her, many chose to conceal their affections. suggesting it was unlikely to be anyone from our cohort. Unless, could it possibly be Yang Wei himself? Had he abandoned the use of carrier pigeons in favor of discreetly placing the letter on Lin Xiaoman's desk? As I contemplated this, I examined the letter more closely. The stationery was meticulously folded, yet merely in a simple manner without any seal. A bold impulse surged within me. Perhaps I could surreptitiously open it, read its contents, and then neatly fold it back without anyone noticing? This thought sent a rush of anxiety through me, prompting me to glance around the empty classroom. It appeared that no one was approaching. If I were quick, I would surely evade detection. Having never received or written a love letter myself, the opportunity to glimpse another's romantic correspondence felt like a serendipitous chance to expand my knowledge. This reckless notion emboldened me, and I slowly extended my hand toward the letter. Despite my trembling fingers, I managed to retrieve the stationery from the desk. The moment I grasped it, I furtively scanned the room once more. Satisfied that no one was watching, I cautiously unfolded the letter. As I peered at the contents, I was taken aback by the elegant handwriting that filled the page. It was clear this writer did not struggle with their literary prowess. I shifted my gaze to the opening line, which nearly left me astounded. Hello, I am a very shy boy, and after much contemplation, I have finally decided to write you this letter. I felt an urge to laugh at the absurdity of a boy describing himself as shy. Perhaps this fellow had mistakenly added an extra shy in his description. Continuing to read, the content aligned with my expectations. The writer expressed a long-standing admiration for Lin Xiaoman and a desire to become acquainted, suggesting they start as pen pals. It was evident, even to the unobservant, that his ultimate aim was to become closer to Lin Xiaoman, yet his sincerity shone through, filled with compliments that would undoubtedly leave her feeling treasured. However, I surmised that Lin Xiaoman had likely grown weary of such praises and would respond with her characteristic calmness. Tucking the letter away without a second thought, as I reached the conclusion of the letter, I noted that aside from the class designation, the signature bore only a single character, Hao. This name sparked a vague recollection within me, yet I could not quite grasp what it was. Just then, years of honed instincts alerted me to the presence of someone entering the classroom. I quickly raised my head towards the door and, through the window, spotted Lin Xiaoman approaching alone. A jolt of panic surged through me as I hurriedly folded the letter back into its original form and placed it on her desk. Fortunately, my hands were swift enough, for just as I completed this task, Lin Xiaoman stepped through the door. Upon entering, she seemed to notice me right away, pausing momentarily before approaching my side. As she settled in her seat, she looked at me and asked, "Why did you come so early today?" My heart raced with guilt, but I feigned calmness, nodding and replying, "I woke up early." No sooner had I spoken than Lin Xiaoman became aware of something unusual on her desk. She stared at the letter for a moment before turning her gaze towards me, her expression one of confusion. Caught off guard, I quickly shook my head innocently, saying, "It wasn't me who left it." Instantly, I regretted my words. Had I inadvertently revealed that I had noticed the letter? What if Lin Xiaoman picked up on my unease? Thankfully, after a brief silence, she nodded and nonchalantly tucked the letter into her desk without a glance. I found myself speechless at her response. Poor shy boy. He likely never anticipated that the first person to read his letter to Lin Xiaoman would be a man. And perhaps she would not even glance at his heartfelt words. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, but then Lin Xiaoman's attention turned back to me. Hesitating, she asked, "Lu Ming, did you see who left the letter here?" Her voice was low, and her gaze flickered nervously. Taken aback by her question, I pondered for a moment before shaking my head and replying, "No, I saw the letter on your desk when I arrived." After a brief pause, I inquired, "Why do you ask?" And my counter-question, Lin Xiaoman appeared startled. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at me and explained, "Because I keep receiving letters without signatures, and I wanted to know if you had seen who it was. If you did, I could tell him not to write to me anymore." A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she spoke. I watched her, contemplating the absurdity of boys writing unsigned love letters. Did they truly believe they could remain anonymous while confessing their affections? I chuckled softly and remarked, "Well, you could simply not respond, right? Surely they wouldn't keep writing." Upon hearing my suggestion, Lin Xiaoman frowned slightly, signaling that there indeed were persistent admirers who continued to send unsigned letters. I sighed, reconsidering my initial response. I really didn't see who left it. Why not read it? Perhaps it contains a name. Truthfully, this shy boy had at least managed to inscribe a single character of his name. Lin Xiaoman nodded, softly acknowledging, "Okay, I will." Her demeanor indicated that she had grown accustomed to such situations. Honestly, it seemed that attractive girls often attracted the attention of boys, while boys merely needed to possess a modicum of height to garner interest. Wait, did I use the wrong term? Would substituting taller for longer make me sound more innocent? After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoman suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at me, saying, "By the way, there's something I want to tell you." I was taken aback by her unexpected statement, my heart racing with apprehension as I asked, "What is it?" For reasons unknown, I always felt that when someone had something to say, it was rarely good news. Lin Xiaoman pondered for a moment before speaking. "It's nothing much. Just, do you remember that you promised me on Sunday that you would let me treat you to a meal in the future?" Upon hearing her bring up this matter, I nodded slightly, my mind racing with thoughts. Was she eager to invite me for a meal so soon? It seemed this dinner had become quite a fixation for her. However, noticing my nod, Lin Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before articulating, "Actually, next Wednesday is my birthday. So, if you are free, how about I treat you to a meal that day?" Her words took me by surprise. I thought to myself, she shares a birthday this month too? The memory of our hurried meal on Sunday, where she insisted on paying, resurfaced in my mind. I looked at Lin Xiaoman. It appeared she could see through my thoughts as she lowered her head slightly and spoke timidly, "Because it's my birthday. I asked my family for a bit more money this week, saying I wanted to treat my friends to a meal. But aside from you, it seems I can't think of anyone else to invite." The latter part of her sentence was nearly inaudible. I stood there in a daze for a while, finally coming to a realization. No wonder she was so eager to pay that day. In my personal estimation, she probably only had around 100 yuan to spare on a regular basis. It was only because of her birthday that she could ask her family for a little extra, allowing her to repay me. She must have some left over, hence her desire to treat me on her special day. At that moment, her words echoed in my mind, "Aside from you, it seems I can't think of anyone else." In truth, upon reflection, I found myself in a similar circumstance. In this class, aside from Lin Xiaoman, I had not formed any connections with others. Not long ago, I believed she and I were like parallel lines, together yet extending towards infinitely different horizons. Now it seemed that at some point, unbeknownst to me, those parallel lines had tilted slightly, creating an intersection in our lives. Taking a deep breath, I looked at Lin Xiaoman and asked, "So next Wednesday is your birthday? Am I the only one you're inviting?" My tone brought her back to reality, and she nodded, responding softly, "Yes. I can't think of anyone else to invite." Upon hearing this, I feigned a look of honor and replied, "Then where shall we eat? At school?" Lin Xiaoman shook her head and after some thought said, "If nothing comes up, after school, I could go out with you, but you must bring me back before evening study." For some reason, her words struck me as odd, making me feel somewhat like a gigolo. However, after a moment's hesitation, I agreed. "All right, let us settle on that for now and plan the details in the coming days." This meal could not be postponed any further. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoman would likely be restless every day. Moreover, it was her birthday. Could I really let her spend it alone? That seemed too dismal. However, as I finished that thought, I suddenly recalled what Wang Jiazi had said to me yesterday, and an ominous premonition surged within me. Could it be that my esteemed Miss Wang also celebrated her birthday next Wednesday? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. My recent streak of bad luck suggested I might encounter such a ridiculous coincidence. Agreeing to Lin Xiaoman so readily felt rather reckless. What if Wang Jiazi invited me too? How would I navigate that situation? Should I suggest that since we are all so fated, we might as well celebrate together? The very image of that scenario was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman seemed oblivious to my unease. Seeing that I had agreed, she appeared somewhat pleased, nodding at me and saying, "Good. We'll discuss it more later." I gazed at her with a hint of sadness, forced to maintain a facade of calm. To be honest, it felt premature to reach a conclusion at this stage. After all, I consider myself a respectful young man, often sharing gaming knowledge with younger students at internet cafes. Surely, fate wouldn't be so cruel to me? After pondering, I decided to subtly probe Wang Jiazi for information to gauge the situation. However, she hadn't been at the internet CAF these past few days, and I had no opportunity to see her at school. Do I need to stake out the teaching building again like last time? Just then, Lin Xiaoman seemed to notice my distraction, watching me in silence. Suddenly, I recalled that we had physical education class in the afternoon. if I remembered correctly. We would have PE with Wang Jiazi's class. This thought filled me with joy. I could find a way to ask her when I saw her. Having made up my mind, I spent the entire day immersed in anticipation for PE class. Lin Xiaoman, meanwhile, had not glanced at the love letter and didn't take it with her when she left at noon. However, from what I had heard her say that morning, it seemed my earlier assumptions were correct. The dormitory might just be a place for her to sleep. Perhaps she arrived at class early to avoid lingering in the dormitory. Lin Xiaoman was not one to protect herself, yet she had her own means of evading certain issues. At noon, I sat in class, listening to Wang Jiazi's broadcast. Ever since discovering she was my beloved broadcasting goddess, her voice resonated in my ears. It was hard to believe I hadn't recognized her before. Finally, the moment came for PE class. As I entered the playground, I scanned the area to locate her class. True to my expectations, I quickly found their team. It was to my keen eyesight. It was simply that their class stood out, with so many girls that even the boys from other classes couldn't muster a full table of mahjong. Yet, due to the distance, I could not spot Wang Jiazi among them. Had she perhaps been too intimidated to face me after our encounter yesterday?